Ah, a final breath before a new beginning, as fate orchestrated its grand, rain-swept stage. Kang Su-hyun's story, a drama waiting to unfold, lay heavy in his grasp. A soft breath escaped him, a gentle smile gracing Kang Su-hyun's face as he gazed upwards, lost in reflective calm. He thought, finally, he too could experience such a peaceful day. The narration weighed on Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging the 4 arduous years since his debut, a period marked by silent struggle. Yet, the cruel truth lingered, their stage presence remained basic, their efforts dismissed as uninspired. Their performance, critics declared, was ambiguous, lacking clarity and conviction. Laughter and applause echoed, but the bittersweet narration revealed Kang Su-hyun's screen time had been mercilessly edited away. Despair clung to him, a chilling reminder that END lived up to its name, signifying only a bitter finish. Acting, he realized, was truly his last resort, a path he embraced with casual charm, even asking, "Do you want to go and drink coffee, library brother, make?" Online comments buzzed with opinions on 16 Episode 5 Su-hyun, with some questioning if the library guy's appearance was real, and a plea to give END a lot of love from their very small agency, even greeting those who have never rehearsed even once. A contented smile spread across Kang Su-hyun's face, he was genuinely glad that everything had worked out so well. Late into the night, a phone screen glowed at 12:41 a.m. as an anxious voice mentioned the manager would be home soon, wondering if the heavy rain was the reason, while another urged them to quit smoking. The rain poured down heavily, a relentless torrent outside the car, and Kang Su-hyun observed, "Wow. It's raining heavily." Though he knew sleep would be scarce, Kang Su-hyun still felt it was good, even as the approaching roar of an engine grew louder on the rain-slicked road. He smiled, recalling the simple joy that his group END now even boasted a fan cafe. His gentle smile acknowledged the past, the smoking, the idle work, all part of a life that felt far away now. Just as the hopeful thought, "everything will be fine," formed, the world shattered around him, an explosion of glass and a deafening crash. A guttural sound of impact erupted, and the driver's face contorted in a desperate, focused grimace. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in profound shock, fixated on the alarming event unfolding to his left. A blinding, overwhelming light consumed his vision, a raw shock that disoriented Kang Su-hyun completely. The world dissolved into a violent maelstrom of shattered glass and distorted light, the very air thick with destruction. A confused gasp escaped him as Kang Su-hyun found himself plummeting through a disorienting, reddish void, scattered fragments of his life tumbling alongside him. He continued his desperate descent through the blood-red abyss, a choked "A." The only sound he could utter. An "ack" of pure agony tore from his throat as Kang Su-hyun's body twisted in the endless, dark fall. In the disorienting, glitchy void, Kang Su-hyun desperately tried to rationalize, "Nonsense. This is a dream," refusing to believe he was suffering again after finally seeing the light. The ominous, red-tinged darkness swallowed his thoughts, dying, like this? His tormented thought, "How hard have I lived?" was abruptly broken by the distant, mundane chatter of the first beef taejun, with voices asking, "Washer? Nauna isn't here." Kang Su-hyun, ever patient, explained to his confused grandma that END was scheduled to perform, but she comically misheard it as "cherry," then reply. Amidst the internal gears of his mind, a profound question echoed, what truly became of his life? In a humble room, Kang Su-hyun eagerly inquired about their video views, to which his excited friend exclaimed, 700. As a young girl playfully tugged at his cheeks, Kang Su-hyun, the idol with bunny ears, still wondered internally, but what do you do as an idol? Now, a dramatic new path loomed, demanding to know, what about his acting life? His boss declared this was his last chance, to which Kang Su-hyun, clutching at a scenario script, responded with a determined, "Yes. Boss." Kang Su-hyun smiled and waved, basking in the celebratory glow of a successful moment, perhaps a red carpet event. But then, his thoughts shattered amidst fragments of broken glass, "My success." His small hands clutched the blanket tightly, a distressed sigh escaping him as his mind echoed, "How much have I suffered so far?" A raw, innocent scream tore from Kang Su-hyun's tiny throat, "How could you do this to me?" A mournful wail filled the room as little Kang Su-hyun sat in his bed, burying his face in his hands, weeping. But then, a dazed silence fell, and Kang Su-hyun sat up in bed, a bewildered, escaping him. He shifted subtly, a finger resting thoughtfully on his lips as little Kang Su-hyun realized, wait, isn't something a little strange? In the bright, serene room, tiny Kang Su-hyun sat alone in the vast bed, a vulnerable figure amidst delicate roses. A shaky, "ha" escaped him as a teary-eyed Kang Su-hyun stared at his small hands, a profound question echoing in his mind, "Aren't I dead?" He glanced subtly, a quiet movement in the soft, warm light. His eye widened, clear and bright, as if the world had suddenly snapped into sharp focus. With childish curiosity, he gently pressed a finger to his nose. Staring at his reflection, a shocked Kang Su-hyun realized, isn't this what I did when I was 5 years old? Suddenly startled, Kang Su-hyun's mother burst into the room, her voice laced with alarm. Su-hyun. What's the matter? His mother's worry deepened at his unusual speech, anxiously asking, why is our darling talking like that? Should we go to the hospital? Little Kang Su-hyun looked up, uttering a surprised, Mom, while internally noting her worried face and wondering if he himself had a fever. His mother frantically shouted for Su-hyun's dad to call an ambulance, demanding they go to the hospital, to which his father responded with an urgent affirmative. His father fumbled to call 119, while his mother tearfully hugged the crying Kang Su-hyun, apologizing for not knowing his pain, asking if it hurt. Tearfully, little Kang Su-hyun looked up from his mother's arms, a confused father, escaping his lips. His father, however, reacted with comical shock and disbelief, exclaiming, our Su-hyun must be very sick. He calls me his father. Kang Su-hyun leaned subtly into his mother's embrace, his wide eyes thoughtful in the warm glow. A soft, ah, escaped him as little Kang Su-hyun rested his eyes, finding a moment of serene peace against his mother's chest. An ethereal voice whispered, is this a dream? Later, at the hospital, the doctor's words were reassuring, there is no major problem. The doctor, calm and professional, surmised that their child was simply very surprised, then asked if anything specific had happened. But his parents, with frantic gestures, emphatically insisted that something was wrong, telling the doctor, please check again, and explaining that their son, who usually sleeps well, had cried intensely. A thoughtful grunt escaped little Kang Su-hyun as he mused, that's right, my mom and dad were pretty unusual back in the day. Kang Su-hyun softly called out, Mom and Dad, drawing his worried parents closer. With a bright, innocent smile, Kang Su-hyun sat up and asked, oh. Are you okay? I had a scary dream. A surprised exclamation escaped the doctor, who, along with his parents, smiled warmly at Kang Su-hyun, mistakenly commenting, pretty girl. The doctor quickly composed himself, adjusting his glasses, then professionally confirmed he was glad it didn't hurt, instructing Kang Su-hyun to call the nurse if any pain returned. Kang Su-hyun cheerfully chirped, yes, then, with innocent curiosity, asked, sister. Did you see me as a girl? The doctor pointed to the call button, instructing him to press it if anything happened, then with a soft rustle of the curtain, he departed. Kang Su-hyun sat thoughtfully, internally conceding, anyway, even to a stranger, it seems that way. Pretty, la. He pondered how many times he had been praised for his face throughout his life. He reasoned that it wasn't a change in himself, but simply that the entertainment industry was full of all kinds of handsome men and women. Yet, despite the cheerful facades, his inner voice insisted, in there, no matter what anyone said, I was average. If this was reality and not a dream, he resolved, I have to keep this beauty till adulthood as much as possible, recognizing that, as a man, you can't live in this harsh world if you just take care of yourself. Then, a sudden, urgent thought struck him, was there truly a need to wait until adulthood? Okay, he decided, it was time to dream big, resolving there was no need to suffer without reason by becoming an idol with no talent. His ambition solidified, now, let's aim to be a top star, he declared, envisioning his future triumph. He mused that if he focused on acting from now on, by his original age of 25, his career would surely be amazing. Pondering deeply, Kang Su-hyun realized there were roles only a child could play, and all the money he earned would go to his parents, concluding, not bad. His mother's gentle voice broke his contemplation, calling, Su-hyun. His mother's worried face appeared, her voice filled with solicitous concern, our Su-hyun, are you really okay? Her expression remained etched with deep concern, an undeniable anxiety clouding her features. Kang Su-hyun, within his child's mind, acknowledged the pain of his predicament, knowing he couldn't possibly explain this to his parents. And maybe, a deeper thought began to form. His thoughts drifted to a painful past, to the memory of how his home was ruined. He wondered if that past, a somber scene where his parents stood downcast, could now also change. A fierce resolve ignited within him, perhaps he could even get rid of that cheater, if only he gave his mom and dad one more chance. The future glittered with newfound potential, a bright, expansive hope. His mother pulled him into a soft, worried embrace, calling out, Su-hyun, as he cried into her shoulder. Kang Su-hyun looked up, smiling brightly, and lovingly reassured her, it's okay, Mom. I love you, Mom. His mother snuggled him, lovingly calling him, my prince, while his father, feeling comically left out, grumbled, what about Dad? Dad. Kang Su-hyun, held by his father, then brightly declared, I love you too, Dad. His father reacted with a comical, sharp impact, as if struck by a sudden arrow of love. A pleased smile spread across his father's face as he lovingly embraced Kang Su-hyun, calling him his rabbit-like baby. His mother, smiling, pulled out her phone, thinking, I need to film something like this, and captured the moment with a click. A playful humph escaped his father as he gazed happily at Kang Su-hyun, who, surrounded by shimmering data, looked back with curiosity. Little Kang Su-hyun, amidst the sparkling air, wondered, what's this? Is it a reflection of my father and me? With a playful click, Kang Su-hyun innocently asked, are you really showing me what I look like before it's captured on camera? His mother, beaming with pride, exclaimed, wow, the photo came out great, and enthusiastically suggested, let's take another picture of our Su-hyun. A thoughtful hum escaped him as little Kang Su-hyun pondered, I don't know why all this happened suddenly, while images flickered around him. A quick, magical flourish of light accompanied the realization, if he already possessed this ability. Amidst an ethereal glow, Kang Su-hyun's face brightened with a joyful, knowing smile. A bright flash startled his mother, who, wide-eyed and confused, gasped, ah! What did I just watch? Kang Su-hyun subtly shifted, addressing his parents, mom and dad, then paused, hinting at a secret, but you know. He winked, finger to his lips, thinking, this is the hospital. I have to do it, captivating his parents with his overwhelming cuteness that sparked the thought, who's this cutie? As his father eagerly suggested another picture, little Kang Su-hyun contemplatively wondered, do I like So-hyun's mom and dad? With a confident wink, Kang Su-hyun knew his plan would work, believing that, if I use this ability in my current appearance well, it might be possible. This new life, a grand stage as a child actor, awaited him, and he resolved, let's try it. A doctor sharply pulled back a curtain, sternly demanding quiet in the hospital. In the end, they were all scolded for their noisiness at the hospital. With the rumble of the car, they drove home after his medical diagnosis confirmed nothing was amiss. A digital beep accompanied his mother's call for Su-hyun to wash up and prepare for bed. Su-hyun let out a small, reflective sound, a quiet, ah, of dawning realization. Every piece of the house he had known in his youth remained unchanged, solidifying the eerie reality that he had truly returned. His mother gently suggested that he could sleep with her and his father that night. Su-hyun hesitated, his young mind considering the offer. With a firm little fist, Su-hyun confidently declared that he could sleep alone. His parents marveled at So-hyun's bright personality as he walked away. The door to So-hyun's room rattled faintly. Inside his room, Su-hyun stood thoughtfully by the closed door, commanding his inner turmoil to be quiet. He easily retrieved a flip phone, noting his father's sloppiness, realizing he would have to use this since a computer was unavailable. Su-hyun sat on his bed, contemplating how he would plan out his new life, wondering if the internet connection would even work. A faint rattling sound accompanied the flip phone displaying a password entry screen. Su-hyun pressed the buttons, wondering if the simple password was his birthday, like gum. The phone rejected his attempt with a dull thud, displaying an error message. Su-hyun reacted with a frustrated groan, utterly confused as to why his birthday wasn't the password. He couldn't believe that his father's phone password wasn't his child's birthday. Su-hyun frantically entered his birth year, then his mother's birthday, and even his father's, but each attempt was met with a decisive beep of incorrectness. He burst in indignation, realizing his father had also created an unrelated PIN, just as he had done in his previous life. Meanwhile, Su-hyun yawned sleepily, his young body quickly succumbing to drowsiness. Yet, even in his fatigue, a poignant thought stirred within him. He could tell by looking at the date on the phone, July 12, that he was 5 years old. He questioned if he had truly come back 20 years into the past. Reflecting on the shimmering window at the hospital, Su-hyun resolved to understand his new abilities, make a life plan, and then finally sleep. Soft sleeping sounds emerged from Su-hyun's room, indicating he had drifted off to sleep. The name, Su-hyun, appeared, marking the beginning of his new journey. Su-hyun slowly woke up, rubbing his eye and feeling groggy. His mother, sternly told him to eat all his food, teasing him that his cute facade wasn't working. Su-hyun confidently declared he wasn't pretending but was naturally cute, to which his mother conceded while still holding her ground. His mother then threatened to confiscate his father's phone if he didn't finish all his side dishes today. Su-hyun reluctantly grasped his chopsticks, picking at the food with a sense of annoyance. His mother, smiling, then offered him a bite of food, urging him to say, ah. Su-hyun opened his mouth, ready to accept the food. Su-hyun, now seen as an adult, reflected on his mother's distant figure, juxtaposed against the shadowy outline of a formidable building. His mother looked surprised, still holding the food with her chopsticks. Su-hyun quickly ate the food offered to him. He reflected that it had been a very long time since he had received such simple affection. He remembered how they lived in harmony until elementary school, noting it wasn't particularly special, and his mother confirmed his thought, before the narrative revealed the impending fight leading to his parents' divorce. He had forgotten the long and difficult memories until now, as his mother took photos of him eating ice cream, calling him cute and asking if it was delicious. Chewing his ice cream, Soo-hyun pondered if, despite his inherent cuteness, he was becoming too soft. His mother answered her ringing pink flip phone, surprised to hear Hannah on the other end. His mother confirmed her identity as team leader Hannah, told her she was doing well, and mentioned sending a picture of her son yesterday. Hannah's urgent voice screamed for help, and his mother playfully retorted, calling her competent. Hannah's voice suddenly grew urgent, pleading for help with their kid's model, who had a punk theme, prompting a sudden realization in Soo-hyun. The phrase, punk kid's model, startled Soo-hyun, his eyes wide with surprise. The adult Soo-hyun imagined himself on a stage, thinking about alternative paths beyond his idol route. The child Soo-hyun considered this an unexpected chance to advance as a child actor, picturing his future adult self holding a trophy. His mother playfully refused Hannah's plea, saying she was busy taking pictures of her son, while Hannah's urgent voice could still be heard asking about Soo-hyun. His mother sighed, finally telling Hannah to hang up. His mother let out a soft sigh, expressing her worry about Soo-hyun having so many places he wanted to visit. Soo-hyun, with a wide, innocent smile, asked his mother if it was Aunt Hannah who had called. His mother confirmed it was Aunt Hannah, saying she wanted Soo-hyun to be a model because he was so pretty, while Soo-hyun thought about his mother's previous reluctance and Hannah's persistence. Soo-hyun smiled, realizing this opportunity was an ideal way to start his plans. Soo-hyun eagerly told his mother he wanted to go see Aunt Hannah. His mother, surprised, asked if he truly wanted to help his aunt, to which Soo-hyun enthusiastically agreed. Soo-hyun happily thought of dear Aunt Hannah. His mother was overcome with emotion, teary-eyed and joyful at Soo-hyun's willingness to help. His mother praised him as kind and lovely, calling him an angel, while Soo-hyun squirmed, feeling suffocated by her tight embrace. According to the map, they were following directions. Soo-hyun wondered if the imposing glass skyscraper was their destination. Soo-hyun walked thoughtfully down the brightly lit hallway. He noted the high-end equipment, yet found the studio strangely shabby, remembering the lavish studios from his idol days. Hannah, bursting with excitement, greeted them, exclaiming that she had been waiting. Hannah eagerly addressed Soo-hyun, complimenting his cuteness and questioning if he understood her feelings. Soo-hyun politely bowed and thanked her. Hannah, charmed by his politeness, offered Soo-hyun a lollipop, which he eagerly accepted. While Soo-hyun quietly ate his lollipop, two men discussed a previous model who demanded 50,001 merits and made excuses about going to the movies when asked to talk. Soo-hyun ate his lollipop, realizing the topic of conversation was about a child actor named Peiran. Hannah happily hugged Soo-hyun, declaring that meeting him made it a happy ending. His mother shielded Soo-hyun from Hannah, calling her a germ, which genuinely shocked Hannah. His mother continued to verbally attack Hannah, who protested loudly. The boss, wearing sunglasses, looked utterly annoyed, a lollipop sticking from his mouth. The boss slammed his hand against a wall. He expressed his extreme annoyance at the continued delay. The boss, with an angry gaze, demanded they hurry up and finish filming. Soo-hyun, his mother, and Hannah reacted with palpable tension to the boss's demanding presence. Soo-hyun's face contorted with anxiety as he considered his first-ever schedule. The narration questioned why the photography demands had to be so aggressive. Someone marveled at the softness of Soo-hyun's hair, a small, warm moment in the professional setting. His soft, fluffy hair seemed to invite a gentle touch. Soo-hyun's wide, innocent eyes absorbed the unfamiliar surroundings with a hint of quiet surprise. As a male staff member delicately puffed powder onto his head and brushed his hair, his mother, suppressing her worry, cooed over his cuteness, to which Soo-hyun politely offered his thanks. A piece of plaid fabric fluttered, a small movement during the preparations. Though the plaid coat felt a little uncomfortable, Soo-hyun, ever the pragmatist, understood that parents were the ones making the purchasing decisions, not the children. His mother gushed over his angelic appearance, her worries momentarily forgotten in a wave of affection. Despite the adoring attention, a quiet doubt gnawed at Soo-hyun as a gentle hand playfully stretched his cheek, wondering if he could truly perform well. Even as he recalled past modeling gigs for refreshing products, Soo-hyun knew that children's clothing was an entirely different field, demanding unique skills. Soo-hyun's fist clenched as he conceded, reminding himself that success would surely follow if he simply adhered to the director's instructions. After calmly declaring, "Okay, next," Soo-hyun was abruptly seized by wide-eyed shock. Two staff members exchanged surprised glances, questioning a decision while Soo-hyun, small and startled in the background, wondered what had transpired. Soo-hyun's disbelief was palpable, though this was his debut as a child model, he could hardly believe he was being criticized for a supposed lack of commercial experience. He silently raged at the unfair criticism, remembering his past small business advertisements, but then took a deep breath, forcing himself to manage his facial expressions. The boss's furious yell about the rough picture quality was met with a weary sigh from a male staff member, who seemed all too accustomed to such outbursts. Soo-hyun overheard his mother and another staff member whispering about the odd approval of an earlier photo, realizing it was all because he was the boss's nephew. A flicker of deep annoyance crossed Soo-hyun's eye as he wrestled with the frustrating limitations of his small, child's body. With a determined movement of his sleeve, Soo-hyun acknowledged the weight of the situation, a silent testament to his resolve. He took a resolute step, vowing internally that nothing would be allowed to ruin his first shot at a new career. Standing confidently, Soo-hyun reassured himself of his natural ability to shine in photos. As the camera clicked, Soo-hyun offered a gentle smile, exuding a natural charm that captured each shot perfectly. The continued camera clicks accompanied the delighted smiles of Soo-hyun's mother, while another staff member looked on with utter surprise, clearly impressed by the results. The staff member pressed Soo-hyun's mother, demanding to know what special training her son had received, only to be met with an innocent, "What do you mean?" The staff member insisted on knowing the truth about Soo-hyun's training, but his mother defensively deflected, implying her colleague was merely taken by his cuteness. Soo-hyun's mother exasperatedly admitted her honesty had always been a problem, while the staff member apologetically explained that Soo-hyun's exceptional performance was the reason for her inquiries. Soo-hyun's mother stood defensively while the staff member appeared remorseful. Observing the time, the staff member marveled that Soo-hyun had already endured 40 minutes and was on his third set, a feat far beyond the typical 10-minute attention span of most children. Soo-hyun's mother defended his cheerful endurance, questioning an unseen complainant why they were so troubled. Soo-hyun's mother exclaimed how incredibly cute he was, convinced it would be a missed opportunity not to leverage such a charming face. His mother, deep in thought, realized that merely modeling children's clothes was too small a goal, they could aim for something far more significant. With a new conviction, his mother decided to entrust Soo-hyun with a mysterious, significant task. Soo-hyun shivered, feeling an inexplicable chill as if he had sensed a premonition of his mother's unspoken, ambitious plans. Soo-hyun calmly declared that he had quickly gotten the hang of the modeling work, adapting with practiced ease. As he walked purposefully across the set, Soo-hyun analyzed his approach, realizing child models needed to compensate for less expressive facial muscles with more dynamic body movements. With a bright smile, Soo-hyun readily confirmed his willingness to adopt the kneeling posture as instructed, completely professional. The boss took the shot, the camera's decisive click echoing in the bright studio. The boss gasped, his angry expression suddenly replaced by genuine surprise at whatever he had just witnessed. Soo-hyun privately wondered at the unexpected good feeling he got from being photographed. One of the successful shots captured Soo-hyun in a beret, bowing with an elegant, artful grace. Another successful photo showed Soo-hyun, playful and sweet, in a bunny sweater and barriered headband. Then, a beautifully ethereal shot captured him smiling upwards, bathed in the soft glow of wisteria blossoms. As the camera clicked continuously, Soo-hyun keenly observed the mysterious digital window that displayed his image. Soo-hyun realized with a click that the digital window offered more than just a live camera feed, it held deeper information. He observed that each time the shutter opened, a faint, color-changing border appeared around his image, quickly deducing that red meant bad, yellow was okay, and green indicated a good shot. The boss loudly claimed to assess photo quality instantly, yet internally worried about the video, unaware that Soo-hyun silently watched from a distance, absorbing everything. The boss exhaled a pensive still deep in thought about the surprising turn of events. Soo-hyun, perpetually told to sit and rest, mused on the irony, attributing it to the universal treatment of children. With an innocent smile, Soo-hyun offered a sweet apology. The boss flinched with annoyance, internally grumbling that he had mistakenly assumed the session was over just because a staff member had been sitting. The boss erupted in a furious choke, bellowing, "What?" Abruptly, Soo-hyun's mother appeared, beaming as she declared the shoot over and praised her son, completely blindsiding the annoyed boss. His mother tapped her thumb up, her face sparkling with genuine admiration for his amazing performance. A male staff member grumbled, Soo-hyun's mother gushed about wanting a "mom and son" photo, while another staff member rushed to offer Soo-hyun water, observing his sweat, and he readily accepted. The staff member kindly asked Soo-hyun if he liked the work and offered her help, catching his attention as he drank. Soo-hyun's mother furiously accused Hannah of trying to push her son into an abyss of labor, while Hannah enthusiastically countered, proclaiming his prodigious talent demanded cultivation to make him a superstar. Soo-hyun's mother angrily confronted Hannah, scoffing at the idea of her child working so hard for a mere $1,200 a month, as Hannah desperately tried to clarify her intentions. Soo-hyun sipped his water, resigned to the fact that the adult's passionate conversation would undoubtedly continue for quite some time. He took a sip of water, subtly glancing to the side. Soo-hyun, connecting his easy life to the nepotism he had observed earlier, quietly drank, while in the background, a staff member walked away looking somber. After his parents' divorce, Soo-hyun moved in with his mother, a melancholic period marked by separation. His mother's family, like shadowy figures with glowing red eyes, constantly whispered, and Soo-hyun felt their oppressive scrutiny. He entered the military at a young age, feeling as though he were being kicked out rather than willingly enlisting. Later, living as an idol meant a roof over his head and meals, offering a degree of stability amidst the impersonality. Amidst the noisy chatter of Soo-hyun's mother and Hana, Soo-hyun quietly tiptoed away, seeking a moment of peace. Hana offered to remove his makeup, and, sister, Soo-hyun happily agreed, signaling the end of filming. As Hana delicately worked, Soo-hyun relaxed with closed eyes, feeling the gentle care taken with his precious, baby-soft skin. As Soo-hyun walked past in the background, Hana eagerly turned to Soo-hyun's mother, proposing a new, exciting idea. Hana revealed the significant opportunity, a lead child actor role in a weekend drama. She added, almost as an afterthought, that the role was for a 50-episode drama, and even the esteemed Lee Seo-han would be appearing, astonishing Soo-hyun and his mother. A slow, comprehending, "ah" escaped his mother's lips. Lee Seo-han, his mother exclaimed in shock, as the celebrity appeared in a brilliant, glowing display, leaving Soo-hyun wide-eyed and utterly astounded. The legendary actor, Seo-han Lee, was a name whispered with reverence in the industry. His adult self, Kang Su-hyun, recalled him as the primary reference throughout his own acting journey, a memory that settled heavily within him. Seo-han Lee, an actor who remained prominent even past his 40s, represented a career Kang Su-hyun's younger self admired, sparking a hopeful thrum in his chest. The woman, his agent Hana, suggested it was a chance encounter that could blossom into friendship, a thought that made young Kang Su-hyun ponder. For Kang Su-hyun knew that in the cutthroat professional world, true friendships were rare among colleagues. But his mind spun with a different possibility. What if their bond transcended professional courtesy and became as warm as an uncle-nephew relationship? In a joyful vision, Kang Su-hyun imagined himself perched happily on Seo-han Lee's shoulders, affectionately calling out to him. His eyes gleamed with a calculated determination, as he mused how a close bond could bring both invaluable acting advice and a coveted autograph from the great Seo-han Lee. Hana enthusiastically detailed a 50-episode NBC weekend drama, promising incredible support for the project. But his mother vehemently rejected the idea, questioning why her Soo-hyun would appear in a drama targeted at housewives. Kang Su-hyun vividly recalled the problematic NBC productions that forced child actors into emotionally provocative scenes, like the memory of a young girl harshly demanding if he was an orphan. The drama was an NBC production, known for its controversial memes, which offered a critical insight into its nature. Kang Su-hyun, though just a child, reflected on how incredibly rude the children in that simulated drama world were. A hand gripped fabric tightly, signaling an unseen tension. Young Kang Su-hyun, filled with determination, pointed and declared to Hana that he wanted to take the role, surprising his mother with a gasp. Hana, her concern clear, asked if he was truly certain, to which Kang Su-hyun responded with a bright, unequivocal, yes. An ecstatic Kang Su-hyun passionately expressed his desire to try and his confidence in excelling at the challenge. Hana, seeing his fervent wish, gently asked if he was truly okay with such a demanding path, catching young Kang Su-hyun off guard. In a moment of endearing silence, Kang Su-hyun looked up with sparkling eyes, his small hands pressed together in a silent plea to Hana. His eyes shimmered with earnest hope as Kang Su-hyun begged his mother, repeating his fervent plea. Hana let out a soft sound of gentle acceptance, her faint smile a sign of yielding. Hana cheerfully announced that since Kang Su-hyun was so eager, she had no choice but to agree, making the boy burst with excitement. Unseen voices filled the space with gratitude, praising Hana and expressing thanks to Kang Su-hyun for the successful arrangement. Waving cheerfully, Hana promised to follow up by tomorrow and treat them to food next time as she departed. True to her word, the call came back remarkably quickly. A few days later, the scene shifted to the inviting exterior of a coffee and baker shop. Inside, writer Lee Hyuna introduced herself and then presented PD Park Jong-sik, the drama's producer. Kang Su-hyun's mother, Lee Ji-yeon, introduced herself with a polite smile, her 5-year-old son by her side. Prompted by his mother, Kang Su-hyun proudly introduced himself with lively enthusiasm, much to the delight and warm smiles of Lee Hyuna and PD Park. PD Park Jong-sik observed Kang Su-hyun with a thoughtful glance, his hand resting on his chin. He wondered about the boy's neutral expression, reflecting on how often perceptions were colored by one's own desires rather than reality. Yet, the present era was one of consumption, where acting skills were not truly expected of child actors, a thought that made Kang Su-hyun pout. When asked why he was pouting, Kang Su-hyun playfully responded it was simply because it tickles, maintaining a nonchalant innocence. Writer Lee Hyuna wondered if her new teeth were about to come in, to which Kang Su-hyun's mother confirmed it would take another year or two, with a surprised exclamation. His mother affectionately declared that Kang Su-hyun had brought an unforeseen richness to her life, making everything better since his birth. PD Park Jong-sik cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to the professional agenda. Lee Hyuna smoothly presented the new drama, titled The Promise of a Blue Summer, which would air after the current show concluded. A critical thought surfaced about the title, wondering if the writer would truly proceed with such an old-fashioned choice. Kang Su-hyun mused that even the PD had settled for a tacky title after their meeting, deciding to examine the script himself. The drama's title, The Promise of a Blue Summer, shimmered into view. The plot featured 1 female and 2 male leads, notably set up as half-brothers. The story commenced with the female lead's childhood encounter with one of the male leads. The female lead was described as lively and proactive, while Namju, despite his gentle appearance, held a more complex, rougher edge. Kang Su-hyun, holding the papers, pondered the harsh language, then voiced concern, wondering if this was truly acceptable. A worried furrow appeared on Kang Su-hyun's brow as he gulped, recalling Namju from his own younger days. The narrative questioned whether such a complex personality was suitable for a child to portray, especially given its undeniable importance to the story. Kang Su-hyun critically noted the drama's opening scene, concluding it was exactly what he expected from NBC. Lee Hyuna exclaimed in surprise, marveling at how quickly Kang Su-hyun had finished reading the script. Kang Su-hyun impressed Lee Hyuna with his astute question about which of the 2 male leads was younger, making her praise his intelligence. However, Lee Hyuna, yawning, casually remarked on his unchanging stability, suggesting a lack of excitement in his performance. Kang Su-hyun was struck by a jolt of extreme shock, a question mark hovering over his wide eyes. Lee Hyuna burst into laughter, teasing him about his surprised expression, then confessed she was just kidding. The writer then playfully revealed her indecision about the male lead, indicating she might choose based on audience preference rather than the original plot. Kang Su-hyun shivered as understanding dawned on him, affirming that he indeed comprehended the situation. A surge of fury washed over Kang Su-hyun as he realized he was dealing with yet another problematic writer. The narration condemned writers who lacked a complete plot, swaying wildly to viewer demands and declaring they could write whatever the readers wanted, often dragging out popular storylines with strange twists. Such forced narratives inevitably led to stagnation and stress for the writer, who sat hunched over her laptop, her expression fraught with worry. The pressure often mounted to such a degree that writers would abandon their scripts, walking away with a final, dismissive, "I don't know" bye. His adult self lamented the striking resemblance to his debut work, questioning why the challenges remained the same regardless of his past life or current rebirth. Doubt gnawed at Kang Su-hyun, making him consider dropping out of the project, convinced it wouldn't be popular. Yet, he shuddered with internal conflict, realizing he couldn't predict when his next opportunity would arise, despite his reservations about the work. For a moment, clarity began to emerge. Kang Su-hyun, wide-eyed with sudden realization, exclaimed that he was only a child actor, destined to appear only in the story's initial scenes. He rationalized that the true burden of acting would fall on the adult actors, not him, as his mother, Hannah, and PD Park listened in quiet thought. PD Park Jong-sik held up a script, directly asking if Kang Su-hyun could memorize and perform the lines. Internally, PD Park simplified the task, believing Kang Su-hyun just needed to repeat the story, and the boy nodded confidently, confirming his understanding. PD Park decided not to rush the memorization time, then subtly checked his watch, expectant. The narration revealed Namjoon's true character, a pretentious and cynical boy who smiled brightly but secretly mocked others, often taking advantage of his youth to utter rude remarks while immersed in a book. Kang Su-hyun, clutching the papers, expressed his profound displeasure, feeling as though the role echoed the burdens of his past life. PD Park Jong-sik patiently sipped his drink, musing that he would have to wait a while longer. 3 minutes later, Kang Su-hyun internally declared that he had memorized everything, ready for the challenge. PD Park Jong-sik and Lee Hyuna reacted with wide-eyed disbelief and shock at his incredible speed. Kang Su-hyun, beaming with eagerness, declared his readiness to PD Park, passionately asking to begin. The man encouraged Kang Su-hyun to perform for the camera, assuring him not to worry as the recording began, and Kang Su-hyun brightly agreed. The woman with the bun gently inquired if Kang Su-hyun's sister would join him, to which he gracefully replied, asking her to take care of him. When the camera lens captured Kang Su-hyun, an ethereal glow manifested around him, a border that continued to shine. The woman with the bun cheerfully called out, inviting Kang Su-hyun to join their treasure hunt, wondering why he was in the corner. Kang Su-hyun remained silent, a weighty contemplation settling over him. With a resolute flicker, Kang Su-hyun finally agreed. The woman with the bun complained of her own boredom, but Kang Su-hyun remained quietly focused on his papers. His hand rested on the papers as he silently confessed that he still couldn't understand, despite being told everything was fine. A challenging question cut through the air, but Kang Su-hyun subtly smiled, an uncanny glow in his eyes. A woman with brown hair reacted with profound shock, her mouth agape, as a man filmed and another woman observed with a smile. An observer's thoughts drifted, admitting they couldn't trust a child actor to perform at their level, and decided they should take the lead while Kang Su-hyun radiated a magical presence. The thought continued, convinced their captivating face would make others forget their anger, compelling them to act according to their powerful aura. In the busy but quiet room, multiple individuals remained focused at the table. The observing woman reflected on Kang Su-hyun's innate star quality, musing that a child destined for stardom radiated a halo from the very beginning, seeing no need to look further if he continued acting this way. Manhwa, wide-eyed with enthusiastic surprise, immediately proposed writing a contract and invited them to sit down for discussions. The woman presented the contract terms, and despite Manhwa's concern about a monetary figure, she confidently assured him it was achievable. Manhwa then turned to Kang Su-hyun, asking if he also had a request. Kang Su-hyun looked pensive, considering his response with a thoughtful hum. Kang Su-hyun then addressed Uncle PD, sharing a piece of health advice he'd learned on television about good children growing taller and healthier by going to bed early. With a charming wink and a bright smile, Kang Su-hyun made his request clear: he wanted to go home and sleep before 10 p.m. A soft rustle accompanied the highlighting of a clause in the contract, the right to sleep. Kang Su-hyun confidently dismissed industry norms, declaring that he would sleep comfortably at home and avoid dark circles from such a young age. His mother expressed surprise at something that had arrived, prompting his father to question what it was. An image of Kang Su-hyun, looking ethereal and joyful, was showcased, prompting an admiring woman's thoughts about his photogenic quality and persistent efforts to follow him, despite her warning not to be called sister. Kang Su-hyun joyfully scampered towards his father, his mother expressing fond surprise at his arrival. His father doted on Kang Su-hyun's cuteness, while his mother playfully expressed concern about his future popularity among girls in elementary school. His mother and father then light-heartedly discussed the inevitable attention Kang Su-hyun would receive from girls, owing to his cuteness and intelligence. His father received a text message, drawing Kang Su-hyun's inquisitive gaze. His father's phone clicked as he read a text from Sung-hwan asking if the child in the linked photo was his son. His father reacted with confusion to something on the computer, prompting his mother's concerned inquiry, as Kang Su-hyun also looked on with surprise. His father and Kang Su-hyun gazed at the computer screen with expressions of thought and confusion, muttering a name. A social media post featuring photos of a child model, which his father identified as Kang Su-hyun, generated comments admiring his cuteness, professionalism, and the drama surrounding his photography. Social media users continued to comment on the child model's charm, speculating about his clothes and an upcoming surprise launch event. His mother questioned his father about unauthorized photos of Kang Su-hyun, citing Hannah's strict policy, while his father explained the rampant issue of online information theft that had prevented him from taking pictures himself. His father discussed the unstoppable spread of information online, resigned that not even a higher power could prevent it, while Kang Su-hyun listened thoughtfully, his own eyes heavy with resignation. Suddenly realizing something, his father tried to distract Kang Su-hyun by offering to play. Kang Su-hyun eagerly agreed to play, prompting a frustrated exclamation from his father as he held him. His father mentioned the script reading scheduled for next week, contemplating the upcoming event as a cute cartoon played on the TV. Kang Su-hyun smiled gently while sitting on his father's lap, a phone clutched in his father's hand. A rhetorical question surfaced, wondering if one was truly looking forward to it. 2 weeks later, his mother expressed awe at the grand film set as they arrived. Someone walked past, recognizing Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in surprise, as if a sudden realization struck him. Lee Seo-han, the drama's lead actor, walked with a radiant aura, remarking on the passage of a whole week. Lee Seo-han then fixed an intense, narrowed gaze on Kang Su-hyun, beginning to speak. With effusive enthusiasm, Lee Seo-han showered Kang Su-hyun with compliments, declaring him incredibly cute today too, as he scooped him up in a joyful hug. The woman with the ponytail greeted Lee Seo-han, who corrected her, insisting that Kang Su-hyun called him Hyung. The woman's thoughts drifted, finding Lee Seo-han quite charming during the reading, but she felt a slight apprehension about his actions despite his compliments to Kang Su-hyun's cuteness. Kang Su-hyun, deep in thought, wondered if the other person was currently occupied, wishing for something to think of, even if it wasn't there. Lee Seo-han, with a cheerful flash, declared it was fine today and offered to carry Kang Su-hyun to the preparation room. The woman with the ponytail expressed surprise that Lee Seo-han was carrying Kang Su-hyun, to which he playfully responded that he simply wanted to hug him. Various crew members greeted Lee Seo-han as he carried Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging both of them. Someone's thoughts drifted to Kang Su-hyun, observing how everyone greeted him and concluding that the power of a main character was indeed different. An unseen thought expressed a desire for something to happen quickly. Kang Su-hyun adjusted his sleeve, a determined focus settling over him. Kang Su-hyun observed a man speaking to a young girl on the film set. The young girl smiled brightly and waved cheerfully. Kang Su-hyun smiled and waved back. An unseen thought surfaced, an internal desire to be popular. The clapperboard signaled the start of a dramatic scene in heavy rain, as someone called out, "Ji-woo." Two hands extended towards each other in the pouring rain. The girl looked up with a worried, pleading expression, asking where someone was going. Kang Su-hyun remained silent, turning his gaze away from the girl, his expression somber. Narration revealed the emotional depth of the scene. Young Ji-eun's tears stemmed from young Ji-woo's harsh words, which were merely a reflection of his inexperience with emotions. With a subtle, cold smile, Kang Su-hyun delivered dismissive and harsh lines, his eyes glowing with a dark aura. The girl cried profusely in the rain, expressing deep apologies. Kang Su-hyun questioned the crying girl, who confessed her care for him, only for him to respond dismissively. Narration revealed Ji-woo's introspective epiphany. His actions stemmed from loneliness and jealousy, prompting him to finally accept Ji-eun as a friend. Kang Su-hyun and the girl stood next to a pillar in the heavy, rushing rain. The girl continued to cry and wipe her tears as Kang Su-hyun watched her with a serious expression. Kang Su-hyun's hand gently touched the girl's face, and he commented that she was weird. With a comforting, gentle smile, Kang Su-hyun extended his hand, telling the girl not to cry. Adult Su-hyun found himself captivated, his internal reaction to the surprising event a profound, "Wow, that's crazy." Despite the man in the green raincoat's terse reminder to speak politely, Su-hyun felt a deep satisfaction that he had chosen to be there today. Adult Su-hyun watched the child, his mind grappling with the illusion of a different vocalization, realizing a mere 5-year-old was already meticulously crafting his voice. Su-hyun's mind drifted to the child's unerringly adult manner of speaking, once making him speculate if such maturity stemmed from hardship, a thought that brought an internal, sharp rebuke from the man. "Brother, be more careful with your words." Su-hyun mused cynically that trivial concerns like stepping on dirt were hardly life-threatening. The man in the green raincoat playfully threatened to call his aunt, eliciting a resigned sigh from the child. What Su-hyun had witnessed was no illusion, it was a profound reality he now accepted with resolute conviction. The man in the green raincoat scoffed at an unseen speaker's dismissive comment, proclaiming their eyes mere holes, his frustration boiling over. Adult Su-hyun, with confident self-assurance, acknowledged that his unique perspective held a different standard than that of ordinary people. Cora's voice resonated with clarity and life, yet the internal narrator confidently asserted their own superiority in acting. However, when stripped of the label, child actor, So-hyun's performance revealed a deliberate stillness, with limited lines and facial expressions, tailored precisely for his character. Yet, Su-hyun possessed the rare ability to convey such profound, restrained emotions, articulating volumes with only his eyes and voice. Even the subtlest flickers of eyebrows and changes in light were captured with unforgiving clarity by the close-up screen. Because a truly skilled actor knew how to harness these nuances, transforming them into powerful expressions. They could etch a character's entire personality, down to its most minute details, into every gesture. This was a talent rarely seen in a debut child actor, yet Su-hyun demonstrated it with a gentle brilliance that commanded admiration. Adult Su-hyun marveled at the child's instinctive ability to mask breath breaks by fracturing sentences, a technique usually born of long experience, yet executed by a 5-year-old. This transcended mere talent, it was akin to an unearthed, shining gemstone, radiating an almost reverent appreciation. The production crew was thanked for their arduous work, a chorus of appreciation sounding across the set. The child actress, brimming with joy, enthusiastically praised Su-hyun's really great performance. Su-hyun politely returned the compliment about her cry acting, but confusion clouded his face when she asked if his parents were actors. Su-hyun clarified that his father was a civil servant and his mother worked in design, emphatically stating their lack of connection to acting, much to the child actress's surprise. The child actress enthusiastically shared that her mother was a very famous, though now retired, actress. Su-hyun asked for her name, and the child actress proudly proclaimed, Lee Jong-yun. Adult Su-hyun, observing the child actress's slightly affected speech, cynically questioned the supposed fame of her mother, finding no familiar name among the famous actresses of his memory. Su-hyun softly asked if she loved her mom very much, while adult Su-hyun silently affirmed the decision not to reveal any harsh truths to a child. The child actress, bursting with pure joy, emphatically declared her profound love for her mother. An unseen voice summoned Su-hyun and Cora for the shoot, and their enthusiastic, chibi responses prompted a tender comment on their cuteness. Voices urged the crew to quickly finish filming as the camera began to whir and click, signaling the imminent start of the take. Su-hyun and the child actress walked hand in hand, drawing whispers and annoyed glances from other child actors and adults. The child actress whispered to Su-hyun, her worried expression asking if she had done something wrong, fearing she was the target of their discontent. A heavy thud of footsteps punctuated the tense silence as a group of child actors glared with hostile expressions from the stairs. 3 child actors conspiratorially whispered, snickered, and giggled, plotting mischief in the shadows. Adult Su-hyun understood that jealousy was volatile at their age, as child Su-hyun reassured the worried child actress, urging her to move away, confident that their younger age and prominent roles were fueling the other children's resentment. Chibi Su-hyun reflected on his current level of cuteness, noting it was comparable to his idol days. The director urgently commanded everyone to get into position, calling for the start of filming. The clapperboard snapped shut, marking the precise beginning of the take. Other child actors immediately confronted Su-hyun, accusing him of being cocky for not greeting them, while adult Su-hyun observed his surprisingly vivid acting, wondering if it was method acting. Su-hyun remained silent, looking down at his book, as papers rustled nearby in the tense quiet. Two child actors aggressively confronted Su-hyun, but he calmly asserted his desire to continue reading his book. The angry child actor yelled, raising his hand threateningly toward Su-hyun. With an innocent smile and a gentle aura, Su-hyun calmly asked if the boy would stop barking. The other child actors reacted with a sudden rush of surprise and flustered attraction to Su-hyun's unexpected charm. The aggressive child actor, momentarily enchanted, blurted out one of Ji-eun's lines, prompting the director to immediately yell, "Cut," in exasperation. The distressed child actor apologized profusely, prompting the director to call for a break, lamenting the common difficulties of working with child actors. Adult Su-hyun reflected on the potential psychological impact of scolding, noting how it could make a child actor nervous and prone to negative self-talk, observing the boy's distressed flinching. The distressed child actor remained on the verge of tears, his face etched with profound sadness. Su-hyun reassured the distressed child actor, telling him that even adults make mistakes and offering to practice together, while adult Su-hyun secretly smirked, anticipating an early dismissal from work. Filming then resumed without issue, smoothly completing the take thanks to Su-hyun's unwavering focus on his acting. The next day at the filming location, an unseen voice instructed Su-hyun to carefully exit the car, to which he obediently replied. Su-hyun's foot stepped onto the sidewalk with a decisive thud. Su-hyun bowed and greeted the staff with a friendly hello, prompting excited acknowledgements and a small commotion from the assembled crew. The narrator observed that yesterday's filming concluded smoothly, suggesting the staff now viewed Su-hyun as a serious child actor rather than just a cute kid, as he greeted them with a respectful bow. Adult Su-hyun's eyes narrowed with intense purpose, revealing he had arrived early for the 2 o'clock shoot, solely to witness another's arrival. A polite exchange of greetings filled the air. An unseen voice issued an urgent command, "Come." On his first day of filming, Lee Seo-han made a grand and radiant entrance, drawing admiring comments about his beauty and impressively long legs. Su-hyun bowed deeply, formally greeting the seniors, while another voice introduced him as Kang Su-hyun, playing the role of Young Ji-woo. A staff member greeted Su-hyun, noting his early arrival, while Lee Seo-han commented on his politeness. A staff member praised Su-hyun's amazing talent, and he thanked them enthusiastically, radiating a sparkling aura of joy. A staff member enthusiastically praised Lee Seo-han's appearance and promptness, while Lee Seo-han received the filming materials, confirming he would review them. Lee Seo-han, his gaze intense, expressed a strong desire to become friends with Su-hyun. Chibi Lee Seo-han's thoughts revealed his long-standing observation of someone, coupled with a possessive desire for everyone to be friendly with them. An off-panel voice praised Su-hyun as an idol on set, commending his cute face, good greetings, and excellent acting that allowed filming to conclude smoothly, all while Lee Seo-han subtly smirked. Lee Seo-han, a smirk playing on his lips, commented on someone being a clever boy and cute. Su-hyun looked puzzled, wondering what had just transpired, noting no apparent changes in the immediate surroundings. As Lee Seo-han looked back, someone inquired if his expression had momentarily hardened. Lee Seo-han confirmed hearing the name Su-hyun and instructed them to work hard on the filming today, his expression intense and somewhat foreboding. Su-hyun, startled and defensive, thanked them but quickly denied any fault, his wide eyes betraying his surprise. An unseen voice rhetorically questioned what the problem truly was. Kang Su-hyun reflected on his deep admiration for actor Lee Seo-han, a feeling that began the first time he watched his movies. Watching Lee Seo-han perform, Kang Su-hyun felt an undeniable pull, wanting to become an actor who could command the screen with such skill. He cherished the dream of one day standing alongside Lee Seo-han, acting together on the same stage. More than anything, he craved to be recognized by his idol as a peer, an actor in his own right. His return to childhood at 5 years old had seemed like a fresh start, a chance to fulfill that dream, but Lee Seo-han's recent expression had left him utterly bewildered. A wave of doubt washed over him as he wondered if he had unknowingly erred, or perhaps if his eager attempts at friendship had made the revered actor uncomfortable. The director's crisp cut signaled a shift as staff prepared the child actors for the next flashback scene, and Kang Su-hyun decided to shelve his anxieties for the moment. He concluded that dwelling on unsolvable problems was fruitless, his sole focus now had to be his acting. The director urged them to complete the simple conversation scene quickly, encouraging Kang Su-hyun to relax and act naturally. Kang Su-hyun fretted aloud about a missing letter and the day's filming, which seemed to stretch on despite its expected conclusion. Lee Seo-han informed the man that he had some time before his next commitment and was planning to leave the set. Man 1, surprised, enthusiastically urged Lee Seo-han to stay and witness the talented child actors, suggesting a performance was due. Man1 cheerfully explained the set was abuzz with praise for the cute, talented child actors, playfully warning Lee Seo-han that Kang Su-hyun might even outperform him. A subtle smile touched Lee Seo-han's lips as he admitted Man1's glowing recommendation had only heightened his curiosity. His eye, a piercing gaze, flickered with intense focus. Lee Seo-han's direct question about Kang Su-hyun's acting skill landed like a heavy blow, instantly tightening the child's chest with anxiety. The child actress confidently declared Lee Seo-han would be surprised by Kang Su-hyun's talent, then obliviously suggested they take a picture and head to lunch, unaware of his rising panic. His heart pounded in his chest as he agonized, questioning if his current skills could possibly satisfy the critical eye of actor Lee Seo-han. A sly smile played on Lee Seo-han's lips as he wondered, to himself, what if Kang Su-hyun's performance simply failed to impress him? Kang Su-hyun silently repeated his own name, his fist clenching, a mix of tension and budding resolve. A sudden, sharp exclamation caused Kang Su-hyun's eyes to widen in intense shock. The child actress, noticing his startled demeanor, quietly asked Kang Su-hyun if something was troubling him. The child actress revealed he had just missed his cue, prompting a chibi Kang Su-hyun to respond with an utterly bewildered, "What?" Though Kang Su-hyun was known for his precision, today he had made an uncharacteristic mistake, as a hand decisively pressed a button on a vending machine nearby. Man1 asked Lee Seo-han if he had felt any nervousness upon his arrival. Man1 laughed heartily, claiming he was embarrassed by Lee Seo-han's actions after his own outspoken pronouncements. Lee Seo-han calmly denied any trace of nervousness. Man1 dismissively stated that no matter how talented, a child actor remained, fundamentally, just a child actor. A can dropped into the vending machine's dispenser. Man1's casual words carried a heavy weight, detailing the perceived limitations of child actors, slower script memorization, poor understanding, frequent mistakes, all of which Kang Su-hyun overheard, leaving him utterly dejected. Kang Su-hyun shifted his feet restlessly, his discomfort palpable. The empty staircase stretched upwards, offering a moment of quiet transition. Bright, sparkling posters of Lee Seo-han beamed from the walls, a testament to his celebrated public image. In the bustling hallway, Kang Su-hyun sat alone on a bench, a small, somber figure amidst the indifferent flow of people. He yearned to shed the restrictive label of child actor and be seen, not just as a cute child, but as a serious actor, for his talent alone. His deepest desire was for people to remember him as actor Kang Su-hyun, not merely as the child actor Kang Su-hyun. To be disregarded by an actor he so deeply respected felt like an unbearable weight, as if all his tireless efforts had crumbled from a single misstep. He felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance, as though he had shrunk to nothing. He sniffled, trying to rationalize his sudden, overwhelming sadness and tears by telling himself it was simply a side effect of being a child again. Footsteps approached, breaking the silence, and a voice called out, "Hey little one." The approaching man, carrying a lollipop, questioned Kang Su-hyun's solitude, asking after his mother, and Kang Su-hyun recognized him as Chai Min-hyung. A chibi Kang Su-hyun insisted his situation was no big deal, but instantly, his inner thoughts contradicted him, knowing his distress was undeniably obvious. Chai Min-hyung dramatically exclaimed that someone had made Kang Su-hyun look like a bloated water dumpling, threatening to scold the culprits, then gently reassured him that everything would be okay. Chai Min-hyung playfully teased Kang Su-hyun about his ugly face while gently wiping it clean, prompting a flustered "hey" from the child. Chai Min-hyung paused, then declared he would deduce exactly who had caused Kang Su-hyun's distress. Chai Min-hyung's casual question, "Is it because of Seo-han Lee?" struck Kang Su-hyun with such surprise that he wondered if his hyung was a shaman, bound by otherworldly knowledge. Chai Min-hyung playfully pointed out that Kang Su-hyun's face was an open book, his emotions clear as day. Chai Min-hyung declared that Kang Su-hyun's feelings were written all over the face of our cute junior, which only intensified the child's embarrassment. Kang Su-hyun confessed his confusion, admitting his line mistake but suspecting Lee Seo-han's dislike ran deeper, to which Chai Min-hyung listened thoughtfully. Chai Min-hyung described senior Seo-han as a bit tough, prompting Kang Su-hyun to question the meaning. Chai Min-hyung began to explain the true nature of actor Lee Seo-han, visualized as a playful fox. Lee Seo-han, the very embodiment of disciplined effort and innate talent, possessed acting skills that were undeniably solid. Despite his amiable demeanor with the staff, Lee Seo-han held incredibly high, almost prickly, standards for fellow actors, disdaining any who lacked comparable skill. Chai Min-hyung energetically elaborated, explaining that when acting was concerned, Lee Seo-han's personality became ruthlessly strict, leading him to disregard any actor he deemed subpar. Chai Min-hyung, nodding gently, expressed his sincere hope that Kang Su-hyun and Lee Seo-han would eventually form a close bond, affirming the situation as cool. Chai Min-hyung clarified that cool referred to Lee Seo-han's absolute professionalism, a realization that ignited a powerful spark of determination within Kang Su-hyun. Chai Min-hyung playfully questioned Kang Su-hyun's intense reaction, but Kang Su-hyun, glowing with a newfound understanding, realized Lee Seo-han's earlier disdain hadn't been without reason. Lost in his renewed determination to quickly prove his acting skills and earn recognition, Kang Su-hyun completely missed Choi Min-hyung's increasingly desperate attempts to get his attention. Choi Min-hyung let out a soft chuckle, watching Kang Su-hyun's determined glow. Ruffling Kang Su-hyun's hair, Choi Min-hyung observed that he had clearly regained his energy, having worried earlier that his entire world had collapsed, much to Kang Su-hyun's surprised protest. Choi Min-hyung's simple, yet impactful, declaration that Kang Su-hyun was good at acting, caused the child to look up, wide-eyed and glowing. Choi Min-hyung continued, stating that in all his experience, he had never encountered a child actor as talented as Kang Su-hyun. With an expressive gesture, Choi Min-hyung confidently guaranteed that Lee Seo-han's opinion would undoubtedly shift once he witnessed Kang Su-hyun's sincere and undeniable acting. A bright smile blossomed on Kang Su-hyun's face, signaling his renewed resolve. Kang Su-hyun firmly agreed to show Lee Seo-han his true abilities, sealing the pact with a resolute fist bump with Choi Min-hyung. Kang Su-hyun abruptly stood up, declaring his immediate intention to go practice. Choi Min-hyung cried out, begging Kang Su-hyun to stay and play a little longer, but Kang Su-hyun, resolute, insisted he needed more practice to impress Senior Seo-han Lee. Choi Min-hyung, still wiping his eyes, hesitated, his emotions lingering as Kang Su-hyun prepared to depart. Kang Su-hyun, radiating pure joy, thanked Choi Min-hyung for his invaluable words. The child actress excitedly shared family stories tied to every dish, her voice filled with a warmth that touched Kang Su-hyun's gentle smile. With a distinct clink and a soft grunt, the child actress strained to reach into the large jar. A moment of shared surprise widened both the child actress's and Kang Su-hyun's eyes. In a soft, playful moment, both the child actress and Kang Su-hyun blushed shyly. The day drew to a serene close as pastel hues painted the sky in a dreamy, sparkling canvas. The narration explained the current scene was for young Ji-eun to speak of her dreams, demonstrating her deep trust in Ji-woo, a moment Kang Su-hyun and the child actress absorbed. The child actress's words, filled with bright inspiration, declared her aspiration to help her father with his work when she grew up. With an enthusiastic grin and determined fists, the child actress proclaimed her intention to lead Eun-jong Ji-ae herself. The narrative noted that Ji-woo, despite his desire to encourage Ji-eun, struggled with expressing his feelings, a quiet truth Kang Su-hyun held. The anticipation built for a concise yet deeply sincere message, ready to be delivered. A large hand gently clasped a smaller one, a soft, affirmative gesture given with a quiet okay. With a single, encouraging phrase from Kang Su-hyun, "You can do it," a fresh, blossoming love seemed to bloom within Ji-eun's heart. Kang Su-hyun, his thoughts exasperated, questioned the monumental acting challenge laid before a 5-year-old whose facial muscles were still developing. In a humorous burst of confidence, Kang Su-hyun proclaimed such a feat was only possible for him, doubting any other child actor could manage it. The child actress flinched and blushed, a wave of surprise and color washing over her face as a hand touched her arm. The director's sharp cut echoed as he ordered the child actress to cool down, her flushed face already reflecting her frustrated apology. As the child actor leaned in with concern for the distressed child actress, Kang Su-hyun internally grumbled, recognizing a classic player move. Kang Su-hyun's thoughts swirled in humorous confusion, recalling his mother's definition of a player and questioning why this behavior was directed at the child actress. With a sudden, teary-eyed uncertainty, Kang Su-hyun pondered if he appeared to be a bad guy, only to swiftly dismiss the thought. A mischievous glint in his mind, Kang Su-hyun found the child actress's reaction so amusing that he yearned to continue his teasing. Kang Su-hyun, with determined optimism, reminded himself that 4 scenes remained and resolved to cheer up. Kang Su-hyun, his attention suddenly caught, voiced his surprise upon noticing someone unexpected on set. A prominent question hung in the air as Kang Su-hyun identified Senior Seo-han Lee. His heart thumping with disbelief, Kang Su-hyun anxiously wondered why Senior Seo-han Lee was still present, certain he had left for another schedule. Lee Seo-han instructed Kang Su-hyun to focus solely on his acting, assuring him there was no need to worry about his senior's work. As Kang Su-hyun fidgeted with his drink bottle, internally vowing to act regardless, Lee Seo-han's voice questioned if he was sugarcoating some underlying issue. Lee Seo-han flashed a wide, playful grin, urging Kang Su-hyun to trust him and work hard. As Lee Seo-han struck a flamboyant, sparkling pose, the narration hailed him as a champion, a figure Kang Su-hyun's adult thoughts wryly identified. Lee Seo-han, walking away with purposeful steps, declared this to be Kang Su-hyun's chance to greet him once more. Kang Su-hyun, with an eager smile, loudly introduced himself to Lee Seo-han, insisting they had met and questioning his unexpected continued presence. Lee Seo-han looked down, his reaction hidden but suggesting a tight, surprised tension. Lee Seo-han offered a slightly strained smile, claiming he had work to do, while the narration confirmed his enjoyment and praise for Kang Su-hyun's acting. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in profound surprise. A darker, unsettling aura surrounded Lee Seo-han as Kang Su-hyun noted his unexpectedly changed expression, unlike their last encounter. Lee Seo-han offered keen analytical feedback, praising Kang Su-hyun's emotional expression and camera awareness, yet warning against becoming overly self-conscious. A wave of gratitude and joy washed over Kang Su-hyun, his face flushing brightly as he beamed his thanks. Lee Seo-han felt a wave of self-conscious shame about their last interaction, while Kang Su-hyun's adult self glowed with warmth at receiving such praise from his senior. Lee Seo-han, still slightly flustered, awkwardly tried to get someone's attention. Kang Su-hyun, a wide, eager grin on his face, hopefully requested an autograph. Kang Su-hyun's eyes sparkled intensely, shining with pure excitement and anticipation. Chibi Lee Seo-han responded with a calm, agreeable smile. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, ecstatic, profusely thanked him. The script for the upcoming Blue Summer weekend drama lay revealed. Chibi Kang Su-hyun grinned broadly, bowing deeply in playful gratitude. As Kang Su-hyun, the child, exclaimed with ecstatic delight, his adult self humorously lamented the sadness of being left out of the fun. Lee Seo-han, flustered and shocked, wondered aloud when Kang Su-hyun had appeared, bemoaning the lack of an autograph request. Kang Su-hyun's adult self focused intensely, asking a pointed question to confirm their relationship, "You're my Hyung, right?" Lee Seo-han responded with a sheepish grin, innocently claiming he only reached out to his senior out of care for his cute junior. Kang Su-hyun's adult self, with a knowing internal sigh, concluded that Lee Seo-han was indeed the instigator. Lee Seo-han assured that he wouldn't do anything bad, despite his fondness for senior Seo-han, a sentiment that made Kang Su-hyun's adult self skeptically ponder the existence of haters. Lee Seo-han playfully planted a kiss on Kang Su-hyun's cheek, annoying him even as his adult thoughts begrudgingly acknowledged his gratitude and let Lee Seo-han off the hook for now. Water rushed from the faucet as someone's hands were thoroughly washed. Kang Su-hyun sighed deeply, gazing at his serious, tired reflection in the mirror. In a moment of profound introspection, Kang Su-hyun recognized his past self as childish and narrow-minded, admitting he had unfairly judged adults and children by the same demanding standards. Kang Su-hyun conceded that his belief in age's irrelevance for work would have persisted, had Chime-in not intervened and forced him to confront his assumptions. The gravity of the present moment settled on Kang Su-hyun's serious expression, marking a significant turning point. As Kang Su-hyun contemplated the physical limitations of a child's body against his demanding acting skills, a profound realization of his past mistake dawned on him. Kang Su-hyun acknowledged the profound error of expecting adult perfection from children, resolving to offer a proper apology later as he absently clutched a handkerchief. The festive clink of beer glasses heralded a loud, boisterous "now." Amidst hearty laughter and clanking, voices boomed a toast, passionately wishing great success for the promise of a blue summer. The sizzling of cooking meat on the grill drew delighted exclamations of "oh." Loud laughter and the clinking of bottles filled the air. Kang Su-hyun, his eyes wide with eager delight and chopsticks in hand, declared the food looked delicious. Kang Su-hyun mumbled a quiet "oh" as his mother, concerned about his picky eating habits, urged him to eat his vegetables, while the narration marked the significant day of the first broadcast with hopeful wishes. A woman enthusiastically praised the children's great performance, inviting the child actress to pose for a photo with her sister, while Kang Su-hyun quietly ate. The child actress giggled happily, glowing with joy after being told she looked good. As Kang Su-hyun ate with full cheeks, his adult self ruminated on a specific, significant statement he had made earlier. The child actress directly asked Kang Su-hyun if this was his first acting role, to which he remained silently contemplative. The child actress declared her genuine admiration for Kang Su-hyun, calling him truly amazing in a way she felt she wasn't. Kang Su-hyun reacted with a surprised and questioning, "huh?" In a humorous chibi sequence of wanting to grow taller, Lee Seo-han guided Kang Su-hyun to drink milk, warning him against overdoing it, a caution Kang Su-hyun's adult self humorously noted he was a year younger than, culminating in Kang Su-hyun experiencing an upset stomach the very next day. An unseen voice questioned if this was Soo-hyun's debut, a query that held a silent weight for the young actor. The thought lingered that, unlike the speaker, the other was truly amazing. Soo-hyun turned, a small, escaping him in genuine surprise. The child actress admitted that performing with Soo-hyun meant she rarely faced criticism, praising his unconscious ability to convey the perfect expression. Soo-hyun offered a polite thanks, but inwardly, he wrestled with the realization that despite his youth, he was already grappling with the weighty identity of an actor. In his mind, the clock's steady march affirmed that there was still time to shape his path. The child actress, surprisingly astute, pressed Soo-hyun about his quiet worries. Soo-hyun gasped, genuinely stunned, while the child actress simply explained his emotions were plainly visible on his face. The child actress candidly shared her mother's profound definition of a true actor, one who becomes the character and moves hearts, admitting her own struggle to achieve it, resorting instead to rote memorization. She confessed her longing to become like him, prompting Soo-hyun to respond with a simple, understanding, "I see." The narration observed the child actor, unusually mature for her age, burdened by an omnipresent mom whose expectations seemed to dictate every word and action. Soo-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief as a realization struck him, prompting him to cautiously address the child actress, Seora. The door squeaked open as a woman with a ponytail called out impatiently, asking if Soo-hyun was ready to leave, while a man playfully added to the call. The woman ushered them along, urging Soo-hyun to hurry to the car, but the child actress joyfully rushed forward with quick steps to embrace the man, calling him uncle. The child actress reflected on their conversation, which ended abruptly, noting how Soo-hyun was the first colleague for whom she hadn't felt the need to guard herself from annoyance. An unseen voice proudly declared Soo-hyun's excellent chopstick skills as Chibi Lee Seo-han playfully held the slightly annoyed Chibi Soo-hyun. The pink flip phone clicked open, and Chibi Lee Seo-han leaned in, expressing his eager curiosity. A digital frame rang, displaying a smiling father and Soo-hyun, while Chibi Soo-hyun internally bemoaned the sudden lack of preparation time. The flip phone clicked, capturing the fleeting moment twice. Chibi Lee Seo-han, sparkling with confusion, pondered Soo-hyun's strange composure during a surprise photo, while Chibi Soo-hyun matter-of-factly explained his parents' constant picture-taking had desensitized him to such moments. Amidst the sizzle of food, Lee Seo-han greeted Soo-hyun's mother, who playfully asked if Soo-hyun attended a selfie academy, a suggestion Chibi Soo-hyun mumbled was not for him. Lee Seo-han noted the mother wasn't receiving calls, prompting her exasperated explanation that freelancers were effectively on call 24 hours a day. Smiling widely, Lee Seo-han offered to take the call for Soo-hyun's mother, who, anxious about leaving her son alone, asked him to watch Soo-hyun, to which he readily agreed. Chibi Lee Seo-han playfully pinched Chibi Soo-hyun's cheek, causing the child to cry out in exaggerated pain as he suggested a date. As the "Promise of Blue Summer" drama was introduced, an unknown man complained about his obstructed view, suggesting they move to the PD's table, a proposal he readily accepted. Soo-hyun, holding his brother's hand, looked back and invited Seora to join them at another table, catching her by surprise. A woman with long sleeves urged the child actress to move from their secluded corner, prompting a hesitant "yes" from the girl. Man-one laughed heartily, a warm welcome escaping him as he registered a new arrival. Amidst a shower of sparkles and cherry blossoms, the cute main characters, Soo-hyun and the child actress, arrived hand in hand. Chibi Man-one, delighted with his casting choices, beamed at the child actors and playfully instructed them to sit down. With all the main actors gathered, Man-one declared it was time to rally and cheer for high viewership ratings. Amidst the murmurs of excitement, Man-one exclaimed the drama was starting, admitting his profound nervousness. The director joyfully shouted the initial viewership rating of 5.3%, a number met with excited gasps and exclamations. Soo-hyun's breath caught in his throat as he internally grappled with unwarranted nervousness, questioning if his performance had truly been good. The narrator wondered why Jae was alone, noting how he conspicuously read a book, a subtle pretense of intelligence. The child actor, with a hint of self-satisfaction, internally declared his close-up shot had been perfect. Amidst cheers and applause, the instantaneous viewership rating for the drama soared to an impressive 14.1%, echoing through the night city. Chibi Man-one, crediting Soo-hyun as the force behind their soaring ratings, joyfully poured a celebratory drink for Uncle. Chibi Soo-hyun politely accepted the drink, but his inner thoughts swirled with disbelief at how quickly the ratings had escalated in mere minutes. Man-one mused on a time when three main broadcasters dictated ratings, then wondered with eager anticipation just how high these new ratings might climb. Soo-hyun's eyelids drooped, a profound sleepiness beginning to overtake him. Man-one gently observed Soo-hyun dozing off, playfully wondering if the child's sleepiness was contagious, eliciting a soft hum from the slumbering boy. Man-one playfully pinched Soo-hyun's warm cheek, teasing that only a child would be dozing off so early. Chibi Lee Seo-han gently roused Chibi Soo-hyun, assuring him his brother would take him to their mother, a statement met with a sleepy, surprised "whoa." The mother hurried with quick steps towards the man, surprised to find him carrying a sleeping Soo-hyun on his back. The man, carrying Soo-hyun on his back, offered a light apology to the mother, reassuring her that the child was no burden. The man offered to take Soo-hyun to the car, then subtly questioned an unseen main actor's presence, implying they should be elsewhere. As the narrator observed the day's protagonist now asleep while the adults continued drinking, Man-one offered a drink to another man, who then seized the opportunity to request a favor. Chibi mother politely requested just one picture, to which Chibi man readily agreed. The man smiled, gently carrying a sleeping Soo-hyun on his back as he advised someone to enter carefully. The narrator mused on the surprise Soo-hyun would likely feel upon waking. An article declared The Promise of Blue Summer had achieved a remarkable 20.3% viewership, with online comments buzzing about Ji-woo's smile and inquiring about child actor Soo-hyun's past work. With Soo-hyun still on his back, his father clicked through comments, marveling in disbelief at his son's sudden popularity, noting most remarks were about Soo-hyun. Su-hyun, from his perch, caught his father completely off guard with a pointed question about whether he had watched the drama yesterday. Su-hyun, expressing deep disappointment, declared he wouldn't play with his father, sending his father into a panicked frenzy of apologies and pleas not to be abandoned. The mother, with a knowing smile, called out that dinner was ready, humorously dismissing their antics as mere playing. To commemorate Su-hyun's TV debut, Chibi mother proudly unveiled a feast, including his favorite side dish, prompting applause and exclamations of "wow" from Chibi father and Su-hyun. The father dramatically reacted to the mother's playful threat, convinced he might break his leg, while the mother confidently boasted about flexing her strength once more, leaving Su-hyun wide-eyed. Su-hyun began to recount how, in a past life, he had celebrated a level 7 promotion by eating out, but his words trailed off, leaving an unspoken weight. The abundant family meal starkly contrasted with a single banknote, quietly revealing the deeper, unspoken financial realities that bound them. The father questioned if someone resembled the mother, who playfully retorted with "good luck," while a serious, weary reflection of Su-hyun manifested silently beneath the table. Su-hyun quietly agreed, then poked a slice of ham on his plate with a fork. As he munched his food, Su-hyun's mind echoed with a firm resolve to never forget the profound reason he had embarked on this path. Both parents looked up, startled by Su-hyun's unexpected, direct address to each of them. Su-hyun's face brightened, emitting sparkles of pure joy as he offered a heartfelt "thank you." As the father tearfully wished to protect this precious moment and the mother promised daily feasts, they squeezed and annoyed Su-hyun in an overwhelming embrace. Chibi father doted on Su-hyun, calling him an angel and promising to buy him anything he desired to eat, his laughter echoing his indulgence. The clean, everyday rhythm of domestic life settled as dishes air-dried in their rack. Chibi Su-hyun puffed out his cheeks, his stomach rumbling, as he dramatically declared he felt so full he might die. Su-hyun, visibly annoyed, demanded Ohana get straight to the point, emphasizing his refusal to waste even a second of his precious weekend. Su-hyun's curious question about whether his mother was Aunt Hannah surprised her, and she inwardly worried the caller might hang up if she didn't speak quickly with her son present. Distressed and near tears, the mother desperately apologized to her senior on the phone, urgently pleading if Su-hyun could film just one commercial despite it being the weekend. Her breath caught in her throat as the mother, consumed by worry, desperately pleaded into the phone for a commercial slot for Su-hyun, despite the inconvenient weekend. A quiet curiosity stirred within Kang Su-hyun as he overheard the mention of a commercial, a stark contrast to the casual domestic rhythm. The mother's desperate cries of impending doom echoed through the familiar domestic space, yet Kang Su-hyun remained a silent, observant presence, his thoughts unreadable. A sudden flash of realization sparked in her eye as the mother weighed the potential of the commercial, easing her worries about the next opportunity. A serene vision manifested, depicting a daughter in a blue dress, eternally holding a bouquet, in an advertisement that seemed to endlessly repeat within the very fabric of the drama set itself. The question lingered, an unseen voice probing her limits, before a sudden, shocking mention of a Taesung mobile phone commercial caught the mother utterly off guard. A monumental realization thumped in Kang Su-hyun's chest. This was the colossal Taesung, a name that signified an entirely new level of aspiration, even for a mobile phone commercial. Kang Su-hyun's unbridled excitement about the mobile phone commercial was quickly swiped away by his mother, who gently admonished his eavesdropping. A powerful resolve tightened in Kang Su-hyun's core. This was a mobile phone commercial, a chance he had never grasped before his regression, and he would seize this Taesung opportunity no matter what. Kang Su-hyun's unbridled excitement had him rolling with joy, declaring his eager acceptance, even as his mother, flustered, quickly diverted the call to address his sudden fervor. A quiet slump escaped Kang Su-hyun as he sat, a small bump on his head, absorbing the gentle instruction to straighten up. The fraught debate over Kang Su-hyun's burgeoning acting career escalated between his parents, while he, nestled between them, silently bore the weight of their profound disagreement. A sly grin crept onto Kang Su-hyun's face as he internally acknowledged his growing mastery of emotional control, while a chibi version of himself gleefully celebrated the mobile phone commercial. A new segment of Kang Su-hyun's journey was now prominently marked. With a gentle knee, his mother sought Kang Su-hyun's undivided attention, her voice soft in the quiet space. Though his mother acknowledged Kang Su-hyun's undeniable talent and potential as an actor, a deeper worry lingered in her heart, questioning the path he had chosen. A quiet concern clouded Kang Su-hyun's face as he began to speak, his words catching in his throat. His mother wished for Kang Su-hyun to embrace the simple joys of childhood, imagining him happily playing soccer with his peers under the bright sun. She yearned for Kang Su-hyun to experience more of life's varied tapestry, to freely discover his own dreams, as if presenting a cherished drawing of his future. The mother's profound fears for Kang Su-hyun's future, the specter of regret and potential hurt, weighed heavily between them as he listened, his spirit dampened by her heartfelt anxieties. Kang Su-hyun's reply, though small, was marked by a fragile hesitation, his hand gently held, a silent comfort in the quiet exchange. With newfound resolve, Kang Su-hyun defiantly declared his unwavering desire to continue his journey as an actor. Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging his mother's deep concern, laid bare the profound joy acting brought him, refusing to let this chapter of his life close so abruptly. A soft sigh escaped her lips as the mother, caught in a moment of deep reflection, conceded that no parent could truly stand against their child's determined heart. A wave of warmth washed over Kang Su-hyun as his mother, with a knowing glance, agreed to let him continue, filling the room with a sense of peaceful accord. Kang Su-hyun enveloped his mother in a tight embrace, showering her with exclamations of her greatness, catching her off guard with his overflowing affection. His mother offered a final piece of advice, to always be careful and listen closely, to which Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically agreed. For days later, the bustling energy of Studio 2, with the prominent NBC building overhead, signaled a new beginning. A friendly woman, her voice full of warmth, greeted Kang Su-hyun, delighting him with a compliment about his undeniable cuteness in person. With a bright, genuine smile, Kang Su-hyun offered his heartfelt thanks. Unseen voices began to discuss the photoshoot's central concept, specifically mentioning a family theme. Kang Su-hyun, his eyes darting with curiosity, quietly wondered about the arrival of the main model, whom he'd heard so much about. A flicker of recognition crossed Kang Su-hyun's mind as he instantly spotted the arriving main model amidst the bustling staff. A formal greeting was extended to senior Seo-han Lee, acknowledging his presence. An awkward quiet descended as chibi Lee Seo-han greeted the chibi Kang Su-hyun, a sudden realization dawning on him that they had indeed met before. As firm footsteps approached, the man introduced Kang Su-hyun, the son, to the radiant main model, Lee Seo-han, making the significant connection to their shared drama. Lee Seo-han, his smile a picture of professional grace, expressed his genuine surprise that Kang Su-hyun, his fellow drama actor, would be the child for such an ambitious commercial. The commercial's concept unfolded like a dream. The weary head of a household, bound by overtime, found solace in a video call with his son, whose smiling image glowed from the phone. The story promised a heartwarming tale of renewed effort, bringing a quiet contentment to the hardworking individual. A chibi Kang Su-hyun mused on the irony. This commercial, celebrating mere video calls, felt like a regression itself, echoing his own journey. With a clear sense of urgency, Lee Seo-han instructed Kang Su-hyun to change and follow the staff, ready to begin filming immediately. A surge of determination had Kang Su-hyun clenching his fist, ready to seize this chance and proactively forge new friendships. An unseen voice gently prompted Kang Su-hyun to follow his designated sister, and he readily assented. A woman's voice, full of genuine delight, exclaimed at the sheer cuteness she beheld. The camera clicked, capturing Kang Su-hyun's bright smile, as an admiring woman proudly declared her son utterly adorable. With a light chuckle, the woman mused about the distinct quality of the model before her, prompting Kang Su-hyun to offer a soft smile. As a woman handed something to Kang Su-hyun's mother for review, he promptly announced his departure, ready for his next task. With light, quick steps, Kang Su-hyun made his way, his dog costume swaying slightly. Kang Su-hyun, still in his dog costume, cautiously surveyed his surroundings, a quiet search in his eyes. Kang Su-hyun, still clad in his dog costume, politely asked a young woman for the whereabouts of the producer and Lee Seo-han. With a playful glint in her eye, the woman feigned surprise, wondering if a puppy had somehow appeared on the film set. A gentle pat landed on Kang Su-hyun's head as the woman, captivated, confessed that he was even cuter than his pictures, barely recognizing him. The woman, a chibi version of herself, apologized for her excessive patting, explaining her inability to resist children, while a chibi Kang Su-hyun looked on, utterly bewildered by the unexpected affection. Kang Su-hyun, cutting to the chase, simply asked for her identity. With a playful slide of her sunglasses, the woman responded, drawing out the reveal. With an air of playful drama, the woman declared her role for the day. She was his mother. The woman's playful query about working together as son and mother caused a sudden, chibi-sized surge of surprise within Kang Su-hyun. The woman, Ji-hyun, clarified her role as the mother, just as hurried footsteps announced the arrival of the flustered team leader. The woman playfully introduced Kang Su-hyun as her son for the day, eliciting two exasperated gasps from the man with glasses. The man with glasses, his patience clearly frayed, angrily chastised her for disappearing without a word, revealing the producer's mounting impatience. A sudden, angry shout from the director roared across the set, demanding that everyone move with greater haste. The woman grumbled under her breath, holding a visibly weary Kang Su-hyun, dismissing the producer's fuss as an overreaction to her momentary fatigue. Kang Su-hyun, asserting his independence, declared he could walk on his own, much to the woman's surprise. A wistful sigh escaped the woman as she confessed a longing to raise a child, a sentiment the man with glasses, citing its unreasonableness, promptly dismissed, much to Kang Su-hyun's unamused observation. The woman offered Kang Su-hyun a key piece of acting advice, to imagine the camera not as a lens, but as a mobile phone, speaking directly to his unseen dad. The director issued a clear instruction for Ji-hee to step out of the frame. A crisp command echoed, signaling the immediate commencement of filming. The woman playfully suggested greeting his dad, prompting an excited, almost nuzzling reaction from Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun's loving encouragement, "Dad, do your best. I love you," brought a wave of beaming contentment to the actor playing his father, and the other child actors around him. The scene was called "Cut" with praise for its perfection, before the focus shifted, preparing for Lee Seo-han's turn. Lee Seo-han, with a gesturing hand, called Kang Su-hyun over to him. Surrounded by an artistic aura of blue flowers, Lee Seo-han confidently adjusted his tie, declaring that Dad would indeed do his absolute best. A soft "huh" escaped Kang Su-hyun as a wave of confusion washed over him. A rapid thumping in his chest, a chibi Kang Su-hyun wondered with a worried frown if Lee Seo-han's words were merely a joke, a playful tease. The Lego figure clicked into Kang Su-hyun's grasp, a familiar comfort in the bright, playful chaos of his carpeted floor. Kang Su-hyun's wide eyes intently fixed on the small figure, a profound ponderance unfolding in his playful, upside-down world. Despite the soft, cozy embrace of the living room, Kang Su-hyun's young mind already felt the heavy weight of boredom. Kang Su-hyun observed his mother, her fingers flying across the keyboard and papers rustling with her fiery work ethic, leaving him to his own quiet, mundane world. A soft, whimsical sigh escaped Kang Su-hyun as he wondered if any interesting news might flutter into his quiet day. His mother's simple "hello" sent a sudden jolt through Kang Su-hyun's senses, making him abruptly spring up as if his internal radar had caught an unexpected signal. Kang Su-hyun's mother gasped with surprise upon hearing Lee Seo-han, and then the startling news of a drama involving Kang Su-hyun. The chibi Lee Seo-han nodded vigorously, his cheerful aura sparkling with confirmation. The phone call Kang Su-hyun overheard revealed that actor Lee Seo-han had made Kang Su-hyun's appearance a non-negotiable condition for his drama contract. This meant the drama's child actor roles were highly significant, placing Kang Su-hyun in an exceptionally advantageous position for the contract, as a chibi official eagerly reached for the stamp while Kang Su-hyun cleared his throat subtly. A chibi child actress in traditional dress playfully shrugged off Kang Su-hyun's plea to accompany him, declaring herself too busy, highlighting the crucial need for an adult chaperone. When a chibi producer asked if Kang Su-hyun was alone, the child, holding coins, declared it was a down payment, underscoring the irony of his 5-year-old appearance. Therefore, to aid his ambition, what Kang Su-hyun truly needed now was a tactician, a strategic mind to guide his ascent. As his mother finished her phone call, Kang Su-hyun knew the real challenge was securing her permission for this new venture. With a nervous rustle, Kang Su-hyun tentatively called out to his mother, who looked down in surprise. His mother, her expression a mix of surprise and hope, wondered aloud if they should seek a manager for Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun's thought about his mother being a great demon king escaped his lips, prompting her to exclaim in surprise. A pained "ouch" escaped Kang Su-hyun as his mother gave him a light tap, wondering what her son truly thought of her. Kneeling before him, Kang Su-hyun's mother gently assured him that she would be his biggest supporter, empowering him to focus on his chosen path. Kang Su-hyun's happy smile, his eyes closed in contentment, conveyed his heartfelt "thank you, Mom." After that moment, a man with glasses formally introduced himself as Sang-ail Choi, the manager Chai Min had recommended as the perfect fit. Though Kang Su-hyun's mother, ever protective, was initially suspicious, the promise of a perfect career without worry softened her stance. His mother's initial anger at the cafe gave way to a shift in demeanor as Sang-ail Choi spoke, while chibi Kang Su-hyun, coins in hand, gleefully reached out. His mother's surprise was palpable as Sang-ail Choi continued to speak, and chibi Kang Su-hyun reacted with wide-eyed excitement to an offered ice cream cone. Now all smiles, Kang Su-hyun's mother and Sang-ail Choi conversed happily at the cafe, leaving chibi Kang Su-hyun holding his ice cream, utterly confused by the swift change. His mother, now beaming, encouraged Kang Su-hyun to heed manager Sang-ail's words, leaving Kang Su-hyun bewildered by the sudden turnaround. Sang-ail Choi then confidently presented a folder, explaining it contained detailed analysis of Kang Su-hyun's acting information, prepared in advance. Kang Su-hyun could only utter a wide-eyed "wow" as the impressive documents were spread before him. The prospect, which might actually be worth a try, made Kang Su-hyun, clutching the papers happily, express his gratitude to Chai Min-hyung, feeling a thrilling anticipation to engage with his friend. The story moved to the day the contract for the drama, Praise, was to be signed, marked by an imposing modern building. Sang-ail Choi, confidently adjusting his glasses with a smirk, provocatively questioned if they truly did not want to cast their actor. The nervous man with short brown hair stammered, "It can't be," in a placating gesture. Sang-ail Choi aggressively pointed at a document, demanding an explanation for the amount, leaving the man with short brown hair distressed. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, donning 3D glasses and munching popcorn, watched the unfolding drama with engrossed fascination. Sang-ail Choi asserted that Kang Su-hyun, as an actor who had achieved a 30% viewership rating in The Promise of Blue Summer, was currently the talk of the town. Therefore, Sang-il Choi argued that in this contract, Kang Su-hyun was not merely a bonus, but an essential element for casting actor Lee Seo-hun. The man with short brown hair tried to raise the issue of standard child actor pay, but Sang-il Choi abruptly cut him off, a smirk playing on his face as his phone rang, much to the mother's boiling frustration. Sang-il Choi continued his confident phone call, praising the person on the other end, his lower face betraying a subtly manipulative smile. Feigning overwhelm, Sang-il Choi gestured dramatically with a pen, lamenting the non-stop work calls, all while subtly directing attention back to the document. The man with short brown hair, visibly flustered and sweating, could only stammer in response. The nervous chibi man, seeking an escape, turned to chibi Kang Su-hyun, anxiously asking for his thoughts. Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically declared that he thought the drama would be fun, excitedly seeking agreement. A thoughtful gesture with his hands revealed Kang Su-hyun's internal debate. His mother had instructed him to listen to Sang-il, yet he still wanted to speak his mind. Surrounded by flowers, Kang Su-hyun confidently proclaimed his acting prowess, yet shrewdly suggested that as a child, he should simply heed Sang-il's advice. Kang Su-hyun's confident declaration about his acting ability landed like a heavy stone of guilt on the chibi man with short brown hair, who cowered as Sang-il Choi looked on brightly. A hand, belonging to Sang-il Choi, assertively tapped a document, acknowledging Kang Su-hyun's excellent acting. Sang-il Choi then declared the other party guilty, making it clear that Kang Su-hyun's compensation was unusually low, highlighting the impact of two highly talked-about actors appearing simultaneously on TNB. The man with short brown hair gasped in disbelief at the mention of 4%, unable to fathom its possibility, while Sang-il Choi explained how achieving such a rating for a new station would be a monumental success, crediting the PD for establishing TNB. Standing on a cliff, reeling in a chibi fish from the crashing ocean, Sang-il Choi declared with absolute certainty that choosing their actor would guarantee the drama's success. With a decisive flourish, Sang-il Choi and Kang Su-hyun shook hands, signifying the signed agreement, Kang Su-hyun beaming, papers clutched in his grasp. 7 weeks later, the day had grown cold, and Kang Su-hyun shivered, sensing the biting air outside. Sang-il Choi offered a thermos of throat care tea to Kang Su-hyun, who gratefully accepted, while two women expressed their delight at seeing the cute child actor. Kang Su-hyun suggested to Sang-il Choi that they could speak to each other informally. Sang-il Choi firmly refused Kang Su-hyun's suggestion to speak informally, reminding him of his role as the salary payer, which surprised Kang Su-hyun. As Sang-il Choi strode away, followed by two others, Kang Su-hyun mused that his manager was really different, understanding the need for patience. Kang Su-hyun pondered how Sang-il Choi could treat a 5-year-old with such profound respect, as the manager affirmed he would wait outside the script reading room. A staff member was seen from behind as Kang Su-hyun and others gathered for the script reading session, a camera operator positioned to record. Kang Su-hyun's eyes intently peeked over his script, focusing on the words before him. Lee Seo-hun smiled, script in hand, announcing the eager start of the reading session now that everyone was present. A booming voice startled Kang Su-hyun, who reacted with wide-eyed surprise, recognizing the perfect delivery even in the script reading. Kang Su-hyun, perched in a high chair, realized with a jolt of surprise that the actress playing his mother, Tae-bin Choi, possessed a distinct voice, perhaps honed by voice acting experience. Kang Su-hyun, grasping his script with determination, declared he could not afford to lose, taking on the role of Yeonwoo Jang against such experienced actors. However, a child actress clutched her script with an audible crunch of paper, her expression tense and fiercely determined. Kang Su-hyun thought to himself that the child actress had been glaring at him with a murderous intensity since they arrived. In a chibi-style car interior, Kang Su-hyun curiously asked Sang-il Choi about an earlier text message, prompting Sang-il Choi to offer to show it, teasingly wondering if it was a casting request. Chibi Kang Su-hyun gasped in shock as he read a text message on Sang-il Choi's phone, revealing a menacing threat for Sang-il Choi to ensure the contract was closed or face consequences as a family traitor, while Sang-il Choi chuckled, relieved the contract was successful and he avoided getting caught in the rain. A stark, unsettling realization echoed, highlighting a critical discrepancy in what was promised and what was said. In the dim light of the alley, an apologetic voice offered an unsatisfactory explanation, while nearby, a man clicked his tongue in quiet resignation, grappling with the unfolding disappointment. A sudden surge of fury erupted as the man on the phone railed against the hollow apology, demanding how such a blatant betrayal of a confirmed lead role could ever be justified. The short-haired man wearily acknowledged the outburst, urging his friend to end the call, while the man on the phone, though harboring private doubts, attempted to rationalize the casting change by emphasizing the second lead's potential. Other voices on the line insisted on careful communication to resolve the issue, asking about the money spent, as the man on the phone hastily concluded his call, claiming an urgent meeting. A young man, the father, reacted with shock and disbelief, clutching his flip phone as news broke that Lee Seo-hun, who had initially planned to decline, was now on board because of a child actor. The short-haired man extinguished his cigarette, reflecting on how someone's influence, after a period of calm, had flared up again, confirming his belief that such a person felt they could do anything. With a final flicker of the cigarette, the short-haired man suggested they head back, signaling the end of their tense waiting. The mother's thoughts churned with fierce disbelief, refusing to accept that her child could be so easily dismissed and pushed aside. Just as the mother resolved to call the director herself, Kang Su-hyun's voice gently interrupted her focused determination. The child actress, surprisingly awake, confronted her mother with a stunned, indignant question about her demotion, startling her mother. The child actress, with rising frustration, demanded to know if she had truly been pushed back into casting, vehemently declaring the impossibility of being a mere supporting actor, while a cat watched with subtle surprise. Her intense ambition burned bright, manifesting as an unyielding resolve to secure the top position, no matter the cost. The child actress, clutching her script with fierce determination, seethed at Kang Su-hyun, accusing him of cowardly tactics to usurp her role. From her imposing chair, the child actress declared with menacing conviction that she would not let him get away with it. Exhausted even by the script reading, Kang Su-hyun yawned before someone off-panel called out to him. Kang Su-hyun suddenly understood the reason behind the child actress's continuous, intense glare throughout the entire reading session. Kang Su-hyun's attempt at a friendly greeting dissolved into humorous chaos as he repeatedly misremembered the child actress's name, provoking her furious shouts. The child actress, bristling with anger, accused Kang Su-hyun of having stolen her role through dishonest means, despite their age difference, making her disdain clear. Kang Su-hyun finally pieced together the child actress's persistent glares, realizing they stemmed from her mother's harsh words about his potential for fleeting success. It was an inevitable truth in life that such individuals would always exist. The world often presented those who, resting upon the privilege paved by their parents, would instinctively demean and wound others. Nevertheless, the story always finds a way to move forward. The child actress's angry thoughts dismissed superficial charms, asserting that a pretty face and easy tears were far from everything. Kang Su-hyun responded with a simple, knowing acknowledgement, a subtle hint of his inner amusement. With a disarming smile and clasped hands, Kang Su-hyun playfully twisted her insult into a compliment, cherishing his own perceived cuteness. The child actress erupted in frustration at Kang Su-hyun's retort, bringing up their legal status as minors, a concept he innocently failed to grasp. Explaining their shared minor status, the child actress immediately contradicted herself, vehemently denying her own classification as a child. Kang Su-hyun, observing her irritation with the detached amusement of a 25-year-old in a child's body, found her reaction delightfully entertaining. The child actress's anger reached a boiling point, her rage visibly escalating to its absolute peak. The child actress furiously declared her hatred for people like Kang Su-hyun, but was abruptly interrupted by a man with glasses who calmly reminded her it was time to go home, startling Kang Su-hyun. The child actress turned away, pouting and crossing her arms, as the man with glasses silently held a happily smiling Kang Su-hyun. A sudden wave of shock washed over Ji-yoon, leaving her visibly shaken and on the verge of tears as the man with glasses bid her farewell. Ji-yoon reacted with a mixture of surprise and anger as the man with glasses playfully teased Kang Su-hyun about his sudden popularity. The shooting day for the drama, Praise, had finally arrived, and Kang Su-hyun shivered uncontrollably, lamenting the biting cold. As the man with glasses offered Kang Su-hyun a warm drink, Kang Su-hyun secretly lamented the poor conditions, attributing them to the new broadcasting station's limited resources. An instruction was given for all actors to stand by, signaling the imminent start of filming. Kang Su-hyun responded with energetic affirmation, ready to begin, while his mother adjusted her clothing behind him. Kang Su-hyun watched with surprise as his mother swiftly removed her coat, revealing a hidden readiness. With a dazzling smile and an enthusiastic thumbs up, his mother offered encouragement that struck Kang Su-hyun as utterly professional, surprising him with her unexpected poise. The command to begin shooting echoed across the busy set, but the child actress, still holding her script, was brusquely told to move out of the way by a staff member. Despite being held back by an unseen force, the child actress's determination remained resolute amidst the bustling film set. The critical command of action rang out, initiating the filming sequence. The child actor awoke with a disoriented cry, complaining about the noise and fearfully urging caution for his mother. An unseen hand roughly seized the child actor as he screamed for quiet, revealing a moment of tense, abusive interaction. The child actor's face contorted in a grimace of pain or fear, his eyes squeezed shut against an unseen impact. The mother's eye widened in a jolt of surprise, perhaps a fleeting moment of self-awareness regarding her harsh actions. The director abruptly called for a cut, immediately questioning Tae-bin Choi about her earlier, uncharacteristic expression. The mother apologized, explaining she had paused because Su-hyun was crying, only for the director to correct her, reminding her of her role as the abuser of the character Yun Woo-jang. The mother offered another apology as the director announced a short 5-minute break. The mother sincerely apologized to Kang Su-hyun for her continuous mistakes, and he calmly accepted, but then began to speak with a serious tone, prompting her inquiry. Kang Su-hyun articulated that prolonged mistakes lead to deeper pain, which the mother misinterpreted as an expression of his own physical hurt, prompting her intense remorse. Kang Su-hyun calmly stated he was fine now, but expressed concern that continued mistakes would cause more hurt for Yun-woo, the character constantly suffering, a sentiment the mother acknowledged. With an enthusiastic flourish, Kang Su-hyun declared that he had an excellent idea. The mother listened intently, pondering Kang Su-hyun's suggestion, while the child actress observed their exchange, nodding thoughtfully. The child actress, filled with suspicion, questioned their conversation, inwardly doubting that the mother would ever heed a mere child's advice. For a fundamental reason, things often transpired in unexpected ways. With a confident gesture, the child actress proposed her own ingenious idea from the script, showcasing her quick thinking. The crew scrambled to set up equipment in response to her idea, while others questioned the child actress's supervision, praising her intelligence even amidst the chaos. The child actress privately reflected on the frustrating truth that adults rarely truly listen to her, despite her intelligence. Kang Su-hyun assertively declared that his counterpart, another child actor named Soo-hyun Kang, would inevitably face the same dismissal simply because of his age. The director's decisive clap of the clapperboard signaled the immediate resumption of filming. Kang Su-hyun, his legs visible amidst broken dishes, hesitantly pleaded for water, noticing his mother's evident distress. The mother's silhouette recoiled, a dramatic motion conveying shock or retreat. The short-haired man observed the scene, a satisfied smile spreading across his face, pleased with what he witnessed. The director yelled, "Cut," as the child actor looked up from the floor, an innocent smile gracing his face. A voice of appreciation thanked everyone for their hard work. A staff member recounted being scolded for crying, while another praised Kang Su-hyun's exceptional acting, leaving the child actress standing dejectedly. The child actress sighed sadly, leaving the narrator to wonder what had truly befallen her. The name of actor Tae-bin Choi was called out with an excited flourish. The young woman's breath caught in her throat as a sudden call surprised her. Two enthusiastic fans declared their admiration, praising her cool performance, and she humbly accepted their gratitude. Her fan particularly praised the emotional depth of her earlier scene, a comment that caused the actress to pause in thought. Suddenly, Kang Su-hyun excitedly announced he had a great idea for his sister. Kang Su-hyun animatedly explained to his mother that actors on TV signal a hit beforehand, demonstrating with a shake of his hands. He further demonstrated how to safely act out a fake hit by shaking and raising his hand, ensuring his face would be protected. He then specifically instructed her to use her left hand for the hit. The mother's brow furrowed in confusion, questioning the necessity of using her left hand. Kang Su-hyun patiently explained the technicality, revealing that the left hand would ensure the camera wouldn't capture his own hand covering his face. With sparkling optimism, Kang Su-hyun beamed, certain that with their combined effort, they would excel. The mother, though still hesitant, agreed to try, and Kang Su-hyun joyfully began their countdown with a tap. A quiet part of her still recalled the weariness that had once made her consider abandoning acting altogether, replaying moments of instruction and the decisive tap of a countdown. A wave of realization washed over her, she knew she had only succeeded because Kang Su-hyun had been her unwavering support. Overwhelmed with affection, she embraced him warmly, proclaiming him the best child actor she had ever known. Elsewhere, a hand clenched tightly onto fabric, betraying a hidden tension. A woman whispered, her voice barely a mumble, dismissing Kang Su-hyun's unique talent. As others continued to praise Kang Su-hyun, the woman in long sleeves felt a flicker of recognition as another child actress ran past with a sudden whoosh, wondering if it was child actor Ji-yoon. A lively murmuring filled the air, celebrating the drama, Promise of Blue Summer, for reaching 50% viewership with a free coffee event. Fans cheered and clapped as cast members, including Lee Seo-han and Kang Su-hyun, gathered for photos, marking the drama's success with a celebratory chime. Kang Su-hyun giggled with delight as he thanked a fan who marveled at his acting prowess, accepting a cup of coffee with a request for continued viewership. A contented feeling washed over Kang Su-hyun, grateful for the unusually warm weather as a gentle breeze passed. Lee Seo-han's sudden click of his tongue caused Kang Su-hyun to flinch, their eyes meeting in surprised recognition. Kang Su-hyun, with a curious whoosh of realization, wondered if Lee Seo-han had been observing him for some time, given their frequent, unexpected encounters. A man with glasses politely addressed Kang Su-hyun, who turned with a soft whoosh and returned the greeting. With a dramatic flourish, a homemade sign proclaiming, "Su-hyun saves the world," was proudly displayed. The man with glasses, with a "tada" flourish, proudly revealed a scarf declaring his loyal fandom for Kang Su-hyun. The man with glasses gushed with excitement, proclaiming Kang Su-hyun even cuter in person and a loyal fan, to which Kang Su-hyun expressed his thanks. The fan gushed over Kang Su-hyun's acting, confessing he rewatched his dramas countless nights, an admission that touched Kang Su-hyun deeply, eliciting an exaggerated laugh. Kang Su-hyun offered a warm cup of coffee, but the fan, though grateful, confessed his sadness over Kang Su-hyun's recent absence from dramas. The man leaned in conspiratorially, whispering to ask about Kang Su-hyun's plans for his next project. Kang Su-hyun initially hesitated, realizing it might be difficult to discuss other projects openly, but then, with a blink of realization, decided the viral marketing among fans would be a brilliant publicity move. Kang Su-hyun playfully pulled on the man's sleeve, indicating his readiness to spill the beans, but only as a secret. Kang Su-hyun whispered the exciting news of his next drama, Praise, set to air the following month, to the man's surprised giggles. An impatient voice from the line interrupted them, prompting the man to quickly apologize, thank Kang Su-hyun, and promise to watch the drama before he left. Kang Su-hyun, contemplating the throngs of people, pondered if this overwhelming popularity was truly the effect of their 50% viewership rating. A soft sigh of contentment escaped Kang Su-hyun, as this kind of popularity, long absent, filled him with happiness once more. Kang Su-hyun gasped, his breath catching, as a voice suddenly called his name. Kang Su-hyun gasped in surprise as Senior Seo-han politely asked for a private word, prompting concern about the unexpected request. Lee Seo-han began, a note of hesitation in his voice, admitting that he was a bit late. Lee Seo-han bowed slightly, a heavy apology escaping his lips, while Kang Su-hyun could only respond with confused surprise. Lee Seo-han, his expression confident, reflected on his unwavering demand for the finest acting, admitting that most child actors naturally fell short of his expectations. He confessed that even upon first seeing Kang Su-hyun, he had arbitrarily dismissed him as a child actor without real skill. But the moment he witnessed Kang Su-hyun's performance on set, Lee Seo-han was struck by surprise, realizing such passion and effort could not be carelessly dismissed. He confessed that his stubbornness had led him to behave like a condescending adult, knowing his apology was long overdue. Lee Seo-han offered his apology, a profound question hanging in the air, could Kang Su-hyun accept it? A soft, "ah," escaped Kang Su-hyun, surprised to learn the true depths of Lee Seo-han's thoughts. Kang Su-hyun felt an emotional sniffle rise as he reflected on his initial upset, realizing he was seen merely as a child actor by experienced seniors, yet this senior had now acknowledged him as a true actor and offered an apology. Kang Su-hyun giggled, his eyes crinkling with pure, unadulterated happiness. Kang Su-hyun accepted with a firm grip, sincerely thanking Seo-han for his apology. Chibi Lee Seo-han exclaimed with a surprised puff, realizing it was snowing, as Chibi Kang Su-hyun smiled. Chibi Lee Seo-han cheerfully invited Kang Su-hyun to the upcoming year-end awards, an offer Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically accepted, leading to a third Chibi character exclaiming in shocked confusion over their newfound closeness. The scene shimmered, transitioning to the highly anticipated year-end award ceremony for Promise of a Blue Summer. Promise of Blue Summer swept the awards with 7 wins, celebrating Lee Seo-han's Acting Award, Chaimin's Popularity Award, and even a Best Couple Award, much to Chibi Kang Su-hyun's delight. Two colleagues discussed the immense publicity their drama received, particularly praising Kang Su-hyun's inexplicable acting talent, politeness, and intelligence. Yet the man shifted, drawing a comparison and stating Kang Su-hyun was nothing like her, prompting the woman to ask who he meant. The woman, with an exclamatory sound of irritation, identified Ji-yoon, deeming her quite rude despite her young age. The man generalized, suggesting that all children entering the industry with parental support were the same, while the child actress stood nearby, listening intently. The man continued, disparaging the child actress's talent, suggesting her cuteness was her only asset, before the distinct pattering of footsteps broke his thought. The man, with a hollow feeling, wondered if someone had been there just moments ago, then dismissed it, urging the woman to hurry to filming. The child actress, clenching her fist so tightly her knuckles whitened, denied the cruel words as she walked away with soft, pattering steps, a profound distress settling over her. Surrounded by the looming shadows of suspicion, the child actress vehemently refused to believe Kang Su-hyun could truly be so innocent, convinced that everyone was utterly deceived by him. The scene then shifted to the exterior of a bright, modern school building bathed in the light of a blue sky. The child actress, brimming with fierce determination, inwardly vowed to prove her superiority to Kang Su-hyun just as the director announced the start of Yeon-woo and Chaeun's first meeting scene. The director's decisive clap echoed, marking the start of filming with a sharp action. The child actress enthusiastically introduced herself as Chaeun Kim, to which Kang Su-hyun responded with a quiet Yeon-woo. The child actress, with a critical glint in her eye, inwardly scoffed at Kang Su-hyun's low voice, certain that his casting as Yeon-woo Jang was for an obvious reason. As the child actress enthusiastically performed her lines, she mentally instructed Kang Su-hyun to respond with an appropriately dark expression. A soft gulp escaped Kang Su-hyun, his hand unconsciously scratching at his neck in evident discomfort. Kang Su-hyun responded with an unexpected warmth and a soft, genuine thank you to Chaeun. The child actress's eye widened in a silent ah, betraying her profound surprise. The script snippets displayed revealed a stark divergence from the expected dialogue, emphasizing a moment of dramatic departure. The director, with a sharp gasp, pointed out the complete deviation from the script, his words a palpable thud that distressed the child actress. The child actress, clutching her chest in a chibi-like depiction of shock, cried out in furious bewilderment at Kang Su-hyun's unexpected acting. The child actress blinked, a name echoing in the disorienting haze as if someone had just called out, Chaeun. A sharp command of cut sliced through the air, and the child actress, reeling, found herself bewildered by Kang Su-hyun's performance. She recalled practicing her script at the acting academy, the warmth of the instructors, thank you, Chaeun, echoing in her mind. The memory shimmered with the glow of being praised, feeling unequivocally the best. Yet, moments ago, as Kang Su-hyun offered a sincere, thank you, Chaeun, her own script had utterly vanished from her thoughts. She desperately wondered why his acting had such a profound effect. The director, his voice sharp with mounting frustration, declared a short break, noting the abundance of mistakes plaguing their day. Kang Su-hyun, rising abruptly to pull on the adult's sleeve, asked with genuine concern, hey, are you all right? The child actress, gripping the chair with raw frustration, hissed, it's all because of you. Slumped over her desk in the quiet, empty classroom, the child actress bore the weight of her sadness. A soft rattling of the door announced a man's presence as he observed the child actress still slumped at her desk. The gentle rattle of a closing door preceded a woman's quiet approach, her hand reaching out towards the child actress's desk. The woman softly placed something on the desk, reassuring the child that adults are so judgmental, aren't they? You did nothing wrong. As two child actors hurried along, one wondering if his sense of a presence was imagination, the woman gravely reflected that saying hurtful things behind someone's back is unacceptable. The woman turned, a decisive movement slicing through the hallway's air, as the boy in green gasped, hey. The woman sternly reminded them that the set was a workplace for child actors too, demanding respect and honesty, which prompted immediate apologies from both boys. The two boys scurried away, their footsteps trudging into the distance, leaving the woman standing thoughtfully in the suddenly heavy silence of the hallway. A sad realization settled over the child actress, the woman must have overheard the other children talking behind her back. The child actress paused, lost in silent contemplation. The woman, surprised by her own hypocrisy, conceded, actually, you too. A flinch of realization crossed the woman's mind, acknowledging her own rudeness, as the child actress challengingly asked, do you also think that I am an incompetent child actor who was brought in by my parents? The woman offered a gentle, reassuring smile. The woman reflected on what truly surprised her about the child actress, how, despite harsh words, she bravely stepped onto the filming set. The child actress, with brave, determined steps, enthusiastically declared to the delighted director, I'll go back to that seat. The woman observed the child actress, who, in fact, seemed to be memorizing her script even harder than before. The woman confessed she found it so inspiring, she wished she could learn to be like the child actress herself. The woman declared, you truly are a passionate and talented actor, and the child actress received the praise with deep emotion. Clenching her fists, the child actress grappled with her tumultuous thoughts, confessing her initial hatred and jealousy towards Kang Su-hyun, believing he had taken her place. In her mind, the chibi child actress suddenly confronted Kang Su-hyun, who recoiled in surprise. Lingering in her paranoid vision, she saw herself surrounded by shadowy figures, certain Kang Su-hyun had deceived everyone behind the scenes. However, the vision shifted, manifesting an image of Kang Su-hyun smiling with an unsettling purity. With a clicking clarity, she knew, Kang Su-hyun's acting was undeniably real, and her intense hatred for him had always been a disguised form of jealousy. The woman, with a subtle wink, confided, I see, but I'm also the same, admitting that when she debuted as an actress, her nickname was Jealousy Incarnate. The chibi woman comically recounted her rookie days as a voice actress, snorting as she recalled her past self, who would proudly display displeasure if anyone was better than her. The woman praised Ji-yoon, telling her how great she was for looking back and admitting her mistakes, a feat often difficult even for adults. The child actress pondered if this self-awareness was only possible because she so deeply valued her job as an actress. She delved deeper, asking herself what Ji-yoon truly desired. Along the glittering red carpet, her chosen path, she reflected, if I continue on this path I've always walked. In this dazzling vision of adoration and flashing cameras, she believed she could get anything she wanted. Her footsteps echoed a deeper question, what I really want, is that okay? A black cat playfully touched her red shoe with its paw. Bin. Why are you here? The child actress exclaimed, surprised as the cat responded with a playful, meow. Huh. Follow you there, the child actress wondered, hesitant about her shoes, as the cat meowed, leading her further down the path. Mystical paw prints, manifested from the cat's presence, appeared upon her red shoe. She looked down, a quiet realization dawning in her eyes. What she really wanted was With a decisive movement, the child actress cast off her red shoes, standing barefoot on the shining carpet. In the radiant forest, she called out, "Bin, where are you?" her voice filled with wonder. Her eyes shimmered, wide with a sudden, intense revelation. Then, Kang Su-hyun manifested, radiant with a joyful smile, holding the black cat Bin. Kang Su-hyun chuckled, extending his hand with a broad, inviting smile, beckoning, "Come here." This tender vision promised a reliable companion, walking side by side so she would never feel lonely. The child actress slept peacefully, her black cat nestled beside her. She blinked awake, a soft rustle of sheets accompanying her bewildered thought, a dream. She remembered her past anger, a chibi version of herself demanding, "Don't you know I'm older than you? I don't know how you took my place in some cowardly way, even though you're young." The memory stung, echoing a cruel voice saying, "My mom said that a person like you could disappear like a bubble at any time." The child actress, in a dark, subdued memory, again recalled her angry accusation, "It's all because of you." Cradling her cat, she thought, the weight of her past actions settling on her, "I should apologize." The crisp, clear sky watched over the modern school building, bustling with everyday life. The chibi child actress cautiously peeked from behind a door frame, observing her surroundings. Amidst the bustling murmurs of the school hallway, Kang Su-hyun stood, brimming with excitement. Kang Su-hyun observed his bustling surroundings with a serious, contemplative expression. Kang Su-hyun, observing the chibi child actress peeking out like a cat, heard her call, "Come here, come here." He wondered, with a nod of slight tension, if she was angry at him once more. He noted her depressed demeanor, admitting to himself, "I have no idea how kids think." Kang Su-hyun, who had been worried after yesterday's filming, approached, intending to listen, but before he could speak her name, "Hey, Ji-yoon," she softly uttered, "Sorry." The child actress nervously fidgeted, her hands clasped as she stammered, I apologize for saying mean things." She confessed her profound jealousy towards Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging his talent and charm had made her feel displaced, but admitted that seeing his acting had finally shown her she was wrong. With nervous hope, she expressed her wish that, if he agreed, they could learn to get along as fellow actors in the future. "That's why," she began, her hand subtly twitching with anticipation. Her hand firmly clenched into a fist, betraying her intense internal struggle. Kang Su-hyun reflected on his own ignorance, realizing he had dismissed her as merely an irritable child, subtly ignoring her because of her youth. He understood now, "If you're that jealous of me, it must be because you really like acting, Sister Ji-yoon." Extending his hand, Kang Su-hyun acknowledged her, affirming, "Even though you are still young, you are an established actor." Kang Su-hyun smiled warmly, extending his hand to her, "Thank you for apologizing." Holding the black cat, Kang Su-hyun beamed, "Please take care of me." The chibi child actress, eyes closed in pure happiness, extended her hand in joyful acceptance. With heartfelt gratitude, the child actress shook Kang Su-hyun's hand, symbolizing their profound reconciliation. A cute short cartoon behind the scenes at the year-end award ceremony showed chibi Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically proclaiming his pink suit pretty and matching, only for chibi Lee Seo-han to repeatedly reject it. Asked for his thoughts on winning the Best Couple award, chibi Kang Su-hyun, holding hands with a chibi girl, eagerly addressed the "Dear viewers." Chibi Kang Su-hyun loudly declared, "Love you," to the audience, causing the chibi girl beside him to groan in comical embarrassment. With broad smiles and gestures, both chibi Kang Su-hyun and the chibi girl gratefully declared, "Thank you." Su-hyun lowered his gaze, silently offering an apology to the unseen demand for gratitude. Another child actor was left distressed as a girl mocked his daily apologies, calling them annoying. A voice called for the scene to cut, immediately demanding the next filming. A hand signaled, urging the actors to prepare for their next moment on set. An unseen voice pressed for urgency, demanding the lights be moved quickly due to time constraints. The drama, Praise, launched its poster and teaser, sparking widespread discussion across social media, with fans expressing shock and excitement over the quality and Soo-hyun's appearance, making the announcement public and stimulating viewers' curiosity. With filming accelerating, Soo-hyun found himself overwhelmed, longing for the simple comfort of sleeping at the hotel with his mom. He realized there was only one day a week when he could truly relax at home. Soo-hyun, on the brink of exhaustion, internally fought to keep his eyes open, stifling a sound of fatigue as the child actress called his name. Soo-hyun, acknowledging her, congratulated Sister Ji-yoon on her filming, who then asked if he had won an award at the year-end ceremony. He revealed the award was for a couple award, internally questioning his shame even though he was the only one to win, prompting Ji-yoon to offer her congratulations. Soo-hyun thanked her, playfully asking if the plushie she held was his gift, which she quickly denied with a surprised exclamation. Soo-hyun reluctantly accepted her denial, a small pout betraying his disappointment. Ji-yoon then revealed she had bought it as a congratulatory gift after all, offering it to him with a chuckle. Soo-hyun delightedly exclaimed how cute the gift was, profusely thanking his sister, as she gave a soft, embarrassed giggle. The child actress, playfully squeezing the sloth plushie, teased Soo-hyun about his evident skill in accepting gifts. The man with glasses, with an awkward blink, questioned if Soo-hyun had witnessed the exchange, to which Soo-hyun replied with a dismissive remark about Ji-yoon's feigned quiet crying. The man with glasses reflected on Ji-yoon's actions, finding them cute but also silently noting that someone should be more aware of her 6 years of age. He optimistically noted that Praise was airing tomorrow and everything was going well, praising its successful social media promotion despite not being a terrestrial broadcast. Soo-hyun hoped his hard work would be rewarded with good results, his heart thumping with anticipation as he realized tomorrow was finally the first airing day for Praise. He understood, however, that his excitement wasn't solely for the drama's success. Soon enough, another cherished event awaited. Soo-hyun eagerly anticipated his mom and dad's vacation family outing, wondering how long it had been since he'd felt the crisp air, as his parents discussed their holiday, specifically mentioning the premiere of his first starring drama. His mother further explained that they had been too busy to properly celebrate his birthday, and today they would have a proper family celebration. His father enthusiastically declared Soo-hyun could do whatever he wanted for fun, and Soo-hyun echoed the excitement, prompting his mother to playfully wonder who was the father and who was the son. Soo-hyun, focused and determined, learned to ice skate, his hand firmly held by his father for support. A camera shutter snapped, capturing the joyful moment of Soo-hyun holding hands with his father on the ice. Another camera snap captured a wider family moment, with his mother smiling in the foreground as Soo-hyun and his father skated happily in the background. The mother chuckled, commenting on Soo-hyun's obvious happiness, when the father suddenly shouted an alarmed warning. A sudden impact reverberated, accompanied by a shocked exclamation. Soo-hyun gasped in shock, anxiously calling out to his parents, desperate to know if they were unharmed after their fall. The father knelt protectively over his mother, who had fallen on the ice, while Soo-hyun watched, a silent "ah" escaping him. The father, with an embarrassed smile, made a romantic comment about their dating days, which mortified the mother, who gasped and yelled for him to quickly get out of the way as Soo-hyun was watching. A voice directed the family towards their reserved table in the restaurant. The waitress presented Soo-hyun with a children's menu, a precious opportunity he reflected he would never experience again as an adult. Soo-hyun eagerly chose the children's steak set, prompting his mother to offer him some of hers if he desired more meat. His attention then shifted to the bare omelette rice, exciting him and eliciting a confused response from his mother. His mother then suggested the hamburger set also looked delicious, as the choices floated enticingly before him, while his father gently reminded her that Soo-hyun had wanted to eat meat. Soo-hyun found himself comically stressed, caught in a buzzing internal deliberation over the many appealing meal options. His parents, amused by his indecision, urged him to choose, prompting Soo-hyun to exasperatedly question if they were mocking him. His mother quickly apologized for finding his worry cute, promising to order him dessert as an apology, and when his father suggested a double brownie, Soo-hyun eagerly agreed with a pout and a happy hum. 40. The waitress announced the arrival of Soo-hyun's children's set, presenting it as a special service, for which he thanked her excitedly. Narration transition. His father clapped and wished Soo-hyun a happy birthday as the cake arrived with its lit candles. Soo-hyun, beaming, made a peace sign as he posed for a photo with the smiling waitress, who held up a "thank you" sign. His parents then presented him with a wrapped birthday gift, wishing him a happy belated birthday. Soo-hyun's hands carefully rustled the wrapping paper as he began to unbox his gift. He happily exclaimed at the softness of his new scarf, and his mother complimented how perfectly it suited him. An unseen voice informed him there was yet another gift waiting. Soo-hyun looked surprised as he read the title of his second gift, A Collection of My Thoughts to Soo-hyun. He then read a heartfelt letter from Ian, who wished him a happy birthday and expressed gratitude for Soo-hyun broadening his horizons, acknowledging his hard work and passion in acting, and anticipating their future collaboration in the drama Chance. He learned that, unbeknownst to him, people around him had been compiling letters, little by little. This album was a collection of feelings from many people beyond his parents who loved and supported him. The narrator hoped these messages would offer the strength to stand up again whenever he felt lost, echoing the sentiment, Soo-hyun, save the world. Soo-hyun was overwhelmed by the sheer number of messages, a slight flutter of pages accompanying his surprised, then confused, gaze. As he read a heartfelt message from his mom and dad, promising unwavering support and happiness, a tingling sensation overcame him, prompting a quiet, emotional, "Ah, Mom and Dad." Soo-hyun reflected on his previous life, remembering how his parents never had the time to express such profound affection. He recalled the darkness of his past, when his house and family were utterly destroyed by a scammer's tricks, leaving him powerless and helpless. But now, Soo-hyun resolved that things could change and would never be the same again, tearfully thanking his parents while they comforted him, remarking on his emotional reaction. On the way home that day, his parents shared stories they hadn't been able to tell before, revealing that his mother had, until recently, been disappointed by his involvement in the entertainment industry. His mother expressed her admiration, stating he was clearly precocious and smarter than other children, eliciting a soft sound of surprise from him. Su-hyun reflected on the entertainment world, how his brightness was often a cover for a deep darkness beneath, feeling as though he was adapting to that world too early. His mother's thoughts revealed her desire for Su-hyun to earn more money, hoping he would live a healthy and stable life. Yet, as she watched him, her thoughts paused on, today, a turning point in her perspective. Su-hyun's expression shifted from surprise to joyous laughter as he continued to read the comforting messages in the notebook. His mother felt a profound connection, understanding how much Su-hyun cherished the present moment as she watched him read the letters. His parents, still worried, vowed their unwavering support until the end, encouraging him to confide in them during any hardships. Su-hyun, smiling brightly, assured his parents that he would confide in them. His father playfully suggested he shout out to his mom, causing Su-hyun a comical gasp of confusion as his mother winked. The father showered Su-hyun with loud kisses, embarrassing him, and Su-hyun, averting his gaze, quickly suggested they make a snowman and rush home to watch his drama. The sudden anxieties he once held about his family began to mysteriously ease away. He felt profoundly lighter, enveloped by the strong, undeniable love of his parents. A family of snowmen stood proudly, a whimsical symbol of renewed warmth and unity. As a result, the tension surrounding the airing day of his first lead drama also became noticeably lighter. Su-hyun clasped his hands together, a firm grip reflecting his determined okay. He reflected on Praise, his first lead drama, realizing his excitement was not for success alone, but for the profound warmth of his family, his true family of praise. But that evening, the calm was shattered. The drama, Praise, was immediately embroiled in controversy, with critical comments flooding in about its content and accusations of child abuse, shocking viewers from its very first episode. The moment arrived when Su-hyun's first lead role in Praise, Episode 1, finally aired. Yet, from its very first broadcast, the internet community erupted in controversy, accusing Praise of discomforting child abuse content and even calling for a boycott of its actors. Viewers were shocked by the horrendous depiction of child abuse, which had been hidden from promotional materials, leading some to argue it was unavoidable for an accusation-type drama based on actual events. Yet, the drama's provocative cruelty in bringing such incidents back to light sparked sharply conflicting opinions, and its aftermath was sure to be devastating. Quiet footsteps underscored the subtle, yet relentless, progression of the unfolding events. The seismic waves of controversy had already reached the Praise production team, leaving one man clutching a script, visibly stressed by the burden. Amidst the storm, the director's call to action for homeroom teacher Kim Hae-chun and Jang Yeon-woo's scene was met with Su-hyun's bright enthusiasm. Su-hyun's sharp glance picked up on the unspoken tension simmering beneath the surface, hinting at more to come. The PD, visibly struggling with the controversy and the complaints from higher-ups at the new broadcasting station, declined the offer for coffee, deeply burdened. An uneasy quiet descended upon the set, its tense atmosphere palpable to the observant crew members. Despite the underlying tension, the director, confident in this crucial tearjerker scene, called for action, determined to execute it flawlessly. As Yeon-woo, Su-hyun nervously clutched his hands, asking why the teacher was being kind, a question born from a lifetime of neglect. Teacher Kim Hae-chun gently explained his role as Yeon-woo's homeroom teacher, stating it was natural to buy a meal, but Yeon-woo still hesitated. Kim Hae-chun tenderly encouraged Yeon-woo to eat, reminding him to cool the ramen first, a small act of kindness that held profound meaning. Yeon-woo's eyes welled with an overwhelming rush of emotion, tears betraying the depth of his character's inner turmoil. Su-hyun, embodying Yeon-woo's deep-seated unworthiness, sobbed that he didn't deserve such kindness, as Lee Seo-han's character offered comfort. The PD, deeply moved by the child's powerful crying, paused, completely absorbed by the emotional authenticity of the scene. A sudden, brilliant realization illuminated the PD's face as he declared, "This is it, a potential solution to their daunting challenges." The director called for a cut, then specifically requested Su-hyun to bring the script over, signaling an important conversation. Su-hyun eagerly responded to the PD, who immediately directed his attention to a specific passage in the script. The PD teasingly asked if Su-hyun was adding another crying scene, noting the script only called for Yeon-woo to shed a single tear while looking at his birthday cake. The PD inwardly groaned, wondering why Su-hyun always cried so much, as the boy nodded happily with his script. Fake crying might be easy, the PD mused, but he understood how a constant focus on a pitiful protagonist could burden viewers and make emotions feel forced. The PD pinpointed the drama's core controversy, its bland portrayal of the victim, merely highlighting unfortunate aspects of real-life incidents. The PD reflected on the producer's intent to evoke tears, recognizing the desire to capture attention with tearjerker acting, yet deeply concerned about its impact. He realized a hasty judgment could easily result in an even colder, more unforgiving public response. Instead of relying on cheap tearjerker tactics, they needed a completely new approach to genuinely warm the public's opinion. The PD turned to Su-hyun, an expectant glint in his eye, asking if he could execute this new, crucial scene. Su-hyun paused, weighing the challenge, before beginning his response with thoughtful deliberation. Su-hyun confidently affirmed he could perform the scene well for the PD. Su-hyun, with a bright smile, silently resolved to take a gamble on this new, hopeful possibility. The gentle invitation for Yeonwoo to approach the cake set the scene for the emotional core of the new act. Kim Hae-chan offered a kind birthday wish to Yeonwoo, a moment of unexpected warmth for the character. Su-hyun, in character, deeply absorbed the unexpected kindness, his gaze reflective. The candle's wax dripped, a slow, gentle descent marking the passage of time and the quiet unfolding of the scene. Su-hyun's gaze held an intense, unwavering focus, capturing Yeonwoo's profound internal contemplation. The script had originally called for Yeonwoo to quietly look at the cake and shed a single tear, a detail Su-hyun had decided to challenge. The PD, tense with anticipation, swallowed hard as he watched Su-hyun's performance unfold. Su-hyun, as Yeonwoo, gently turned, shifting the focus of the scene. Yeonwoo's direct address to his teacher, was a powerful, unscripted moment. Instead of tears, Yeonwoo burst into a radiant, heartfelt smile and thanked his teacher, filling the scene with unexpected joy. The unexpected performance brought a tear to the young man's eye, a testament to its emotional resonance. The scene then settled on the familiar exterior of a convenience store. Lee Seo-han, still immersed in the scene, recalled his character Kim Hae-chan asking Yeonwoo why he cried and what he was thankful for. Su-hyun, as Yeonwoo, expressed heartfelt gratitude to his teacher, proclaiming, with an underlying anxious tone, that every day felt like a dream after meeting him. Kim Hae-chan looked at Yeonwoo with pitiful, understanding eyes, accepting his complex confession with a gentle, okay. With a gentle smile, Kim Hae-chan patted Yeonwoo's head, sealing the moment of acceptance with a quiet, okay. Amidst murmurs, the PD remarked on Su-hyun's mischievousness, acknowledging the cleverness behind his unscripted performance. Lee Seo-han, with a soft chuckle, playfully questioned Su-hyun why he had suddenly changed the scene, given the director's instruction to cry. Su-hyun hesitated, contemplating his artistic choice before responding. Su-hyun explained his character Yeonwoo was a sick child constantly scolded by his mother. He asserted that Yeonwoo, despite his hardships, wouldn't simply cry all the time. Su-hyun continued, explaining that Yeonwoo eventually found a caring teacher who took the time to understand his struggles. He envisioned Yeonwoo's journey from being treated roughly to finding friendship with his classmate Chaeun. Su-hyun passionately explained his vision of Yeonwoo, a character surrounded by warmth, leading him to portray a more honest and joyfully smiling child than anyone else. Lee Seo-han, genuinely impressed, praised Su-hyun's interpretation, calling it amazing and brilliant for the story as a whole. Su-hyun, beaming with gratitude, credited Seo-han for his amazing, unhesitating responses to the ad-libs, believing he couldn't have done it without him. The director's urgent call summoned Seo-han and Su-hyun, relaying the PD's immediate request for their presence. The PD's intense, rumbling call of Su-hyun's name immediately instilled a sense of dread. Su-hyun, tense with worry, nervously asked if the PD was angry because he had dared to change the script. The PD gently patted Su-hyun's arm, offering a calming reassurance. The PD effusively thanked Su-hyun, crediting him with making the main character more convincing, prompting Su-hyun's profound sigh of relief. The PD admitted his belated realization that when dramatizing real events, the main character's personality must evolve, and now had something important to tell them both. The PD then revealed that the second half of the drama's dialogue would be heavily revised, a surprising announcement that left both Lee Seo-han and Su-hyun wide-eyed with anticipation. Thanks to the extensive script revision, a rare, unexpected vacation materialized, as a van hummed along the sunlit road. Su-hyun, cheerfully acknowledging the many additional lines to memorize, still wore a happy grin, hinting at something more. Su-hyun's brother, the man with glasses, humorously groaned about his severe lack of sleep, asking why he felt like he was dying. Su-hyun, curious, pressed his brother about what happened, learning he had intended to give him something earlier. His brother then presented Su-hyun with a summary of all the career offers that had poured in since that morning. Su-hyun, grateful for his brother's sleepless efforts in organizing the overwhelming number of collaboration proposals, was instructed to meticulously check the details. Su-hyun listed the impressive array of offers, 5 commercials, 2 dramas, 1 movie, realizing the undeniable impact his lead role had created. Su-hyun gasped, quickly flipping through the document as something unexpected caught his eye. He continued to leaf through the pages, his confusion growing with each surprising discovery. Su-hyun realized one document wasn't a proposal, but an audition guide for the movie Shadow Road, demanding not just acting but also a violin performance. Reading the list of committee members, Su-hyun's voice caught at the name, Kim Yul-hong. Soo-hyun's heart pounded as a chilling realization settled over him, the name, Kim Yul-hong, resonating from a past that refused to stay bound, leaving him utterly shocked by the uncanny encounter. Chibi Lee Seo-han joyfully exclaimed his thanks in a vibrant, dreamlike world. From the comfort of their living room, one family member remarked on the child's captivating performance. An unknown woman with a bun wished Yeon-woo happiness, yet wondered why his smiling face brought her an unexpected pang of sadness. Unseen voices lauded the episode as legendary, noting the widespread praise and relief that Yeon-woo's story would have a happy ending this time, yet a pause hung in the air. The chibi girl angrily confronted the boys about their silence, while one boy stammered in disbelieving denial. An unseen voice asked if someone was crying, which was immediately confirmed with a profound sob. As his sisters continued their wails and sobs, Soo-hyun cried out in distress, wondering why they only had him. Soo-hyun laughed, playfully accepting the praise even if it made him cry, then teased the child actress about her swollen eyes, which drew her frustrated retort. The drama, Praise, continued to enjoy high ratings after its script revision, and in an interview, producer Lee Bong-chun expressed satisfaction that its initial intention had resonated with viewers, solidifying its title as a luxury drama. A direct question was posed about the reason for the drama's undeniable success. Producer Lee Bong-chun reflected that while many reasons contributed to the drama's success, one young individual, braver than anyone else, had contributed the most. Producer Lee Bong-chun stated his desire to take this opportunity to thank his friend once again. As an unknown voice tentatively asked if that friend was the main character, producer Lee Bong-chun confirmed the revelation. Soo-hyun awoke to a gentle knock and his name being called. His father instructed Soo-hyun to wash his hands, to which Soo-hyun cheerfully replied he would be out in a bit. Soo-hyun sat deep in thought, quietly pondering over some papers. Soo-hyun read the Shadow Road audition proposal, and his breath caught as he recognized the name, director Kim Yul-hong. Soo-hyun remembered a past life vision of director Kim Yul-hong, an outstanding musician and all-rounder who had crafted entire scripts herself. He recalled her celebrated fame for directing numerous successful musical films. Yet, from the future he had lived, Soo-hyun found no memory of a film called Shadow Road, leaving him with no guarantee of its success and no prior information. He considered the audition's broad age range, from 5 to 15 years old, and realized he would be at a significant disadvantage against a middle school rival. Still, he rustled the papers, his resolve firm. He would not miss the opportunity to work on a project directed by Kim Yul-hong. Soo-hyun excitedly declared his intention to learn the violin, a revelation that instantly shocked his parents. Mother realized the massage ticket was a bribe, a truly shocking revelation that made father tremble as he vehemently opposed it, leaving her to question his reaction. Father dramatically rejected the bribe, startled by the thought of his public servant duty, then swiftly offered to do the dishes to appease his wife. Mother calmly asked if the audition was the reason, and Soo-hyun confirmed with a slight shift that he needed to play the violin in the first round. Soo-hyun proudly declared he had practiced his toy violin extensively and would excel at a real instrument, making it clang as his father chuckled, realizing there was no stopping him. Soo-hyun mused that while he had couched his request in childlike terms to gain his parents' permission, he had, in fact, played the violin before. As a violin played, an unseen voice questioned if this artistic direction wasn't too much of a stretch. Unknown Man 2 voiced his doubts about a 3-year-old idol suddenly adopting a classic concept, but Unknown Man 1 retorted that they had no choice and the company could criticize if they wished. Unknown Man 1, with a glimmer of hope, declared that if this concept became a hit, their end life as fools would finally conclude, urging them to cheer up. The narrator reflected that the highly anticipated classic concept had changed dramatically, only to shatter and vanish without anyone's attention, ultimately ending entirely. Soo-hyun politely sought advice on violin lessons at the Seein Music Academy. An unseen person offered a joyful welcome. Kim So-hee Kim, the director of Seein Music Academy, introduced herself warmly. 6-year-old Kang Su-hyun politely introduced himself with a bow, sparking surprised recognition from the academy director, who realized he was the main character of the current drama. The academy director directed them to a private practice room. The director enthusiastically noted that the 1/8 size violin was absolutely perfect. Soo-hyun happily held the violin, radiating with pure excitement. The director confirmed it was Soo-hyun's first time playing and offered guidance, which he readily accepted. Soo-hyun made a delicate stroke with the violin bow. With intense focus, Soo-hyun swished the bow, drawing forth a sound. The director, observing Soo-hyun, was surprised by his remarkably refined posture for a first-time player. Soo-hyun pulled a note from the violin strings. Soo-hyun played various notes, each sound impressing the adults who reacted with smiles and surprised gasps. Soo-hyun played the violin with deep enjoyment and innate skill, a radiant, dreamlike performance unfolding around him. Overwhelmed with emotion, the director could only utter a profound, "This kid." With a dramatic pop of realization, the director exclaimed, "This kid is a genius," leaving his parents utterly surprised. The director praised Su-hyun as a lovely genius, but Mother, with a tap for emphasis, corrected her, proclaiming that his rich, powerful voice was an innate gift rarely found in a child. Su-hyun smugly thought he had deliberately feigned clumsiness to avoid suspicion, yet still earned the genius label, confirming his undeniable weakness to praise. The director and Mother excitedly agreed that next year's competition could be Su-hyun's stage, an overwhelming prospect that Su-hyun immediately and vehemently rejected. Mother gently steered the conversation, asserting Su-hyun's acting was superior and dismissively downplaying his violin skills as something he just dabbled in. Mother calmly explained her desire to respect Su-hyun's opinion and not rush into such a significant decision, a sentiment the director lamented as a waste of talent. Mother gently emphasized that the decision about his future lay solely with her son, not with her or the teacher. The director acknowledged Mother's point with a thoughtful sigh, then resolutely declared her commitment to helping Su-hyun pass the audition. Mother expressed her gratitude, and the man with glasses added his anticipation for the director's help. The director gently guided Su-hyun as he practiced the violin, his eyes fixed on the sheet music. Supported by the director, Su-hyun smiled as he joyfully played the violin. Su-hyun carefully marked notes on a sheet of music with a green pen. On audition day, a crisp announcement instructed participants to take their assigned seats in the hallway. Su-hyun observed the murmuring crowd, noting the sheer number of competitors as the man with glasses confirmed there were over 100 people. Su-hyun noted that only about 10 children were his age as a child nearby sniffled and coughed, adding to the tense atmosphere. Su-hyun observed that most competitors were older middle school students as a voice announced numbers 30 to 35 should enter the inner waiting room. The man with glasses departed, promising to return, and Su-hyun cheerfully sent him off with a resounding, fighting. His heart thumped as Su-hyun reflected on his previous life as an unknown idol, acknowledging his nervousness for this, his very first movie audition. Su-hyun squeezed his violin case, reassuring himself that it was perfectly okay to make mistakes because he was still only 6 years old. Su-hyun resolved to enjoy the audition to the fullest, and as the door dramatically thumped open, he exclaimed, "Wow!" Su-hyun took a deliberate step forward. Suddenly, a child actor fell backward, creating a dramatic crash and shatter that startled Su-hyun and the other children. A tense silence fell over the hallway as the child actor lay motionless on the ground, observed by Su-hyun and the other children. Su-hyun, his voice trembling slightly, asked the fallen child actor if he was okay, and the boy stirred, weakly responding. The child actor erupted in a blood-curdling scream, claiming there was a monster inside. Su-hyun reacted with utter bewilderment to the child actor's terrifying claim, echoing, "Monster." The child's terror exploded as Su-hyun shrieked about a monster lurking within. Su-hyun echoed the terrifying word, his mind reeling from the impossible claim. A voice crisply called the next applicant, breaking the hallway's tense anticipation. The man with brown hair noted the caliber of applicants, then addressed Kang Su-hyun, confirming his experience before beginning the next audition. A vibrant melody burst forth as the child actor, Kang Su-hyun, launched into his enthusiastic violin performance. Kang Su-hyun poured himself into the violin performance, a sound of strained intensity underscoring his exaggerated effort. The judges offered hesitant feedback before the director's voice cut through the air, abruptly demanding a halt to the performance. The director's anger radiated through the room as she scornfully asked what kind of local fun party this was. The director harshly questioned Kang Su-hyun's understanding of his own capabilities, wondering why he chose a song he couldn't play properly. The director continued her barrage, demanding an explanation for the strange dance, as Kang Su-hyun internally debated appealing to his cuteness to salvage his score. The director's fury swelled, towering over Kang Su-hyun as she suggested castanets over a violin if he merely sought to dance. The woman with the ponytail and the older judge reacted with explosive outrage at the director's escalating behavior. The older judge vehemently called for restraint, while the man with brown hair panicked, desperate for someone to end the volatile situation. The audition devolved into a monstrous cacophony, transforming the children's hopes into terrified, clinging forms. A red pen decisively marked an application as rejected, as the next applicant was summoned. Su-hyun confidently introduced himself to the audition panel, ready for his turn. The man with brown hair recognized Su-hyun from a recent drama, praising his acting as a potentially hot topic. The director vehemently dismissed any casting based on appearance alone, angrily demanding Su-hyun be sent away immediately. The man with brown hair invited Su-hyun to begin, and Su-hyun readily agreed. Su-hyun began to play the violin, a serene expression gracing his face as musical notes seemed to dance around him. The woman with the ponytail observed with a curious surprise that Su-hyun was playing popular music, not a classical piece. The older judge, though acknowledging Su-hyun's skill, found the performance rather monotonous compared to other applicants. The man with brown hair worried about the director's impending harsh criticism, dreading her next outburst. The director's voice cut through the music, abruptly commanding the performance to stop. A sudden silence descended upon the room, thick with anticipation. The director's intense gaze fixed on Soo-hyun as she demanded to know why he hadn't added vibrato. Soo-hyun looked bewildered, failing to grasp the director's question about vibrato. Soo-hyun began to explain his choice, emphasizing it was because the main character. Soo-hyun revealed the simple truth: he had never formally learned to play the violin. Swirling around him were shimmering notes, born from a true genius who played from memory, untouched by formal training. Soo-hyun innocently explained his lack of technical knowledge, playing by ear songs he had heard when he was young. The man with brown hair realized the profound significance of Soo-hyun's untrained talent for the movie's main character, questioning if this was truly a movie audition room and not a violin competition. An unseen judge wondered aloud if Soo-hyun's skill was exceptional for his young age. The director smiled ominously, then addressed someone in the room. The director, with an unsettling grin, leaned forward and asked Soo-hyun if he liked it. Soo-hyun responded with a surprised yes. The director then declared her fervent approval, shocking the other judges at the table. The man with brown hair attempted to protest, his words trailing off in disbelief. The director chuckled maniacally, revealing her true purpose for enduring the auditions: to find the main character. The director critiqued young performers in her mind, while the other judges became visibly frustrated and panicked. The woman with the ponytail nervously tried to interject, reminding the director about remaining applicants, but the director dismissed them all. The director commanded Soo-hyun to act out scene number 3, briskly instructing her staff to prepare the camera and read the other lines. Soo-hyun closed his eyes and took a deep, focused breath, preparing himself for the scene. Soo-hyun smiled brightly, a flash of pure innocence captured by the imaginary camera. Soo-hyun expressed his desire to find his parents, wondering how he could achieve such a feat. Soo-hyun explained his plan: to become truly famous, convinced his parents would then be happy, connecting this dream to a song he believed they gave him. Soo-hyun, with a confident pointer finger, declared there was a way, referencing a volunteer who had spoken before. With a flourish, Soo-hyun declared his path to fame: a renowned foot odorist, cheekily brandishing a shoe. Soo-hyun immediately collapsed in an apologetic heap, his comical attempt grossing out the judges who recoiled in disgust. A hand slammed down on the table with sharp, decisive impact. The director, with a smirk, found Soo-hyun genuinely funny and declared that he had passed the audition, utterly shocking him. The man with brown hair exclaimed in extreme surprise at the director's sudden decision. The director casually announced her departure, stating she would send the song and contact Soo-hyun later, but the man with brown hair frantically tried to stop her, questioning if the audition was truly over. The man with brown hair desperately protested that 70 child actors and a second audition still remained. The director furiously dismissed all further applicants, declaring Soo-hyun perfect and demanding the cancellation of the second round to avoid wasting more time on clumsy scumbags. The other judges frantically tried to reason with the enraged director, who brushed them aside, delivering the good news to Soo-hyun directly before making her exit. The production company building stood under a yellowish sky, its glass windows reflecting the afternoon light. Soo-hyun emerged from the audition room, appearing tired, as the man with glasses greeted him, noting his delayed exit. The man with glasses inquired about the audition, to which Soo-hyun gave a vague and somber reply. Soo-hyun then whispered about a monster inside, leaving the man with glasses utterly confused. Soo-hyun, feeling a wave of dizziness, realized that with the tension gone, the fear of the monster director was now truly sinking in. Soo-hyun reflected on the director's piercing eyes. Soo-hyun considered the director's unsettling smile. Soo-hyun recalled the director's indifferent and discourteous attitude. Soo-hyun, still processing it all, pondered the exciting prospect of filming with director Kim Yul-hong. Without another thought, Soo-hyun received his acceptance notification that very evening, and time flew by as he immersed himself in role research, until one day at the beginning of summer. Chibi Soo-hyun cheerfully introduced himself as Kang Su-hyun, playing Park Ji-suk, and expressed his gratitude. The first script reading for the movie Shadow Road officially began. Director Kim Yul-hong critiqued Lim Seo-la's acting as being inadequate, to which the woman apologetically responded. Director Kim Yul-hong then lashed out at Choi Chun-sik for not managing his facial expressions, prompting a shocked and confused reaction from the older man. Soo-hyun observed Director Kim Yul-hong, wondering if her intense demeanor made her appear younger than her actual age. Even while trying to eat, the suffocating atmosphere of the room pressed in on Soo-hyun. Soo-hyun, holding his script, mused that his younger self would have cried long ago, now worrying for the other child actor's resilience. Nam-hyun, the child actor with curly brown hair, startled at a remark and loudly confirmed his understanding. Director Kim Yul-hong berated the child actor for his practice and independent acting choices, demanding he fix it, to which he defiantly promised to comply. Soo-hyun observed the other child's brave endurance, while Director Kim Yul-hong commanded them to begin the reading anew. 3 hours later, the script reading concluded, with thanks extended for everyone's hard work and effort. Su-hyun lay asleep on the table, exhausted after 5 hours of script reading, when someone tried to rouse him. The child actor with brown curly hair, Nam Hyun-do, introduced himself to Su-hyun with a friendly smile and an outstretched hand. Su-hyun internally acknowledged Nam Hyun-do's impressive concentration for his age, then outwardly thanked him, addressing him as brother. Su-hyun extended his hand, requesting Nam Hyun-do's care and guidance. Su-hyun's silhouette flickered with a glitching effect as he reached out, startled by something unseen. Su-hyun's wide eye reflected a sudden dawning realization as he began to speak. Su-hyun, in a state of shock, questioned where he and Nam Hyun-do could have met before. The narrative began with an unfinished thought, hinting at an unspoken connection. Chibi Lee Seo-han, with a friendly hand extended, wondered if they had ever met. Confused, Chibi Lee Seo-han insisted it was their first encounter, dismissing any lingering sense of familiarity. Then, a voice of sudden understanding declared that it knew. With an enthusiastic sparkle, Chibi Lee Seo-han asked for friendship, to which a startled Kang Su-hyun could only agree. Chibi Lee Seo-han cheerfully hoped for more conversations, promising to meet again next week for filming. Kang Su-hyun waved, reflecting on whether his earlier premonition had simply been confusion. The production began for the movie Shadow Road. As two men approached with a conspiratorial rustle, proposing rebellion, Kang Su-hyun felt a profound crisis loom. Kang Su-hyun questioned the strange word, only for Lee Chang-ho to laughingly explain it was merely an ad-lib, not in the script. Kang Su-hyun's breath caught in his throat, utterly shocked by the audacity of suddenly adding ad-libs to the sacred script. A voice warned that such an unannounced change to director Kim's work would undoubtedly cause an uproar. A sudden voice cut through the tension, asking if Kang Su-hyun was present. Kang Su-hyun rushed forward with pattering footsteps, respectfully greeting senior Lee Chang-ho, then called out again as the man moved away. Lee Chang-ho whispered that he had heard about the rebellion, prompting Kang Su-hyun to anxiously wonder if things would truly be alright. Lee Chang-ho inwardly sighed, knowing it wouldn't be okay as those people rarely listened, yet he was known for thoroughly organizing chaos. Lee Chang-ho then declared his surprising agreement with the rebellion, leaving Kang Su-hyun utterly bewildered, for Senior Chang-ho was never like this. No matter the director's words, Lee Chang-ho resolved to calmly accept any truth. As he offered advice to junior actors, praising Sia's talent despite the director's personality, Lee Chang-ho, a famous and popular actor, left Kang Su-hyun wondering how he could possibly join this rebellion. Kang Su-hyun, exasperated, demanded to know why the senior agreed, drawing a thoughtful, from Lee Chang-ho. The musical movie, Shadow Road, centered on the main character's crucial opportunity to begin his music career, driven by a desperate yearning to find his parents, compelling him to run from the orphanage with only his violin. Yet, amidst his hardships, on the very brink of returning to the orphanage, the main character wept as he played his violin. Then, in a hopeful turning point, he met the president who recognized his budding talent. This was the pivotal moment, offering him the opportunity to truly flourish as a musician. However, a problem, stark and unsettling, began to emerge. The narration lingered on the end of Act 2, sensing a risk that it might be handled too lightly, a concern reflected in Kang Su-hyun's somber expression. Kang Su-hyun asserted his feeling, clarifying that he had no intention of disrespecting the director. He then admitted he would deeply regret suppressing his actor's instincts, reassuring his listener not to worry. Lee Chang-ho gently ruffled Kang Su-hyun's hair, declaring he would take responsibility, and urging Kang Su-hyun to act exactly as he wished. The call to begin filming echoed, signaling the 48th take. As the older man furiously yelled, Kang Su-hyun, his hand clasped by the supportive Lee Chang-ho, anxiously wondered if this would truly be okay. The scene felt like thin ice, as influential actors openly rebelled against their director, leaving the older man weeping while embracing Kang Su-hyun. As Kang Su-hyun wept, captured through the camera lens, a faint jingle underscored the raw emotion of the moment. A grave warning echoed, failure here could cost them their job. The older man inquired about his involvement in entertainment, to which Lee Chang-ho affirmed that his small venture was steadily run. Lee Chang-ho expressed his deep care for talented young children, earning praise from the older man, while Kang Su-hyun quietly folded origami nearby. An awkward silence was suddenly broken by a deep rumble from Lee Chang-ho's stomach. With a sudden thud, Lee Chang-ho collapsed, crying out in pain, as the older man frantically screamed for Ji-suk. Lee Chang-ho dramatically vowed to take full responsibility and raise the child well, leaving two onlookers utterly shocked. Kang Su-hyun's heart pounded in his chest as he nervously peeked through the gap. Kneeling, Lee Chang-ho desperately pleaded for help in developing the child's talent. The older man sighed, a shuffling sound accompanying his resigned declaration that this was indeed the end. The older man, placing the weight of the decision on Kang Su-hyun, asked what he truly wanted to do, sparking a palpable excitement within the child. Lee Chang-ho reiterated his promise to take full responsibility, urging Kang Su-hyun once more to act exactly as he desired. With fierce determination, Kang Su-hyun declared his profound desire to find his parents. Holding a delicate origami bird, Kang Su-hyun questioned who his parents truly were, and whether they had truly abandoned him, pondering the implications if that were the case. He then wondered aloud why he missed this particular song and loved it so deeply, if indeed he had been abandoned. Surrounded by an aura of sincerity, Kang Su-hyun firmly stated his profound desire to know the truth. The older man sighed softly, then granted permission, allowing Kang Su-hyun to pursue his desire, who then thanked his teacher with overflowing excitement. Amidst a burst of joyous sparkles, Lee Chang-ho triumphantly exclaimed his success to Ji-suk, as Kang Su-hyun embraced him as uncle. Director Kim called cut, then contemplatively remarked on his impressive ability to feed off others' performances. A pointed question cut through the air: who started this first? With a decisive move, Lee Chang-ho stepped forward, calmly claiming responsibility. Bowing deeply, Lee Chang-ho offered his apologies, clarifying that he had no intention of defying the director's instructions. He explained that he regretted how an intense scene might have been overlooked as a mere transition, and thus felt compelled to showcase it himself, apologizing once more. The man in the green cap nervously laughed, the sound echoing the awkward tension in the room. Director Kim's smirk, shadowed and cunning, hinted at a deeper, more intimidating nature. With an eerie crackling, Director Kim, eyes glowing red, remarked menacingly that it had been a while since she last angered someone. Kang Su-hyun shivered, a chilling drip-drip emphasizing his profound fear of her menacing presence. Director Kim's voice cut through the air, formally addressing actor Lee Chang-ho, who promptly responded. A tense silence fell, broken only by the ominous ticking of a clock. Director Kim sternly warned that there would be no next time, regardless of his intentions, demanding prior notice for any future deviations. Lee Chang-ho bowed, assuring the director that he would indeed keep her instructions firmly in mind. With an authoritative command, the director declared the scene would be refilmed exactly according to the original script, instructing everyone to get ready. Kang Su-hyun internally sighed in disappointment, admitting to himself that he had secretly hoped it would pass. Lee Chang-ho gently patted Kang Su-hyun's head, thanking him for enduring. Kang Su-hyun asked if the senior was okay, who, with a fleeting sparkle of unease, admitted he was still quite nervous. Still, the senior's acting was no joke. It was so compelling that even Kang Su-hyun found himself unconsciously ad-libbing, making him question the incredible opportunity of working with such talent. He concluded that choosing this project had been an undeniably good decision. As the uprising quietly subsided, he suddenly realized it was all unexpectedly connected to him. Kang Su-hyun, cheerfully announcing lunchtime, promised to meet again in an hour as he walked away. Kang Su-hyun rushed forward with pattering footsteps, asking Nam Hyun-do if he was practicing the script and mentioning he had brought a lunchbox. Kang Su-hyun exclaimed that the filmed scene had turned out great, but then critically asked if Nam Hyun-do's performance felt a bit disappointing in one part. Kang Su-hyun offered his opinion that his brother's portrayal of Dong-gil was brighter, prompting a terse "hey" from Nam Hyun-do. Nam Hyun-do, his expression intense, directly challenged Kang Su-hyun, asking if he was truly good at acting. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in utter shock and confusion. Nam Hyun-do, emanating a dark, static energy, intensely addressed Kang Su-hyun by his full name. Kang Su-hyun gasped in sudden shock, a dawning realization manifesting as he wondered if this child was Jino, the idol from his previous life. The street scene for the main character and his friend cheerfully began filming, capturing the warmth of a new day. A gentle joy filled the air as Kang Su-hyun and the other child actor beamed under the bright sun. The director called for a cut, her voice sharp but appreciative as she praised Kang Su-hyun's flawless facial expressions. A tiny, delighted Kang Su-hyun bounced with gratitude, thanking the director with a cheerful burst of energy. But then, the director's casual mention of Hyundo's name made the child actor instinctively flinch, his unease almost imperceptible. She deemed his vocalization unstable, a weighty critique softened only by the acknowledgement that the overall cut was perfect, to which he could only grudgingly agree. With the scene complete, the director called for a lunch break, instructing everyone to gather their packed meals before returning in an hour and a half. The child actor, Nam Hyun-do, remained lost in thought, his gaze fixed on the script while the world around him buzzed with break-time activity. A woman's warm voice broke through the harmonious atmosphere, showering Kang Su-hyun with praise for his acting and lovely demeanor, as Nam Hyun-do quietly observed. Kang Su-hyun's innocent remark about his parents' love earned him an outpouring of affection, but the words caused a subtle, uncomfortable grimace to flicker across Nam Hyun-do's face. A gentle quiet settled as Kang Su-hyun walked away, leaving Nam Hyun-do still perched on the bench. Kang Su-hyun rushed forward with pattering footsteps, asking if Nam Hyun-do was practicing the script and mentioning he had brought a lunchbox. He exclaimed that the filmed scene had turned out great, but then critically asked if Nam Hyun-do's performance felt a bit disappointing in one part. Kang Su-hyun offered his opinion that his brother's portrayal of Dong-gil was brighter, prompting a terse "hey" from Nam Hyun-do. Nam Hyun-do, his expression intense, directly challenged Kang Su-hyun, asking if he was truly good at acting, his exhaustion palpable. Adult Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in utter shock and confusion, his breath catching in his throat. A dark, static energy emanated as Nam Hyun-do intensely addressed Kang Su-hyun by his full name, a memory manifesting from the glitching past. Kang Su-hyun gasped in sudden shock, a dawning realization manifesting as he wondered if this child was Jino, the idol from his previous life. Lee Seo-han's cheerful voice rang out, proclaiming "Merry Christmas" and declaring the end of their performance with a flourish of musical notes. Still in character, Santa Lee Seo-han greeted the delighted little ones, surrounded by the joyful chaos of the orphanage Christmas event. Lee Seo-han finally let out a tired sigh, praising Kang Su-hyun for his great job despite his own exhaustion. As an unseen hand gently wiped his face, Lee Seo-han gratefully acknowledged that everyone else had worked hard too. Two friends, clad in Santa hats, surprised Lee Seo-han in his reindeer costume, erupting in laughter and pointing out that it was his birthday. With a quiet gesture, a friend presented a modest cake, apologizing for the hasty preparation but offering warm congratulations. Lee Seo-han, touched, thanked them, while a friend voiced a shared aspiration for their group's success and a grander celebration next year. With cake residue streaking his face like tears, Lee Seo-han emotionally agreed, declaring their shared determination to perform on stage with Black Star next year. The two other group members nodded in agreement, expressing envy for Black Star's year-end special broadcast and the hope that they too could seize such an opportunity. One member excitedly pointed out that Black Star's leader, Jino, particularly liked Kang Su-hyun, speculating that this connection might lead to a special guest appearance. Lee Seo-han promised to call Kang Su-hyun if they received an invitation, a promise met with an awkward, hesitant laugh. Black Star's Jino, though debuting around the same time as their own group End, now commanded a world of difference as a top idol group. Among them, Jino was simply a natural idol, overflowing with overwhelming talent, a uniquely bright personality, and the full backing of a large agency, destined for success. With a bright smile and sparkling eyes, Jino introduced himself as the charismatic leader of Black Star, receiving an immediate, respectful welcome. Jino, with a surprised yet delighted expression, greeted Lee Seo-han's group, exclaiming over their unexpected reunion. He abruptly leaned in, proposing friendship due to their similar ages, a gesture that visibly unsettled the uncomfortable Lee Seo-han. Kang Su-hyun, utterly flustered, found himself bombarded by a barrage of daily texts, constantly questioning if they were from Jino again, about their shared birthday. Jino's radiant image, full of light and encouragement, urged Kang Su-hyun to smile, reminding him that good luck always followed. As Lee Seo-han held the birthday cake, a deep sadness washed over him, reflecting on his complex relationship with Jino. A profound sorrow settled on Lee Seo-han's face, his tear-filled eyes blurring the distinction between cake residue and genuine tears. Kang Su-hyun acknowledged the day's immense difficulty, yet found solace in the simple comfort of his accommodation. He instructed his companions to wash up first, deciding to step out for some fresh air, a suggestion readily agreed to. Kang Su-hyun sat by the window, letting out a heavy sigh as he gazed contemplatively into the snowy night. Snowflakes softly descended through the vast, dark expanse of the night sky, bringing a profound quiet. A warm, dreamlike memory surfaced, his parents, beaming, wishing him a happy birthday as they offered gifts. Kang Su-hyun's gaze fell, lost in a profound sadness and introspection. His hand hovered over his phone, the glowing screen displaying the contact for him. He grappled with the weighty decision to try and contact her. A wave of melancholy washed over Kang Su-hyun as he remembered leaving the maternal home where he had lived with his mother. The memory of their last contact remained hazy, shrouded in an ethereal, swirling energy, as if bound by a forgotten past. After the divorce, his mother found herself struggling just to exist in the harsh reality of her life. She simply couldn't afford to take care of him, leaving a desperate hand reaching out into the void. A forceful grip on a wrist, a desperate attempt to hold on, vividly depicted the painful struggle of separation. He remembered his grandmother's harsh words, blaming him for his mother's struggles and sternly telling him not to bother her anymore. As he held the elderly woman's hand, a younger figure walked away, a silent tableau of their agonizing family separation. With a profound sadness, Kang Su-hyun tried to rationalize his mother's absence, telling himself she must simply be busy. Lying face down, Kang Su-hyun felt a deep, overwhelming distress at the thought of contacting his mother, convinced he would only annoy her. He remained slumped, phone still clutched in hand, his somber distress unwavering. His phone displayed a barrage of automated birthday messages, a stark reminder of impersonal well-wishes amidst his internal turmoil. Caught completely off guard, Kang Su-hyun accepted a birthday gift from a man, surprised by the casual encounter. Kang Su-hyun offered a gentle smile of thanks, accepting the gift from Jino, whose charming idol aura sparkled brightly. Kang Su-hyun apologized for having nothing in return, but Jino brushed it off, cheerfully calling them soulmates, his warmth radiating. Jino's casual speculation about Kang Su-hyun's mother's excitement for his birthday struck a deep chord, instantly casting him into profound distress. Jino, noticing Kang Su-hyun's sudden shift in mood, questioned his demeanor, to which Kang Su-hyun struggled for a response. With tears and cake residue on his face, Lee Seo-han, emotional, reaffirmed his fierce determination to perform on stage with Black Star next year. His hand once again lingered on his smartphone, grappling with the same weighty decision to contact his mother. The harsh memory of his grandmother blaming him for his mother's struggles, telling him never to bother her, resurfaced with painful clarity. Kang Su-hyun abruptly turned his back, curtly dismissing the concern with nothing, as Jino watched him thoughtfully by the vending machines. Jino called out to Kang Su-hyun, a deep concern etched on his face, reflecting on their enduring friendship. A soda can clattered as Jino's thoughts, tinged with uncanny insight, revealed his perception of Kang Su-hyun's true self, recognizing the deeper emotions he tried so hard to conceal. Jino gently told Kang Su-hyun to relax, pressing a gift into his hand in a gesture of quiet support. He offered earnest advice, urging Kang Su-hyun to be honest with his feelings and open his heart so others could truly reach him. Kang Su-hyun, his anger rising, sharply challenged Jino, questioning what he could possibly know. He unleashed his frustration, accusing Jino of speaking leisurely because he had everything, lamenting his own lack of time even for drawing. Kang Su-hyun felt Jino's advice came across as condescending, and though Jino tried to explain his good intentions, he only suggested Kang Su-hyun try harder. The crushing weight of their differing circumstances fueled an inner conflict, making Kang Su-hyun question if his own struggles made him a target for such casual cruelty. Kang Su-hyun reeled in shock as Jino declared that hard work alone didn't guarantee success in this world. A firm foot landed, and a voice sharply questioned why Kang Su-hyun was speaking so harshly. Kang Su-hyun, his anger erupting, grabbed Jino's shirt and furiously demanded what he could possibly know about his life. That intense, pained expression was the last memory Kang Su-hyun held of Jino before he was sent back in time, forever bound to his consciousness. The child actor, Nam Hyun-do, sat looking exhausted, and Kang Su-hyun now knew this pained expression was the same one he couldn't forget from Jino. A profound realization settled over Kang Su-hyun. Nam Hyun-do had carried that same burdened spirit, a connection to his past life's Jino. Kang Su-hyun now grappled with immense confusion, wondering how he was supposed to treat Nam Hyun-do, knowing his true, supernatural identity. Nam Hyun-do challenged Kang Su-hyun's acting ability, a question fraught with dramatic irony as the narration confirmed this child was indeed an actor. The uncanny truth manifested, revealing that Nam Hyun-do, this very child, was somehow Jino bound to a new form. Kang Su-hyun's mind reeled, grappling with the profound question of how he was to treat Nam Hyun-do, now that his true, impossible identity was revealed. The mundane call for a lunch break sharply pulled Kang Su-hyun from his spiraling thoughts. Nam Hyun-do, his hand firmly gripping Kang Su-hyun's shoulder, offered a contrite apology, admitting his earlier frustration had been misdirected. He continued, expressing remorse for not embodying the protective role an older brother should have shown. Kang Su-hyun offered a polite reassurance, yet his inner turmoil persisted, knowing intellectually it wasn't Nam Hyun-do's fault, but the emotional weight remained. Kang Su-hyun excused himself, his mind wrestling with the supernatural reality of their superimposed future selves, which made the present moment incredibly awkward. For a moment, the weight of his personal awkwardness vanished, overshadowed by a far more pressing problem that demanded Kang Su-hyun's full attention. His training began at the same music academy, a place of diligent, unhurried practice. Kang Su-hyun cried out as his tender child's hand stung from the effort. His small hand, prone to injury, drew a worried question from the other child actor, who rushed to his side. When the director suggested he rest, Kang Su-hyun's plea erupted with fervent determination, insisting on just a little more time. Kang Su-hyun pressed on with his violin, his mind singular in its focus. Now was not the moment for hesitation or any other thoughts. The busking shoot, he realized, had been abruptly moved forward due to unforeseen venue complications, tightening the already strained timeline. The director's casual announcement, a gig and permit secured for next week, sent a wave of shock through Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun's terror was palpable as he tried to halt the director, the rushed schedule an overwhelming, impossible prospect. As the director departed, giving instructions for cleanup, Kang Su-hyun's mind raced with the inherent difficulties of filming a busking performance. A polite thank you echoed through the departing crew, a brief recognition of their efforts. The grim reality was that there simply wasn't enough time left to properly prepare for the impending shoot. To truly inhabit the title of genius for his role, Kang Su-hyun knew mere talent was insufficient, demanding endless, diligent practice. His parents, peeking in with soft concern, understood that simply clinging to an instrument all day wasn't enough, it was his spirit that needed nurturing. Kang Su-hyun stirred from his brief, exhausted sleep as the vehicle finally pulled up to the busking scene. Kang Su-hyun groggily questioned the early arrival, prompting the man with glasses to voice his concern about the actor's noticeable lack of sleep over the past week. The man with glasses probed his readiness for the shoot, but Kang Su-hyun responded with a knowing, subtle smile. Kang Su-hyun confidently declared his readiness, his extensive, unwavering practice a solid foundation beneath his words. And more importantly, Kang Su-hyun reflected, he still possessed that, his secret supernatural advantage. Amidst the lively, chattering crowd, the call for actor Kang Su-hyun to prepare for the set reverberated through the air. As Kang Su-hyun reflected on the power of his ability, excited whispers from the crowd quickly identified him, marveling at the filming taking place. Kang Su-hyun felt the filming flowed with unusual ease, while a father in the crowd captured a picture, marveling at the boy's violin skills. This unique ability was a gift, manifested after his regression, a power unlike any other. It was the uncanny power to perceive every single camera shot focused on him, in real time, a true supernatural feat. Actor Kang Su-hyun settled into position at the busking location, the increasing number of passers-by not yet disrupting the smooth flow of the shoot. The shoot proceeded methodically, strictly adhering to the manual, as the director keenly observed from the elevated control car. The director sternly reminded her staff to be meticulous, her thoughts, however, were entirely consumed by Kang Su-hyun. A hand precisely navigated the computer mouse, manipulating the digital feeds. The monitor clicked, bringing a beaming image of Kang Su-hyun into view. Another soft click, and a fresh feed displayed Kang Su-hyun playing violin, joined by Nam Hyun-do. A subtle unease began to gnaw at the director, something felt inexplicably wrong with the performance. Though Kang Su-hyun's facial expressions and acting were technically flawless, the director sensed a calculated precision, as if he merely chose the right answers without genuine emotional resonance. The director's thoughts turned to a chilling possibility. It was as if Kang Su-hyun could perceive every camera's lens, instinctively performing what would be most pleasant to viewers. Kang Su-hyun confidently affirmed that, with this supernatural ability, he could perform completely without worry. Concentrating deeply on his performance and the myriad camera feeds, Kang Su-hyun was abruptly startled by an unexpected shift in his supernatural perception. A sudden rush of panic hit Kang Su-hyun. The number of screens was far greater than in rehearsal, and he couldn't discern where all these new cameras were located. The truth dawned on him, these new, countless camera feeds belonged to the phones of passing strangers, capturing every moment. He inwardly questioned the lack of control over these unexpected camera feeds, even as a sign nearby urged him to act as naturally as possible. Surrounded by a dizzying multitude of screens, Kang Su-hyun's heart pounded, his gaze frantically searching for a single point of focus among the chaos. Under the pressure, Kang Su-hyun's bow faltered, producing a harsh, screeching sound from the violin. A voice from the crowd noted his performance, marking the official beginning of his public display. Kang Su-hyun wrestled with the unique, overwhelming pressure of the moment, where he not only had to act flawlessly but also perform the music perfectly, all for an uncontrolled, public audience. A fervent wish to filter the overwhelming visual chaos escaped Kang Su-hyun, and in that instant, a surprising new element appeared within his supernatural sight. In the control room, a staff member voiced concern over Kang Su-hyun's well-being, while the director keenly noted the stark difference in his playing compared to rehearsals. The director remained silent, her gaze fixed and intensely scrutinizing the unfolding performance. A glowing green arrow manifested in the corner of Kang Su-hyun's sight, and he slowly began to recognize its impossible nature. With intense determination, Kang Su-hyun fiercely commanded the glowing visual interface to expand, willing it to grow larger. The numerous glowing frames swiftly responded to his will, expanding outward in an ethereal display. Kang Su-hyun gasped, a profound shock washing over him as he realized the impossible extent of his mental control. The insight struck him immediately. He could also diminish the size of the distracting passerby camera screens, clearing his view. Tiny digital frames scattered and fell around him, dissolving into nothingness. Even with his newfound control, Kang Su-hyun cried out, overwhelmed by the sheer, impossible number of frames that still remained. A wave of relief washed over Kang Su-hyun. At least, the impossible task had somewhat yielded to his will. With renewed spirit, Kang Su-hyun declared his intention to play not just with skill, but with his entire heart. He then deftly shifted his supernatural focus, highlighting the next camera to acknowledge. With practiced ease, Kang Su-hyun then directed his gaze, orchestrating his performance for another precise angle. In the control room, the two men exchanged broad smiles, utterly pleased with the performance they witnessed. A family in the bustling park watched the performance, their faces alight with unreserved joy. Enthusiastic cheers and insistent calls for an encore swelled from the enraptured audience. Staff members lavished praise on Kang Su-hyun, celebrating his flawless, one-shot performance that came out perfectly. Kang Su-hyun smiled, a profound relief washing over him, knowing that without his ability to manage the overwhelming visual frames, the performance would have been a disaster. A staff member cautiously addressed the director, who was enjoying a moment of quiet relaxation. The director, revealing her initial apprehension, tentatively inquired if the performance had truly been good. The man emphatically declared it perfect, explaining that the initial tension perfectly captured the main character's intended emotional arc. He concluded with a simple, genuine compliment for the work well done. Kang Su-hyun offered a grateful thanks, but an unspoken reservation, a lingering question, held him. The director articulated her persistent, unsettling feeling that Kang Su-hyun's performance, despite its flawless technicality in every aspect, felt uncannily calculated. Kang Su-hyun reacted with stunned disbelief, the director's impossible insight into his calculated method striking him like a physical blow. Kang Su-hyun reflected on an unsettling, calculated feeling, even as the stern director observed him intently. The director inwardly pondered the calculated feeling before urgently commanding a quick cleanup and withdrawal, leaving Kang Su-hyun bewildered. The director subtly glanced away, contemplating the difficulty future filming would pose with such precise acting. Kang Su-hyun questioned his own understanding, wondering why his supposedly perfect performance was still deemed problematic. He initially worried over the director's confusing counsel, yet diligently practiced again to perfect his playing and acting. As the next day's shoot commenced in a bustling concert hall, an abrupt cut echoed through the space. The unseen voice declared the take a no good by calling for a cut. Ing. The director's frustrated yell for no again reverberated, visibly stressing the crew members. Kang Su-hyun stood horrified on stage, as the director's voice boomed, questioning the mounting number of failed takes. Despite Kang Su-hyun's stiffly smiled declaration of wanting to be famous, the director immediately criticized his expression, demanding another take. Kang Su-hyun cried out about fame, but the director found his pained expression unnatural and called for yet another take. Kang Su-hyun shouted about his parents, struggling to convey the required desperation, but the director remained unsatisfied, demanding again. The director's voice echoed with persistent dissatisfaction, still demanding more desperation from his performance. Sang-gil-hyung voiced concern, while a chibi Kang Su-hyun slumped, lamenting that despite everyone else's approval, the director continuously found fault. A tearful chibi Kang Su-hyun admitted he was having a hard time, prompting a concerned gasp from Sang-gil-hyung. A startled chibi Kang Su-hyun cried out to the director, surprising Sang-gil-hyung, while the chibi director merely looked annoyed. The director questioned if Kang Su-hyun struggled with rejection, to which he defiantly claimed to be fine, before calling out to Sang-gil-hyung who was slipping away. The director sternly asked Kang Su-hyun if he truly couldn't trust them. Kang Su-hyun looked surprised as Sang-gil-hyung commented on knowing actors who could perform entirely on their own, much like him. Sang-gil-hyung explained his perfect mental picture of camera positioning, startling Kang Su-hyun, who wondered how he knew, before Sang-gil-hyung reiterated his observation about self-sufficient actors. A glowing silhouette of Lee Seo-han appeared as Sang-gil-hyung described perfectly envisioning camera positions, a vision Kang Su-hyun found baffling. This actor was a textbook monster, who could act without any visible effort, earning the nickname AI, before vanishing into an unknown industry that no one truly comprehended. A chibi director questioned AI, prompting a flustered chibi Kang Su-hyun to clarify it wasn't the chickens clucking AI, as a chibi chicken nervously shivered. Chibi Sang-gil-hyung gently explained that chibi Kang Su-hyun was truly struggling and confused by the complex concepts. The unseen director sternly declared that Kang Su-hyun's cute child act would not sway her, and he should not feign ignorance. The director sternly lectured him about not treating the set like a place for selfies. The director differentiated movies from selfies, leaving a wide-eyed Kang Su-hyun utterly perplexed. A chibi Kang Su-hyun sat alone on a park bench, appearing small and lost in thought. Kang Su-hyun was startled when Sang-gil-hyung rustled out from behind the bushes, playfully asking why he had been hiding. Kang Su-hyun called out to Sang-gil-hyung, who confidently asked if his own acting was perhaps too perfect. When Kang Su-hyun accused him of bragging, Sang-gil-hyung became flustered, attempting to explain himself. Sang-gil-hyung inquired if his acting seemed akin to an AI robot, to which Kang Su-hyun responded thoughtfully. He conceded that the acting felt somewhat bookish, but asserted that was precisely what made it good. As a chibi Kang Su-hyun played the violin with serene concentration, Sang-gil-hyung praised his thorough and perfect execution in that particular scene. Sang-gil-hyung reassured him that fans appreciated his acting, but Kang Su-hyun remained downcast, lost in his own thoughts. Kang Su-hyun pondered his acting, feeling dejected that his best efforts might still not be enough. Sang-gil-hyung voiced his concern that satisfying the director with the performance might prove exceedingly difficult. An unseen voice commanded the shoot to continue, declaring, "Ready, action." Kang Su-hyun stood on a brightly lit stage with his violin, prepared to perform before the seated judges and staff. A woman kindly praised the well-expressed emotions and offered her thanks. The woman, surprised by his youth, gently inquired about his motivation for being there. Kang Su-hyun looked thoughtful, seemingly speechless after the question. The narration reflected on perfect camera positioning and the concept of a monster who could achieve it without visible effort, startling Kang Su-hyun as the realization dawned. The director reiterated her stern warning about not treating the set like a place for selfies. Kang Su-hyun looked intently to the side, glowing green lines overlaying his face, revealing his keen visual ability. Kang Su-hyun's reflection appeared in a glowing screen as he pondered the phrase, like taking a selfie. The director's words seemed to pierce him, as a smiling chibi Kang Su-hyun was reflected in real time on the monitor, highlighting his practiced facade. He realized he had grown accustomed to simply drawing the best choice for each scene, always seeking the right answer, like a test. He understood that true cinema wasn't about delivering expected answers, and while theoretically not wrong, such calculated acting would never truly impress an audience. The director again sternly questioned Kang Su-hyun's trust, pushing him to deeply consider what he truly needed to do. Framed by a glitching digital screen with accompanying static, Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened, signaling a crucial internal shift. A chibi Kang Su-hyun, surrounded by serene flowers, closed his eyes, thinking about the importance of not being solely consumed by what he visually perceived. As the woman called out, "Participant Park Ji-seok," Kang Su-hyun responded with a tearful, determined declaration: he wanted to become famous. Kang Su-hyun's thoughts drifted, contemplating his deep desire to become famous and the profound reasons behind it. He cried out desperately, wailing for his parents, surrounded by shimmering light. Sang-gil-hyung and other audience members murmured in the dimly lit auditorium, intently focused on the stage. Sang-gil-hyung looked utterly surprised, internally reflecting on the unexpected talent of this kid. Sang-gil-hyung realized the lines had been completely altered, while the script revealed Ji-seok's original intended, more subdued answer. An unseen voice announced the end of the scene with a definitive, "Okay, cut." A staff member tentatively asked the thoughtful director if the acting, so different from the script, would be acceptable. A choked sound echoed in the quiet room. The nervous staff member addressed the director, who responded with unsettling chuckles and shivers, hinting at a hidden amusement. The director posed a perplexing question about chicks flying like eagles, baffling the staff member, while a tiny chibi Kang Su-hyun stood on stage. The director grinned widely, confidently declaring that she now saw him as an eagle. A chibi director playfully chuckled, asking the chibi staff member how he truly viewed Kang Su-hyun, who was depicted as various adorable animals. The staff member described Kang Su-hyun as both scary and fun, as Kang Su-hyun received a white cloth on stage. As autumn ended, Shadow Road successfully wrapped filming, ushering in a new year and a movie preview, where a chibi Kang Su-hyun graced the cinema poster, heralded by applause. The director, Kang Su-hyun, and other cast members waved to the wildly cheering and clapping audience at the movie preview event. As the narration instructed everyone to take their seats, Kang Su-hyun walked through a starlit passage, violin case in hand, ready for the premiere. Sang-gil-hyung and Kang Su-hyun watched the screen with thumping hearts, eagerly anticipating the movie's beginning. Kang Su-hyun, reflecting on his performance, admitted he had been incredibly nervous during that particular scene due to the many cameras. He inwardly noted that the editing had fortunately been so well done that the scene conveyed its intended emotion perfectly. Kang Su-hyun looked up, acknowledging the undeniable impact of watching his work unfold on the massive screen. An older man tearfully embraced Kang Su-hyun, reflecting on a past dizziness and what might have happened if he had left work then. He lamented that the refilmed scene, reverted to the original script, hadn't been used, as he slurped his drink and called out to the director. Kang Su-hyun spit out his drink in shock, yelling about Ji-seok as a sudden realization dawned. Kang Su-hyun coughed and clutched his mouth in utter disbelief, utterly stunned that this scene had made it into the final cut. Kang Su-hyun stood up in the darkened movie theater, confronting the director about the unrefilmed scene, as she calmly took a drink. The director took a long, deliberate slurp from her cup, giving a sly, knowing look. Narration introduced a cool, 4-panel cartoon where Chibi Lee Seo-han sang romantically about ocean and city views. Chibi Lee Seo-han completed his romantic song, winking and forming a finger heart, declaring, "I love you." Other chibi characters cringed with embarrassment at the cheesy comment, though chibi Kang Su-hyun inwardly admitted he found it cool. Chibi Sang-gil-hyung hesitantly asked a question, unaware that chibi Kang Su-hyun was secretly fangirling, deeming the comment so cool, as narration revealed his true thoughts. Someone called out to the director from the hallway, their voice echoing with urgency. The man asked the director if he should send over the third round of editing, but she deliberated, telling him to wait a minute. The director watched multiple video clips intently, her silence heavy with unspoken decisions. A young man desperately pleaded, asking to be entrusted with Ji-seok's care. A decisive click resonated as a hand pressed the computer mouse. The young man dropped to his knees, begging the older man to entrust Ji-seok to him. The man with glasses bowed deeply, sincerely apologizing to the director for having no intention of ignoring her rights. He continued his apology, explaining he only thought it a pity that an intense scene had passed as a mere connection, compelling him to try to do extremely well. The director calmly instructed to put that specific part back into the second clip. The man questioned her, surprised, as the director asked if he hadn't selected the original script, to which he affirmed, gasping in confusion about the reason why. The director sharply called for a cut, ending the segment with authority. Chibi Lee Seo-han appeared sad, sniffling while calling out Kang Su-hyun's name. The director, annoyed, confronted Kang Su-hyun about changing the script, reminding him she hadn't authorized it. Kang Su-hyun grinned, explaining his ad-lib by declaring he would have said that line instead if he were truly Jiseok. The director chuckled, musing that the boy hadn't been scared and couldn't have looked any happier during the scene. The director smirked, admitting the actors had finally gotten the better of her, while the distressed man winced and longed to go home. Sustained applause filled the air as the screen displayed the director Yul Hong Kim's name. The woman expressed optimism, believing the movie would do great based on the preview's reaction, and the man readily agreed. The woman gasped, confessing she genuinely thought Soo-hyun would start crying from the director's many NGs in the competition scene, to which the older man agreed, declaring Soo-hyun's sad crying captured his heart more than the original script, making him cry much more than he had intended that day. As a door squeaked, Man 1 asked about the director's current state. The woman confronted the director, questioning why she was now using ad-libs despite previously throwing tantrums about script changes, to which the director defensively retorted if there was anything wrong with that. The group startled as the director suddenly departed, leaving Man 1 awkwardly bidding her farewell. The woman jokingly chastised the director for her unchanging personality, tapping her shoulder, but the director dismissively called her noisy. The woman cheerfully bowed and announced their departure with the director, as Man 1 reciprocated the greeting. The woman explained that the judge from the competition scene was a real professor at a music university and an acquaintance of the director. She pondered internally, surprised, recalling that the director had a bad relationship with the music industry, but acknowledged they had apparently reconciled. The woman laughed, finding the reason behind the reconciliation funny, lamenting why a music professor was worse at scouting talent than herself, and revealed they became close again when the director was bragging about Soo-hyun. Man 1 observed that despite the director's constant complaints, she truly seemed to like Soo-hyun a lot. An unseen voice declared Kang Su-hyun had truly accomplished something significant as the boy himself stood in thoughtful contemplation. The woman praised the director for the impressive movie and her hard work, bowing, but the director briskly told her to save the greetings for later, warning there would be much more work from now on, as Kang Su-hyun also bowed. The director smirked, musing that with the kid, even the hard stuff would be fun. Kang Su-hyun watched them walk away, pondering the director's words about, a lot more work from now on. Chibi Kang Su-hyun pouted, wondering what the director meant since the movie preview had finished well, while Chibi Lee Seo-han expressed his reluctance for hard work. Lee Seo-han playfully popped into view, asking when Kang Su-hyun had arrived, then revealed he had been waiting to see their main character. Lee Seo-han smirked suggestively, preparing to continue his statement. With a dramatic glow, Lee Seo-han proposed Kang Su-hyun be my colleague, leaving the boy confused. The narrator noted the line felt familiar as Lee Seo-han clarified he meant colleague because he had made a new agency and invited Kang Su-hyun to join him. Chibi Kang Su-hyun flatly refused, stating he had no intention of joining, which surprised Chibi Lee Seo-han, who questioned if the increasing workload wasn't overwhelming for just one person. Kang Su-hyun mentally asserted he could not possibly join without truly seeing Lee Seo-han's genuine self. Lee Seo-han showered Kang Su-hyun with kisses, calling him smart despite his disappointment, but Kang Su-hyun recoiled in disgust, asking him to stay away. Kang Su-hyun gasped in surprise, wondering why a camera window was suddenly appearing. Lee Seo-han casually attributed the camera to his fans, then began to explain the benefits of joining, as excited squeals of, "It's Appa," erupted from off-panel, prompting Kang Su-hyun to gulp and interrupt. The man suggested they move their conversation to a nearby cafe instead, noting the actor also needed to change clothes. The scene smoothly transitioned. The camera panned to the stylish exterior of a chic cafe, bathed in good weather. Lee Seo-han invited Kang Su-hyun to talk while they waited for Sang-il to return with drinks, prompting Kang Su-hyun to ask for the company's full name. Lee Seo-han smirked, proposing they first discuss the settlement ratio and asking if Kang Su-hyun knew how much other actors were paid. Kang Su-hyun replied that he had a rough idea, but admitted he didn't know much about child actors. Kang Su-hyun reflected that the settlement ratio during his idol days was notoriously bad, making his net worth amount to little more than a rat's tail due to initial investments. He thought that as a child actor, he was at an even greater disadvantage, but he declared he still wanted to receive more than he did then, at least a 4-to-6 ratio. Lee Seo-han declared their conversation would be much faster since Kang Su-hyun already knew half, then revealed the initial ratio was 5-to-5, including covering training costs. Kang Su-hyun reacted with extreme shock, exclaiming, "What? 5:5? Lee Seo-han asked if Kang Su-hyun understood the implications, and Kang Su-hyun eagerly calculated, realizing he would get 51 if he earned 101. Lee Seo-han praised his intelligence, but Kang Su-hyun questioned how he could possibly take half. Lee Seo-han explained that his agency functioned more like a consultant than a traditional management company, thanking someone as a cake was placed. He continued, stating they would provide all the necessary help and advice. Lee Seo-han emphasized that they always prioritized the actor's opinion when facing actual situations, as Kang Su-hyun listened intently. Kang Su-hyun, holding a fork, asked if that meant it wouldn't matter even if his wishes differed from Crown's plans. Lee Seo-han clarified that he wasn't trying to nurture anyone, but simply wanted to give full support to the actors he genuinely liked through his agency. Kang Su-hyun, eating a lollipop, finally understood that this was indeed Lee Seo-han's true purpose. Chibi Lee Seo-han, wearing a crown and hugging other chibi characters, boastfully proclaimed his agency a fence for more abundant virtues, making someone wonder just how much money he possessed. Lee Seo-han further expressed his belief in giving actors complete freedom, stating that was all he truly needed. He logically questioned the need for company interference with training, since everyone already had trainers or centers, asking if Kang Su-hyun didn't already have an acting coach himself. Lee Seo-han assured Kang Su-hyun he had no intention of getting him a new coach since he was doing perfectly fine, a proposal Kang Su-hyun found definitely attractive. Kang Su-hyun thought about his increasing income, feeling overwhelmed by the approaching month of May, the month of family, but also the month of taxes, and considered the benefits of joining the agency. Chibi Kang Su-hyun happily realized that by joining, he could simply focus on work, knowing his manager's pay, legal matters, and practice room would all be comfortably taken care of. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully fluttered a paper, concluding that when viewed that way, it really was an excellent proposal. Lee Seo-han smirked, leaning in conspiratorially to share a secret. He smoothly revealed that actor Lee Seo-han himself had also joined Crown Entertainment. Kang Su-hyun instantly agreed to sign the contract right then, his enthusiastic thumbs up causing the man to spit out his drink in shock. Kang Su-hyun cheerfully shook Lee Seo-han's hand, asking him to take care of him in the future as his new boss, to which Lee Seo-han reciprocated, marking Kang Su-hyun's successful joining of Crown Entertainment, all while the man thoughtfully muttered, as expected of Master Chime-in. Lee Seo-han probed whether his name alone swayed the decision, to which Kang Su-hyun playfully admitted that Seo-han's reputation had indeed won him over. Kang Su-hyun quickly clarified, however, that his decision wasn't made lightly, but only after thorough discussions with his parents and manager. Lee Seo-han expressed his pleasure, then offered warm congratulations on Kang Su-hyun's movie success, prompting Kang Su-hyun's heart to pound with anticipation for his full review. Lee Seo-han mused on the calm, spring-like quality of the movie before asking if the director was a novice, which Kang Su-hyun eagerly confirmed. Lee Seo-han then analytically critiqued the story's slight lack of cohesion but praised the skilled editing in Kang Su-hyun's conviction, suggesting he possessed talent for theater. Overwhelmed by awe, Kang Su-hyun inwardly declared that Seo-han's discerning eye was truly unlike any other. Kang Su-hyun was startled when an unknown person suddenly appeared, demanding to know when he had arrived in what they insisted was their office, jarring him from his thoughts. Disregarding the interruption, Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically presented the Shadow Path OST album. The album caught Lee Seo-han's attention, as he recognized it as the one Crown Entertainment had agreed to release with the producer, and chibi versions of him excitedly anticipated its release. A man with short brown hair proudly announced the album featured 4 different versions of Kang Su-hyun's main song, with pre-orders already soaring. He joyfully agreed it was a great idea, while Kang Su-hyun, giving a proud thumbs up, concurred. The man teasingly remarked on Mr. Chai-min's unexpected business acumen, prompting Lee Seo-han to interject, reminding Kang Su-hyun of his own seniority. The man playfully recounted his earlier declaration that their new relationship was strictly boss and employee, emphasizing the certainty he appreciated. Kang Su-hyun humorously reflected that Seo-han was known for his stringent standards, only persecuting real actors. A loud slam preceded a man's urgent shout of "actor." The man urgently declared they needed to go to the airport, clearly shocked by the suddenness of the news. Kang Su-hyun looked up, confused by the abrupt mention of an airport. The man with glasses confirmed the urgency with a hint of stress. He simply announced they were going to France. The red carpet was buzzing with energy, as murmuring crowds and camera cranes signaled a grand public event. Camera flashes illuminated the celebratory scene as a man and woman posed with Kang Su-hyun, all smiles, for the media. Kang Su-hyun was overwhelmed by the dazzling spectacle, realizing with a pounding heart that he was truly in France amidst flashing cameras. He addressed the director with a weighty tone, calling out to her. As camera flashes punctuated his words, Kang Su-hyun realized the true scope of the director's challenge. This international film festival was the work she had mentioned. He playfully reflected on the absurd preparations, from passport photos to memorizing lines, comically noting the strangeness of having to prepare a testimonial. A sudden wave of nausea washed over him, causing Kang Su-hyun to clutch his mouth in distress. The director asked if he was sick, which Kang Su-hyun emphatically denied despite his earlier distress. The director simply told him to follow so he wouldn't get lost, and Kang Su-hyun reluctantly agreed, trying to reassure himself that he would be fine for now. Amidst the bustling excitement of the red carpet, Kang Su-hyun was interviewed about his movie, Shadow Road, competing at the Cannes Film Festival. Kang Su-hyun joyfully declared his immense honor in both English and French, as a woman then asked about his violin skills and desire to win a prize for his parents. Kang Su-hyun, determined to make his parents proud, affirmed his desire to win, but the man holding him cautioned against overconfidence due to the formidable competition. The man proudly acknowledged Kang Su-hyun's past achievements as Korea's best child actor, but emphasized the distinct nature of the world stage, suggesting winning was merely a bonus. The prestigious stage was set, with a man emphasizing that merely attending the Cannes Film Festival at such a young age was an incredible feat in itself. The air crackled with anticipation as an announcer prepared to reveal the recipient of the Chopard Trophy. A dramatic announcement proclaimed Kang Su-hyun the winner of the Chopard Trophy for Best Actor in Shadow Road. Kang Su-hyun was stunned by the unexpected news, utterly shocked to win the Chopard Trophy. An exuberant woman congratulated him, noting he was the first Korean to win the Chopard Trophy, as Kang Su-hyun, overwhelmed and disoriented, called for an interpreter. Kang Su-hyun trembled with profound nervousness, unsure of what to say, and the woman observed his palpable anxiety with understanding. The esteemed award, known as Cannes Newcomer Award, was presented to actors with promising futures. Kang Su-hyun was overwhelmed by a surreal wave of disbelief and joy, finding it impossible to grasp that he was winning an award at Cannes. He internally panicked at his unpreparedness, realizing he hadn't expected this moment, as others on stage clapped. A frantic realization dawned on him that he had forgotten his memorized testimonial as he stumbled across the stage. A sudden stumble interrupted his thoughts, as he internally lamented not having perfectly memorized his speech for this unexpected honor. His face contorted in a mask of intense surprise and distress as he fell. The man looked down with genuine concern, asking if Kang Su-hyun was all right. Mortified, Kang Su-hyun insisted he was fine, quickly leaping up. The audience continued their applause as Kang Su-hyun, having quickly recovered, reached for the trophy. The man remained calm, a slight thump echoing. He turned, startled by the unexpected sound, as applause continued. Nervously, Kang Su-hyun began his acceptance speech at the podium. He struggled to articulate his overwhelming happiness at the unexpected prize, his words faltering. A ripple of confusion spread through the audience, manifesting in murmurs. His eyes widened in mounting confusion as the murmuring sounds from the audience continued. Kang Su-hyun dismissed the growing suspicion as impossible, while murmurs continued to spread. A shocking realization dawned on him as he looked at his hands. He had lost his wiggling tooth during the fall. The congratulations echoed through the room. A mortifying realization washed over him as he understood what his face must look like now. Enthusiastic applause erupted, accompanied by a hearty bravo. Overwhelmed by the torrent of congratulations and applause, Kang Su-hyun stood on stage with his award. Amidst laughter and endearment, a chibi Kang Su-hyun cried tears of embarrassment while holding his trophy, as unseen people commented on his cuteness and youth. And so, Kang Su-hyun found himself etched into history, his moment celebrated with fireworks and a grand, momentous setting. The morning air was filled with the gentle chirping of sparrows, a quiet prelude to the day. Warm laughter filled the air as hands held up a cherished photo, revealing a moment of innocent distress. A sharp gasp escaped Soo-hyun's lips as he caught his parents, once again, finding humor in his terrible photo. His father admitted they were caught, while his mother insisted his cuteness made them proud, but Soo-hyun simply wished they'd admit it was just funny. Soo-hyun muttered his worries about friends recognizing the picture and teasing him, though his mother reassured him he looked just fine. With a simple, "All right, let's go," the moment shifted. After a one-year hiatus to let his teeth settle, the car engine hummed as 8-year-old Soo-hyun reflected on his return. A soft sound of contentment escaped Soo-hyun as he declared his teeth had turned out nice. With a sudden squeal of tires, they arrived, and a voice called out, "We're here, Soo-hyun, let's go." Soo-hyun exclaimed, recognizing the familiar surroundings, "Wow. I really came back here again." He identified their destination with a single word, elementary school. With a celebratory snap, the family commemorated the momentous occasion, Soo-hyun's first day of elementary school. The teacher's voice rang out, guiding the students to stand and introduce themselves in turn. Soo-hyun brightly introduced himself as Kang Su-hyun, but a sudden, "huh," from a classmate hinted at an unexpected turn. A collective gasp and a thumping heart signaled that he was recognized. Classmates declared they'd seen him on TV. A flurry of curious questions erupted, wondering if he was a celebrity, with one even noting that he wasn't even that good-looking, though. As whispers filled the room, Soo-hyun's inner thoughts echoed the doubt, "He looks normal, he's not that good-looking," until the teacher's voice cut through the clamor, demanding quiet. The scene shifted to the imposing exterior of the Crown Building. The man inquired about Soo-hyun's first day at school, receiving a casual, "It was okay," in return. With a deep sigh, Soo-hyun recounted the relentless questioning from classmates about his celebrity status, a frustrating drip on his day. With a rustle, the man chuckled, revealing a reward for his hard-working actor. His suggestion was direct and impactful, a variety show. The thought echoed in Soo-hyun's mind, a variety show. A familiar name, Bonahana, sparked a twinkle of recognition and a thump in his chest, as Soo-hyun emphatically confirmed his knowledge of the show. His heart pounded with excitement at the mention of Bonahana, a name he hadn't heard in such a long time. He recalled a time when not watching Bonahana meant being out of the conversation, a show he had always watched before his current life. The reason he stopped watching was a painful memory: his parents had been scammed, preventing him from continuing to enjoy it. Even now, the memory made him clench his fist in anger, but he quickly refocused, stating, "As I was saying." With a rustle, the man revealed the show was planning a special event for its 1000th episode, prompting Soo-hyun to ask, "A special event?" The man confirmed it, handing over a plan for children running for their dreams, the special event. The man explained the episode would feature children striving to achieve their dreams, a concept as hopeful as balloons ascending into a bright sky. Soo-hyun hummed thoughtfully as the man detailed the show's format, a counseling talk show where child guest stars would mentor others live via phone. The man chuckled mischievously, teasing Soo-hyun about his lack of recognition, which earned a feigned sniffle in response. He confidently explained that a year-long break would naturally reduce recognition among his age group, then highlighted the opportunity to impress his new elementary school classmates by appearing on a show half of them watched. Tilting his head in agreement, Soo-hyun conceded the point, then thoughtfully inquired about the other guest stars joining him on the show. With a confident nod, the man simply stated, "You know them," leaving Soo-hyun to ponder. With a dramatic flourish, the scene shifted to the imposing EBC building, ready for the broadcast. Amidst applause and fanfare, the hosts enthusiastically announced that Bonahana had finally reached its 1000th episode, urging everyone to join in the celebration. The hosts continued, building excitement with gasps and wows, announcing special guests for this momentous day, expressing their own curiosity. With a dramatic sparkle, the host posed the question, "Then shall we all see who are our special guests for today?" A wave of applause and delighted cries swept through the audience as the special child guests made their energetic entrance onto the brightly lit stage. Soo-hyun greeted the audience, proudly introducing himself as Kang Su-hyun, an 8-year-old child actor. Next, 10-year-old Yoon Seora introduced herself, known from the movie Cinderella's Little Sister. Then, 12-year-old Nam Ji-eun proudly introduced herself as having starred with Soo-hyun in the film Tribute. With a festive pop, the host praised the aspiring young dream chasers, then steered the conversation to the viewers' troubles. A young voice chirped through the line, introducing herself as Min Goen, a 4th grader. The host greeted Goen warmly, asking about her troubles as a camera recorded, to which she began, "Well, I really like to draw." Goen confided that her mother discouraged her artistic dreams, leaving Soo-hyun deeply sympathetic, understanding her sadness. The female host then turned to the mentors, asking Ji-eun for her thoughts on how to help Goen. Ji-eun passionately declared that Goen's mother had been too harsh, asserting that everyone possessed their own dreams regardless of parental authority. The host, surprised but appreciative, thanked Ji-eun for her strong opinion before turning to Seora for her thoughts. Seora hesitantly offered a contrasting viewpoint, suggesting Goen listen to her mother, as parents often had their children's future in mind. Goen's voice trembled as she confessed her deep sadness, having diligently followed her mother's advice only to find herself uncheered and unencouraged. One child actor sympathized with Goen's sadness, while Ji-eun, with a determined pinch, declared that true dreams must be pursued wholeheartedly, sparking an "aha" from the host. The male host commented on Seora's clear affection for her mother, then turned to Soo-hyun, asking for his final opinion. Soo-hyun offered his advice: Goen should write a heartfelt letter to her mother, expressing her commitment and desire for support, suggesting it might make her mother reconsider. With encouraging taps, Goen enthusiastically accepted the advice, promising to write a heartfelt letter to her mother. Soo-hyun's thoughts turned anxious, recognizing the dangerous disparity in opinions and silently hoping they could continue resolving issues peacefully. The chasm between their opinions refused to close, and as their agitation mounted, tension filled the air. A new problem rang in, asking what to do when two close friends had an argument. The two child actresses offered starkly conflicting advice. One insisted the friends handle it themselves, while the other suggested listening to both sides to help them reconcile. Their debate intensified, with one fearing being drawn into the argument and making it worse, while the other believed resolving misunderstandings would bring quick reconciliation and peace. The dark-haired actress aggressively questioned the other's passive nature, demanding to know if she lacked emotions, which only elicited a tearful sorry. A collective stunned silence fell over the stage, broken only by a small "ah" from the male host, as the argument escalated beyond control. A wave of terror washed over Su-hyun as the disastrous reality crashed down, a fight during a live broadcast. An unknown voice boomed with intense fury, crashing through the palpable tension. The male host erupted, declaring he had never witnessed such guest behavior, as the female host offered a meek apology. He granted them a mere 10 minutes, stating the MCs were distracting the viewers and demanding a swift resolution. With a final, crushing demand, he ordered the situation resolved within 10 minutes, leaving the female host to softly call out to the children in despair. Slumped and distraught, the female host tearfully reminded them of their prior agreements, pleading for them to pull themselves together. One child actress offered a quiet apology, her spirit heavy with regret. Kang Su-hyun, his breath catching in his throat, fretted over what to do, nervously tugging at a sleeve. Then, Kang Su-hyun leaned in and quietly beckoned the female host closer for a private word. The concerned host bent down to ask what was wrong, and Kang Su-hyun began to explain his idea. Kang Su-hyun asked if they could possibly change the very last quiz question, prompting the host to question his suggestion. With a conspiratorial urgency, Kang Su-hyun whispered his plan into the host's ear. The host questioned if his suggestion would truly improve the atmosphere, but Kang Su-hyun confidently assured her it would, pleading for her to trust him. Her gaze serious, the host contemplated the weight of Kang Su-hyun's unusual idea. With a determined "okay," the host sprinted away, leaving Kang Su-hyun thoughtful as he watched her go. Kang Su-hyun cautiously peered out from behind the doorframe, observing the unfolding scene. The dark-haired child actress reflected on the persistent quiet, which still felt heavy and melancholic. When the blue-haired child actress apologized again, the dark-haired one swiftly questioned her constant remorse. The blue-haired girl expressed her guilt for messing up the atmosphere, but the dark-haired girl frustratedly questioned why she was apologizing for such a thing. The dark-haired child actress, exasperated, declared her frustration and pointed out their rapidly dwindling time, with only 5 minutes remaining. Kang Su-hyun clutched something tightly to his chest, affirming it was the only thing he could trust in his anxious state. With a flourish, Kang Su-hyun proudly presented a character card, announcing it as 007 Ari. The two child actresses stared in confused questioning at Kang Su-hyun, who appeared to be holding a blank card. Kang Su-hyun excitedly explained he had pulled the rare Ari card from Bread the day before, a cherished item from the popular manhwa, Ari and Friends. The dark-haired child actress reacted with a gasp of disbelief and an excited exclamation, wholly surprised by the rare card. Kang Su-hyun playfully teased the dark-haired child actress about her affection for manhwa characters, making her blush with embarrassment. The flustered dark-haired child actress tried to deny her interest and question the card's relevance, but Kang Su-hyun swiftly interjected, asking their favorite Ari and Friends characters. The dark-haired child actress expressed her exasperation, while the blue-haired girl shyly admitted her favorite character was Gammy. Both child actresses reacted with surprise when Gammy was named, the blue-haired girl then asking why her choice was so surprising. The dark-haired child actress revealed her shared affection for Gammy, which surprised the blue-haired girl, who noted Gammy wasn't a popular choice. The two child actresses found a bond in their shared enthusiasm for Gammy, while Kang Su-hyun watched them with a quiet smile, noting their newfound connection. The female host frantically burst through the door, warning the children of dire consequences if they didn't make up immediately. To her surprise, the host found the two child actresses holding hands and smiling, a harmonious scene with Kang Su-hyun also beaming. Kang Su-hyun, radiating confidence, declared they were finally ready to go out. The female host, still wide-eyed with shock, managed a stunned agreement, utterly bewildered. The male host announced the beginning of Bonahana's Last Corner, a smile spreading across his face. The upcoming segment was announced with a sign declaring that guests would now go on stage. With an enthusiastic flourish, the male host called the special guests back onto the stage once again. The female host joyfully welcomed the children, reaching out as Kang Su-hyun and the child actresses eagerly ran onto the stage. The female host announced the Bonahana's Quiz Show segment, explaining the rules and the prize of spinning the wheel if all 3 guests answered correctly within 3 chances. The screen transitioned to proudly announce the first question. The male host presented the first question, asking what came to mind when looking at pictures of a tree, a treble clef, and the letter F. The male host asked them to show their answers, revealing Kang Su-hyun correctly answered violin, while the other 2 struggled, but he still encouraged them with more chances. The female host introduced the second question, a riddle from Cinderella, about drawing the something she dropped at midnight, as the male host encouraged them with the prize of spinning the wheel if they all answered correctly. The host eagerly requested the children to reveal their answers for the second question. Kang Su-hyun presented her voice, but then realized his confusion, having mistaken it for The Little Mermaid. The blue-haired child actress initially mistook her drawing for a gun, but then realized her error and apologetically identified it as a glass slipper, as revealed by tiny writing. The dark-haired child actress confidently presented her detailed drawing, asserting its artistic correctness, but still seemed unsure of the actual question. The female host announced that, unfortunately, all three answers were different, which led to visible disappointment from the child actresses and Kang Su-hyun. As the hosts announced the final question, they expressed their earnest hope that all three children would get the answer correct this time. The male host unveiled the final question, asking what animal he liked more between a dog and a cat. Both child actresses reacted with a shared gasp of shock to the final question. The dark-haired child actress instantly exclaimed, "Gammy," connecting the question to the beloved cat character. As the female host requested their answers, Kang Su-hyun appeared visibly stressed, while the dark-haired girl looked determined, and the blue-haired girl was on the verge of tears. Triumphantly, Kang Su-hyun and both child actresses proudly revealed their matching cat answers. The hosts announced that all three contestants had written the same answer, prompting joyful cheers and congratulations from everyone. When the male host asked Kang Su-hyun about his experience, he enthusiastically expressed his happiness at being a special guest on his favorite TV show. Kang Su-hyun humorously confessed he actually preferred dogs, but chose cat because the older girls had given him scary eyes, much to the shock of the host and child actresses. The female host observed the growing closeness between Ji-eun and Seora, and Seora reflected on the unforgettable experience, crediting Kang Su-hyun and Ji-eun for helping everything go smoothly. As Seora expressed her particular gratitude to Ji-eun, Ji-eun reacted with an awkward shift, while an unseen hand gently patted Kang Su-hyun's head. Ji-eun sincerely apologized for her earlier tone, explaining she simply wanted Seora to speak more freely, without worrying about others' feelings. Seora, with understanding in her eyes, acknowledged their differing opinions, affirming that neither was inherently wrong. Seora, overwhelmed, burst into tears while thanking Ji-eun, who reacted with surprised fluster at the sudden emotion. Ji-eun reflected that while Seora was initially frustrating, it was fascinating how they connected, realizing that differences don't prevent friendship and changing her long-held belief. Ji-eun concluded that even with their many differences, the things they liked were ultimately the same, and Seora joyfully agreed. Kang Su-hyun, his heart swelling with relief, watched the two girls, assured they would now become good friends after the earlier tension. The small joys of unexpected kindness felt like a warm embrace. Kang Su-hyun savored the simple taste of happiness. Lee Seo-han playfully asked about his day, and Kang Su-hyun happily shared the unexpected bounty from his school friends. Kang Su-hyun reflected that he was glad to have listened to Kimon's advice to appear on Bona Hana, as an unseen voice declared his performance so cool. The children rushed towards him, exclaiming about his celebrity status and thrusting gifts into his hands. His name began to spread after his hiatus, and a new friendship blossomed between Seora and Ji-eun. Lee Seo-han cheerfully declared his happiness for such a trustworthy CEO, gently patting Kang Su-hyun's head, who inwardly acknowledged the CEO's positive impact. With a rustle of paper, Lee Seo-han hinted at an even sweeter opportunity that awaited him. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in surprise as Lee Seo-han revealed a movie audition proposal, teasing the details of the role. Kang Su-hyun's hopeful guesses about a rich person or historical romance were quickly dashed as Lee Seo-han described a grim role, a middle child caring for their younger sibling, with an alcoholic father and an absent mother. Kang Su-hyun's spirits dulled as he confessed the role sounded like a truly depressing family movie. With a rustle, Lee Seo-han disagreed, suggesting the story might be different than he imagined as he opened a folder. Lee Seo-han handed over the script with a swish, promising it would be unique and fun, a refreshing departure from the author's usual clichés. Kang Su-hyun's gaze fell upon the monstrous concept art, a sudden jolt of familiarity striking him with an uncanny recognition. Kang Su-hyun hesitantly asked for the movie's title, which Lee Seo-han revealed as The Monster. A surge of pure shock coursed through Kang Su-hyun as he realized The Monster was the esteemed work of director Hyo Jae-hee. The vast, dark screen of the theater promised an imminent unveiling. Though he wished for an amusement park, Kang Su-hyun's parents tried to entice him with promises of monster dinosaurs in the movie. He pointed out, with the unquestionable logic of a child, that dinosaurs were not, in fact, monsters. 2 hours later, deeply moved, Kang Su-hyun declared he would now be a devoted fan of The Monster's author. As an adult, Kang Su-hyun looked up in surprise, realizing the author of The Monster had released new work. A gentle smile touched Kang Su-hyun's face as he inwardly acknowledged his earlier suspicions were correct. He felt an immense, dreamy pride, grateful to exist in the same generation as director Hyo Jae-hee. It was exactly as he believed, the story of Korea interwoven with creatures, truly director Hyo Jae-hee's greatest work. When asked if he wanted to try, a flash of determination lit Kang Su-hyun's face as he emphatically declared his desire for this role. Lee Seo-han, with a knowing wink, revealed he had already submitted Kang Su-hyun's name for the audition, leaving the boy to wonder how well this man truly knew him. Kang Su-hyun, holding the monster concept drafts, questioned how Lee Seo-han acquired them before the synopsis's release, receiving a terse, "Of course not," in return. Lee Seo-han smugly admitted to acquiring the drafts through the back door, prompting Kang Su-hyun to wonder if his pride had crossed a line. Lee Seo-han mused that his curiosity was an insatiable force, especially under certain circumstances. He revealed that when large sums of money were involved, auditions for what appeared to be a family movie would inevitably be for an action thriller or science fiction film. Lee Seo-han summarized the film's premise, a tale of an unhappy family confronting monsters to ultimately find happiness, leaving Kang Su-hyun utterly exasperated. Lee Seo-han simply questioned his reaction. Kang Su-hyun playfully suggested Lee Seo-han should abandon his corporate career and become a fortune teller, given his uncanny predictive abilities. The towering building marked the highly anticipated audition room for The Monster. A stern sign designated the waiting room for The Monster audition applicants, restricting access to staff only. A staff member circulated through the waiting room, distributing scripts to the young, hopeful audition applicants. A murmur of surprise and anxiety rippled through the waiting room as the children received unexpected scripts just 30 minutes before their auditions. A child actress worried if the late script meant they could stick to the original, but the narration confirmed the audition had already begun the moment their numbers were called. The short script, just 6 or 7 lines, was clearly a trick, subtly communicating that failure to quickly memorize it meant they were unfit for the role. He realized the audition was testing far more than just acting skills, a realization that made one hand firmly grasp another's arm in rising tension. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in bewilderment as he processed the unexpected complexity of the situation. A young actor, his eyes welling with tears, reached out to Kang Su-hyun, seeking solace. Kang Su-hyun, concerned, listened as the other child actor struggled with memorizing the script, mentioning a very young girl also in their group. A spark of understanding seemed to ignite in the young actress's eyes. Dazzled by the light, Kang Su-hyun mused that perhaps he could memorize the script faster by teaching it to her. With a helpful gesture, Kang Su-hyun invited the young boy to sit beside him. An unseen voice called for number 5, Kang Su-hyun, signaling his moment to enter. Kang Su-hyun confidently introduced himself, affirming to the judges that he had indeed memorized the challenging script despite the tight time frame. The woman judge, stern-faced and ready, gave the terse signal for the audition to commence. Kang Su-hyun poured himself into the performance, extending his arm with deliberate intent. With a raw cry, he clenched his fist, channeling profound emotion into his acting. The male judge leaned forward, utterly captivated, marveling at how Kang Su-hyun's solo performance created the illusion of another actor on stage with him. The male judge then directed them to proceed to the last scene. With a forceful tap, Kang Su-hyun cried out, "I don't know," in response to the intense interrogation about hidden money. His eyes wide with distress, Kang Su-hyun reacted to the harsh accusation that he had never earned money, yet now dared to ask for it. He let out a profound exhale, a quiet portrayal of weary resignation. The boy collapsed onto the floor, crying, as the male judge gently urged Sejin not to weep. 2 hands reached out, a gesture of gentle comfort in the soft, warm light. Firmly covering his ears, Kang Su-hyun, immersed in his role, promised to protect them, assuring them that everything would be okay. With a light tap on his shoulder, a pen fell, signaling the scene's conclusion. The male judge, visibly surprised, thanked Kang Su-hyun, who exhaled softly in relief as he was dismissed. The judges creaked in their seats, astonished by Kang Su-hyun's performance, marveling at his unbelievable talent for an 8-year-old, perhaps attributing it to his prior acceptance by Kan. The older judge heartily laughed, expressing his excitement for the movie and seeking agreement from the director, who remained visibly displeased. The woman judge offered an awkward, mirthless laugh before falling into a silent, thoughtful discomfort. The older judge's hesitant call of "director" was met with her stern, knowing expression, confirming her earlier suspicions. The woman judge coldly stated it would be best to pursue the storyline where the middle child dies, eliciting shocked gasps from the other judges. Outside the modern building, Kang Su-hyun looked up at the sunlight, a gentle, peaceful smile gracing his face after the audition. The world seemed to hold its breath as Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in profound, silent shock. A sudden jolt of realization hit Kang Su-hyun, as he silently questioned, "I am going to die. Really?" Kang Su-hyun's heart sank further as he demanded why his character had to die, and the man calmly explained it was simply more natural for the story's flow. As the man inquired about any trouble, Kang Su-hyun's mind raced with the undeniable truth: the script he held had undeniably been altered since his regression. In the shadowy world of The Monster, he was cast as Ha-yoon, the second son, a role now tinged with an ominous unknown. Ha-yoon's fate was to flee a monstrous terror with his younger sister Sejin, ultimately finding solace and protection in his father's arms. But the revised script promised a violent divergence from that path, slashing through the original narrative with unseen force. Kang Su-hyun wrestled with the heavy uncertainty of whether the dramatic script alterations would prove to be a blessing or a curse. The man shared his professional view that Ha-yoon's survival would profoundly diminish the original depth and impact of the character's journey. Indeed, the profound grief from Se-jin's death, the sole light in his past, had been the primary catalyst for his regression, and now he carried the heavy burden of every memory. Yet, Kang Su-hyun grimly resolved that he could not allow this revised script to unleash a butterfly effect upon his future, vowing to portray Hyun as precisely as he had in his prior life. His gaze sharpened with a sudden, chilling clarity, realizing the true core of the problem lay within his younger sister's altered role. Se-jin's very character setup had been mysteriously altered, a subtle yet profound shift in the narrative's fabric. The bright, bustling facade of the big star acting school now stood before them, a fresh stage for new beginnings. A gentle reminder from the woman about his movie filming starting tomorrow prompted a quiet confirmation from Kang Su-hyun. With a soft gaze, the woman observed his unusual tension, sensing a hidden unease that tugged at her concern. "Oh, that." Kang Su-hyun began, his thoughts a tangled knot of apprehension, unable to find the words. His internal anxiety mounted as he realized the script was drastically different from his pre-regression memories. The woman quietly pondered, knowing he had perfectly mastered the script, that his nervousness stemmed from something far deeper than mere fear of error. The woman's voice cut gently through Kang Su-hyun's thoughts, calling his name. "You are a child who can deliver a flawless performance on your own," she stated warmly, acknowledging his impressive, innate talent. "But now," she continued, her voice imbued with a quiet intensity, "I want you to experience acting so deeply that you truly become one with the other person." As she painted a picture of absolute, transcendent immersion where all outside reality faded, Kang Su-hyun questioned if his own acting wasn't already reaching such depths. A gentle smile bloomed on the woman's face, a quiet acknowledgement of a profound thought. "When your body acts instinctively, without calculation," she revealed, her words resonating like an ancient truth beneath a cosmic sky, "then will you truly understand the sublime pleasure of acting." It was August, and on the set of The Monster, Kang Su-hyun exchanged cheerful greetings and determined pledges with the man, ready for the day's shoot. A bright, excited voice pierced the set's ambience, calling out, "Su-hyun Appa." The child actor bounded forward, eager to finally begin, while the woman's voice carried a maternal warning not to get hurt. Kang Su-hyun warmly greeted Uneseo, asking about his script practice, and the boy proudly confirmed he had mastered his lines using Kang Su-hyun's method. Go Uneseo, who had originally auditioned for the role of the second son, Hyun, was now cast as the youngest, Se-jin, a subtle twist of fate. The weight of the character, Se-jin, now portrayed by Uneseo, was compounded by the fact that the role was originally written for a mere 5-month-old infant. Kang Su-hyun pondered how the unexpected change in Se-jin's actor introduced an unpredictability as profound as the very death of Hyun. He knew he needed to steady his resolve, to fortify his mind against any further uncertainties that the future might unexpectedly manifest. But Kang Su-hyun thought, as the child actor's laughter bubbled up, vibrant and magical, defying his serious contemplations. A chibi Kang Su-hyun internally despaired, completely overcome by the blinding, overwhelming cuteness before him. The man announced the start of Hyun and Se-jin's scenes, prompting Kang Su-hyun and Uneseo to eagerly grasp hands, ready to begin. A sharp cut from the director was followed by enthusiastic praise for their excellent performance, declaring they truly embodied siblings. "Hee, we got praised." Uneseo chirped happily, basking in the warmth of the director's approval. A soft smile graced Kang Su-hyun's face as a profound question stirred within him, "I wonder if this is what it feels like to have siblings." Kang Su-hyun silently observed two children, their intertwined hands a simple, poignant symbol of connection. The quiet thought echoed in his mind, "I've always been an only child." A warm, longing fantasy bloomed in Kang Su-hyun's mind, "If I had a younger sister like this, I wouldn't ask for anything else." The older man's voice grew serious, emphasizing that today's scene would be filled with intense, palpable tension. The older man meticulously outlined the harrowing one-take sequence, Hyun and Se-jin fleeing a relentlessly pursuing monster through narrow, claustrophobic alleys until their very breath gave out. Despite acknowledging the scene's challenge, the older man's encouraging words were met with Kang Su-hyun's firm, unwavering, yes. In a burst of chibi enthusiasm, Kang Su-hyun exclaimed he had trained relentlessly for this very day, with Uneseo mirroring his fierce declaration. "Great," the older man boomed, directing everyone to their starting positions for the imminent shoot. "We're starting the shoot," the older man declared just as the clapperboard sharply marked the scene's commencement. Kang Su-hyun's foot landed with a sharp, deliberate tap, launching him into the heart of the scene. Their synchronized footsteps pounded a relentless rhythm against the ground, an urgent beat pushing them forward. "Hang in there a bit more, Se-jin." Kang Su-hyun gasped, pushing through his own burning lungs to offer a desperate encouragement. His breath tore through his throat in ragged gasps, each painful exhalation a testament to his rising distress and exertion. "Just keep running like this until that corner." Kang Su-hyun desperately thought, his grip on Uneseo's hand a lifeline of mutual determination. They weren't past, their determined strides unbroken, fueled by the desperate need to escape. A black cat unexpectedly sprung over a broomstick, manifesting a sudden, fleeting obstruction. His foot caught, and Kang Su-hyun faltered, a sudden, jarring lurch sending him off balance. A choked, "huh," escaped Kang Su-hyun's lips, his breath caught in his throat as disorientation swirled around him. A cold dread settled in his gut as Kang Su-hyun's mind screamed the undeniable truth: he was about to fall. The gravity of the situation clamped down on him. This was a single, continuous take, and any mistake would be unforgivable. A bleak certainty washed over him, affirming that this stumble would undeniably brand the take as no good. His mind raced with the urgent, singular command: I need to quickly. His eyes blazed with a fierce resolve, demanding his body get up again, and run. A cry of "no" escaped the child actor's lips, his eyes wide with sudden panic as he tumbled. His hands shot out, a primal, instinctive gesture to brace against the inevitable, searing impact. He crashed to the ground with a violent, jarring impact, the world erupting in a blaze of pain. A gut-wrenching "ugh" ripped from Kang Su-hyun, his body protesting with raw, visceral agony from the scrape of the fall. Despite his own pain, Kang Su-hyun instinctively clutched the child actor close, a protective embrace against the harsh ground. "Are you okay?" Kang Su-hyun gasped, his own pain forgotten in the urgent question, as the child actor quickly reassured him they were fine. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Kang Su-hyun worriedly pressed, finding immense relief in the child actor's confirmation that he was unhurt thanks to the shield, and their shared resolve to continue. Their scuffed shoes resumed their frantic rhythm, pounding the pavement with renewed, fierce determination. They blurred past the film crew, a dynamic rush of motion cutting through the set. A sharp, urgent cut ripped through the air, followed by the director's panicked demand for a first aid kit. The child actor's small hand reached out to Kang Su-hyun's arm, his voice trembling with a worried, "Appa, are you okay?" Kang Su-hyun's body finally gave out, collapsing onto the hard ground as the worried crew immediately converged around him. A desperate, piercing, "Su-hyun Appa," tore from the child actor's throat as Kang Su-hyun lay still, injured and unmoving. The Sanrim University Sacred Heart Hospital stood under the darkening sky, a beacon of complex human emotions. The stark surgery room sign loomed, a threshold where lives hung in a delicate balance. His breath caught in his throat, each ragged gasp echoing the raw anxiety churning within young Kang Su-hyun. A soft whirring sound accompanied his nervous attempt to peer into the room, every instinct demanding knowledge. Startled by the sudden approach of footsteps, a jolt of alarm shot through Kang Su-hyun. He desperately clutched the doctor, his voice cracking as he demanded to know what had become of Kang Su-hyun. The doctor could only repeat the name, surprised and confused by the boy's desperate inquiry. With a heart heavy with dread, Kang Su-hyun whispered his deepest fear: was the situation truly so dire? He pleaded with the doctor, hands clasped, begging for Kang Su-hyun's life as the doctor gently tried to calm the distraught child. Every fiber of Kang Su-hyun's being strained for the doctor's words, his wide eyes betraying an agonizing anticipation. The room's number, 318, and the name, Kang*Hyun, were displayed on the wall of the Sanrim University Sacred Heart Hospital. A wave of joyful surprise washed over Kang Su-hyun as he recognized President Choi-min's presence. His mother gently scolded Kang Su-hyun for his earlier panic, reminding him of his actual room, while Kang Su-hyun looked down, sheepish. Mortified by his blunder, Kang Su-hyun recalled how he had mistaken someone else's plight for his own, hearing a familiar name by the surgery room. Kang Su-hyun offered a bright, reassuring laugh, downplaying his injuries as merely a feint from overexertion. President Choi-min's steps emphasized his point: an actor's body was their most vital asset. With unwavering sternness, President Choi-min stressed that his health was paramount, overriding any professional setbacks. Kang Su-hyun listened intently, a quiet yes acknowledging the weight of the message. His mother echoed President Choi-min's sentiments, affirming the importance of his well-being. Her tender grip on his hand conveyed a deeper truth: boundless passion for acting was only sustainable with a healthy body. Kang Su-hyun offered a sincere apology, promising to prioritize his health from that moment forward. The memory of his initial panic when he heard of Kang Su-hyun's injury still resonated deeply within President Choi-min. Relief washed over President Choi-min, despite his wry amusement at Kang Su-hyun's insistence on reviewing scripts even from his hospital bed. A fond chuckle escaped President Choi-min as he acknowledged Kang Su-hyun's utterly typical dedication. Seized by a new resolve, President Choi-min decided that such determination must not be wasted. From the hospital, President Choi-min's voice, imbued with purpose, gave the marketing department a top priority directive. The white van journeyed onward, a symbol of the continuous flow of life and work. President Choi-min voiced concern over Kang Su-hyun's dedication, to which Kang Su-hyun declared he simply could not afford to fall behind. Kang Su-hyun's face lit up as he spoke of the sheer joy he found in the script, especially in the character of Hyun. The character of Hyun carried a profound, heartbreaking weight, tasked with caring for his sister and facing ridicule for seeing the impossible. The image of a blood-stained slipper poignantly symbolized Hyun's tragic yet heroic fate. A profound empathy stirred within Kang Su-hyun for Hyun's life, compelling him to commit completely to the role. President Choi Min observed a profound shift in Kang Su-hyun, noting his early motivations for fame had evolved. Now, President Choi Min perceived a genuine and deep-seated love for the craft itself blossoming within the young actor. Kang Su-hyun playfully deflected, hinting that the daily rise in his fame still held considerable appeal. His delighted expression, framed by dollar signs, comically emphasized his appreciation for the growing payments, prompting a silent ellipsis from President Choi Min. President Choi Min acknowledged the deeper, more profound reasons now driving Kang Su-hyun, as Sang Il-hyun had predicted. A quiet sense of wonder filled Kang Su-hyun, as he realized this was the first time he had truly fallen in love with a pursuit. This new self-awareness brought Kang Su-hyun an exhilarating and truly wonderful feeling. President Choi Min smiled softly, a contented expression settling upon his face. He resolved to fully support Kang Su-hyun on this path, one that clearly brought such profound joy. A boy actor cried out, "Appa," as he ran toward Kang Su-hyun with outstretched arms. Eun Seo, filled with relief, embraced Kang Su-hyun tightly, asking if he was well and expressing her deep worry. The woman explained how Eun Seo had dutifully held back, prioritizing Kang Su-hyun's recovery, and performed admirably in his absence. Kang Su-hyun listened with deep empathy, understanding the quiet sacrifice behind Eun Seo's dedication. He thanked Eun Seo, telling her that her concern gave him immense strength for the day's shoot, which delighted her. The woman praised Eun Seo for her crucial work, noting that today was the final shooting of the Hyun arc, a fact that visibly saddened Eun Seo. Kang Su-hyun's gaze sharpened, reflecting an intense focus on the task ahead. The last scene of Hyun unfolded, depicting the little sister soundly asleep while her brother remained awake. Hyun, consumed by a tender desire, wished to prepare ramyeon for his little sister. But then, a monster manifested in the very place he considered his safest haven. The ominous shadow stretched long across the tiles, transforming the comfort of home into a place of profound terror. Kang Su-hyun internally reminded himself to align his gaze precisely for the impending CG monster, channeling Hyun's primal need to protect his sister. His hands gripped the makeshift weapon with fierce resolve, bound by the unwavering instinct to shield his little sister. Hyun, trembling with palpable fear, lifted his baseball bat, bravely confronting the terror that had manifested. In that final, poignant moment, Hyun's tear-filled eyes spoke volumes as he uttered his sister's name, Se-jin. With a tearful declaration, Hyun vowed to protect her, his unwavering resolve a testament to his love even in the face of certain doom. The director's voice cut through the air, signaling the end of the powerful scene. The crew erupted in applause, showering Kang Su-hyun with praise for his outstanding performance. Glasses clinked with soda, and laughter filled the air as cast and crew celebrated the end of the shoot with joyous camaraderie. Kang Su-hyun genuinely expressed his enjoyment to the director, wishing her luck for the remaining shoots. The director, surprised by Hyun's impact, thanked Kang Su-hyun, assuring him the final product would be something to anticipate. She instructed Kang Su-hyun to rest well before their next meeting for the dubbing session, to which he happily agreed. Chibi versions of Kang Su-hyun and President Choi Min happily savored their food. The chibi director inquired about Kang Su-hyun's next project, but he expressed a desire to focus on his school life. The chibi director simply acknowledged his response. She gently pressed him, asking if he would commit to at least one project a year, and he reluctantly agreed to one. The chibi director's "I see" hung in the air, leaving Kang Su-hyun slightly puzzled. Kang Su-hyun asked why his next project was of such interest, prompting director Yo Jae-hee to reveal her conceptual stage plans. An electric current of excitement shot through Kang Su-hyun as director Yo Jae-hee offered him the lead role, a golden opportunity he was determined to seize. Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically accepted the director's offer, and President Choi Min eagerly interjected his desire to be involved in future projects. President Choi Min playfully declared it a confession scene, much to Kang Su-hyun's confusion and director Yo Jae-hee's slight annoyance. The playful teasing continued as President Choi Min accused director Yo Jae-hee of favoritism, but the director conceded as others called her to their table. Yet, a thoughtful pause lingered on director Yo Jae-hee's face, hinting at a deeper consideration. She discreetly whispered her intention to follow up later, ensuring the opportunity remained open. A wave of pure excitement and joy washed over Kang Su-hyun, his bright smile reflecting his triumph. Accepting director Yo Jae-hee's love call, resting with Eun Seo, and embracing a newfound, burning desire to be a better actor all paved a path forward. The clear, expansive sky gleamed intensely under the bright, warm sun. An excited woman pointed, exclaiming Kang Su-hyun was there, as a camera snapped to capture the moment. Her excited cries intensified, noting Kang Su-hyun was here as well, marveling at the large movie poster for The Monster that promised protection, as a camera snapped again. The child Kang Su-hyun playfully observed that his parents seemed even more excited than he was, their delight clear as their camera clicked. His mother's heart ached with memory, recalling how terrified she had been when Kang Su-hyun was hurt while filming the previous year. His father echoed her sentiment, confessing his own fear of seeing Kang Su-hyun injured again, yet he beamed with pride that his son still finished filming and even commercials afterward. His mother gently patted his head, affirming his greatness, and Kang Su-hyun thanked both his parents for their unwavering belief in him. Kang Su-hyun then turned his gratitude towards President Choi-min, who, surprised, wondered aloud why he was being thanked. Kang Su-hyun proudly explained that he had received a smartphone for the ad shoot, attributing the opportunity to his image of overcoming limitations and President Choi-min's strong promotion of his injured acting. President Choi-min was deeply touched by Kang Su-hyun's heartfelt words. In a firm but caring chibi form, President Choi-min cautioned Kang Su-hyun never to film so dangerously again, to which Kang Su-hyun, looking down apologetically, admitted he had struggled with the aftereffects for a year. Kang Su-hyun's chibi form humorously recounted his aches and sprains, prompting a surprised chibi President Choi-min to question if he was truly only 9 years old with such mature complaints. An unseen man's voice announced their arrival at the premiere, and Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened with intense anticipation. Finally, the grand day had arrived for the movie premiere of The Monster. Inside, 2 young women cheerfully captured a selfie on a smartphone. One woman gasped in recognition, asking if the phone was the same model Kang Su-hyun advertised, and her friend proudly confirmed it was her reward for improved grades. The first woman expressed her jealousy, while the second eagerly declared her intention to take countless pictures at the premiere with her new phone. A bubble of excited anticipation proclaimed an eagerness for the day's premiere. Within a dark and fantastical realm, a magical humanoid figure unleashed a powerful blast of blue energy at a swirling vortex, accompanied by an eerie whoosh. As rain poured down, one child actor warned his companion, Se-jin, "It's getting dangerous, let's head in now," but Se-jin insisted on saying goodbye to Mr. Duck. A guttural growl erupted from the water, followed by a frantic squawk, as a shadowy creature lunged and grabbed the duck. With an eerie rustle and a splash, the strange monster vanished back into the water, just as quickly as it had appeared with its stolen prey. At the police station, 2 officers dismissively told the children that they likely saw a stray dog, sternly adding that the station was not a place for catching animals. Outside, heavy rain poured down on a residential street at night. A violent impact echoed as a man fiercely demanded money, while Kang Su-hyun, trembling, protectively hugged the child actress amidst the chaos. Despite his own quiet sobs, Kang Su-hyun reassured the crying Se-jin that he, her appa, would protect her. Se-jin's desperate call for appa sharpened the resolve in Kang Su-hyun's tear-filled eyes. Kang Su-hyun woke with a start, realizing he had fallen asleep, just as Se-jin murmured that she was hungry amongst the empty bottles. Bubbles gently rose as Kang Su-hyun told Se-jin to wait just a little longer. Kang Su-hyun, holding a packet of ramen, knelt and promised to make it for Se-jin. Kang Su-hyun, resigned, noted that the child actress had fallen asleep there again, admitting his helplessness. Kang Su-hyun urged Se-jin to eat before she went to sleep. He expressed his deep concern that she hadn't eaten anything all day. As Kang Su-hyun crouched near the sleeping Se-jin, a deep rumble resonated, and a shadowy, ominous presence loomed. Kang Su-hyun gasped, startled by something alarming, his head snapping up. He gasped again, as a loud crash echoed, revealing Se-jin curled up and sleeping within a cabinet. Kang Su-hyun gasped, his hand reaching urgently for a red strap on the floor. With hurried movements, Kang Su-hyun used the red strap to tie 2 wooden objects together. Kang Su-hyun gasped for air, his eye wide and bloodshot, burning with fierce, sweaty determination. In the oppressive darkness, Kang Su-hyun stood facing away, as a terrifying monster with glowing red eyes peered through the window. Kang Su-hyun firmly gripped a metal object, his hands shaking. With a loud crash, Kang Su-hyun clutched a baseball bat tightly, his hands visibly trembling with fear and resolve. With tears in his eyes but an unyielding determination, Kang Su-hyun held the bat aloft, vowing to protect Se-jin. The scene transitioned with a dark and bloody aesthetic, signaling violence. A broken, bloody baseball bat lay grimly on a pool of blood, a stark symbol of the monster. Inside the dimly lit theater, the 2 young women sat quietly, popcorn in hand, in expectant silence. Deeply moved by the film, both young women wept profusely, their tears streaming into their popcorn. One woman reflected that the movie was bound to be a huge success, while the other agreed, admitting she had goosebumps all over, especially because of one particular element. Both women passionately shouted their praise for Kang Su-hyun's acting, overwhelmed by emotion. Reflecting on the film, the women praised the movie itself, but stressed that Kang Su-hyun's heartbreaking portrayal of Hyun left a profound impression, despite his limited screen time. In their chibi forms, the 2 young women cried tears of joy, declaring their gladness to be fans of Kang Su-hyun. The narration announced that it was time for the Q&A part of the event. A woman with a microphone brightly called upon a gentleman in a blue shirt with a raised hand to ask his question. The man in the blue shirt complimented director Hyo Jae-hee, comically admitting the monster in the movie had been so terrifying his legs were still trembling, needing a restroom break. In their chibi forms, the two young women enthusiastically agreed that the actors' realistic performances truly enhanced the movie's immersive experience. A man with glasses, curious, asked the director to share her feelings about an actor who portrayed a character while fighting through an injury. The older man, the director, began his response, prefacing it with an acknowledgement that it might sound like an excuse. He recounted his immediate impulse to shout, "Cut," when Kang Su-hyun first fell. Kang Su-hyun fell forcefully, a dramatic impact resonating through the scene. Kang Su-hyun grunted in pain, his face and shoulder bleeding from the injury. The director and another man reacted with visible shock and alarm, stars appearing around them. The director, in a state of panic, shouted "NG, see you," as he tried to halt the filming. Visibly injured, Kang Su-hyun stumbled, supported by the child actress who held his hand. Despite his dirt and blood-covered face, Kang Su-hyun looked up with grim determination. The director's eye and glasses revealed his intense worry, sweat beading on his face. Another man expressed concern for Kang Su-hyun's injury, suggesting immediate treatment, but the director observed that Kang Su-hyun was not seeking it. The director praised Kang Su-hyun's convincing portrayal of his character, even while injured and aware of the monster's lingering presence. The director made a resolute decision, to finish the take before calling a cut. The director expressed both sorrow for burdening actor Kang Su-hyun with his ambition and immense gratitude for Kang Su-hyun's passion, which surpassed even his own, in finishing the movie. The director, with a hopeful glint in his chibi eye, expressed his desire to continue working with Kang Su-hyun on future projects, to which a chibi Kang Su-hyun excitedly declared it an honor for his entire family. The narration introduced the next question, as a hand eagerly shot up. The speaker called on the person with the banner, specifically asking them to stand up. The excited fan, leaping up, loudly declared herself a huge fan of actor Kang Su-hyun, much to chibi Kang Su-hyun's surprise. Chibi Kang Su-hyun recognized her as the Nuna from the coffee truck event, prompting an ecstatic reaction from her and her friend, who marveled at his cuteness and memory. The fan reflected that Kang Su-hyun had always been a good actor, but in this movie, he became the character Hyun, leaving an endless, profound impression. The director asked Kang Su-hyun if he had a specific goal he wanted to achieve through the movie, prompting Kang Su-hyun to ponder the question. Kang Su-hyun confirmed he did have a goal, exciting the chibi fans who eagerly wondered if it was to exceed 1 million audience members. With a bright smile, Kang Su-hyun confidently declared his ambitious goal of reaching 10 million audience members within a month. A man, amused, remarked on Kang Su-hyun's usual ambition, observing his bold declaration on a smartphone screen. The man proudly congratulated Kang Su-hyun, adjusting his mask with a warm sense of admiration. Standing before a crowded movie poster featuring Kang Su-hyun, the man acknowledged that events had unfolded exactly as predicted. Amidst celebratory shouts and camera clicks, a prominent poster proudly announced that The Monster had achieved 10 million audience members in just 3 weeks after its release. The news of Kang Su-hyun's incredible achievement, 10 million audiences, resounded with bright fanfare. Amidst clapping and joyous shouts, the crowd celebrated the young actor's groundbreaking milestone, a record-breaking 10 million audiences before even turning 10. Cameras clicked as people praised Kang Su-hyun's immense talent, arguing he deserved not just a Child Actor Award, but the ultimate Best Actor recognition, his youth being his only perceived limitation. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened slightly in innocent surprise and joy as he absorbed the chorus of congratulations. As footsteps approached, Kang Su-hyun excitedly called out for Seo Han-hyung. In a whimsical vision, Kang Su-hyun congratulated the newly crowned Best Actor, Seo Han-hyung, who, amidst a shower of sparkles and laughter, bashfully admitted he had come to congratulate Kang Su-hyun but ended up receiving well wishes himself. Seo Han apologized for only just seeing the movie a month after its release, but his apology was immediately and calmly accepted. Kang Su-hyun eagerly declared that he had saved every long feedback message Seo Han had sent him the previous day. A sudden hand deftly took the phone, leaving Kang Su-hyun surprised. Choi Min-hyung questioned if Kang Su-hyun's own replies had been delayed because he was too busy responding to Seo Han's messages, to which Kang Su-hyun reluctantly acknowledged. In an exaggerated vision, Kang Su-hyun playfully accused Choi Min of prioritizing Seo Han's beloved messages over his less loved Hyung, causing Choi Min to comically shed dramatic tears and deny the accusation. The topic abruptly shifted as Kang Su-hyun asked Choi Min about his earlier request to meet, but Choi Min's response was a distressed gulp and a sorrowful call of Kang Su-hyun's name. With an unsettling shift in his demeanor, Choi Min asked Kang Su-hyun directly if he possessed any money. In a tense moment, a chibi Kang Su-hyun reacted with profound surprise to the unexpected question about money. The scene shifted to a closed meeting room, signaling a more formal discussion. Choi Min probed Kang Su-hyun about his untouched bank account, subtly implying he believed Kang Su-hyun had accumulated significant savings. A chibi Kang Su-hyun firmly asserted the impropriety of coveting a child's savings, causing Chaimin to defensively and instantly retort that he was wealthier than Kang Su-hyun. With a sly tap, Chaimin remarked on the common notion that the rich gain wealth from the common people, comparing it to his mother's reputation for squeezing every last drop from her acquisitions. Kang Su-hyun, skeptical, directly challenged Chaimin's motives, asking why he inquired about his money if he wasn't that extreme. Chaimin persuasively argued that leaving Kang Su-hyun's savings untouched was a waste, offering his help to invest and grow them, acknowledging the challenge for someone his age. In a humorous moment, a chibi Kang Su-hyun accused Chaimin of attempting a scam, causing Chaimin to comically wail in mock hurt, prompting Kang Su-hyun to playfully reassure him he was only joking. Kang Su-hyun confirmed that, because his parents were not greedy, a substantial amount of money had indeed accumulated in his bank account. Each May, the dreaded tax fairy, a creature everyone loathed to see, inevitably arrived, causing a chibi Kang Su-hyun to frantically flutter away from the incoming tax documents. Despite telling himself Chaimin wouldn't, Kang Su-hyun still imagined a sly, fox-like Chaimin attempting to coax him into a good investment opportunity, relying on their trust. Kang Su-hyun's inner thoughts resolved to immediately block such persuasive tactics. But then, a practical question arose: how should he actually invest his money? Chaimin professionally offered to introduce Kang Su-hyun to a competent asset manager if he was truly interested. A chibi Kang Su-hyun's expression brightened with understanding and palpable excitement at the mention of an asset manager. Kang Su-hyun eagerly nodded, enthusiastically confirming his desire to have his assets professionally managed. With a knowing smirk, the fox-like Chaimin revealed he had already anticipated Kang Su-hyun's decision and arranged a veteran asset manager, leaving Kang Su-hyun to realize, once again, how easily he was read. Chaimin outlined the polite next steps, explaining the process to Kang Su-hyun's parents and, with their permission, setting up a meeting with Sang-il, for which Kang Su-hyun expressed his gratitude. Chaimin playfully demanded Kang Su-hyun be nicer if he was truly grateful, complaining of his harshness, to which Kang Su-hyun cheekily reminded him that he was, after all, his benefactor. A chibi Kang Su-hyun comically shook a dramatically crying Chaimin by the collar, questioning if his cuteness and acting prowess truly made up for his perceived harshness. Kang Su-hyun resolutely affirmed that, yes, being cute and a good actor was everything, before his mind instantly drifted to what might be for dinner. 3 days later, the story continued. Kang Su-hyun met financial planner Lee Guk-jung, who politely introduced himself and complimented Kang Su-hyun's incredible performance as Hyun, receiving a sincere thank you in return. Lee Guk-jung outlined a safe initial investment strategy, assuring Kang Su-hyun and his parents that he would communicate any future changes. Kang Su-hyun was deeply appreciative of the veteran asset manager's politeness and professionalism, noting how he never felt ignored despite his young age. After presenting the current safe investment options, Lee Guk-jung deferred the final decision to Kang Su-hyun, who confidently agreed. Kang Su-hyun's unexpected address of financial planner Hyung caused a comical shockwave, especially as Hyung implies a younger man, not an ajusi, for someone of his age. Kang Su-hyun then energetically declared he had an investment he wanted to make, surprising Lee Guk-jung, who noted Kang Su-hyun's evident prior research. Lee Guk-jung then prompted him, asking what he was considering. Kang Su-hyun paused, pen held to his mouth, lost in pensive thought before revealing his plans. Kang Su-hyun confidently laid out his ambitious investment strategy, targeting Dogul in the US and Coco Corporation as top priorities, along with an interest in cryptocurrency. Lee Guk-jung questioned the uncertainty of such investment sectors, but Kang Su-hyun stood his ground, confidently affirming his decision. Lee Guk-jung contemplated Kang Su-hyun's bold choices, exchanging a silent, surprised glance with Chaimin. Despite the initial surprise, Lee Guk-jung respectfully confirmed that the investment plans would proceed exactly as Kang Su-hyun desired. At home, Kang Su-hyun's mother announced his father's return, and Kang Su-hyun eagerly welcomed him back. Kang Su-hyun's mother warmly welcomed his father home, inquiring about his reunion, which his father happily described as a relaxing chance to let off steam. With an affectionate kiss, Kang Su-hyun's mother offered to make honey water for his father, who thanked her as a chibi Kang Su-hyun quietly observed their loving interaction. Kang Su-hyun's father, settling in, then pleasantly announced a gift from a friend, a set of children's books for Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun exclaimed with innocent surprise and delight, flipping through the pages of the new children's book set. Kang Su-hyun's mother expressed concern about the overly generous gift, prompting his father to ask if she remembered their old friend, Kiho. As they reminisced, Kang Su-hyun's mother identified Kiho as his father's classmate from all 3 school stages, and his father confirmed Kiho had reappeared at their reunion, then wondered aloud if Kiho had a younger brother. Kang Su-hyun's father praised his mother's memory, confirming Kiho's genuinely good younger brother had given Kang Su-hyun the books, before struggling to recall the man's name. Suddenly, with a jolt of realization, Kang Su-hyun's father exclaimed the name, Kaibum. Lee Kaibum. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened dramatically, a fork frozen in his mouth, as the name resonated with an impactful realization. Kang Su-hyun's father spoke of a promising new investment opportunity offered by Kaibum, having cautiously entrusted him with a small initial amount, reassuring his mother's concerns about investments. The dramatic crashing sound echoed a profound realization. Kang Su-hyun's venture into asset management truly showed the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Someone gently called Kang Su-hyun's name, pulling him from his distracted contemplation over a book. His mother voiced concern for Kang Su-hyun, who quickly reassured her he was fine and offered to pick up what had fallen, as his father promised to bring a new fork. As he and his father reached for the fallen fork, Kang Su-hyun slowly repeated the name, Kaibum. Lee Kaibum, with a deepening sense of tense realization. Kang Su-hyun's inner thoughts grimly accused Lee Kaibum, the very name he could never truly forget, of being the culprit who tore his family apart and plunged them into financial hardship. In a chilling moment of revelation, Kang Su-hyun's eyes blazed with simmering anger as he identified Lee Kaibum as the infamous scammer. The realization manifested as a towering, ominous figure, Lee Kaibum, holding the innocent book set, confirming to Kang Su-hyun that the cursed scammer had once again appeared before his family. The narrator recalled the past with a weight that made it feel as though it happened only yesterday. A shadowy aura descended upon their family when his father, a public servant, faced disciplinary action for breaching his duty of decorum, plunging them into a heavy sorrow. As his mother, who had been freelancing, was forced back into a corporate job, Kang Su-hyun felt the pressing weight of change upon his own small shoulders. Alone in the vast, dim space, a presentation about his family felt like an impossible burden. The weight of his distress manifested as the papers slipped from his grasp, scattering across the floor. He receded into himself, becoming a timid child who shrank from the world, overwhelmed by the unseen pressures. Even as a young boy, he carried the heavy burden of knowing exactly who was responsible for the unraveling of their lives. The name Lee Ki-bum haunted him, a scammer who had used his own brother to lure people into a Ponzi scheme, leaving nothing but chaos and a family utterly destroyed. Kang Su-hyun grimly acknowledged that the man had reappeared, even a few months earlier than in his previous life. Kang Su-hyun queried the unexpected role, wondering if he was truly meant to be an actor. The man driving noted Kang Su-hyun's prolonged frown, asking if something was bothering him, and Kang Su-hyun hesitated, caught in his thoughts. Kang Su-hyun admitted that someone was weighing heavily on his mind, prompting the man to understand the reason for his day-long contemplation. Kang Su-hyun confessed his heart had pounded so fiercely he couldn't sleep, leading the man to teasingly suggest a significant other had finally arrived, which left Kang Su-hyun utterly perplexed. The man pressed on about the person making Kang Su-hyun's heart race, but Kang Su-hyun quickly cut him off, revealing his heart was pounding not from affection, but from anger. A playful game of 20 questions began, as the man, like a genie, asked if a friend had bullied him, but Kang Su-hyun assured him everyone at school was kind. The man then probed if someone was asking for a loan, to which Kang Su-hyun, in a sheep-like demeanor, explained that everyone assumed his mother managed his money, bringing understanding to the man. The man astutely guessed that a stranger had latched onto Kang Su-hyun's parents, leaving Kang Su-hyun utterly shocked by his accurate insight. The man explained that Kang Su-hyun's popularity naturally drew unwanted attention, prompting Kang Su-hyun to question just how many people targeted celebrities for their wealth. The man affirmed the pervasive threat, stating that the Crown's second legal team existed precisely to root out such parasites and squash them, with a sly, satisfied smile. Kang Su-hyun, gasping in shock at the man's stark words, realized this second legal team operated with a vastly different, more ruthless approach than any he had encountered before. The man, sensing the depth of Kang Su-hyun's concern, offered to escalate the matter to the president if his worries were truly serious. The man began, suggesting they consider the situation more deeply. The man methodically laid out the facts. A childhood friend of Kang Su-hyun's father suggested an investment at a reunion. His father made a small investment, and the name of the instigator was, indeed, Lee Ki-bum, to which Kang Su-hyun affirmed with a nod. The man quipped that it would have been perfect if the scammer's surname had been Sa, a play on words, and Kang Su-hyun revealed that Sang-ael had made the exact same joke. The man then turned to Kang Su-hyun, seriously questioning how he could be so certain of Lee Ki-bum's investment fraud with such limited information. Kang Su-hyun faltered, knowing he couldn't reveal the truth of his reincarnation. The man paused, deep in contemplation. The man, understanding his hesitation, acknowledged that scams exploiting trust were sadly common, and he understood Kang Su-hyun's underlying concern. The man instructed Sang-ael to pass the information to Legal Team 2 to investigate Lee Ki-bum's background, and Kang Su-hyun confirmed his understanding. The man in glasses then questioned the other, wondering why he wouldn't ask more questions. The man shrugged, admitting Kang Su-hyun had made unusual comments before, but the man with glasses confirmed his decision to simply trust Kang Su-hyun's special intuition. Kang Su-hyun offered a gentle, heartfelt thank you, relief washing over him. The man smiled reassuringly, telling Kang Su-hyun not to worry and to simply wait. The narrator confirmed that, despite any appearances, Crown's legal team too was indeed exceptionally competent. 1 week later, a private meeting began with an anticipatory hum behind a closed door. Kim Jin-ho from Legal Team 2 saluted sharply, reporting that he had completed the comprehensive information gathering on Lee Ki-bum as per the president's instructions. Kang Su-hyun offered his thanks, but internally questioned the man's choice of words, realizing he had just said background check with a slight slip. Kang Su-hyun then directly asked Sang-ael to explain the exact functions of Legal Team 2. Sang-ael explained that given their profession, celebrities often became targets for various criminals, a reality buzzing with threat. Sang-ael clarified that Legal Team 2 functioned as a department dedicated to addressing threats to the safety of Crown's affiliated celebrities, though its name as a legal team was a simplification. Sang-ael revealed that while it was called a legal team, its primary tasks often smoothly navigated the morally ambiguous, gray areas. The man cleared his throat, formally announcing the start of the briefing. The briefing began, unveiling Lee Ki-bum, a man who projected a diligent image as an enthusiastic investor, but secretly operated as the sinister mastermind behind a fraudulent operation that involved his own brother, Lee Ki-ho, a scheme now used to ensnare Kang Su-hyun's father. The fraudulent scheme was a Ponzi scheme. Kang Su-hyun questioned the term, and the man explained it as a ploy to lure investors with promises of high returns, only to ultimately embezzle their money. The man speculated that Lee Ki-bum, with his skill in creating portfolios, was likely not working alone, but Kang Su-hyun found it hard to imagine his father investing so rashly. The man revealed that the scammer exploited the investor's compassion for children and their paternal instincts, meticulously cultivating an image that enhanced his credibility and trust. Kang Su-hyun realized with a jolt that the children's book he received was a calculated gift, merely a tool to manipulate and gain his father's trust. The man revealed the scammer's meticulous depravity, even including his own brother as a victim, a detail that elicited a gasp of disbelief from Sang-ael and a furious condemnation from Kang Su-hyun, who called him despicable. The man explained that it was still safe for now, as the first dividend had yet to be paid out, and backing out prematurely would be strategically foolish. He elaborated that a key aspect of the Ponzi scheme was to secure the trust of the initial investors, a crucial step illustrated by the jingle of falling coins. He continued, explaining that initial investors needed to receive actual payouts to attract more participants, creating a false sense of legitimacy by distributing money sourced directly from later investors. The man explained how the scam created a buzz, with early investors receiving payouts that mimicked interest, generating positive reviews, and clamoring excitement, a classic money rotation tactic designed to lure in even more participants. He concluded that since no legitimate business existed, the scheme was bound for exposure, and the scammer would inevitably flee with the collected investment money before suspicions could fully arise. Kang Su-hyun, clenching his fist, vowed to remain calm and promised himself he would not be easily deceived this time. Kang Su-hyun knew the scammer's intentions now, and felt confident he possessed ample resources to counteract them. He resolved that the scammer would inevitably face severe repercussions, and he would personally ensure that none of his family members suffered from the trauma of this malicious scheme. As for the scammer's actions, Kang Su-hyun declared they must decisively disappear into obscurity, treated as utterly insignificant as bird poop wiped from the ground. Kang Su-hyun, turning to Man 1, asked for the strategy to apprehend the scammer and his gang. Man 1, with a broad, confident smile, declared the method to be quite simple. An ordinary apartment building stood under the late afternoon sun, unremarkable to the casual observer. With a violent crash, a door was kicked open, and an unseen voice bellowed for Lee Ki-bum to come out. The short brown-haired man stammered in shock, demanding to know the identity of the sunglasses-clad figure who strode purposefully into his room. With a terrified gasp, the man's shirt was abruptly grabbed by a powerful hand. The boss, with furious intensity, violently grabbed the man by the collar, blaming him for ruining everything and demanding he take responsibility. The narration revealed that Kang Ho-chan, Kang Su-hyun's father, had been roped in as an investor, and his son, Kang Su-hyun, was specifically targeted as their prey. The simple, chilling method was revealed: actor Kang Su-hyun would be used as their unsuspecting bait. Under the bright, unyielding sun, an ordinary brick building stood as a silent witness to the city's ceaseless rhythm. In a comfortably lit room, Lee Ki-bum confidently declared their tidy profit, as his companions praised his acumen, unaware of the lurking shadows of their game. He chuckled, brimming with a self-assured arrogance as he boasted that his friends were merely well-off softies, ripe for the picking. A voice, filled with furious intent, denounced Kang Ho-chan before a violent crash erupted, demanding Lee Ki-bum's presence. Lee Ki-bum's breath caught in his throat as a powerful hand abruptly seized his shirt, startling him into a cry. With fury etched into his face, the boss demanded to know how Lee Ki-bum would take responsibility for everything he had ruined. Two men erupted in shocked protests, questioning the sudden intrusion and demanding to know the identity of their uninvited visitor. Man 1 revealed Kang Ho-chan, an investor entangled in their scheme, then chillingly declared his son, Kang Su-hyun, was their designated prey, a fate bound by their deceit. Lee Kai-bum's eyes widened in profound shock and recognition as the name Kang Su-hyun escaped his lips, the child actor's identity unexpectedly surfacing. The boss, sunglasses obscuring his gaze, considered Lee Kai-bum's ignorance, realizing he hadn't known Kang Ho-chan's son was Kang Su-hyun. A photo of Kang Ho-chan and his son lay discarded as a grave warning was issued. Kang Su-hyun was their target, and others were to steer clear immediately. The boss issued a chilling decree, his words punctuated by the emergence of shadowy figures from the doorway, a silent, uncanny threat if his warning was ignored. Lee Kai-bum, realizing the connection to Kang Su-hyun, attempted a desperate alliance, proposing they team up as fellow celebrity targeting scammers. The boss scoffed, his skepticism palpable as he dismissed Lee Kai-bum's alliance offer, asserting his own long-standing experience against a perceived rookie. Lee Kai-bum, desperate to prove his worth, emphasized his lifelong friendship with Kang Ho-chan, asserting an unmatched level of trust that could be exploited. His strategy was chillingly clear: winning over the father would inevitably deliver the young son, a cruel certainty in his twisted logic. A hand seized Lee Kai-bum's throat with a jarring grip, a swift, brutal threat silencing his nonsense before he gasped in relief upon release. Still unsteady, Lee Kai-bum defiantly questioned the value of mere experience, muttering that only an idiot would thoughtlessly leak such valuable information. A sly, sinister smirk twisted across his face, betraying a calculating mind beneath. Lee Kai-bum's internal monologue chillingly declared that others needed to be thoroughly exploited to truly learn their lesson. The man with glasses calmly recounted how he had seamlessly integrated himself into Lee Kai-bum's group, a strategic piece now in play. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully considered why his father had never mentioned his famous child actor son to friends, concluding it was a deliberate act of protection. In a moment of ethereal clarity, Kang Su-hyun understood. His father had prioritized his safety above all else, a truth shimmering like starlight. The first dividend had been paid, convincing original investors to recruit more alumni, yet the number of victims remained surprisingly small, a subtle lull before the storm. The man with glasses proposed setting D-Day for the second dividend payout, a strategic moment Kang Su-hyun readily affirmed. With D-Day set a month away, the man outlined his decisive move, tipping off a well-connected prosecutor hungry for a major case, a pawn shifted on the board of fate. The man with glasses casually discussed timing their embezzlement perfectly, prompting Kang Su-hyun to inquire about the fate of the money swindled from the scammer. In a moment of light-hearted banter, two chibi figures exchanged knowing glances, one surprised, the other subtly serious. With an enthusiastic fist bump, the chibi figures playfully suggested a lavish company dinner of top-quality beef, a comforting thought after their machinations. Chibi Kang Su-hyun playfully challenged their ethics, prompting a quick, jovial assurance that the money would indeed be returned, perhaps by subtly passing account information to the prosecutor. Kang Su-hyun received hearty reassurance that their company possessed a peculiar knack for making everything work out, often in the most unexpected and comforting ways. The intricate plan to apprehend the scammers group unfolded flawlessly, culminating in a celebration of their triumph. Lee Kai-bum, basking in a false sense of security, never once suspected Jin Ho-hyun, who embraced him with a cunning, hidden agenda. With diligence, they painstakingly collected every piece of evidence, each document contributing to the impending reckoning. As Prosecutor No Siljok reviewed the collected documents, the prosecution's net began to relentlessly tighten around its targets. Then, the fateful D-Day arrived, revealing the true scope of the devastation: 16 investors defrauded, with financial damages exceeding 58 million won. A man's fist slammed down with furious impact as he roared about the leak to the prosecutors, demanding to know the identity of the betrayer. A panicked man burst into the room, urgently warning Lee Kai-bum of a serious problem and the immediate need to flee their compromised location. Amidst the frantic shouts about the money, Lee Kai-bum remained unnervingly calm, a stark contrast to the unfolding panic. Lee Kai-bum calmly instructed the panicked man to transfer the funds to his secure Swiss bank account, a place where the prosecutor's reach could not follow. He listened in unsettling silence as the urgent warning echoed: they were running out of time. One man intently questioned Jinho's trustworthiness, specifically referencing his chilling claim about making the child actor their prey. He suggested they listen to Jinho, whose experience with larger sums might offer a way forward, while Lee Kai-bum remained impassively silent. Lee Kai-bum's thoughts turned to Jinho, deeming him foolishly loose-lipped yet perfectly pliable for manipulation in the grand scheme of things. A sinister, knowing smirk spread across Lee Kai-bum's face as he resolved to exploit Jinho for his own calculated ends, yet again. A plain white van idled in a sun-drenched alley, a fleeting, unremarkable part of the day's quiet tapestry. Over the static of the walkie-talkie, a voice confirmed that Bravo, the wary black sheep, had finally taken the bait. Kang Su-hyun listened as the man with glasses critically observed their target's amateurish tactics, remarking on his failure to properly prepare. Chibi Lee Seo-han elaborated on a curious metaphor about stars and multiple rabbit holes, leaving a Chibi Kang Su-hyun playfully confused. Chibi Kang Su-hyun sought confirmation of their plan to decisively turn the tables, receiving a confident wink from his Chibi manager, who insisted he was nothing but harmless. Kang Su-hyun declared the manager suspicious, a playful accusation met with a knowing, sparkling wink. Over the walkie-talkie, a voice announced the operation's completion. The funds had been successfully deposited, the final piece of their strategy in place. The targets remained utterly convinced the route provided led directly to a secure Swiss bank account, a masterful deception binding their belief. Kang Su-hyun lifted his sunglasses, his surprise evident as he questioned how they had so convincingly woven their intricate web of belief. The man explained their cunning ruse, a perfect copy of the bank's website, to which the targets were seamlessly redirected via a specific link. Chibi Lee Seo-han muttered about the wisdom of using a bank's app, sparking Chibi Kang Su-hyun's confusion and prompting a humorous clarification that they were still in a time before such technology existed. Chibi Lee Seo-han gasped in sudden panic, quickly declaring it was nothing, a humorous slip of the tongue. Siren wails filled the air, piercing the dim interior of the car as Kang Su-hyun peeked out from the back seat. Police sirens screamed through the city streets as two squad cars sped urgently forward, their presence a harbinger of imminent confrontation. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully mused that the actor himself should perhaps be the one to orchestrate the grand finale, a determined decision. With a confident, triumphant smile, Kang Su-hyun gave the command over the walkie-talkie, "Jin Ho-hyun, time to wrap things up." The residential building settled into the quiet hush of night, its illuminated windows casting a gentle, domestic glow. Kang Ho-chan buried his face in his hands, deeply regretting the misplaced trust he had given to a mere alumni schoolmate, his grief palpable. His wife gently comforted Kang Ho-chan, reassuring him it wasn't his fault and that the financial loss wasn't as significant as he felt. With a playful slap to the cheek, his mother gently chided her little Ho-chan for his lingering self-pity, reassuring him that mistakes were a natural part of life. As his father's off-panel sobs continued, his mother gently comforted the crying man, offering a spoonful of food with a soothing, a tender gesture of care. As Kang Su-hyun ate, a quiet realization settled upon him, even before his regression, a crucial truth had always been subtly clear. His mother embraced him from behind, her concern evident as she urged Kang Ho-chan not to dwell on what was done, especially not in front of Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun realized with deep affection that it was his mother, with her gentle touch and unwavering presence, who had always held his father together under the crushing weight of his guilt. Despite the family being profoundly shaken by the scammer's actions, Kang Su-hyun knew their eventual divorce stemmed from other, later arising issues. With a bright smile and a rustle, Kang Su-hyun announced a present for his father, who responded with surprised curiosity. Kang Su-hyun proudly unveiled a drawing of their family, his voice beaming with pure joy that his parents still loved each other and their family remained whole. Kang Su-hyun looked at his father, gently urging him not to be too hard on himself, a simple reminder that he had both his son and his wife by his side. Though not a flashy TV revenge, his father's dramatic sobs of love and his mother's gentle inquiry about the drawing brought a deep sense of gratitude to Kang Su-hyun for protecting what mattered most. A gentle breeze carried the cherry blossom petals through the serene air, as a magpie rested calmly on a branch. Lee Seo-han celebrated with Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging that his young protege had finally reached double digits in age. Lee Seo-han proudly noted that The Monster had completely dominated the Sky Dragon Film Awards, making Kang Su-hyun quite famous at school, which Kang Su-hyun happily confirmed. Lee Seo-han then asked about school breaks, and Kang Su-hyun admitted with a slight dejection that he hadn't yet formed any close friendships at his new school. He clarified to Lee Seo-han that his old friends from previous grades only exchanged greetings in the hallways now. Lee Seo-han's concern grew, realizing that Kang Su-hyun didn't seem to be spending any time playing with them outside of school. Kang Su-hyun, realizing the truth of Lee Seo-han's observation, felt a pang of confusion about his own social life. Kang Su-hyun candidly pointed out his constant presence at the talent agency, a fact Lee Seo-han laughingly conceded. Lee Seo-han mused that while Kang Su-hyun was undeniably mature and intelligent for his age, he worried that all his social learning had come from the adults within the entertainment industry. Lee Seo-han gently placed a hand on Kang Su-hyun's shoulder, preparing to offer earnest advice about the balance between work and life. He stressed the importance of spending more time with friends, assuring Kang Su-hyun that his parents would undoubtedly wish the same for him. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully repeated the phrase, letting the notion of spending time with friends settle in his mind. Golden trophies and awards shimmered with an almost otherworldly gleam, each a tangible manifestation of success. A chibi Kang Su-hyun, surrounded by sparkling accolades, declared with bright-eyed conviction that these were his truest friends, bound to him forever. The chibi Kang Su-hyun then smugly boasted of his popularity at school, unaware of the deeper truth. Yet, his chibi self revealed a deeper, melancholic truth. Despite appearances, he lacked genuinely close connections due to a perceived mental disconnect with his peers. He quickly corrected himself, considering his acting friends as potential close acquaintances, yet even that felt different. Chibi Kang Su-hyun analyzed his relationships with Seora and Ji-yoon, concluding they were more akin to colleagues and advisors than genuine friends, a realization that prompted a quiet sigh. As his hand rested on a golden trophy, a profound and unsettling truth about his social life began to surface in Kang Su-hyun's mind. The chilling realization that he might not have any real friends caused his breath to catch in his throat, a sudden, dramatic awakening. The question, "What is a friend?" manifested itself in his mind, echoing the poignant image of a sorrowful child as he pondered his past life. He reflected on school friendships, a transient bond often lost as soon as graduation ended. Military relationships, he recalled, were merely a rigid hierarchy of seniors and juniors. Even relationships with fellow group members, while close, were too complex to truly define as friendship, ultimately concluding on a note of detachment. Kang Su-hyun, his hand penning these painful insights, concluded that all his past connections had been shallow, woven through vested interests. As his pen scratched across the paper, Kang Su-hyun mused that he had never truly considered the profound notion of true friendship before. His gaze fell upon a photo strip, pausing his writing as he contemplated the nature of the bonds it represented. With a surge of optimism, Kang Su-hyun resolved to give friendship a sincere try, believing his reincarnation offered the perfect chance to forge countless deep connections. His first strategy, clearly laid out, involved simply hanging out with his classmates. A group of boys energetically planned their after-school trip to the PC cafe, their excitement palpable. Kang Su-hyun, overflowing with eagerness, immediately declared his intention to join them. Yet, his chibi self found himself reaching out to unresponsive, shadowy figures, an unsettling moment of isolation as a small bird flew away. His classmates reacted positively to his presence, with one boy observing that Kang Su-hyun seemed like he would excel at games. A digital voice declared, "You lose," as Kang Su-hyun lamented another defeat, his scoreboard reflecting a series of losses. A mortified Kang Su-hyun, embarrassed by his gaming ineptitude, apologized to his friends and promised to treat them to something delicious. Kang Su-hyun forlornly admitted his limited gaming experience, having only ever played simple mobile games. As the school bell chimed for break time, Kang Su-hyun unveiled his second, more focused plan, to deepen a friendship with just one person. Kang Su-hyun cheerfully approached a boy, offering a snack and introducing himself, much to the boy's surprise. He directly proposed friendship and asked for a phone number, only to learn the other boy hadn't acquired a cell phone yet. Just as they were talking, the boy was suddenly called away by another classmate, causing a quick change of plans. The boy abruptly excused himself, leaving Kang Su-hyun momentarily surprised by the swift departure. A chibi Kang Su-hyun sadly munched on something, realizing with resignation that the boy he tried to befriend already had his own circle. The weight of his failed attempt settled heavily upon Kang Su-hyun as he lay dejectedly on his bed, a profound sense of loneliness enveloping him. With his face buried in his arms, Kang Su-hyun questioned the inherent difficulty of forging friendships, a tear trickling down. He tried to convince himself that he didn't need friends, that he was too old for such childish pursuits, dismissing the desire as unnecessary. Lee Seo-han's earnest words about the importance of spending time with friends echoed persistently in Kang Su-hyun's mind. The memory of Lee Seo-han's reminder, that even his parents desired this for him, resurfaced, stirring a deeper resolve within Kang Su-hyun. With a hopeful aura, Kang Su-hyun, emerging from under his blanket, decided that he would indeed put more effort into his quest for friendship. As the grand broadcasting station gleamed under a bright sky, Lee Seo-han noted a newfound seriousness in Kang Su-hyun's expression, signaling the final plan. Kang Su-hyun, with a determined fist clench, declared his mission to find his destined friend, a revelation that caught Lee Seo-han by surprise. He reflected on his return to the bustling broadcast station, a place he was familiar with, even if he was primarily there accompanying Lee Seo-han. Amidst the active and industrious film crew, Kang Su-hyun held a singular, secret purpose for his presence there today. Kang Su-hyun, approaching other child actors, asserted that his singular goal was to befriend one of them, believing fellow child actors would understand him better than school friends. Lee Seo-han waved goodbye, instructing Kang Su-hyun to stay close while he left for his shoot, and Kang Su-hyun respectfully returned the farewell. With deliberate footsteps, Kang Su-hyun walked away, an unseen man recognizing him as he set his carefully crafted plan into motion. An older man greeted Kang Su-hyun warmly, remarking on how much he had grown, to which Kang Su-hyun politely replied. The chibi Kang Su-hyun charmingly praised the older man as a star, who then graciously thanked him and began to inquire about someone else. The older man's expression turned serious as he urgently inquired about the child actors scheduled to film that day. Kang Su-hyun's face crumpled in shock upon hearing the devastating news that the child actor's shooting had been rescheduled for the following day. With a weary sigh, Kang Su-hyun rested his head on a table, realizing that his pursuit of friendship was proving far more challenging than anticipated. He questioned if his persistent focus on forming entirely new relationships was the right approach to finding friendship. As a boy walked by in the background, Kang Su-hyun contemplated deepening existing friendships, specifically focusing on the two girls in the photo on his phone. His thoughts paused mid-stride, an unexpected and sudden encounter drawing his gaze to a boy in a blue jacket. Kang Su-hyun and Hyun-do, both equally surprised, exchanged names, a moment of unexpected reunion filling the room. Hyun-doo enthusiastically greeted Kang Su-hyun, asking if he was also there for work, while internally revealing his long avoidance of the place due to past awkwardness. Kang Su-hyun awkwardly laughed, explaining that he was just accompanying Lee Seo-han for a quick visit, prompting Hyun-doo to ask about Lee Seo-han's shooting schedule. Hyun-doo then proudly announced his new role as a supporting actor in the movie Lost Stars, holding up the script for emphasis. Kang Su-hyun observed Hyun-doo's well-worn, tabbed script, appreciating his persistent and responsible nature, a trait unchanged since they last met. An imaginary scene unfolded, a hopeful vision of Kang Su-hyun and Hyun-doo clinking glasses, a silent acknowledgement that Hyun-doo might be the destined friend he had sought. The fleeting hope shattered as Kang Su-hyun snapped back to a darker reality, the distorted image of Hyun-doo reminding him that friendship was an unlikely prospect, and his time better spent elsewhere. Kang Su-hyun offered a polite congratulations to Hyun-doo, then announced his departure, a subtle distance in his voice. As Kang Su-hyun walked away with purposeful steps, Hyun-doo watched, visibly surprised and confused by the sudden farewell. Hyun-doo's hand shot out, urgently grabbing Kang Su-hyun's arm, halting his departure with unexpected force. Caught off guard, Kang Su-hyun uttered Hyun-doo's name in surprise, as Hyun-doo began to speak. Hyun-doo, his voice laced with emotion and his teeth gritted, angrily confronted Kang Su-hyun, demanding to know if their friendship was truly ending over something so trivial. Kang Su-hyun could only respond with utter confusion, while Hyun-doo, shocked by his silence, reacted with a startled gasp and a gesture to reach out. The teacher announced they would be watching a movie about Mozart, and the projector whirred to life. The screen filled with a historical figure, ready to transport the class to another time. The young Hyun-doo watched, his eyes wide with an unexpected sense of awe and surprise. The narrator introduced the naturally gifted Mozart, whose talent would bring both brilliance and future distress. The scene shifted to a grand gathering where the emperor welcomed Mozart, and Salieri, a court musician, composed a march in his honor. Yet, Mozart boldly rearranged Salieri's piece on the spot, engulfing Salieri in a wave of despair, anger, and deep-seated jealousy over his rival's undeniable genius. Some students grumbled that it was boring, demanding something else, but the teacher's stern reprimand made the room tremble. Another student noticed Hyun-doo, his face streaked with tears, asking if he was crying. While most children found the movie dull, Hyun-doo felt as though it was profoundly telling his own story, as he and Kang Su-hyun observed the script. Kang Su-hyun, 2 years Hyun-doo's junior, was introduced as an acting prodigy. Despite his youth, Kang Su-hyun played leading roles with brilliant composure, proving himself an admirable and mature child from whom much could be learned. Kang Su-hyun extended his hand, becoming the very first friend Hyun-doo made after entering the cutthroat entertainment industry. However, in the eyes of others, they were not friends, but fierce rivals destined to outdo each other, and a woman's voice questioned Hyun-doo's acting. Hyun-doo's mother, worried but enthusiastic, promised to support him no matter what, vowing to start looking for acting academies immediately. He loved that she spared no effort for his dreams. Hyun-doo also cherished his mother's praise for Kang Su-hyun, his talented friend, as she wondered aloud at Kang Su-hyun's exceptional acting ability. But then, a dramatic shift occurred, signaled by a stark but. Hyun-doo's mother sternly asked if he had diligently practiced the vocalization advice from the director and cautioned him to be extra careful filming the same scene with Kang Su-hyun. Her hand gently caressed Hyun-doo's head from above the unsettling red ropes, reassuring him that if a younger child could excel, he could too. Yet, his mother's encouraging words only made Hyun-doo feel small, his awareness of the vast talent gap between himself and Kang Su-hyun a constant, painful burden. Then came a day when the anger Hyun-doo had painstakingly stacked inside him could no longer be held back. The director's furious shout cut through the air, chastising Hyun-doo's shaky vocalization and demanding more practice time. Kang Su-hyun, with an innocent smile, then questioned if Hyun-doo's performance sparkled a bit more. Kang Su-hyun harbored a hidden thought, a quiet resentment at Hyun-doo's talent, wondering if it must be nice to be so gifted at acting. Hyun-doo lashed out with misplaced anger, but once the words had left his lips, there was no taking them back. The spoken words, once uttered, could not be retrieved. From that day forward, Kang Su-hyun began to keep his distance from Hyun-doo, even though he had accepted the apology. A strange, invisible barrier formed between them, as Kang Su-hyun initiated a conversation about script rehearsals. Kang Su-hyun excitedly announced his new supporting role in the movie Lost Stars, to which Hyun-doo could only offer a muted, "That's great." Hyun-doo then awkwardly announced his departure to Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun watched him go, his expression a mix of surprise and hurt. Kang Su-hyun sat sadly on the ground, while Hyun-doo stood over him with concerned eyes. Hyun-doo smiled warmly, extending a hand to Kang Su-hyun, reassuring him that it was perfectly fine for them to be lacking because they were still just kids. As their hands intertwined, Hyun-doo suggested they take a breather, solidifying their status as friends. The memory of their friendship still resonated in Hyundu's mind, a painful gulp lodged in his throat. Hyundu suddenly grabbed Kang Su-hyun's hand, calling out for him to wait. Kang Su-hyun looked up, surprised and confused, calling out Hyundu's name. Hyundu confessed his past jealousy, just as he had seen in the movie. With an emotional surge, Hyundu cried out that his jealousy was just like Salieri's for Mozart. Kang Su-hyun, confused by the comparison, comically misheard the names, though Hyundu knew there was a captivating magic in Kang Su-hyun's acting that enchanted everyone. Even the most fearsome director would melt like a snowflake in the spring breeze around Kang Su-hyun and bloom into a smile, a claim Hyundu vehemently denied as impossible. Hyundu admitted that despite his own lesser acting skills, he had always genuinely enjoyed working alongside Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging Kang Su-hyun's kindness and accepting his apology. Yet, Hyundu yearned for more than just a superficial reconciliation. What Hyundu truly desired was for them to return to the genuine connection they once shared. Kang Su-hyun reacted with a quiet surprise, noting Hyundu's consistent personality from a young age. Indeed, Hyundu's consistency allowed him to create many emotionally resonant pieces later in life, an adult Kang Su-hyun singing with tears in his eyes. Hyundu's face contorted in distress as he struggled to speak. Hyundu desperately grabbed Kang Su-hyun's hand, pleading to know if their friendship was truly destined to end over something so trivial. Kang Su-hyun stared, startled, and uttered, "Friend," in response to the unexpected outburst. Kang Su-hyun had always sought a mature friend with whom he could deeply communicate, realizing now that no one was quite like Hyundu. A sudden opportunity presented itself, and Kang Su-hyun wondered when such a rare chance might appear again, his heart thrumming with emotion. Hyundu squeezed Kang Su-hyun's hand, offering a heartfelt apology. Kang Su-hyun, surprised and delighted, confessed that he too had wanted to make amends, asking if it was truly happening. Hyundu affirmed his sincerity with a bright smile, asking if they were truly still friends. With a joyful sob, Hyundu embraced Kang Su-hyun, confirming their unbreakable friendship. Indistinct figures clapped and cheered around them, congratulating the children on their dramatic way of fighting and making up. Kang Su-hyun, still held tightly, wondered with chibi bewilderment when such a large crowd had gathered. Under a spotlight like a boxing ring, Kang Su-hyun realized with comedic astonishment that their reconciliation had become a public declaration of friendship. Distressed, Kang Su-hyun urged Hyundu to get them out of the situation. Kang Su-hyun wailed, overwhelmed, and Hyundu realized he couldn't hear him. Through such hardship, Hyundu gained a true and first friend, forging a bond that would last. The Crown building stood serenely under a clear, bright sky, its cherry blossoms a delicate promise of spring. On a smartphone screen, friends chatted about the day's outdoor shoots, the beauty of the blooming cherry blossoms, and the mundane reality of office life, their words a quiet hum of shared experience. A contented smile spread across Kang Su-hyun's face as he absorbed the warm glow from his phone, finding simple joy in the digital connection. A sharp gasp escaped Kang Su-hyun as the profound weight of true friendship settled upon him, its unexpected resonance causing his eyes to widen. Kang Su-hyun wistfully recalled their bond, forged in the lounge of Station N, a poignant tale of two boys that promised tears, as the man with glasses, Choi Min-hyung, acknowledged their presence. Choi Min-hyung playfully remarked on Kang Su-hyun's new friendship, much to his exasperation. Chibi versions of the two shared a humorous exchange, with Choi Min-hyung glad for Kang Su-hyun's new friend, whom Kang Su-hyun defended as not a bad guy, despite his hot-headed nature. Chibi Kang Su-hyun explained their decision to call each other by name, avoiding honorifics to prevent hierarchical friendships, a realization the other Chibi friends playfully deemed all grown up. Kang Su-hyun truly believed they had solidified their friendship, a profound connection that promised to irrevocably alter the very trajectory of his future. Kang Su-hyun declared the importance of living a good life, but a month later, buried under scripts at Crown Entertainment, he yearned only for a break, even as Choi Min-hyung optimistically asked about his good time at the office. Someone offered a comforting drink, questioning why Kang Su-hyun harbored regret about his decided break, but he simply fretted over the mere 6 months remaining until the next year. Choi Min-hyung, reflecting on numerous offers, confessed that not a single script truly resonated, before a new one slid into view, its contents yet unknown. An unseen hand offered a new package, suggesting Kang Su-hyun might find interest in reading its contents. Kang Su-hyun rustled through the pages, the unusual title, The Doll of Salt, sparking a flicker of surprise and curiosity in his mind. As Kang Su-hyun rapidly flipped through the script, a realization struck him. He couldn't recall this movie from his past life, its SF genre, robot protagonist, an unknown investor presenting a captivating mystery. The weight of the new discovery lingered. Suddenly, a voice exclaimed surprise at Kang Su-hyun's presence, quickly followed by a welcoming cheer for the president, as Chibi Lee Seo-han cheerfully leaned back. Chibi Lee Seo-han reeled back, hair flying, seemingly caught off guard by an unseen force, his surprise palpable. Chibi Kang Su-hyun continued his energetic push, his frustration evident, as Chibi Lee Seo-han remained wide-eyed and shocked. A menacing aura radiated from Lee Seo-han as he challenged Kang Su-hyun, who, with an apologetic tone, submitted to the intimidating presence while a scared man cowered nearby. Lee Seo-han, leaning in with suspicion, probed Kang Su-hyun about anything he might be hiding, while the brown-haired man shifted nervously in the background. Kang Su-hyun excitedly revealed the script, explaining that he had been hiding it precisely for a surprise. With glowing, devilish eyes and radiating dark energy, Lee Seo-han confronted Choi Sang-ael about the hidden script, prompting the scared man to admit he was busted. Choi Sang-ael, boldly complaining even while prostrate, criticized Lee Seo-han's terrible timing, questioning the risk of an actor choosing another project, while Lee Seo-han rubbed his head in annoyed embarrassment. With a mischievous, devilish grin, Lee Seo-han brandished a calculator, threatening to renegotiate salaries, which sent Choi Sang-ael into a frantic plea for forgiveness, proclaiming that the longer the wait, the greater the joy. Choi Sang-ael internally branded Lee Seo-han a devil, just as Lee Seo-han prepared to speak, the anticipation of his next words hanging in the air. Kang Su-hyun, surprised, asked if Choi Min-hyung had invested in the movie, to which Lee Seo-han, crossing his arms, proudly affirmed his amazing Hyung's involvement. Adult Kang Su-hyun questioned Lee Seo-han's privilege in reviewing scripts before anyone else, but Lee Seo-han confidently asserted his right, proclaiming he saw scripts even before the actors. Lee Seo-han sought Kang Su-hyun's opinion on The Doll of Salt, and adult Kang Su-hyun, holding the script, praised its fascinating narrative and the intriguing challenge of portraying a robot in the SF genre. Lee Seo-han, with a smug smile, asserted the script's inherent interest, then dropped the bombshell: it had been written specifically with Kang Su-hyun in mind as the protagonist. A wave of surprise washed over adult Kang Su-hyun as he processed the monumental revelation: he, himself, was the protagonist. In a flurry of thought, Chibi Lee Seo-han explained the Hollywood concept of crafting stories around a lead actor, prompting Kang Su-hyun to wonder how so many writers were assembled, before Lee Seo-han sharply called his name. Lee Seo-han, resting his hand on his knee with a serious expression, declared he would now impart a profound life truth. With an air of confident glamour, Lee Seo-han delivered his life truth: there was nothing that couldn't be solved by money. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, his eyes replaced with dollar signs, was utterly engulfed in a chaotic, dreamlike shower of gold coins, completely overwhelmed by the intoxicating taste of capitalism. A startled adult Kang Su-hyun, now in chibi form, excitedly stammered his question about the script's SF genre, his hair literally standing on end. Even with a cartoon treasure chest overflowing with gold coins, symbolizing endless wealth, adult Kang Su-hyun couldn't help but ponder the limits of the president's financial power. Adult Kang Su-hyun, holding a box with concern, questioned the actual profitability of such a venture, drawing an exasperated "oh my god" from Choi Sang-ael. Chibi Choi Sang-ael, his glasses askew in surprise, was genuinely moved by Kang Su-hyun's concern for the president's finances, wondering if this angel was truly the first actor to possess such consideration. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, his mind sharply focused on ensuring the movie's profitability to secure his running guarantee, inspired Chibi Choi Sang-ael to exclaim admiration for such worldly wisdom from someone so young. Lee Seo-han confidently dismissed any concerns about his investments, but adult Kang Su-hyun, glancing away with a worried look, retorted with the proverb that even monkeys can fall from trees. Lee Seo-han scoffed at being compared to a monkey, confidently proclaiming himself the water demon who catches the monkeys, his eyes closed in self-assured pride. Lee Seo-han, sparkling with an almost magical charisma, grandly explained how sufficient resources could elevate any project with dazzling froth, leading adult Kang Su-hyun to a resigned conclusion that he simply planned to solve everything with money. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, a determined smile on his face, realized he could now focus solely on the project, recognizing that his intense effort would be the only way to prevent their bubble bursting. A few months later, the first-round revision of The Doll of Salt arrived, finding Kang Su-hyun immersed in its pages late at night in his bed. The script's opening unfurled a somber scene: a distressed scientist in a dark, industrial lab, kneeling over a small robot, her desperate creation of a young boy. The unbearable longing for her son, lost at sea and never found, had driven the scientist to the brink of madness, her grief a consuming, shadowy force. Driven by desperation, the scientist defied the sacred rule against creating emotional robots, giving life to Eugene, a being forged in forbidden science to perfectly resemble her lost son. A wave of human-like joy at being reunited momentarily overwhelmed Eugene, but then the stark, unforgiving sense of his mechanical reality brutally snapped back into place. Clutching Eugene amidst her anguish, the scientist wrestled with the painful truth that this was just a machine imitating her son, forcing the robot to exist sometimes as a son, sometimes as something else entirely. Eugene's existence fluctuated between being a forbidden creation born of madness and a mere, emotional wastebasket, discarded gears spilling from a metaphorical trash can. With glowing red eyes reflecting her madness, the scientist herself was the most profoundly confused, the lines between her robot and her lost son hopelessly blurred. Eugene, too, possessed a melancholic self-awareness, knowing deep within that he was not truly human, a truth that shadowed his existence. And even more painfully, he knew he was not, and could never be, the scientist's actual son, merely a reflection of a treasured memory. In a heartbreaking expression of yearning, Eugene whispered his love for his creator, pleading, "I want to be your son," knowing the profound void if he could not fill that role. And if he could not be her son, then he feared he was nothing, just an unnecessary object, his robotic despair echoing in the quiet embrace. Initially, adult Kang Su-hyun viewed the robot role as merely novel, but as he delved deeper, he saw Eugene not as a simple machine, but as a being profoundly capable of emotion. Kang Su-hyun realized this complex identity extended to the scientist herself, for Eugene's entire personality and thought process were bound to her own programming. The core theme of Eugene's journey, finding purpose and growth, demanded a truly convincing portrayal, requiring the actor to masterfully convey both profound emotion and intense anger, a formidable challenge. Kang Su-hyun, holding the script, conceded that it would be no easy role, and he found himself wondering with a quiet intensity which actor would ultimately take on such a monumental challenge. Choi Sang-il sighed with annoyance, lamenting President Gwak's apparent disregard for industry etiquette, as he held the script with an attached business card. Choi Sang-il, slumped at his desk, let out a distressed sigh, dreading that if Do-hee saw the script, she would surely be tempted once again. With a newfound determination, Choi Sang-il declared that Do-hee absolutely needed a guaranteed hit film this time, just as a soft knock announced the woman's arrival, her voice addressing someone as President. Choi Sang-il gasped, startled by Do-hee's sudden presence, his chair tumbling backward as he demanded to know when she had arrived. Do-hee, with a gentle smile and clasped hands, approached, addressing the president and politely requesting a private conversation. Choi Sang-il stammered a surprised greeting to Do-hee, masking his true shock at her sudden appearance. Do-hee calmly explained her visit, her current film wrapping up, as she sought new scripts for her next project. Choi Sang-il, regaining his composure, effusively praised her diligence and insisted she take a seat. He excitedly informed her that the timing was perfect, with director Kim's script having just arrived, and director Woo-gil also expressing interest in a collaboration. Do-hee, however, reflected on director Kim's work, finding it too trend-driven and his characters perpetually lacking depth. She asserted her preference for roles that showcased her acting skills, reminding him her voice was unsuitable for the currently popular historical dramas director Woo-gil specialized in. Choi Sang-il, exasperated, conceded her immense talent yet warned her of the inevitable market value drop should a project fail. Do-hee calmly countered that she was content with her current pay rate, prioritizing artistic compatibility and principle over a deluge of offers. He pressed her, arguing that as a top actress, she should seize any shortcut to achieve 10 million viewers, a glittering mark of success. Though acknowledging actor Lee Chang-ho's monopoly on 10 million viewer titles, Do-hee remained firm, declaring she had no interest in chasing such accolades. A chibi Choi Sang-il comically lamented Do-hee's aversion to guaranteed hits, to which she posed a serious question, wondering if he truly believed she didn't desire success. She thoughtfully explained the immense difficulty in balancing box office success with artistic integrity, ultimately choosing to prioritize her principles and the substance of her work. Her gaze held an unwavering intensity, reflecting her deep resolve. Choi Sang-il watched her intently, anticipating her next move. Do-hee agreed to consider his advice, prompting a relieved Choi Sang-il to concede her undeniable acting prowess, despite her extreme pickiness. A chibi Choi Sang-il silently fumed about her stubbornness, taking a gulp from his drink. He quickly retracted his thought, now comically blindfolded, and nervously implored her to make that disappear. Do-hee, her eyes glowing menacingly, suggested he consider therapy, causing a terrified Choi Sang-il to profusely apologize and beg her to relax her jaw and fists, admitting her stare always frightened him. Do-hee calmly stated her piece was done and announced her departure, surprising a bewildered Choi Sang-il. As she walked away, citing a shooting schedule, she called for her assistant Chang-min, while Choi Sang-il desperately tried to inquire about her next project. Do-hee and her assistant, Chang-min, continued their determined walk. She quietly asked if he had retrieved it, and Chang-min confirmed, presenting the item to her with a subtle air of expectation. Chang-min handed her the script that the president had so desperately tried to hide, earning his nunim's commendation. With a knowing smile, she began to open the folder, curious to discover what the president had been withholding. A memo on the wall formally announced the script reading for the movie, The Doll of Salt, scheduled for December 5th. Director Kim Hae-gyum officially introduced himself and initiated the script reading meeting, beginning with introductions. Director Kim then introduced their star, child actor Kang Su-hyun, who charmingly bowed and greeted everyone. Kang Su-hyun charmingly asked the hyungs and nunims to take care of him, feeling a pleasant warmth at the familiar address amidst the cheers. The narration noted that Kang Su-hyun had already fostered a warm and friendly atmosphere, and then prepared to introduce the next person, notably present despite the president's opposition. Director Kim then introduced actress Jong Do-hee, cast as the scientist in The Doll of Salt, who politely greeted everyone. Do-hee expressed her profound honor and excitement to finally be involved in a project she had long desired, eagerly anticipating working with the team, to resounding applause. The director clapped, acknowledging Jong Do-hee's esteemed reputation as Chunmoaro's finest actress. In an industry often consumed by fame and box office, Do-hee remained devoted to the pure art of her projects, her acting skills undeniably beyond reproach. Director Kim clapped and prepared to introduce the next key player. The esteemed child actor Kang Su-hyun, who had already drawn 10 million viewers with The Monster, now rivaled adults in skill, practically guaranteeing box office success. The director, with no notable box office hits and venturing into an unfamiliar sci-fi genre, faced significant professional uncertainty. Yet, to secure two actors of such solid skill and star quality for his project was considered nothing short of a miraculous stroke of luck. This project, they declared, must achieve both commercial success and artistic integrity, killing two birds with one stone. With the camera ready, the script reading was officially announced to begin. Do-hee's hands trembled as she uttered cries of distress, her voice breaking for "my child." Her breath hitched in her throat as she denied Eugene's death, questioning in anguish how she could possibly carry on. Overwhelmed by grief, she sobbed uncontrollably, her hands clutching her face. In her profound anguish, she desperately pulled at her own hair. With a manic and desperate intensity, she screamed a fierce denial, refusing to believe her son was truly gone. A chilling silence fell as the observers, struck by an eerie power, wondered if what they witnessed was truly just acting. Director Kim watched, his expression deeply pensive and visibly impressed by the raw intensity of the performance. The newly completed robot activated, its manufactured gaze meeting the scientist for the very first time. Then, Robot Eugene, portrayed by Kang Su-hyun, uttered his first dry, short word, "Mom," a poignant moment delivered by the renowned child actor. Matching the fierce intensity of the preceding act proved to be an unexpected challenge. Kang Su-hyun's gaze sharpened with intense focus and determination. A quiet resolve settled over Kang Su-hyun's serious expression. Do-hee's gaze met Kang Su-hyun's, a quiet tension building between them. Do-hee's expression shifted to one of profound confusion and surprise, her hands open in bewilderment. Kang Su-hyun softly, almost hesitantly, uttered the word "Mom," imbuing it with unexpected depth. Both Do-hee and director Kim were visibly struck, utterly shocked by the profound impact of his performance. Kang Su-hyun then offered a radiant, cheerful, "Good morning," completely embodying an innocent persona. His breath caught in his throat as a single, unexpected word escaped him, "Mom." Both his mother and father felt a sudden jolt of profound concern and disbelief. Kang Su-hyun smiled brightly amidst the lush greenery, offering a cheerful, yet questioning, "Good morning." His worry for his mother, who had been yelling so much the day before, was met with a curt, emotionally distant command to "go away." His plea for her to eat, noting she hadn't had a proper meal in days, was sharply rebuffed as she turned away, claiming her real son would never cling to her. A deep sadness settled within Kang Su-hyun as he wondered if his mother would favor him more if he only resembled Eugene. His mother remained, worn down by an unseen burden, her eyes cast downward in profound unhappiness. Her forced, faint smile did little to mask the raw distress beneath, revealing a woman on the very brink of losing control. The man confessed his astonishment, particularly praising Kang Su-hyun's unparalleled performance. He had initially feared Kang Su-hyun would be overshadowed by the veteran actors, but the young boy not only held his own but completely commanded the entire set. He meticulously pondered how best to convey the chilling, powerful emotion emanating from both actors to the awaiting audience. An unseen voice declared a 10-minute break for everyone, announcing a debrief session to follow. The director, who had heard much from Senior Chang-ho, warmly praised Kang Su-hyun's fantastic acting, to which he humbly offered his thanks. She gently suggested that Senior was too formal for their ongoing work together, encouraging him instead to call her Auntie. With an innocent twinkle, Kang Su-hyun cleverly countered, asking if Nuna might be more suitable, which pleased the director. The director playfully agreed, and Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically accepted his new honorific for her. Others on set remained utterly frozen, bewildered by the stark contrast between their fierce on-screen personas and their surprisingly warm off-screen interactions. The director then proposed additional practice sessions before filming began, suggesting they meet separately next week to further synchronize their performances. Kang Su-hyun eagerly confirmed his availability for extra practice, with the sole exception of Christmas Eve, which naturally piqued the director's curiosity. As Kang Su-hyun began to explain his Christmas Eve plans, the air erupted with confetti and streamers, an unseen voice shouting, "Happy birthday." His father presented him with a gift from both parents, and Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened with excited gratitude. Kang Su-hyun joyfully exclaimed at receiving a waffle pad, his parents clapping along in celebration. Chibi Kang Su-hyun affectionately snuggled his new waffle pad, confessing how deeply he had missed it, despite its rivalry with Taesung's advertised products. His mother prompted the visibly nervous father, indicating he had something important to tell Kang Su-hyun. His father stammered in agreement, flustered, as his mother slyly reminded him that he had promised to be the one to deliver the news. The father nervously cleared his throat, a palpable tension in the air, before finally addressing Kang Su-hyun. Then, with a flourish, his father dramatically declared that Kang Su-hyun was going to be a big brother. A single word, "What?" escaped Kang Su-hyun's lips as his eyes widened in absolute shock and confusion. His father, radiating happiness with his mother, explained that they had only just discovered a baby was on the way, due in 6 months. Kang Su-hyun quietly repeated, "Big brother," the significant news slowly sinking into his pensive mind as a subtle glow surrounded him. Kang Su-hyun watched the other children walk past, his expression solemn as they happily held hands. He continued walking, deep in thought, processing the implications of the new family dynamic. His parents looked down in concerned surprise, wondering if their announcement had been too sudden, as they realized Kang Su-hyun was crying. Kang Su-hyun, wiping away tears of overwhelming happiness, declared it the single best birthday present he had ever received. The director exclaimed with delightful surprise, offering warm congratulations on the wonderful news of his upcoming sibling. Happily munching, Kang Su-hyun excitedly declared his plans to play with his future sibling every day once they were born, as the director smiled gently. The director, commenting on his maturity, inquired if his parents had chosen a name for the baby yet, causing Chibi Kang Su-hyun to flinch in surprise. Kang Su-hyun hesitantly revealed the chosen name was Plump, a name he himself questioned, as steam rose from golden brown egg tarts nearby. The director explained that his mother chose Plump hoping the baby would be more active, and as his parents affectionately repeated the name, Kang Su-hyun found it adorable. The director noted Kang Su-hyun's apparent dislike for the name, to which he dryly responded that it was ironic given his mother's intense dieting, a floating, plump cartoon baby appearing as a humorous prediction. The director playfully giggled, teasing Kang Su-hyun about his sensitivity to dieting, then wondered if he too was just one of these kids these days. Kang Su-hyun proudly declared himself practically a senior at school, moving into 4th grade at age 11, happily gulping down food with puffed cheeks. The director, still smiling, playfully challenged senior Kang Su-hyun to examine himself in a mirror, eliciting a confused query. A startled ACK burst from Kang Su-hyun as he saw his reflection, his cheeks smeared thickly with food. An internal voice dramatically declared Kang Su-hyun disqualified as an adult for losing himself over a prop egg tart, even as a staff member casually offered him more. An embarrassed Kang Su-hyun mumbled his thanks as the director, still amused, asked if senior was ready to begin their first rehearsal. Filming for The Doll of Salt finally commenced, requiring heightened focus from the actors due to the extensive CGI backgrounds. Amidst the bustling set, Kang Su-hyun found himself experiencing a subtle, yet profound, shift from his previous sole dedication to work. He had deliberately cleared his once jam-packed calendar, all for the precious sibling who would soon arrive. He now felt capable of returning some of the boundless love his mother had always shown him, gently comforting her as she felt unwell. He recalled the pangs of envy he once felt watching other children, simple in their happiness. Now, those feelings had completely transformed into a swelling, hopeful anticipation, a gentle smile gracing his lips. New, vibrant pages had replaced the old, repetitive entries in his diary, as Kang Su-hyun confidently responded, yes, to being called for his "Introducing My Family" presentation. He reflected that despite his hectic schedule, he was undeniably happier now than he had ever been when solely focused on work within a rigid routine. Above all, he realized he now possessed the harmonious family he had always secretly yearned for. As the audience cheered with awe, the impending birth of this new family member felt like tangible proof that all his deepest wishes had finally come true. A radiant, happy smile graced Kang Su-hyun's face, reflecting his profound contentment. Kang Su-hyun cheerfully thanked his friends for their congratulations on his new family member, bidding them farewell until tomorrow. A voice suddenly called out, "Hey," as an unknown person took a large, deliberate stride forward. Kang Su-hyun happily hummed a tune, wishing for his baby sibling's swift arrival, utterly unaware of the ominous footsteps deliberately trailing behind him. An unseen hand abruptly snatched Kang Su-hyun's backpack, accompanied by a harsh shout of, "Hey!" Kang Su-hyun flinched sharply, completely startled by the firm grip on his shoulder. The man leaned over, his face contorted with rage, accusing a startled Kang Su-hyun of ignoring him in the gloomy hallway. The man's grip tightened on Kang Su-hyun's shoulder, his voice rising in an angry accusation, demanding to know why he was being ignored. Kang Su-hyun offered a soft apology, claiming he hadn't heard, but the man's angry accusations escalated, referencing past demands for autographs. Kang Su-hyun recalled a past incident where so-called friends had mocked his standing, demanding favors that felt more like commands, their giggles echoing his internal discomfort. Kang Su-hyun offered a sincere apology, explaining his distraction by thoughts of his coming sibling, yet internally tried to rationalize the young man's roughness as simple youth. The man's dismissive words about his sibling pierced Kang Su-hyun's composure, leaving a deep, serious hurt that echoed within him. The cruel words continued, now extending to his unborn sibling, a demeaning weight that pressed upon Kang Su-hyun, making him cast his gaze downwards. The man's challenge hung in the air, a raw accusation that Kang Su-hyun remained unwilling to meet, his silence speaking volumes. A sudden flinch overtook the man as his frustrated words about losing patience abruptly caught in his throat, a hint of unease settling upon him. Kang Su-hyun's patience snapped, an intense, dark aura manifesting around him as his eyes glowed with raw anger, acknowledging that the man had dared to cross an unspoken, cursed line. Before his regression, Kang Su-hyun's life after his parents' divorce had been defined by a lonely existence with relatives, a memory shrouded in dim thought. His cousin had quickly exploited his vulnerable situation, subjecting him to relentless bullying that underscored the isolation and coldness of those forgotten days. The current confrontation stirred a melancholic echo within Kang Su-hyun, painfully reminding him of those desolate times long past. Though he had initially excused the man's clumsy words, the disrespect aimed at his unborn sibling ignited a fierce resolve within Kang Su-hyun, his hand clenching into a determined fist. The man's insults continued to escalate, but Kang Su-hyun calmly corrected his mistaken identity, his resolve unshaken amidst the blatant disrespect. Kang Su-hyun, with a subtle smirk, delivered a sharp, backhanded remark, confidently implying the man's dull eyes were to blame for his own confusion. Enraged by the verbal jab, the man furiously grabbed Kang Su-hyun's shirt, pulling him closer in a raw display of escalating frustration. The man continued his verbal assault, attempting to shame Kang Su-hyun by criticizing his public image and reputation among his peers. The man's words twisted into a manipulative guilt trip, abruptly shifting to a direct inquiry about Kang Su-hyun's family finances, revealing his true, exploitative motive. Enraged by Kang Su-hyun's defiance, the man's demands for money escalated into a frustrated torrent of accusations, pressing his exploitative agenda even further. The man's grip tightened on Kang Su-hyun's collar as he twisted the blame, suggesting that any mistakes would ultimately fall upon his parents, a chillingly manipulative threat. With an explosive surge of anger, the man raised his fist, his threat echoing the imminent violence about to be unleashed. A sudden, commanding voice cut through the tension, instantly startling the man and causing him to flinch away from his violent intent. The teacher swiftly confronted the man, accusing him of his recent history of fighting, while Kang Su-hyun acknowledged her protective presence. The man vehemently denied the accusations, as the teacher, tapping Kang Su-hyun reassuringly, turned her worried attention to his well-being. Kang Su-hyun finished his assurance, "Okay," a word that settled with a heavy finality, casting a wave of shock across the man's face and deepening the teacher's concern. A single tear trickled down Kang Su-hyun's face, his trembling lips betraying a deep sadness that belied his earlier words. The potential scandal weighed heavily, a chaotic vision of headlines proclaiming, "Famous child actor K involved in school violence," a future that manifested with alarming clarity. The teacher's concern spiraled into a panicked suggestion of a hospital visit, as the man frantically trembled, vehemently denying he had laid a hand on Kang Su-hyun amidst the growing chaos. The teacher's fury surged, her voice sharply silencing the man's protests with an authoritative scolding that caused him to flinch in startled submission. A wave of profound shock and confusion washed over the teacher, her bewildered question hanging in the air at whatever unexpected revelation had just transpired. Kang Su-hyun's distressed cries, a poignant contrast to the vibrant background, revealed his torment over the bully's demands for money, a confession that made the teacher gasp with the sudden, shocking realization of extortion. Whispers of accusation spread, spectral chibi figures confirming that Kim Sang-woo, known for bullying, had now dared to cross the line into outright extortion. Terror etched itself onto the man's face as he nervously stammered denials, his eyes wide with the dawning realization of the gravity of his situation. The teacher swept past, her decisive movement a stark reminder of impending consequences that startled the man into a sudden, unwelcome realization. The teacher's stern voice cut through the air, delivering a decisive order to Kim Sang-woo, who now hung his head in evident shame and fear. The incident finally found its resolution when both sets of parents were summoned to the school, culminating in formal apologies to Kang Su-hyun. Due to his accumulated past behaviors, Kim Sang-woo's spirit became dampened, losing the support and respect of both teachers and students, leaving him in dejected isolation. Kang Su-hyun, contemplative with his chin in hand, reflected on the perfectly clean resolution achieved by a single, well-timed tear, affirming that every form of acting practice held its profound value. A month later, Kim Sang-woo had finally transferred schools, his self-destruction not Kang Su-hyun's burden as he peacefully rested in the moving car, the conflict a calm memory. The man's desperate confrontation resumed, his voice laced with resentment as he pressed Kang Su-hyun, demanding to know if he felt any guilt for the immense difficulties that had unfolded. The man's anger boiled over into a full-blown accusation, his voice raw as he vehemently asserted that Kang Su-hyun was entirely to blame for his fate. Kang Su-hyun calmly turned the tables, playing a recording of the man's own words demanding money, a chilling echo that left the man utterly shocked and exposed. The small recorder in Kang Su-hyun's hand continued to broadcast the man's own terrifying threat, serving as undeniable evidence of his malicious intent. The man screamed in frustrated rage, lunging to grab the recorder, but Kang Su-hyun swiftly blocked his desperate, flailing attempt. Outside, a startled bird took flight, its sudden departure a small echo of the disruption within. With a pained groan, the man lay defeated on the ground, his struggle against Kang Su-hyun proving utterly futile. Kang Su-hyun leaned close, his voice a chilling hiss as he whispered intimate knowledge of the man's world, beginning with the very apartment complex he inhabited, binding him in terror. With a menacing smile, Kang Su-hyun continued his unnerving recital of details, the academy, his parents' employers, each piece of information binding the man deeper in a terror that rendered him speechless. Kang Su-hyun's broad, chilling smile conveyed his curiosity about how far the man could possibly go, now bound by the inescapable label of a school bully. The man's face, bathed in sweat and fear, was a mask of utter horror, completely consumed by the psychological torment Kang Su-hyun had just inflicted. As the car roomed to a halt, Kang Su-hyun reflected on his own creepy thoroughness, carrying a recorder, just in case, while a chibi Lee Seo-han cheerfully announced their arrival at the set, acknowledging his master of diversion. With the school trouble expertly managed, Kang Su-hyun cheerfully greeted the murmuring film crew, his focus now singularly bound to completing the remaining filming. A bright smile graced Kang Su-hyun's face on the professional set, a calm moment before the cameras rolled. A mysterious man, his single visible eye glinting with a dark, unsettling smirk, cast an ominous glance over his shoulder, hinting at unseen, bound motives. A hand tightly gripped a green script, an uncanny hold that suggested a deeper, unseen control over the unfolding narrative. The film set welcomed them warmly as one man greeted their arrival, and another noted Kang Su-hyun's presence. The brown-haired man playfully asked if Kang Su-hyun was nervous for his solo shoot, but Kang Su-hyun confidently declared his growth, prompting the man to fondly call him a rascal. Yet, the man's teasing comment about Kang Su-hyun's lack of military service held a subtle, grumbling undertone. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him. Kang Su-hyun sharply turned his head, a wave of unease washing over him. The man, sensing the shift, laughed it off, assuring Kang Su-hyun he was just kidding. Kang Su-hyun recalled how Sang Il-hyung also often made that same joke about military service. Kang Su-hyun's discomfort lingered, this instance felt distinctly unsettling, as something truly felt off about the man as he walked away. This was actor Kim Chanin, a name bound to the Shining Gate scandal that had dominated headlines before Kang Su-hyun's regression. He was not merely a user, but a supplier of illicit substances to other actors, deeply involved in their production and sale, a truly serious crime. Despite the scandal being a distant future event, Kang Su-hyun felt an undeniable, unsettling vibe from the man, a true premonition. A crew member called Kang Su-hyun for a makeup touch-up, and he responded with eager professionalism. The brown-haired man, Kim Chanin, muttered his annoyance, referring to Kang Su-hyun as a mere punk. Kim Chanin bitterly complained about Kang Su-hyun acting high and mighty about being grown up, seemingly disregarding his seniors who waited their turn. He seethed with envy, believing Kang Su-hyun, who had lucked into a good agency and a lead role, needed to have his pride knocked down a peg. Kim Chanin ground his teeth, his anger palpable. With his makeup touch-up complete, Kang Su-hyun was instructed to head to set 4, a subtle glow shimmering around him. The empty set, designated as Urim's bedroom, featured a wall shelf and a large window, awaiting its scene. Kim Chanin, grunting slightly with effort, explained the difficulty of visualizing the empty set and offered Kang Su-hyun some reference images. Kim Chanin presented the CG composite images, explaining they would help Kang Su-hyun visualize the set for his solo shoot and understand the layout. Kang Su-hyun expressed genuine gratitude, marveling at the incredible detail captured in the images. Kang Su-hyun hummed in deep concentration, confident these images would undoubtedly enhance his unique visualization ability. Suddenly, the set materialized around him, fully rendered, causing Kang Su-hyun to exclaim in surprise. He gasped in wonder, questioning if this impossibly vivid scene was already the completed look with CG applied. The spectral details continued to manifest, showing a wooden dresser and the delicate play of light across the imagined room. As Kang Su-hyun observed the fully manifested room, he contemplatively wondered if his supernatural abilities had truly upgraded. Kang Su-hyun confidently realized this unique advantage of visualizing the composed background while acting, a power no one else could match. Scientist Urim tragically realized no robot could ever replace her son, ultimately casting herself into the very sea that had claimed him. Left alone, robot Eugene, no longer bound to mimic a human, began to reminisce about Urim and reconsider the very purpose of his existence. Eugene, played by Kang Su-hyun, sat somberly with the dog as he began to tidy Urim's belongings and the now empty space. He then carefully folded the clothes, now rendered utterly unnecessary. And with a heavy heart, he moved to throw away the food that now, tragically, no one would eat. A soft click echoed as the photo frame closed, signifying the quiet despair of a robot born merely as a human substitute. Kang Su-hyun, as Eugene, wrestled with the desolate question of his continued existence, an answer he could not find within the very house where he had been created. And so, the robot, determined to find the answer he couldn't grasp, embarked on a new journey. He set off, a robotic dog by his side, ready to face the unknown path ahead. As Kang Su-hyun walked through the vibrant, computer-generated forest with the robotic dog, Kim Chanin, watching from the set, gasped in utter surprise. The director called "cut," and a crew member marveled aloud at Kang Su-hyun's incredible ability to perform so flawlessly on a completely green set. Kim Chanin's heart thudded in his chest as he processed having just watched the finished film. With renewed energy, Kim Chanin called for the next scene, and the set bustled with crew members moving equipment as actors were called to stand by. As crew members adjusted the lights, Kang Su-hyun politely asked Kim Chanin to take care of him. Kim Chanin responded, his smile slight and polite, agreeing they would both do their best. Despite his lingering suspicion, Kim Chanin internally rationalized that as long as Kang Su-hyun performed well, there would be no problems, a thought Kang Su-hyun keenly observed. The director's command echoed as the clapperboard snapped, charging the air with anticipation. A soft knocking sound initiated the scene, awaiting a response. Kang Su-hyun offered a cheerful greeting through the creaking, partially open door as Kim Chanin waited nearby. Kim Chanin's line landed awkwardly, and the director immediately called "cut" for the blooper. The director, exasperated, demanded to know why Kim Chanin had delivered the line flatly instead of with surprise, prompting an immediate, apologetic bow. The director reset the scene, but another mistake from Kim Chanin prompted yet another "cut," followed by his flustered apology. The director's frustration mounted, his calls of "cut" ringing out repeatedly as Kim Chanin continued to falter. Kim Chanin bowed deeply again and again, profusely apologizing for his mistakes. Kang Su-hyun gently placed his hand on the man's arm, a quiet gesture of support. With a weary sigh, Kang Su-hyun looked at Kim Chanin, addressing him as "Hyung." Kim Chanin responded with a surprised "huh," unaware that Kang Su-hyun had already calculated this would be his 8th blooper if he messed up again. Kang Su-hyun fixed the man with a stern, almost otherworldly gaze, challenging him, "You can do better, right?" He felt the weight of the moment, the unseen voice warning of an 8th blooper, as Kang Su-hyun internally challenged Kim Chanin to rise to the occasion. Kim Chanin offered a nervous, hesitant promise, while his true thoughts simmered with resentment over what he perceived as Kang Su-hyun's arrogance. The director's voice cut through the strained set, summoning Kim Chanin, who snapped back with an immediate, if slightly high-pitched, affirmation. The director's frustration mounted, pointedly asking why after 2 hours Kim Chanin still hadn't grasped the scene, to which the man could only offer a deeply contrite bow. The director covered his face, a silent acknowledgement of his own escalating anger as the delays stretched on. The narration laid bare the truth. Despite 3 months and a mere 10-page script, Kim Chanin delivered lines devoid of genuine emotion, simply reciting them. The turbulent sea below underscored the tragedy, symbolizing how Urim had believed her son was lost to its depths. Yet, unknown to her, young Eugene survived, destined to confront robot Eugene as an adult, a surreal twist of fate that mirrored the murky depths around them. In this shadowed, abstract world, robot Eugene relentlessly pursued the meaning of his very existence, a quest as vast and deep as the surrounding waters. The revelation of adult Eugene's existence offered a crueler, more sorrowful answer, implying Urim had abandoned one son for another, a fate that lingered heavily in the air. Her ultimate fate was sealed, left to drift alone in the crushing, abyssal depths of the sea. For Eugene, his mother's obituary had become a mere faded whisper of the past, holding little significance, yet he, in turn, had lost his entire world. The narration connected the dots, revealing Kang Su-hyun as Robot Eugene and Kim Chanin as Adult Eugene, as Kang Su-hyun cheerfully called out his greeting. The pivotal confrontation between Robot Eugene and Human Eugene unfolded in 3 distinct parts, beginning with Human Eugene's flustered, clumsy recitation of every woman he had ever dated. The second part saw Robot Eugene, having long been in denial, finally utter the name Urim, a crucial turning point. The scene's climax arrived when Human Eugene finally grasped that the child before him was a robot, a creation of Urim, leading him to open the door and let him in. While Kang Su-hyun was meant to lead from the second part, Kim Chanin's mistakes plagued the first, which held most of Human Eugene's lines, as he fumbled through an awkward greeting. The director's voice, laced with sharp impatience, warned that they would be stuck all night, pleading for them to just move on, and Kim Chanin bowed deeply in repeated apologies. With a deep, weary sigh, the director called for yet another take, as Kim Chanin turned and retreated. Kim Chanin's teeth ground together in unspoken fury, convinced that everyone around him was unduly rushing and pushing him. Kim Chanin flinched back in utter surprise as Kang Su-hyun's voice, seemingly from nowhere, cut through his thoughts, asking if he was upset about the director's scolding. Kang Su-hyun calmly observed Kim Chanin, who met his gaze from above, a silent moment hanging between them. Kim Chanin forced a laugh and a falsely cheerful promise to do better next time, trying to reassure Kang Su-hyun, who simply accepted his words. On a chroma key set, whether practicing or performing, it remained an inherent challenge to fully visualize the completed scene, relying solely on imagination. Yet, even after repeated takes for a scene he'd managed perfectly during the script reading, Kim Chanin found the energy to complain about the director, blaming the rushed atmosphere rather than himself. His insincere smile and feigned sincerity were a calculated attempt to twist the narrative, making the one scolding him appear the villain, a manipulative strategy he seemed to have perfected. Kang Su-hyun's hand clenched tightly, betraying the immense effort he put into suppressing any action that might provoke another. Kang Su-hyun's gaze hardened, an unshakable resolve settling within him to cast aside the burden of being a good kid. With a blazing intensity, Kang Su-hyun declared himself a dangerous beast, engulfed in the metaphorical flames of his unleashed resolve. The director called for the 9th take, and with a confident, purposeful greeting, Kang Su-hyun launched into the scene. Kim Chanin offered a quick, superficial greeting, but inside, his thoughts seethed with annoyance at the child's perceived audacity to lecture an adult. With a gaze of unwavering determination, Kang Su-hyun internally plotted his move, deciding to feign ignorance about the man's identity, then declared with piercing clarity, "I'm not your son." Kim Chanin reeled back in shock, but Kang Su-hyun simply stated that the man's true thoughts were written plainly across his face. With an unsettlingly accurate perception, Kang Su-hyun tilted his head and verbalized Kim Chanin's exact internal question, exposing his private confusion. Kim Chanin stammered an indignant, "Excuse me," but Kang Su-hyun cut through it with a direct declaration, "I'm a robot created by Dr. Jong Urim," knowing full well that Kim Chanin couldn't now feign another mistake. Kang Su-hyun's voice rang with certainty. This time, the man's delaying tactics would fail, and he assertively asked for entry, stating their discussion was not for standing. Kang Su-hyun's eyes, fixed with an unyielding intensity, conveyed a determination that pierced through the very air. Kim Chanin's face contorted in raw, visible panic, his teeth gritted in a desperate attempt to suppress a scream that threatened to escape. The director's voice broke the silence, calling, "Cut," and ending the take with a decisive swipe. Kang Su-hyun internally confirmed his victory, knowing Kim Chanin finally understood the implication, to mess up a scene entirely dominated by his lines would expose him. Kang Su-hyun firmly reiterated his earlier demand, that their conversation required more than just standing, and once again asked if he might enter. His piercing gaze held the silent, unshakable conviction that any further blooper would have undeniably exposed Kim Chanin's deliberate sabotage. Kim Chanin jolted in surprise as Kang Su-hyun called out to him with the familiar honorific, "Kyung." With a knowing smirk, Kang Su-hyun delivered a cutting compliment, praising Kim Chanin's acting, which clearly implied he had seen through the facade. Kim Chanin erupted in furious indignation, his accusation cut short by an off-panel voice announcing the next scene was ready. Kim Chanin flinched visibly as the director's urgent voice demanded speed, calling for both him and Kang Su-hyun to hurry over. Kim Chanin stumbled away in a hurried scramble, as Kang Su-hyun watched him go, the film crew buzzing around them. As Kim Chanin shuffled across the set, Kang Su-hyun's internal monologue began with a quiet, reflective question. Kang Su-hyun stood his ground, his sneakers firmly planted on the studio floor. With a deep, resolute conviction, Kang Su-hyun knew this was merely the beginning. The crew member expressed concern about proceeding, but the director, citing tight schedules, confirmed there was no time for reshoots. With determined steps, the director declared they were already behind schedule and needed to accelerate filming. Kim Chanin nervously called out to the director, who, with a hint of impatience, acknowledged him. Sweat beaded on Kim Chanin's brow as he anxiously questioned if Kang Su-hyun skipping most of his lines in the previous scene was truly acceptable. He forced a laugh, nervously trying to downplay his concerns about potential issues in subsequent scenes. The director's terse declaration that it was fine caused Kim Chanin to involuntarily flinch, a clear sign of unspoken tension. The director explained that the previous scene was intended to subtly hint at the relationship between the two Eugenes. He continued, highlighting the pivotal moment when the robot Eugene was invited into the house. The director reassured Kim Chanin that his lines, being mostly light-hearted jokes to ease the mood, would not affect continuity even if some were cut, to which Kim Chanin could only offer a resigned, "Ah." He addressed Kim Chanin's probable disappointment over the cut lines, explaining they couldn't afford reshoots, but admitted Kang Su-hyun's ad-lib had caught him off guard. Kim Chanin thoughtfully conceded that an ad-lib from a child actor was indeed quite bold. The director noted that Kang Su-hyun's ad-lib stories were already legendary, as online comments flooded with surprise, praise for his talent, and a touch of reality check humor. He then revealed how Kang Su-hyun's talent manifested as a clear vision, having realized during the script reading that he could implicitly trust this actor. The director praised Kang Su-hyun for portraying the two Eugenes exactly as envisioned, then encouraged Kim Chanin to persist, assuring him he was capable. Kim Chanin quietly assented to the director's words. The director energetically announced they would move to the next scene once the set was ready, while Kim Chanon's fist clenched in subtle frustration. Kang Su-hyun and Kim Chanon settled into their chairs on set, ready to begin filming. Kim Chanon internally questioned the director's praise, wondering if Kang Su-hyun was truly portraying Eugene as envisioned. The thought lingered in Kim Chanon's mind, a quiet indignation that the child had completely skipped his lines. His eyes widened, a dawning suspicion making him wonder if Kang Su-hyun's actions were mere coincidence. Kim Chanon's face contorted in disbelief, suspicion and anger beginning to churn within him. A knowing, mischievous smirk played on Kang Su-hyun's lips, his eyes glowing with an almost otherworldly understanding. The horrifying realization manifested in Kim Chanon's mind, this kid was subtly undermining him. The director's voice cut through the air, signaling the start of the shoot with a decisive, ready, action. As filming began, Kim Chanon's character asked if he was Dr. Urim's robot, and Kang Su-hyun's character calmly confirmed he was. Kang Su-hyun, in character, introduced himself as Eugene, a robot crafted specifically for his mother. He then referred to himself as Mom's real son, Kim Eugene, his hand clenching ever so slightly. Kang Su-hyun's character confronted Kim Chanon's, demanding to know why he was there, given their mother had jumped off a cliff searching for him. Kim Chanon's eyes widened in flustered shock, the stark realization that Kang Su-hyun's line was unscripted hitting him. He swallowed hard, a gulp of dread, as he interpreted Kang Su-hyun's ad-lib as a chilling question about his character's very survival. Leaning forward, Kang Su-hyun's character delivered more unscripted lines, expressing frustration and questioning the scene's validity. Kim Chanon gasped, a choked sound of disbelief, as he questioned if the provocative lines were truly aimed at him. Kang Su-hyun offered a mischievous, knowing smirk, his gaze a silent challenge. Kim Chanon's face contorted in a silent, furious rage, his eyes wide with a sudden, intense realization. A jolt passed through the set as an enraged Kim Chanon suddenly grabbed Kang Su-hyun by the collar. Kim Chanon roared, accusing Kang Su-hyun of arrogance, but the child actor simply replied, as expected. Kang Su-hyun calmly reiterated, as expected, maintaining his composure amidst the outburst. Kang Su-hyun's bright smile seemed to manifest an ethereal innocence, even as his words cut deep, declaring the other character not fit to be Mom's son. Kim Chanon could only gasp in utter shock, rendered speechless by the child's cutting words. With sparkling effects around him, Kang Su-hyun triumphantly asserted that he was the one truly fit to be her son. With a quiet tap, Kim Chanon's hand released Kang Su-hyun. The director enthusiastically called cut and praised the successful scene. The director congratulated them both, as crew members clapped and one marveled at the sudden, raw realism in Kim Chanon's acting. Another voice commented that, for a moment, they had genuinely believed Kim Chanon would strike Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun looked at Kim Chanon, a slight shiver passing through him after the intense performance. Kang Su-hyun offered a radiant smile, expressing his gratitude for their hard work. The narration concluded that witnessing a child actor perform so calmly in front of an enraged adult must have been quite a shock, as Kim Chanon remained noticeably subdued for the remainder of the shoot. Kim Chanon lamented internally that the director and staff simply dismissed his anger-laden provocation as another brilliant ad-lib from the famed child actor. Kang Su-hyun looked up in surprise as a man with glasses called out to him. The man with glasses, his eyes glowing with an uncanny awareness, made an ominous, pointed comment about Kang Su-hyun's actions. The man with glasses sternly chastised Kang Su-hyun about the dangerous nature of his ad-lib, cutting off his attempts to explain. After many dramatic twists and turns, the filming of The Doll of Salt finally concluded amidst the oppressive summer heat. The man with glasses announced their arrival at the academy, and Kang Su-hyun thanked him. The man with glasses inquired about Kang Su-hyun's schedule for the following day, to which Kang Su-hyun replied he would reduce his academy hours starting next week. Kang Su-hyun explained his reduced schedule was due to his younger sibling's impending birth, as the man with glasses looked surprised by a ringing phone. The man with glasses spoke intently on the phone, confirming his understanding. Kang Su-hyun, sensing the shift, asked if his mother was on the phone and what had happened. The man with glasses informed Kang Su-hyun that his mother's water had just broken, to which Kang Su-hyun responded with an unervingly calm, "Ah, I see." Kang Su-hyun maintained his innocent, bright smile while the man with glasses remained visibly surprised. Then, with a sudden, dramatic outburst, Kang Su-hyun shrieked, the news of his mother's water breaking finally registering with extreme shock. His father shared the startling news that his mother's water had just broken, yet Kang Su-hyun's bright smile remained, almost too calm for the gravity of the moment. A strange tranquility settled over the room as Kang Su-hyun maintained his cheerful demeanor, completely missing the urgency of the situation. But then, the true implication of his father's words struck him with a sudden, overwhelming wave of terror, shattering his composure. An hour earlier, the past echoed. Kang Su-hyun, filled with genuine concern, asked his mother if she was truly all right, to which she gently reassured him not to worry so much. His mother, despite her hidden anxieties, urged someone to go, noting the due date highlighted on the calendar. Kang Su-hyun promised to return swiftly from the academy, while his father, with a gentle smile, reminded him to send hourly texts. He confirmed he understood, his anticipation for the day clear. Chibi Kang Su-hyun paused, looking back at his chibi mother with a fleeting thought. Then, Chibi Kang Su-hyun rushed back and embraced his chibi mother in a tender hug. Kang Su-hyun earnestly pressed a hand to his mother's pregnant belly, asking his unborn sibling, "Plump, don't make things difficult for Mom while I'm gone, okay?" He then lovingly kissed his mother's pregnant belly, a tender gesture of affection. Chibi mother playfully scolded her unborn baby, "Plump, how can you kick your big brother like that?" as the playful kick startled Chibi Kang Su-hyun into a daze. His mother waved goodbye, her reassuring words echoing, "Everything will be fine," as Kang Su-hyun waved back, walking away. Kang Su-hyun, with a determined and hopeful expression, made a silent plea for his sibling, "Plump, please be born exactly on your due date." And now, the moment returned with a quiet step, arriving at the sterile hospital corridor. Kang Su-hyun frantically called out for his mother and his unborn sibling, "Plump," his heart pounding a frantic rhythm as he gasped for air in extreme panic. Inside the hospital room, his mother lay in bed, receiving the attentive care of two nurses. The first nurse expressed surprise at Kang Su-hyun being his mother's son, and his mother confirmed it with a gentle smile. The chibi nurses gushed with admiration, finding Chibi Kang Su-hyun even more handsome in person, which left the boy blushing and confused. His mother gently called Kang Su-hyun to her side, informing him that his sibling would be born that very evening. Kang Su-hyun anxiously inquired about his mother's condition after her water broke, but she calmly reassured him that she was fine and only needed to rest. His father confidently entered the room, patting Kang Su-hyun's head, and remarking that it was not his wife's first time. Kang Su-hyun's gaze sharpened, his body tensing with annoyance at his father's casual remark. Chibi Kang Su-hyun questioned his chibi father's calmness, who explained he was just mimicking chibi mother's composure, much to her delighted approval as the best manager. Kang Su-hyun glanced over his shoulder with a serious air, his thoughts hidden. With a pout, Kang Su-hyun declared his firm intention to stay awake and wait for his new sibling, to which his father agreed. The day transitioned into evening, painted across the serene sky. His mother gently asked if Kang Su-hyun felt calmer, and he admitted his heart was still racing, despite feeling somewhat better. Kang Su-hyun animatedly explained that his worrying was justified because his book stated that water breaking was an emergency situation. His mother recalled his father's frantic panic during her previous birth, which was then visually reenacted as his father rushed through a door, yelling for his wife. Kang Su-hyun silently observed the familiar scene, a transparent image of his past panic lingering nearby. Chibi Kang Su-hyun burst into hearty laughter, joining the joyful smiles of the chibi nurse and mother. Chibi father, confused by their laughter, questioned their amusement, prompting the chibi nurse to comment on the son's striking resemblance to him. His mother gently instructed her husband to sit down and not make a scene in front of Kang Su-hyun, but his father, full of anxiety, only asked if she was in pain. His mother playfully offered her hair for him to grip, but his father, embarrassed, declined, citing her recent depression over hair loss. His mother instructed both his father and Kang Su-hyun to wait outside, and they obediently knelt in the hospital corridor. His father lamented his wife's coolness, while Kang Su-hyun innocently questioned why his father, as her husband, wasn't allowed to stay inside. His father explained that his wife had asked him about his reaction during Kang Su-hyun's birth, a flashback revealing his chaotic fainting spell. His father, sniffing tearfully, then explained his wife's rationale, confirming that the best help he could offer was to wait outside, a truth Kang Su-hyun now understood. His father enthusiastically suggested they pray for a safe delivery for his mother and Plump, and Kang Su-hyun nodded his fervent agreement. A profound chill settled over the hospital building as night fell, imbued with an underlying tension. The palpable anxiety made both Kang Su-hyun and another man shiver uncontrollably in the waiting area. Kang Su-hyun then turned to the man, remarking that the ground was shaking, causing the man to look up and wonder if it was an earthquake. Both Kang Su-hyun and his father trembled uncontrollably, their anxiety a shared, silent hum. His father anxiously inquired about the time elapsed, his terror deepening as Kang Su-hyun corrected him, amplifying their shared fear that something might have gone wrong. A sharp gasp escaped both their lips, their eyes wide with sudden realization. The door silently slid open, revealing a smiling nurse. The nurse enthusiastically announced, "Congratulations." His mother beamed, holding her newborn baby as an off-panel voice announced the healthy birth of a whopping 4.3 kilograms baby girl. His father, tearfully holding an excited Kang Su-hyun, was invited into the room, promising Kang Su-hyun he could see the baby in the newborn room soon. His heart hammered with anticipation as Kang Su-hyun stood alone in the hallway, anxiously waiting. His heart throbbed with a nervous rhythm as Kang Su-hyun reflected on the unprecedented experience of meeting a sibling he didn't have in his past life. He imagined various dramatic greetings, posing as a seasoned child actor, or proclaiming his generosity with imagined fortunes that materialized around him. Kang Su-hyun clutched his head in frustration, realizing his imagined greetings were all wrong and regretting his lack of a proper plan. His hand slowly extended, driven by an unseen urge towards the viewing glass. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in profound surprise. Through the clear glass of the newborn viewing room, a nurse presented the tiny, sleeping form of his new sibling. The tiny hand wiggled in soft, unconscious motion, a small sign of life. His hand gently settled onto the cool glass, a silent connection forged. He gently addressed the infant through the glass, "Hi, I'm your Appa," his voice soft with emotion. Gazing at the newborn, Kang Su-hyun felt a profound, emotional connection, as if he had been waiting for this sibling even in his past life, long before he knew they existed. An unseen parent cooed playfully, trying to engage baby Yoo-hyun with tender calls and a game of peekaboo. His little sister, affectionately nicknamed Plump, was officially named Kang Yoo-hyun, and both Kang Su-hyun and his father lovingly watched her, finding profound meaning in this small, sacred moment. Inside, the baby offered gentle thuds, a tiny rhythmic promise as the parents' hands rested tenderly on the mother's belly. The father, feeling the baby's strong kicks, mused that their daughter would be a handful, deciding to give her the gentle name Yoo-hyun in hopes of a calm personality, though fate often had other plans. The baby's tiny hand firmly gripped an adult's finger, a small but mighty hold that promised a spirited nature. Kang Su-hyun's father bent down, his voice soft with concern, asking if his son was hungry and promising to fetch him milk. Suddenly, the father's arm and leg were forcefully pulled, an unseen grip demonstrating unexpected strength. The father laughed, surprised by his daughter's undeniable strength as she clung to his finger, and promised to return. The baby unexpectedly grabbed the adult's pant leg with a firm, determined hold. The father lost his footing, sliding away as young Kang Su-hyun and the baby watched in wide-eyed shock. The father landed on the floor, adding a comical end to the unexpected slip, while Kang Su-hyun and the baby observed with innocent curiosity. The exasperated father, stuck on the floor, cried out for help, prompting young Kang Su-hyun to call to his mother, who responded with a weary, again, for his sister, who, contrary to their hopes, was proving to be strong-willed. Kang Su-hyun's little sister, born bigger and healthier than others, cried loudly as she rapidly grew day by day, her existence marked by a magical, dreamlike aura. The father exclaimed in surprise that the baby wanted more milk despite just finishing a feeding, while the mother, prepared, quickly offered another bottle as the baby cried out for more. Kang Su-hyun loved his sister so deeply that he found himself happily spending his days caring for her, unable to bear being apart even for a moment. His parents, observing young Kang Su-hyun's dedicated baby care, expressed concern that he was taking on too much responsibility for a child his age. A red traffic light glowed brightly under the sun, momentarily pausing the city's ceaseless rhythm. Young Kang Su-hyun fidgeted nervously in the car, his anxiety manifesting in quick, restless movements and nail-biting. Kang Su-hyun quickly and intently tapped on his phone, lost in his digital world. Young Kang Su-hyun smiled happily at his phone, a cheerful sight that surprised the man with glasses beside him. The man with glasses swiftly took the phone away from a surprised Kang Su-hyun. Young Kang Su-hyun nervously bit his finger, while the man with glasses held his phone with a stern expression, a humorous tension hanging in the air. The man with glasses quickly returned the phone, and young Kang Su-hyun's satisfied smile returned. The man with glasses, curious, asked young Kang Su-hyun if he was addicted to his phone, noticing what looked like withdrawal symptoms, but Kang Su-hyun denied it. Young Kang Su-hyun passionately declared that his constant phone use stemmed from the unbearable pain of being separated from his beloved sister, displaying her picture on his phone, leading the man with glasses to playfully remark he was addicted to his sister. Young Kang Su-hyun proudly informed the man with glasses that his sister was already 100 days old, a revelation that brought a surprised, "Oh, really?" from the man. Young Kang Su-hyun excitedly proclaimed his sister a genius, claiming she was already calling him Papa, as he eagerly showed the man with glasses his phone, to which the man responded with another, "Oh, really?" The man with glasses, beaming, proudly showed a picture on his own phone. Young Kang Su-hyun eagerly tried to share something on his phone, but the man with glasses admitted he couldn't see it. As the man with glasses jokingly suggested that Yoo-hyun would eventually hate Kang Su-hyun, the idea shocked the young boy to his core. Young Kang Su-hyun defiantly declared that if his sister ever hated him, he would grant the man with glasses a wish, even as the man slyly confirmed his good memory, knowing it was an impossible bet. A woman acknowledged their arrival with a soft hum, surprising both the man with glasses and young Kang Su-hyun. Lee Seo-han greeted the adult Kang Su-hyun warmly, asking about his little sister's growth, to which Kang Su-hyun confirmed she was growing fast. Young Kang Su-hyun eagerly offered to show a picture, but Lee Seo-han playfully waved him off, declaring his lack of interest in babies. Lee Seo-han, shifting the conversation to business, asked Kang Su-hyun if his visit was about his schedule, and Kang Su-hyun confirmed it was. Lee Seo-han astutely observed that Kang Su-hyun, who had taken time off in the second half of the year for Yoo-hyun, was now likely discussing his next year's schedule, prompting a slightly embarrassed smile from the young man. Kang Su-hyun reflected on his commitment to one project a year, confessing that reducing time with his family now would lead to deep regret later. Young Kang Su-hyun hesitated, clasping his hands nervously as he struggled to articulate his request. Lee Seo-han's calm, "Well, all right," came as a surprise to Kang Su-hyun, who had anticipated a more difficult conversation. Lee Seo-han, with a confident smile, clarified that Kang Su-hyun's break would still involve script checking in classes, and thus he would truly be off until next year. A surprised young Kang Su-hyun cautiously asked if his request was truly acceptable, to which Lee Seo-han reassuringly called him his top-picked actor. Lee Seo-han concluded their conversation, but Kang Su-hyun looked on with a hint of suspicion. Lee Seo-han then presented Kang Su-hyun with a massive stack of project proposals, surprising him with the sheer quantity. Kang Su-hyun flipped through a file, observing that none of the titles were familiar to him. Kang Su-hyun conceded that he couldn't expect to remember every project from before his regression, then found one proposal that looked interesting as he continued sifting through the documents. Kang Su-hyun noted with regret that the child actor role had too little screen time as he moved on to the next proposal. Young Kang Su-hyun sighed, a quiet exhalation of weariness as he rested his hand on a file, seemingly overwhelmed by the task. Lee Seo-han smugly predicted that Kang Su-hyun would inevitably get hooked on a good project, despite his announced break. Young Kang Su-hyun defiantly scoffed, declaring that no script could ever captivate him to that extent, while Lee Seo-han merely laughed. Lee Seo-han confidently asserted that Kang Su-hyun would be unable to take a break next year. Young Kang Su-hyun, exasperated, inwardly attributed his likely inability to take a break solely to his own ambition. An unseen adult announced a clean diaper, bringing a joyful reaction from the baby. Kang Su-hyun's mother offered to handle the chore, but a visibly excited Kang Su-hyun insisted on doing it himself, reassuring her not to worry. Lee Seo-han reiterated his confident prediction that Kang Su-hyun would not be able to take a break next year, prompting a defiant challenge from Kang Su-hyun. Young Kang Su-hyun emphatically declared that his sister Yoo-hyun was currently more important to him than work itself. The baby cooed, "Abu Baba," reaching out with tiny arms towards an unseen presence. Young Kang Su-hyun playfully engaged his sister, asking if she too thought Kim In-hyun was silly, as the baby responded with soft babbling. His mother, though relieved and admirable of Kang Su-hyun's help with Yoo-hyun, felt a growing concern. Kang Su-hyun affirmed his unwavering desire to continue acting, a determined thought in his young mind. The once resolute boy now spent his days commuting between home and his agency, all while lovingly caring for his adorable little sister, leaving a lingering question of whether such a demanding life was truly sustainable. A few days later, an adult voice announced their return home. Young Kang Su-hyun excitedly offered to prepare milk and feed Yoo-hyun, rushing forward with unbridled enthusiasm, much to his parents' surprise. His mother called to Kang Su-hyun, asking him to sit down, and he paused, turning to face her with a sense of anticipation. Young Kang Su-hyun nervously asked his mother what she wanted, his hand resting tentatively on the table. His mother, with a worried expression, delivered the impactful news to Kang Su-hyun: they were moving. Young Kang Su-hyun reacted with profound surprise and confusion to the sudden announcement of their move. His mother, with a worried expression, delivered the impactful news to Kang Su-hyun: they were moving. Kang Su-hyun reacted with profound surprise and confusion to the sudden announcement, questioning why it was so abrupt. His mother then turned the conversation, asking if Kang Su-hyun had been secretly staying up late. Kang Su-hyun flinched, denying the accusation and rambling awkwardly that he was a good child who went to bed and woke up early. His father then dropped a bomb, revealing he had witnessed everything. He recalled waking to use the bathroom late at night, only to be drawn by strange, indistinct mumbling. Peeking through the door, he heard the lingering mumble of voices and wondered what Kang Su-hyun could be doing at such a late hour. With a sharp intake of breath, Kang Su-hyun intensely focused on his lines, declaring he needed to infuse more emotion into them, a sight that left his father utterly shocked. Flustered and wide-eyed, his father urgently woke his mother, beginning to explain what he had discovered about Kang Su-hyun. A growing concern was voiced that the more time Kang Su-hyun spent caring for Yoo-hyun, the less he had for himself, leaving him stunned. Kang Su-hyun's imagination ran wild, distressed that his parents might believe he was neglecting his acting for Yoo-hyun, thus seeking to separate them. Kang Su-hyun dramatically leapt up, demanding if they were moving without him, to which his mother, equally surprised, reassured him that he was coming too. His mother's touch was gentle as she lovingly reassured Kang Su-hyun that they cherished both him and Yoo-hyun, and didn't want him to neglect his dreams out of a sense of responsibility. She then explained the practicalities, mentioning Yoo-hyun needing her own room as she grew, and the exciting prospect of a new home where Kang Su-hyun could practice at home. The family's new aspirational home, modern and bright, stood ready for them. Kang Su-hyun's eyes sparkled with immense excitement as he took in the new, modern rooms of the house. His mother, pleased, asked if he liked it, and Kang Su-hyun declared his overwhelming love for the new place. His father's inviting call urged Kang Su-hyun to come upstairs, hinting at more wonders. A door slowly creaked open, revealing a bright light from beyond. Kang Su-hyun stood awestruck at the sight of the newly revealed room. This was a welcoming space, designed specifically for him to practice without worry, all while remaining close to his family. The narration confirmed that this professional studio setup was the most significant and carefully planned aspect of their entire move. Overcome with emotion, Kang Su-hyun stood in the personal practice space that had been created just for him. With a brightly shining smile, Kang Su-hyun expressed his heartfelt gratitude, overjoyed he could now practice at home without any noise concerns. As time passed, a serene winter fell, blanketing their new home in snow. In the cozy living room, anticipation mounted as the Blue Dragon Film Awards announced the Best Actor of the Year. As the award was congratulated, Kang Su-hyun watched in admiration, wishing for his own chance to act in historical dramas like Lee Seo-han. Kang Su-hyun playfully cleared his throat, winking as he prepared for his next performance. He then dramatically declared his demise, collapsing onto the couch with a theatrical thud, warning his enemies not to know of his death. Kang Su-hyun joyfully asked Yoo-hyun if he was doing well, to which the baby responded with excited babbling, implying her approval. He took a deep, focused breath, puffing out his cheeks in intense preparation. Engulfed in fiery rage, a chibi Lee Seo-han roared, denouncing an insolent fool who dared laugh in his presence. The baby hiccuped softly, beginning to wail in distress. Yoo-hyun wailed loudly, then comically landed on Kang Su-hyun's face with a thud, prompting his panicked apology that it was just acting. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, tearfully, offered his apologies to the crying baby, begging for forgiveness. A gentle rustle of hair was the only sound as he settled into sleep. While Kang Su-hyun slept peacefully, the baby next to him was already awake, patting the sheets. Kang Su-hyun stirred, looking down in surprise as he noticed Yoo-hyun creeping nearby. He gasped in profound surprise as multiple babies rapidly scampered and dashed across the room. Bewildered, Kang Su-hyun questioned Yoo-hyun's astonishing speed, a dawning suspicion beginning to form. He leaned in and whispered his profound suspicion, could Yoo-hyun also be a regressor? A heavy sigh preceded 3 ominous thuds as Kang Su-hyun looked up in dread at a towering figure. Amidst a powerful crack and flash, light emanated from Kang Su-hyun's eyes and mouth, a testament to his unusually perceptive nature. The baby continued to wail loudly and boisterously upon Kang Su-hyun's face. His mother gently called for Kang Su-hyun to wake, informing him it was dinner time and urging him to greet the incoming guests. Kang Su-hyun woke with a start, realizing he had fallen asleep while holding the baby. The day was special, it was Kang Su-hyun's birthday, December 24th. Then, a cheerful ding-dong announced the guest's arrival, and chibi Lee Seo-han eagerly rushed to open the door. With a creak of the door, Kang Su-hyun enthusiastically welcomed the guest, revealing it was the day of his joint birthday party with Hyun-do, whose birthday fell on Christmas. The guest could only manage a surprised "oh." The guest wondered if babies were usually this fast, musing one could be a better goalkeeper than him, as Kang Su-hyun admitted the baby's amazing speed sometimes scared him. His mother warmly offered dinner, and the guest eagerly accepted, ready for the meal. The guest thoughtfully placed a gift box on the floor with a soft thud. The baby regarded the gift box with innocent curiosity. With a little sound of surprise from the baby, the guest found the unfolding scene interesting. It was the perfect union of Eve and Christmas, and Kang Su-hyun nostalgically considered that he would now be sharing a joint birthday party with Gino. Kang Su-hyun echoed the word, a thoughtful expression on his face. The guest questioned Kang Su-hyun, wondering why he had changed when he used to be so dedicated to work, even during holidays. Kang Su-hyun, observing the guest, noted that he too seemed different now. Kang Su-hyun affirmed that indeed, a lot had changed, and the guest enthusiastically expressed his anticipation for the party tonight. In the quiet room, 2 distinct thumping sounds echoed eerily. Kang Su-hyun froze, his eyes wide with fear at the recurring thumping sounds. A shadowy, unsettling hand slowly reached out from behind an adult's leg, accompanied by a soft, chilling rustle. Both Kang Su-hyun and his guest were gripped by intense, wide-eyed terror. Just after midnight, the quiet turn of the clock marked the beginning of a new day, imbued with a subtle, reflective glow. A serene slumber settled over the baby, embraced by the cozy warmth of a soft yellow blanket. In a brightly lit kitchen, cheerful voices harmonized, celebrating the dual birthdays of Kang Su-hyun and Lee Seo-han. With bated breath, the 2 boys leaned in, ready to extinguish the festive candles and make their shared birthday wish. A wave of warm congratulations swept over the boys as they exchanged broad, happy smiles. Kang Su-hyun joyfully announced the 25th, presenting Lee Seo-han with a birthday gift, which Lee Seo-han gratefully accepted with an astonished, wow. Gentle rustling filled the air as the gift was meticulously unwrapped. Revealed with a touch of awe, a sleek, black and gold pair of headphones emerged. Kang Su-hyun explained the effort of saving his allowance, expressing his hope that Lee Seo-han, who loved music, would cherish it, and Lee Seo-han was deeply touched. Lee Seo-han suddenly remembered his own reciprocal gift, turning quickly and rustling to retrieve it. A hollow thud echoed as hands held up an empty gift bag, prompting a confused exclamation. Lee Seo-han frantically shook the empty bag, wondering where the gift had gone, while the man and the woman offered to help search. With a worried expression, Lee Seo-han thanked them for their help in the search. The entire group dispersed, meticulously searching the modern living room for the missing item. Having checked almost everywhere else, the boys glanced around, and Lee Seo-han, with a hint of discovery, called out to Kang Su-hyun. A shared look of surprise passed between the boys as they finally located the missing item, looking down at the baby. Gasp! Came the startled exclamation as the baby was discovered, clutching the lost gift box even in sleep. Kang Su-hyun questioned if that was truly it, while Lee Seo-han confirmed the baby was tightly clutching their gift. The chibi boys pondered their predicament, contemplating how to retrieve the gift from the baby's tenacious grasp. Kang Su-hyun's hand swiftly grabbed a small green dinosaur toy. Kang Su-hyun, holding the dinosaur toy, leaned into the crib with a determined gulp, proposing a new strategy to the nervous chibi Lee Seo-han. With delicate hands, Kang Su-hyun gently pried the box from the baby's tight grasp, using the dinosaur toy as a careful distraction. The baby now breathed peacefully, clutching the dinosaur toy, while the relieved chibi boys felt their hearts pounding with the successful, if stressful, retrieval. With a sigh of relief, Kang Su-hyun declared the nerve-wracking ordeal finished, but as he extended the gift box to Lee Seo-han, a sudden clatter startled them both. Lee Seo-han nervously pointed behind Kang Su-hyun, who turned with a confused, huh. From the crib, the baby Yoo-hyun transformed into a monstrous figure, letting out a terrifying growl with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth, causing the chibi boys to shriek in sheer terror. The chibi boys screamed as the monstrous baby lunged from the crib, its whooshing reach terrifying them into a frantic scramble. Lee Seo-han gasped for breath, noting that at least the baby had not started crying, despite having woken up. The monster baby continued its terrifying pursuit with heavy thumps, floating menacingly towards the screaming, stumbling boys. Let's go to my room. Kang Su-hyun cried out, pulling Lee Seo-han with him, convinced that the monster baby wouldn't be able to follow. Panting and still terrified, the boys huddled on the floor, Lee Seo-han commenting on his sister's scary nature, and Kang Su-hyun admitting she sometimes resembled a wild animal. Lee Seo-han, catching his breath, questioned the surprisingly small size of the retrieved box, prompting Kang Su-hyun to offer an explanation. An adult's hands clicked open the small gift box, which then glowed with a shimmering light, as an unseen voice addressed Kang Su-hyun. In a sparkling vision, an adult Lee Seo-han knelt, presenting the glowing box to a surprised adult Kang Su-hyun, as a chibi Lee Seo-han declared his heartfelt intentions. The gift was revealed to be matching friendship rings, symbolizing an eternal bond as vast and shining as the stars themselves. Kang Su-hyun flustered, realizing he had never worn a friendship ring in his life, and reacting with a comedic blush. A gentle hum filled the air as Kang Su-hyun looked down at Lee Seo-han sitting on the floor, sharing a quiet, intimate moment. A sharp, spiky shadow appeared distinctly on the wall, hinting at an eerie presence. The two chibi boys were suddenly frozen solid in an icy grip of terror. A hand slammed forcefully against a dark surface. A terrifying monstrous face with glowing red eyes peered through a narrow gap, causing another shriek of horror. Then, in reality, the baby Yoo-hyun dangled, looking mildly surprised as an unseen hand lifted her. The man, finding Yoo-hyun, affectionately wondered how she had managed to crawl all the way there. The man's expression shifted to surprise as he noticed something unexpected off-panel. The man then questioned the terrified chibi boys about their behavior. The woman, turning, asked the boys if they had found their present. Lee Seo-han ecstatically announced the gift found, showing off the star ring while giving the embarrassed Kang Su-hyun an electrifying hug. The adults playfully laughed and snapped photos of the blushing boys, commemorating the cute moment with their friendship rings. The vast, serene night sky twinkled with countless stars, overlooked by a crescent moon. In the quiet of the night, Kang Su-hyun lay awake, a thoughtful hand to his forehead, while adult Su-hyun slept peacefully beside him. Kang Su-hyun reflected on his past life, remembering how he and Lee Seo-han would clash whenever they met. Still awake, Kang Su-hyun gazed contemplatively from his bed, a silent observer in the soft morning light. As he watched the sleeping adult Su-hyun, Kang Su-hyun reflected that the man no longer seemed like the Gino of their past. Kang Su-hyun internally expressed a warm hope for many good stories in this life, a stark contrast to their past conflicts, and silently thanked Lee Seo-han for his friendship. As one chibi boy yawned sleepily, the other brightly declared that their friendship would be eternal, shining like starlight. And so, the year concluded on a happy, optimistic note, marked by the prominent, crown building. Despite the happy ending, a chibi adult Su-hyun looked bewildered, questioning why he felt like something was still missing. The man with glasses commented on Kang Su-hyun's perfect diction but strange pronunciation, explaining his original plan to just finish work on The Doll of Salt and play with Yoo-hyun. The man with glasses noted Kang Su-hyun's relaxed approach to life, to which a chibi Kang Su-hyun cheekily retorted that his youth afforded him the luxury to take it easy. Adult Kang Su-hyun, wide-eyed and worried, held a document, revealing that his relaxed plan had taken an unexpected turn. A new challenge was revealed, an NBC fusion historical drama. Adult Kang Su-hyun held the script for his next project, an NBC fusion historical drama, titled, When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus. Previously, Kang Su-hyun, in his second life, had decisively dealt with the scammer who had destroyed his family in his previous life. Thanks to those efforts, Kang Su-hyun now enjoyed a harmonious and happy family, even gaining a cute younger sister, making him feel as though he held the whole world in his grasp. Yet, one ambition remained unfulfilled, to embody the role of a crown prince in a historical drama. In the present, an unseen person declared that Kang Su-hyun was being offered the coveted role of the Crown Prince of Joseon. Crown Prince Eugene of Joseon, trained to become the next king and eventually to surpass his father as a true ruler, was instead betrayed by his own trusted father, the king, and exiled to the south. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the main story's revenge and intrigue, the protagonist's childhood tales exuded a pastel-toned peace. The graceful and composed Rim captivated court made Hong Ryana, and their childhood romance stood as a key highlight within the drama. The drama, based on a hit novel, boasted famous and talented scriptwriters and producers, as the man with glasses excitedly affirmed. The enthusiastic man added that plans were already in motion to produce a webtoon and even a drama CD adaptation. The man with glasses paused, about to reveal the identity of the female lead actress in the main story. When the man revealed Cha Jin-seol, an actress with 3 consecutive drama hits, was cast, Kang Su-hyun passionately declared that he would take on the challenge. Unbeknownst to Kang Su-hyun, a bet was made regarding his comeback month, with the man with glasses confidently betting on January, while the boss scoffed and insisted on March. With January's arrival, the man with glasses gloated over his winnings, much to the boss's annoyance, as Kang Su-hyun privately wished they wouldn't make such strange bets about him. Within the quiet of Kang Su-hyun's soundproof room, he began his practice, enunciating a clear, ahem, how dare you. He sat focused at his desk, meticulously practicing his lines with an emphatic, ahem, how dare you. As he repeated the powerful line, I am the son of this kingdom, Kang Su-hyun reflected on just how badly he wanted this crown prince role. A surge of pure happiness filled him, knowing it was finally time to showcase the results of all his hard work. Then, Lee Seo-han paused, a sudden thought striking him as he held his phone. A quick check revealed a June packed with both The Doll of Salt release and the drama script reading, prompting concern over the intense schedule and a question about a message from Sang Il-hyung. A detailed message from Sang Il-hyung confirmed the meticulous coordination of June's movie promotional schedule and drama script reading. Even a slight discrepancy could unravel everything, so he promised multiple confirmations and reports. Kang Su-hyun observed the novel and script for When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, realizing just how busy his schedule was about to become. He smiled gently, acknowledging the truth of it all. With genuine contentment, Kang Su-hyun reaffirmed his profound enjoyment of acting. Following that, the promotional schedule for The Doll of Salt continued without pause, filled with interview appearances, meetings with movie reviewers, and every possible promotional event imaginable. Then, amidst a buzz of excitement, the long-awaited day of The Doll of Salt premiere finally arrived. Kang Su-hyun introduced himself as Eugene from The Doll of Salt, confidently inviting everyone to enjoy the film as cameras clicked around him. As the crowd cheered, the woman beside him beamed, praising how well Kang Su-hyun had grown and how handsome he was. Inside the darkened theater, 2 figures sat in hushed anticipation, their gazes fixed on the blank screen. If only tears had been an option, the narration pondered, if only such release were possible. Could he then have managed to let go of his profound love for his mother as well? From the shadows, an unseen voice called out, Eugene, highlighting a hand with a curiously glowing blue bracelet. Again, the name Eugene was uttered as a shadowy figure extended a hand, as if beckoning from the impossible. A boy with dark hair and red eyes looked up in palpable fear, his voice a desperate, choked "Mom." With eyes glowing fiercely red, the mother uttered a sharp, unequivocal "No." Her hand forcefully pushed him away as she declared with crushing finality, "You're not my son. You're not my Eugene." A small, dark figure plummeted from a desolate cliffside, falling toward the turbulent waters below. If the role of Eugene no longer bound him, he wondered, what purpose would he then serve? He walked away, accompanied by a small creature, an unsettling question lingering, why would he remain in this world? A tall man opened a door, revealing a small boy who looked up at him with expectant eyes. The boy looked disturbed as he uttered the name, Mom's real son, Kim Eugene. The tall man confronted the boy, revealing that his mother had jumped off a cliff searching for him, and sharply demanded to know why he was there, prompting the boy's angry thought about his arrogance. The boy smiled confidently, thinking it was as he expected, and that he was the one truly fit to be her son. The real son she yearned for had never cared to understand the depths of her cold and profound loneliness. He resolved that she would no longer suffer from loneliness. From that moment on, he would remain steadfastly by her side. A stark warning blared, detecting physical leakage as a figure struggled amidst turbulent waters, the danger palpable. The system declared the body had sustained 40% damage, ceasing all physical movement as the figure fell through the starry expanse. With wide, pained eyes, the person cried out a final, desperate, "Ah, Mom." A smiling woman with long purple hair, ethereal and welcoming, extended her hand, calling, "Eugene, come here." With a whispered, "I love you, Mom," the Eugene system began its final shutdown, a poignant end. The quiet of the theater was broken only by the soft sniffling and sobbing of two audience members. Kang Su-hyun smiled, looking up in sheer awe, finding it truly amazing. Online, the top comments for The Doll of Salt praised its emotional depth, with one viewer lamenting they cried so much they felt like turning into salt, and another calling it both truly sad and amazing. Kang Su-hyun smiled, pleased that the overwhelmingly positive reactions proved all his busy promotional efforts had truly paid off. He knew it was too early for full satisfaction, as his true debut as the Crown Prince was just around the corner, bringing with it a renewed sense of excitement. As Kang Su-hyun smiled, an unnamed man on the phone asked for a moment, creating a brief, gentle pause. The man on the phone expressed clear frustration, protesting that it made no sense to change things so suddenly with only 4 days left, leaving Kang Su-hyun utterly confused. Kang Su-hyun looked up, his concern evident as he asked if something was wrong with Sang Il-hyun. The man with glasses, looking both surprised and anxious, hesitated before finally addressing Kang Su-hyun as actor. Kang Su-hyun apologized for the unexpected schedule change, his words heavy with regret, but the man with glasses quickly assured him it was not his fault. The man with glasses laid the blame on those who had abruptly altered the script reading schedule only 4 days prior, creating a direct conflict with Kang Su-hyun's movie promotion schedule. The man with glasses lamented the complications that now plagued Kang Su-hyun's first historical drama, despite the immense effort he had poured into its preparation, a sentiment Kang Su-hyun echoed entirely. Kang Su-hyun's desperate hope to reschedule the movie promotion was crushed when the man with glasses confirmed it was impossible due to the impending air date, prompting an unseen wail of despair from the child actor. With a heavy sigh, Kang Su-hyun reluctantly concluded that he could not attend the script reading, instructing the man with glasses to convey his regrets. Kang Su-hyun then pressed for the reason behind the sudden schedule alteration, learning it was because the male lead had insisted on that specific day, overriding all prior arrangements. Kang Su-hyun, surprised, questioned the male lead's influence, wondering what could be so urgent that it warranted such a sudden and disruptive schedule change. The man with glasses admitted no details were provided, his pensive expression revealing a quiet unease about the undisclosed reasons. Internally, Kang Su-hyun sensed a deep unease, feeling that something had been amiss from the very beginning. Footsteps echoed as a girl and a man arrived at the script reading room, the girl offering a bright hello to someone unseen. A woman with a brown ponytail warmly greeted an actor, expressing her anticipation for their work together amidst the murmuring and laughter that filled the room. A confident tap of high heels on the light floor heralded a new arrival. Hey, look, one woman exclaimed, prompting an immediate gasp of surprise from the other. The unnamed woman recognized the new arrival as actress Cha Jin-seol, marveling aloud at her radiating aura, a true mark of a top actor. An unnamed woman respectfully bowed and greeted senior Cha Jin-seol, expressing her anticipation for working together, which Cha Jin-seol politely reciprocated. Cha Jin-seol scanned the room, her gaze questioning the noticeable absence of the child actor who was meant to join them. Cha Jin-seol clarified her inquiry, specifically asking about Kang Su-hyun, prompting the other woman to explain that his busy promotion schedule for The Doll of Salt prevented him from attending the script reading. Cha Jin-seol scoffed, branding Kang Su-hyun's absence as unbelievably arrogant, embodying a dramatic shift in the room's energy. The unnamed woman stammered, flustered by the harsh pronouncement, as Cha Jin-seol began rustling through her bag. A silent, panicked shock spread across the unnamed woman's face. The script for the NBC Fusion historical drama, When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, landed with a soft thump. The unnamed woman tentatively began to clarify something, holding the script for Episode 1 of the historical drama. The unnamed woman nervously explained they would begin with Episode 7, shocking Cha Jin-seol, who learned the staff had to change plans because filming Kang Su-hyun's parts without him was impossible. Cha Jin-seol erupted in frustrated fury, demanding why they had to suffer because of a single child actor, while the unnamed woman silently noted the hypocrisy of her senior status. A young woman's eye widened in an exaggerated expression of awe and surprise. "Hello, I'm Phoenix from Lemmigiton, my real name is Kim Ji-won, he introduced himself confidently, immediately eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. An older man warmly complimented Kim Ji-won on his handsome looks and idol status, noting his daughter's admiration, to which Kim Ji-won humbly offered his thanks. A palpable tension settled as Cha Jin-seol sat with an annoyed expression, clutching her script, while Kim Ji-won cast a glance her way. Kim Ji-won wore a subtle, knowing smile, his gaze holding an unreadable amusement. His smirk deepened, revealing a confident, almost arrogant satisfaction. Cha Jin-seol let out a short, sharp gasp of pure rage, squeezing the script in her hands until it creaked under the pressure. The door creaked open as the director, PD Park Tae-hyo, entered, warmly greeting everyone for being on time. The director then proposed they begin with introductions. PD Park Tae-hyo introduced himself as the director of When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus. A child actress, introducing herself as Blue Rose, the original author, asked everyone to take good care of the drama with an earnest smile. Kim Ji-won introduced himself as the actor cast in the role of E-rim. He then elaborated that this drama marked his first acting debut, a significant step transitioning from his idol career to that of an actor. Kim Ji-won declared his unwavering commitment to do his best, met with enthusiastic cheers from the chibi-style audience. Cha Jin-seol then introduced herself as the actress portraying Hong Ryong-ah, her hand resting on the script. She concluded her introduction with a polite request for everyone's support. A strange, unsettling vibration permeated the air, causing a subtle shiver of unease in the tense room where Cha Jin-seol sat. The director laughed warmly, complimenting Cha Jin-seol's cool charm, saying it was precisely what he expected from such a popular actress. The director called for the next introduction, and a woman with purple hair reluctantly began, her jaw audibly clenching in a grim expression of frustration. Her furious red eye burned with intense anger, her jaw clenched tightly. Kim Ji-won looked forward, maintaining a pleasant smile. He continued to wear his subtle, knowing smirk. On the first day of shooting, film crew members bustled, adjusting positions and confirming Kang Su-hyun's costume change, eager to begin immediately. Confirming Kang Su-hyun's readiness, the crew decided to prioritize his scenes, specifically the first meeting between the leads, and immediately began coordinating movements. A film crew member asked Yeso if she was ready for her part. The soft rustling of a flowing pink skirt accompanied gentle steps in traditional Korean shoes. Yeso, the child actress, stood brightly in her traditional attire, confidently declaring her readiness to the PD. The director instructed Yeso to hide behind a tree and quietly sob, explaining that Kang Su-hyun would slowly approach her upon seeing her distress. The director then turned to Kang Su-hyun, asking if he was ready. Kang Su-hyun offered a gentle smile, looking up with quiet readiness. Yes, PD, Kang Su-hyun affirmed, his wide eyes sparkling with unyielding readiness and determination. Kang Su-hyun walked with quiet confidence in his traditional blue attire, a gentle smile gracing his lips. With a confident smile, Kang Su-hyun politely asked to be taken care of, a subtle nod to the new chapter unfolding before him. Amidst the serene traditional setting, a soft sniffle hinted at quiet sorrow, followed by an important notice for the reader. A faint, continued sniffling echoed the quiet distress of the young girl. Huddled and overwhelmed, the child actress wondered despairingly what she could possibly do, as footsteps quickly approached. The child actress gasped, startled by a sudden, playful voice that teased her about being a lost moon goddess. Flustered, the child actress instantly sprang to her feet and blurted out an apology. Her foot unexpectedly slipped. A panicked cry escaped her lips as her balance wavered, threatening a fall. A firm but gentle grip steadied her, accompanied by a quiet warning to be careful. Kang Su-hyun smiled softly, observing how remarkably light she felt in his arms. With a playful lean, Kang Su-hyun continued his enchanting tease, wondering if her ethereal lightness was a sign of a lost moon goddess, making her blush. In a burst of adorable fluster, the chibi child actress protested the teasing, even as her head was affectionately patted. The world itself seemed to breathe in a moment of tranquil serenity. Kang Su-hyun spoke the character's name, Ryanga, with a quiet, thoughtful recognition. As his hand tenderly brushed her hair, Kang Su-hyun offered a thoughtful observation, a poetic redefinition of her character not as a fallen flower, but one of resilient beauty from the earth. The urgent shouts of, "Your Highness," shattered the tender moment, signifying an abrupt shift in the scene. Kang Su-hyun clicked his tongue in slight irritation, internally lamenting the man's inability to read the delicate atmosphere he had crafted. The child actress's hesitant query of, "Your Highness," carried a newfound surprise as she gazed at Kang Su-hyun. A sudden jolt of realization struck the child actress as she connected the dots, murmuring, "The Crown Prince," her eyes wide with utter shock. Kang Su-hyun's soft smile held a gentle amusement, as he reflected on the irony of scolding the tactless man while the child actress was so profoundly shocked. Manhwa's increasingly desperate cries for, "Your Highness," echoed urgently through the grounds, compelling the child actress to look up. With a final charming smile, Kang Su-hyun offered a warm farewell before departing. Thus concluded the dreamlike first encounter between Crown Prince Rim and the palace maid Ryanga, a scene as ephemeral and poignant as a midsummer night's dream. Kang Su-hyun's praise of, "You did a great job," elicited an excited, disbelieving, "Really?" from Yeso. Yeso, her hands clasped happily, expressed her sincere gratitude, explaining that Kang Su-hyun's natural save had turned her accidental slip into a seamless part of the scene. Kang Su-hyun brushed off her thanks, instead praising her impressive, truly scared expression, noting how it surpassed the script's simple instruction to appear startled. When Kang Su-hyun inquired if her nuanced acting was her own analysis, Yeso shyly admitted she had learned from one of his movie interviews. Yeso explained her method of deep character research, mirroring the professional approach adult Kang Su-hyun discussed in an interview praising his vivid portrayal, where he was asked about his ability to bring characters to life. Yeso firmly believed such meticulous work contributed to acting with true depth, just as Kang Su-hyun, as a child, diligently wrote and studied late into the night. So, Yeso revealed, she had read the original novel multiple times, realizing Ryanga's initial surprise at a stranger was far more complex than simple shock. She delved into Ryanga's inner world, imagining the palace maid's palpable fear and confusion upon newly entering the palace, lost and uncertain if she had wandered too far. The profound sense of being lost and the urgent need to return to safety gripped Ryanga, as Yeso channeled her character's deep anxiety. Yeso, empathizing deeply with Ryanga's terror, truly felt the character's profound fear of severe punishment. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully considered the strict rules of the palace, realizing that Ryanga's accidental fall into an unknown man's arms would have invoked immense fear, given the prohibition on unauthorized interactions. As Yeso concluded her analysis of Ryanga's fluster, Kang Su-hyun expressed genuine amazement at her ability to analyze her character so deeply even during an unexpected improvisation. Kang Su-hyun's sincere praise for the 10-year-old Yeso's impressive talent left her adorably flustered, protesting that he was far more amazing, even getting an affectionate pat on the head. Blushing deeply, Yeso looked down shyly and offered a quiet, heartfelt, "Thank you." Kang Su-hyun's soft, closed-eyed smile radiated contentment. The narration marked the second week of filming as Kang Su-hyun, embodying his crown prince role, deferentially addressed an unseen, "Your Highness." With benevolent confidence, Kang Su-hyun articulated his character's reasoning, a ruler's duty to his people, the perfect market weather, and the charming thought of bringing sweets for Ryanga. Manhwa, his worry evident, cautioned the crown prince about the inherent dangers of his planned excursion. His voice laced with tense seriousness, Manhwa humbly begged forgiveness before pressing his warning about imminent threats. Manhwa hesitated before revealing grave concerns about vicious rumors questioning the prince's succession and the suspicious movements of a certain noble, urging extreme caution. Kang Su-hyun's side profile was resolute, his thoughts turning to the challenging noble who seemed to gravely misunderstand his position. Manhwa's cautious advice underscored a deeper strategy. Catching a snake required more than just a direct confrontation. From behind, Kang Su-hyun's gaze was intense, reflecting his calculated strategy. To fully ensnare an opponent, one must first present a convincing opening. Despite the strategic clarity, Kang Su-hyun decided it was not yet the opportune moment to act, maintaining a patient resolve. The director's energetic call of "Okay, we're done," decisively marked the end of the scene. A film crew member praised Kang Su-hyun's day-by-day improvement as the crown prince, to which he responded with a humble "Thank you." Kang Su-hyun brimmed with excited anticipation for the lead actors joining in 2 weeks, especially the popular Choi Jin-yeol, planning to forge good relationships with them on set. An off-panel voice delivered the news that filming for When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus would begin in 2 weeks, accompanied by the low rumble of a car engine. The brown-haired woman, in the passenger seat, seemed surprised by the passage of time, musing, "Has it already been that long?" The driver cheerfully reported that the set's atmosphere was great, with the child actors performing amazingly. But the driver's casual mention of "especially Su-hyun" was sharply cut off by the woman, who snapped, reminding him of her clear instruction not to speak Kang Su-hyun's name in her presence. The driver quickly and awkwardly apologized for his misstep, his hands raised in surrender. With a grim and determined expression, the woman firmly initiated a phone call. Identifying herself as Cha Jin-seol, the woman attempted a polite greeting, but the person on the other end reacted distinctly to the name, Kang Su-hyun. Her face contorted with fierce rage, Cha Jin-seol gritted her teeth and vowed that no one would ever disrespect her, Sunbae, again. On the vibrant outdoor set, film crew members rallied with enthusiastic cries, ready to give their best for the day. Kang Su-hyun started, a polite hello escaping him, as the child actress approached, kindly suggesting they run through their lines before filming. Kang Su-hyun quickly made an excuse about needing the restroom, his nervousness palpable, while the child actress graciously accepted his deferral. Frustration mounted within Kang Su-hyun as he considered asking to practice lines again, but then he quickly diverted, calling out a question to the unseen producer. Confusion and worry settled over Kang Su-hyun as he observed another child actor deliberately turning away, prompting him to wonder if he had somehow offended them. The other child actor maintained a serious expression, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Kang Su-hyun, deepening his unease. As the days passed, Kang Su-hyun noted the strange avoidance from his fellow actors, continuing into the fourth week of filming Tion Flower. The set buzzed with welcoming excitement as Kang Su-hyun, beaming, greeted the newly arrived lead actors, marking the true start of working together on the main story. Kang Su-hyun, eyes wide with excitement, bowed deeply to Cha Jin-seol, expressing his thrill at finally meeting her in person. A sudden chill permeated the air as Cha Jin-seol looked down at Kang Su-hyun with a stern, curt greeting. Kang Su-hyun, flustered and visibly sweating, reiterated his anticipation for working together, still confused by Cha Jin-seol's cold demeanor. Cha Jin-seol's curt "sure" left Kang Su-hyun in a deepening state of worry, wondering if he had truly done something wrong to upset her. Yeso, the child actress, observed the tense exchange silently, her wide eyes taking in every detail. The clear sky and surrounding nature offered a moment of sparkling serenity, a brief interlude before the next scene. The warm atmosphere of the set shifted as a staff member announced that the main leads and the child actors would finally be filming together. The staff member outlined the scene: Crown Prince Rim, having faced betrayal and wandered the battlefield, returns to the royal palace, his thoughts consumed by his childhood bond with Hong Ryanga and their burgeoning romance. His memories drifted to the sacred spot under the tree where their paths first intertwined, a soft, nostalgic scene playing out in his mind. He recalled walking along the weathered stone wall, a place where their shared moments had carved out a path of growing affection. The memory continued to the wall where Ryanga had playfully attempted to cross, only to fall, a charming incident forever etched in his heart. All these palace memories intertwined, forming a romantic bridge that allowed new feelings to blossom into a beautiful, ethereal love story. The narration outlined the filming sequence. The adult versions would shoot first, with the child actors then matching their progress, as a comforting hand gently patted Kang Su-hyun's shoulder. Yeso, the child actress, asked Kang Su-hyun with genuine concern if he was alright, catching him completely by surprise. Yeso voiced her observation that the older actors seemed distant, and that Kang Su-hyun appeared lonely, to which he responded with a thoughtful, "ah." Kang Su-hyun realized Yeso's keen insight, acknowledging she truly had a knack for reading situations, and then warmly reassured her that he was fine, thanking her for her concern. Yeso revealed that Cha Jin-seol also seemed upset, though Kang Su-hyun, attempting to rationalize, suggested she might just be having an off day, but Yeso insisted she had been cold to her too. Yeso emphatically corrected Kang Su-hyun, her finger pointing, asserting that Cha Jin-seol's coldness was an ongoing issue, not just a fleeting moment. The bright light of the set illuminated the unspoken tension between Kim Ji-won and Cha Jin-seol, standing close yet facing away, their strained relationship palpable. In a tense close-up, Kim Ji-won and Cha Jin-seol exchanged a charged look, his slight smirk contrasting sharply with her narrowed, glaring eyes. Yeso voiced her worry that the lead actor's evident discord might jeopardize the filming, a concern Kang Su-hyun quietly acknowledged. The set came alive with the command to begin shooting the lead actor's scene. Cha Jin-seol gracefully danced and hummed while Kim Ji-won watched, a serene moment unfolding on the bright set. Kim Ji-won embraced Cha Jin-seol, eliciting a surprised cry from her as their bodies connected with a soft, swift movement. Cha Jin-seol gazed up at Kim Ji-won, her eyes wide with surprise, a faint blush spreading across her face. In a dreamy, ethereal scene, the lead actors shared a loving embrace under flowing wisteria, their eyes locked in profound affection. The director's sharp call of "cut" abruptly ended the romantic scene. The director critiqued Cha Jin-seol's performance, explaining that her reaction was too prolonged and she should have been startled, prompting her to offer a humble apology. Kang Su-hyun observed the director's criticism of Cha Jin-seol, his eyes wide with a mix of surprise and confusion. Kang Su-hyun's internal thoughts confirmed his suspicions. The rumors about the lead actors, Kim Ji-won and Cha Jin-seol, having dated were evidently true, adding a layer of drama to their on-screen interactions. The narration highlighted Kim Ji-won's unyielding grip on Cha Jin-seol's hand, prompting speculation that his feelings for her might linger despite their breakup. With a sharp, sudden movement, Cha Jin-seol angrily pulled her arm away from Kim Ji-won, her upset evident in her glare. Kim Ji-won simply shrugged innocently, a broad smile on his face, as if unaffected by her sharp reaction. Cha Jin-seol's fists clenched, her body trembling with palpable rage as she glared with intense fury. Yeso, the child actress, gracefully danced and hummed, her performance mirroring the earlier adult scene, as Kang Su-hyun observed. Kang Su-hyun embraced Yeso, eliciting a surprised cry from her as their bodies connected with a soft, swift movement, just like the adults before them. Kang Su-hyun playfully remarked on his mischief, while Yeso, lying beside him amidst the flowers, addressed him with surprised deference as "Your Highness." Kang Su-hyun affectionately asked after Yeso, who, still surprised, inquired about his unexpected presence. With a gentle smile, Kang Su-hyun began to explain his reasons, a soft, deliberate gesture accompanying his words. He confessed that seeing the lotus flowers had made him think of her, compelling him to seek her out, causing Yeso to blush deeply in surprise. Overwhelmed by his words and tender touch, Yeso stammered, unable to form a coherent response. Mortified and covering her face, Yeso quickly ran away, leaving Kang Su-hyun watching her embarrassed departure. Yeso continued to run, her embarrassment carrying her further away from the scene. The director called cut, praising the child actor's excellent work, and announced preparations for the main cast's next scene amidst the sparkling, celebratory set. The director and another woman enthusiastically praised Kang Su-hyun and Yeso for their outstanding performance. The woman commented on the unexpected maturity in Kang Su-hyun's gaze, to which he expressed delighted relief and gratitude. The woman fondly touched Kang Su-hyun's face while praising him, as Yeso smiled alongside them in the warm, bright setting. Kang Su-hyun inwardly pondered, failing to understand why everyone was making such a fuss over what felt to him like perfectly normal acting according to the script. A sudden, sharp realization dawned on Kang Su-hyun, his eyes widening in surprise as he acknowledged that his imagination was not deceiving him. He finally understood the palpable, undeniable hostility directed solely towards him from Cha Jin-seol. Kang Su-hyun walked with his head bowed, the bright, open courtyard doing little to lift the weight on his mind. He found himself still wrestling with the thought that his acting was simply following the script, unable to fathom the commotion it caused. The undeniable hostility felt directed solely at him suddenly became clear, as he learned Cha Jin-seol harbored a profound dislike, perhaps because Kang Su-hyun truly was a prodigy. A chibi Yeso gasped in comical surprise, as if jolted, calling out Jeonho Hyung's name. A man in a green robe respectfully requested a moment of His Highness's time. The man confessed he had wrestled with the decision to speak, but as an adult, he could no longer stand by in silence. He then asked if Kang Su-hyun had noticed the palpable distance from other actors, a question Kang Su-hyun silently acknowledged with a nod. The man then began to unravel the thread of events, starting 2 weeks prior when actor Cha Jin-seol had summoned several mid-level and junior actors. In a muted car interior, Cha Jin-seol coolly introduced herself over the phone. She mused that Kang Su-hyun's absence from the script reading had forced sudden changes in rehearsal, creating an air of considerable discomfort. Cha Jin-seol's thoughts turned to Kang Su-hyun's undeniable influence, musing that he wielded power like an adult actor thanks to his agency, and warned her senior to be careful. A man in a grey robe revealed he, too, had received a call from Jin-seol Sunbae, admitting that Kang Su-hyun wasn't exactly easy to deal with. An older woman agreed, finding Kang Su-hyun's power and decision to skip the script reading entirely unexpected for a child. The man revealed that Cha Jin-seol's well-established industry influence, coupled with her vocal complaints, swayed other uncomfortable actors to her side, one by one. He elaborated that actors were avoiding Kang Su-hyun to steer clear of unnecessary trouble, choosing not to risk a fallout with a lead they'd work with for 20 episodes, unlike Kang Su-hyun's brief tenure. Despite the unfolding drama, the man reassured Kang Su-hyun that he had done nothing wrong and encouraged him to stand tall and perform with pride. An unnamed woman marveled at the lead actor's powerful performances. A man enthusiastically questioned if a better scene could exist, and the woman, flattered, gracefully thanked him. Chibi Kang Su-hyun wrestled with the unfairness, knowing the schedule change wasn't his fault and questioned such overt hostility towards an actor 10 years his junior, all for an absence. He imagined that if he were truly 12 years old, such treatment would surely shatter his spirit, driving him heartbroken from the industry with a dramatic, shattering cry. With a thoughtful sigh, Chibi Kang Su-hyun attempted to rationalize the situation, telling himself it shouldn't matter since he wouldn't be working with them long anyway. Just 3 seconds later, the fury erupted, as Chibi Kang Su-hyun screamed that he still couldn't calm down, engulfed in raging flames. Yeso, with a soft, fizzling sound, called out to Kang Su-hyun, who responded with mild curiosity. The man in the green robe observed the bustling activity around them, noting the staff seemed particularly busy today. Kang Su-hyun explained that with actor Cha Jin-seol and actor Kim Jae-won together, such bustling activity was inevitable, as the lead actors, being the story's main focus, commanded ultimate control. Chibi Yeso, with a slight snort, declared that Kang Su-hyun was a far superior actor, while Phoenix Appa, she asserted, was only good at stiff expressions. She felt a dull thud of disappointment, for the staff's attention had been stolen from her. A similar dull thud of understanding settled upon Chibi Kang Su-hyun, acknowledging Cha Jin-seol's deeply seated hatred. Yeso then leaned in, her gaze intense, as she began to propose an idea. With a glint in her eye, Yeso boldly suggested they launch a counterattack. In this vision of the past, Rim saved Pyonga from the water, soon realizing she was far more than a childhood friend, and his true feelings for her began to manifest. Although the scene contained almost no dialogue, it was a pivotal moment, meant to convey the unspoken emotions between Rim and Ryanga as he held her in his arms. Yet, in this tragic tableau, Rim cruelly drew a line, declaring her family, a sister, forcing Pyonga to turn away from her own deep admiration for the crown prince. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, with a pointing finger of disbelief, wondered if Ryanga truly remained oblivious to Rim's genuine affections. Chibi Yeso emphatically agreed, arguing that if she were Ryanga, she would have long ago recognized his true feelings, citing his comforting presence, visits with lotus flowers, and casual embraces as undeniable proof. With a conspiratorial whisper, Chibi Kang Su-hyun leaned in to outline his new plan. Yeso, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation, asked if she truly could pull it off, while Kang Su-hyun, equally thrilled, still wondered if the director would get angry. Chibi Kang Su-hyun, with a confident wink, asked for her trust, uttering what was undeniably the most untrustworthy statement of the year. Chibi Yeso, beaming with pure delight, declared him amazing. Chibi Yeso cheerfully added that even her dad had complimented him as a very calculated person, causing Chibi Kang Su-hyun to sigh that it wasn't really a compliment. A film crew member called out, readying the set for the bridge scene featuring Rim and Ryanga. With a commanding voice, the crew member yelled "Action," as something rustled into motion. As pink petals gracefully drifted around her, Yeso slowly raised her arm into the serene sky. Her gaze drifted downwards, tinged with a profound sadness, as the ethereal petals continued their descent around her. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in surprise, reacting to an unexpected turn of events. The soft rustle of footsteps approached. 2 pairs of steps landed decisively in unison. Kang Su-hyun's expression hardened, a deep contemplation settling over him. His hand slowly extended towards Yeso, a delicate gesture amidst the falling pink petals. As Yeso addressed him as, "Your Highness," he paused, his movement briefly caught in a moment of hesitation. Kang Su-hyun declared his role as a humble apprentice, studying solely for the king's sake, his voice resonating with an unexpected gravitas. A man in a black cap stared, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. 2 other crew members gaped, their faces a mask of shared shock and confusion. The woman in traditional attire, her script still clutched in hand, stared in wide-eyed astonishment. She quickly glanced at her script, realizing with a jolt that this scene was never meant to contain any lines. She let out a soft gasp, wondering why the producer hadn't called "cut" yet, despite the clear deviation from the script. The man in the black cap remained silent, his expression etched with growing concern. With a downcast look, Kang Su-hyun continued, urging her not to stray too far, for she was still too young to understand, even as she looked up at him with earnest eyes. With a profound embrace, Kang Su-hyun tenderly told her that she was just like a sister to him, the words carrying a bittersweet weight amidst the glittering flowers. With his eyes closed, he emphasized the finality of his words, that was simply all it was. Yeso, her gaze filled with a quiet sadness, acknowledged his words, accepting that it was indeed all it was. With a gentle, sliding motion, Kang Su-hyun softly pushed her away. A poignant, sad smile graced Yeso's lips as she quietly offered her thanks. Then, a voice from nowhere abruptly yelled, "Cut." The man in the black cap called out to them, and Chibi Kang Su-hyun, along with Yeso, responded with a nervous, drawn-out cry. The man beamed, filled with immense relief and gratitude, confessing he never imagined child actors would deliver the best scene of his entire career as a producer. Kang Su-hyun and Yeso, radiant with pure joy, celebrated their success. The air buzzed with shouts and cheers as chibi figures, representing the ecstatic crew, celebrated around the beaming child actors, while the woman watched silently. A deep thud of shock reverberated through the woman, her eyes wide with a potent, possibly enraged, astonishment. The unseen director sharply called, "Cut," marking another NG for the take. The director's frustrated voice cut through the air, chastising Kim Ji-won for her string of NGs and demanding more practice, to which she could only offer a contrite apology before preparing for yet another take. Yet another scene was abruptly cut short, marking another failure. The director's sharp voice rang out once more, demanding another retake. A growing sense of unease settled deeply within the child actress as the takes continued to fail. Internally, the child actress coldly judged the boy's performance, finding it increasingly flawed. A melancholy fear gripped the child actress, as she worried that the escalating attention on the child actors would inevitably overshadow the adult leads and dominate the entire drama. A wary glance darted across the set, betraying an unspoken apprehension. The child actor realized with growing worry that he needed to demonstrate genuine sincerity in his performance, or his position would be imperiled. His gaze snapped forward in surprise as he called out Su-hyun's name. The child actress, smiling brightly, approached someone with a request for a private conversation before the child actor's scenes were scheduled to begin. In a different, modern setting, a man began a new conversation. The man with glasses inquired if yesterday brought another life advice lecture from Cha Jin-seol, prompting the other man to admit it was a weekly occurrence, though he found solace that Yeso remained unaffected. The man sighed, exasperated, questioning how much longer the child actor scenes would last, and upon hearing there was still a month left, he despaired internally, feeling his energy drain away. A chibi Lee Seo-han playfully suggested summoning the president for aid, only to dismiss the notion instantly, fearing the gossip that they lacked powerful backing, as the other man worried about the potential chaos such an intervention would manifest. A child actor, surprised, greeted Su-hyun, noting it had been a while since their last encounter. The child actor respectfully acknowledged Seo-han, who appeared concerned, while the man with glasses offered a slight bow. Lee Seo-han voiced his worry over the child actor's troubled expression, asking if his current project was proving difficult, only for the boy to quickly deny it. Lee Seo-han attempted to downplay his appearance, claiming he was just getting a cold, which the child actor met with a hint of skepticism. Lee Seo-han instructed the child actor to head to the academy, and they cheerfully exchanged farewells, with the man offering well wishes for the shoot as the boy ran off. The man observed aloud that the manager consistently treated Su-hyun with profound respect. The manager explained his deliberate respect for Su-hyun, emphasizing that by setting an example, he could prevent others from disrespecting the young and vulnerable boy. Lee Seo-han agreed with the sentiment, while the child actor silently reflected on his own past, knowing that he too had faced similar struggles. With a slightly curious demeanor, the man indicated he had a question. Lee Seo-han's voice turned serious as he directly inquired if Su-hyun had recently experienced bullying on set. The man expressed genuine surprise, admitting he never expected actor Lee Seo-han to show interest in the daily happenings on set. Lee Seo-han, consumed by a moment of reflection, confessed his regret for never having supported Su-hyun during his struggles, despite all the help he had received from the boy, and the man quietly acknowledged his words. Lee Seo-han sighed with relief, grateful to finally find someone to confide in, while the man bowed slightly, expressing his appreciation for the actor's openness. The man began to speak again, his voice hinting at a significant revelation. Lee Seo-han's surprise quickly shifted to understanding as he recognized the name, Cha Jin-seol, from Sugar Entertainment. Lee Seo-han clarified his query, asking if Jin-seol was filming with Su-hyun, which immediately brought a confused "he" from the man. Lee Seo-han, deep in thought, concluded that if it was indeed Jin-seol, her hostility towards Su-hyun was entirely understandable given their history. Lee Seo-han expressed his thanks and understanding before departing, leaving the man utterly bewildered by the actor's enigmatic parting words. 3 days later, on the bustling set of When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, the child actress began to address Su-hyun, claiming she was speaking only for his benefit and demanded his careful attention. The child actress harshly criticized Su-hyun, accusing him of burgeoning pride from his lead roles and PD compliments, then condescendingly asserted that his acting, while good for a child, was objectively substandard. With an air of stern judgment, the child actress continued to berate Su-hyun, declaring he had grown far too relaxed in his performance. The child actress issued a stark warning against arrogance, predicting a swift downfall for anyone who dared act cocky, while the child actor internally sighed, recognizing the familiar start of another lecture. The child actress snapped at Kang Su-hyun for his apparent inattention, demanding to know if he considered her words a joke, to which he nervously tried to explain himself. A second child actress stepped forward, bravely confronting the older girl and directly accusing her of bullying Su-hyun Appa. Both the child actress and actor froze in shock at the younger girl's unexpected accusation, the former barely managing to utter Yeso's name. The child actress defensively scoffed at the accusation of bullying, condescendingly telling Yeso that her words were merely advice meant to foster growth, prompting Yeso to begin an objection. Yeso, unwavering, likened the older actress's tone to that of the 6th-grade senior who routinely bullied her friend, hitting a nerve with her raw honesty. The child actress was utterly flustered and angered by the unexpected comparison to a 6th grader, while the child actor looked equally stunned. Chibi figures manifested, wide-eyed and agape, reflecting the profound shock that had enveloped everyone. Yeso's thoughts drifted to the 6th-grade girl who routinely subjected her friend to cruel remarks during lunch, echoing the painful sentiment that, no matter where she goes, she'll be hated. The child actress let out a nervous laugh, defensively denying any mean intentions before beginning to recount something her father had told her. Yeso's thoughts turned to a tender memory of her father, who taught her that true advice was always offered with a sincere heart, born from a genuine desire to help another succeed. The child actor directly challenged the older actress, pointing out that her words only caused Su-hyun Appa pain and questioning why she consistently chose to be hurtful. Yeso then offered a startling observation, theorizing that the 6th-grade girl's recent breakup with her boyfriend was likely the cause of her current foul mood. The child actress instantly flushed with a profound shock and anger, erupting in a furious, "What?" when Yeso innocently asked if she too had recently broken up with her boyfriend. The child actor struggled to suppress a burst of laughter, while the older child actress was clearly mortified by the embarrassing revelation. The crew members reacted with a mix of amusement and surprise as the drama unfolded before them. A deep, mortified blush crept across the child actress's face, overwhelming her with profound embarrassment. Yeso called out sharply, her voice cutting through the air as the older child actress swiftly turned and walked away. Yeso innocently called out, asking where the senior was going, prompting the realization that sometimes, the unvarnished innocence of children could be the most unsettling power of all. The child actress sat alone, utterly dejected, surrounded by her recent humiliation. The child actor approached the dejected Cha Jin-seol, taunting her with a cruel smirk and questioning if she had now fallen so far as to lose to a mere 10-year-old. The child actress snapped for him to stop talking, but the child actor pressed on, provocatively daring her to unleash her temper and reminding her of her deep-seated aversion to caring about others' opinions. The child actress's enraged outburst was abruptly interrupted by the cheerful announcement that a coffee truck had arrived, inviting everyone to partake. Her anger quickly shifted to curiosity as the child actress wondered aloud if actor Lee Seo-han was behind the unexpected arrival. An unnamed person confirmed that Lee Seo-han had indeed sent the coffee truck specifically to cheer on Su-hyun, eliciting collective sounds of appreciation from the crew. With a sound of admiration, the child actress acknowledged that the unexpected treat was thanks to Su-hyun, declaring she would enjoy it. The child actress cheerfully thanked Su-hyun, expressing her intent to enjoy the coffee, and he happily accepted her gratitude. With a sudden shift in tone, the child actor addressed someone nearby, his voice carrying a serious edge. The child actor bluntly questioned the child actress about her relationship with senior Lee Seo-han, prompting a look of profound shock to cross her face. The child actress, mouth slightly agape in shock, directly questioned Kang Su-hyun about his relationship with senior Lee Seo-han, her words carrying an undeniable emotional weight. Her hand tightened, a physical declaration of her unspoken feelings, as she firmly gripped Kang Su-hyun's arm. The man with glasses witnessed the sudden emotional entanglement, his expression turning to shock as the child actress's grip held Kang Su-hyun captive. Kang Su-hyun turned his head, a hint of surprise touching his features as the child actress's intensity took him slightly aback. The man with glasses, hands clasped, widened his eyes in an expression of pure astonishment. Posing with hands on her hips, the child actress stared sternly, demanding to know the true extent of his relationship with senior Lee Seo-han. With a dismissive grind of her teeth, she scoffed at the idea that the acting-obsessed senior would be friends with a kid like him, but Kang Su-hyun, undeterred, insisted on their close bond. Kang Su-hyun, with wide eyes, plainly laid out the casual nature of their connection, explaining that they were agency seniors who occasionally shared texts and meals. A sweat drop formed on her agitated face as she reeled in shock, unable to fathom that they texted privately, or that he would send a coffee truck specifically for a child actor like Kang Su-hyun. A worried hum escaped her as she pondered if this entanglement would lead to the director contacting her again, then quickly dismissed Kang Su-hyun's curious inquiry about the Jiren Theater Group. A flash of understanding crossed Kang Su-hyun's wide eyes as he pieced together the connection, realizing that the child actress and Seo-han were senior and junior from the same theater group. With a frustrated sigh and a squinted, angry eye, she realized Seo-han had sent the coffee truck specifically as a deliberate message for her to see. The child actress emphatically declared that from that moment on, they were strangers, leaving Kang Su-hyun utterly surprised by the sudden, harsh pronouncement. With an angry, dismissive gesture, she clarified their new, distant status, mere acquaintances who would only greet each other in passing, demanding if he truly didn't understand her meaning. A chibi Kang Su-hyun pouted, acknowledging her one-sided decision, yet harboring a quiet satisfaction that it meant less trouble for him. Kang Su-hyun, from off-panel, simply affirmed that he understood. As he walked away, Kang Su-hyun inwardly noted that her declaration meant less hassle for him, a quiet gratitude for the unexpected convenience. Kang Su-hyun stepped forward, a touch of surprise on his face as he turned his head towards the man with glasses. Kang Su-hyun questioned if the man with glasses had followed him, to which the man, holding his phone, declared he couldn't simply stand by while their actor was being kidnapped. A wave of intense shock swept over both Kang Su-hyun and the man with glasses, causing them to flinch. The man with glasses noted her evident anger, a sentiment Kang Su-hyun calmly echoed, acknowledging its perfect understanding. First, she had been blindsided by Yeso's innocent question, illustrated by a chibi girl tearfully asking why someone would bully Kang Su-hyun. Then, adding to her distress, it seemed there was a lingering issue with Seo-han Hyung from their shared theater group days, amplifying her anger. Chibi Lee Seo-han pondered the Jiren Theater Group, and a chibi Kang Su-hyun, curious, asked if he knew anything about it. The man with glasses spoke with a serious, knowledgeable expression, explaining that the Jiren Theater Group was renowned in the theater scene, with its director reportedly possessing incredible connections. The man with glasses then added, with dawning interest, that the director was also close with the luminous actor Lee Seo-han. Her frustration, anger, and fear were now clear. She was terrified that Seo-han Hyung might betray her secrets to the influential director. As Kang Su-hyun and the man with glasses walked away from the coffee truck, a reflective thought emerged: people truly reaped what they sowed. Following Cha Jin-seol's declaration of defeat, the filming schedule proceeded with unexpected smoothness, culminating in the director's call of "Ready Action." The perfect teamwork of the trio child actors, Kang Su-hyun, Yeso, and Jeonho, was especially noted, as they brought exuberant energy to the set. The chibi child actor cried out energetically as the other two chibi child actors playfully dashed away, tree props in hand. The film crew members erupted in laughter, a testament to the vibrant energy the child actors brought to the set. In stark contrast, the lead actor's scenes were more challenging, as the director sternly urged Cha Jin-seol to infuse more emotion into her performance. The director sharply called, "Cut," deeming the take too sorrowful, then demanded they do it again, and again, until it was right. The child actress, lip-bitten in frustration, attempted to explain that her acting choices were a necessary adjustment to match Kim Ji-won's tone in the scene. The director, adapting quickly, then asked Kim Ji-won to adjust his delivery to align with the previous feedback, shifting the burden of correction. The child actor, with a dazed and dumbfounded smile, innocently asked about the feedback, while surrounding chibi figures registered shock and anger at his cluelessness. The director declared it unavoidable, instructing a visibly trembling Cha Jin-seol to do her best to cover up for the scene, eliciting a guttural ugh of frustration from her. Kang Su-hyun, thoughtful, realized she was forced to clean up after an ex-boyfriend she couldn't stand. It was unfortunate, but he felt no pity for her. Due to the stark division on set, the PD began adjusting schedules to prevent child and lead actors from overlapping, and after navigating such ups and downs, the child actors, shown as cheerful chibi figures, celebrated the change. At the close of that eventful summer, the drama, When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus finally aired. The drama's premiere was not merely smooth, but a whirlwind, achieving a staggering 19.1% viewership from its first episode, sparking a torrent of overwhelmingly positive public reactions and declarations of it being a life's drama. The drama, When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, garnered an explosive response from its very premiere. Even before the main story had properly begun, Kang Su-hyun felt a surge of happiness and surprise at the overwhelming public reaction to the child actors' performances. Even as some viewers suggested the child actors should continue into the adult roles, a chibi Kang Su-hyun modestly asserted that his middle schooler's height made such an idea impossible. The child actor mischievously elbowed Kang Su-hyun, teasing him about secretly wanting the lead role, which Kang Su-hyun denied with an embarrassed laugh. An unseen voice called for Kang Su-hyun and Kim Jong-ho to stand by, prompting a slight surprise in both of them. A bittersweet loneliness settled over Kang Su-hyun as he considered no longer being able to see the brilliant crown prince. A subtle smile played upon half of Kang Su-hyun's face. A chibi Kang Su-hyun, hand to chin and eyes closed, was lost in deep, contemplative thought. An unknown woman on the phone, smiling mischievously, acknowledged Hyo-won's report, while a wide-eyed chibi Kang Su-hyun expressed immense relief at having learned his enemy's movements in advance. With a smug smirk, Kang Su-hyun expressed his hope that the other child actor would now remain as the light of this place in his stead. The child actor, broadly smiling, happily agreed to Kang Su-hyun's playful decree, respectfully acknowledging him as Your Highness. The child actor, hands on his hips, suggested they depart with an energetic "let's go," and Kang Su-hyun, echoing his stance, confirmed he was counting on him. As The Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus began its airing, the child actors commenced their final filming, smiling happily amidst the blooming, decorative set. Crown Prince Rim, excelling in both scholarly and martial arts, was firmly supported by the formidable power of his maternal relatives. Everyone recognized him as a formidable candidate for the next king, yet beneath this seemingly unshakable reality, a creeping decay began to spread. The very foundations of his power were slowly rotting away, fueled by the insidious whispers of the concubines. All this festered under the profound ignorance of the current king. Even the universally acknowledged solid heir, Rim, could only offer a hollow, mocking laugh in the face of his unraveling fate. His heart ached with the memory of trusting his father above all others. He had once truly believed his path was divinely set, viewing his rival's desperate struggles as nothing more than mere amusement. The bitter truth now was that he had failed to truly understand himself. It was a crushing blow to realize the shallow depth of his father's affection and the vast, insatiable greed of those closest to him. A man in a green robe, his head bowed in deep deference, quietly addressed His Highness. As a lone tear traced its path down his cheek, the man's quiet voice offered, "Would you like to see Lady Hong before you leave?" His lips pressed together in a silent, desperate struggle. No, it's fine, Rim inwardly decided, knowing he could not burden her with the additional weight of his defeat. But if you don't even send a word to her? The man pleaded, yet Rim declared, it's better for her to hate me. In a palace where trust was a forgotten luxury, he would not add the burden of his tears to the weight she already carried. Rim's voice was firm, Hyo-won, you stay here. Your Highness. The man replied, a hint of protest in his tone. With a subtle, wistful smile, Rim entrusted him with the protection of Ryan-ah and Her Majesty. A rustle of fabric accompanied Rim's heavy words, now, you are the only one I can trust. I know this will be a painful path for you, but until I return, I entrust them to you. With unwavering loyalty, the man bowed deeply and affirmed, I will obey, Your Highness. A subtle smile played on Rim's lips as he offered a heartfelt, thank you. A deep rumble echoed, an unsettling premonition of the trouble brewing. A heavy silence settled between them, reflecting the unspoken sorrow in the night air. The woman's eyes widened in dawning realization as she began, by doing so, it seems your highness has already. The man remained steeped in a profound, melancholic silence. Her voice filled with deep empathy, the woman concluded, the one who is most heartbroken right now must be you, your highness. I am fine, so please, don't worry too much, the man asserted, before his tone softened as he addressed, Lady Hong. The woman bowed deeply, accepting her solemn charge. Her footsteps softly tapped away into the night, a reluctant departure. The cheerful greeting of two young women interrupted the quiet, marking their arrival. A sudden, melancholy splash announced the heavy onset of rain. She walked slowly through the downpour, each breath a heavy sigh as she reached for the cold comfort of the wall. Her silent anguish fell like the droplets of rain, streaming down the cold stone as her hand slid weakly. Overwhelmed, she collapsed onto the wet ground, the rain mingling with her silent tears. The heavy, relentless rain continued to fall, mirroring the storm within. A raw, visceral cry of anguish tore through her, breaking the silence of the storm. Amidst a chorus of cheers for their hardworking Su-hyun and Yeso, everyone celebrated a great job. It's a shame our adorable kids won't be on set anymore, but still, congratulations for real, an off-panel voice declared, to which Kang Su-hyun happily replied, hee, thank you. As Kang Su-hyun winked playfully while taking a drink, a woman's voice tentatively called, Su-hyun. With a visible hesitation, the woman gently expressed her concern, well, it's been tough, hasn't it? Cha Jin-seol was subtly bullying you. A soft, was Kang Su-hyun's only reply. The woman with the ponytail apologized with heartfelt regret, admitting, I'm sorry I looked the other way. Now that I think about it, I don't even know why I did that. I think we were being really childish. I'm really sorry. And, I'm glad we could end things on a positive note, the women earnestly expressed, though it was ironic that the actual bullies neither attended the party nor offered an apology. Kang Su-hyun paused thoughtfully, contemplating his next words, but still. I saw Yeso yesterday, you know, a man playfully stated, prompting the child actress to ask with genuine confusion, huh? I didn't go out yesterday, so how did you see me? On TV. You looked just like a princess, the man exclaimed, making the child actress excitedly ask, oh. Did you see the My Star Magic Wand commercial? He confirmed, adding, Yeso, I bet you're super popular at school now, right? Yeah. The kids were all so jealous, she declared with an innocent sparkle of pride. A warm, shared smile settled between them, a moment of pure contentment. John Ho-hyung, you're going straight into another project, right? The man eagerly asked, was it director Oh Gam-chan's work? Yeah, that's right. When director Oh Gam-chan visited the set of When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, he seemed to like John Ho's acting, who accepted the role immediately upon being offered. He sighed, still anxious, wondering if being scouted by director Oh was truly real or just a beautiful dream. With a playful squeeze, the child actress made John Ho yelp, ouch, ouch, ouch. Don't worry, it's not a dream, the child actress chuckled, reassuring him that his success was undeniably real. Ha ha ha, you're right. I'm relieved. John Ho laughed, playfully pulling his cheeks, as a shared burst of laughter filled the air, a testament to how wonderfully things had worked out for him and Yeso. The man with glasses offered a congratulatory smile, congratulations, actor. It looks like you're getting even richer now. The movie, The Doll of Salt, has surpassed its break-even point with just the domestic box office earnings, the man stated, to which an excited Kang Su-hyun exclaimed, wow, if you add in the overseas revenue, it must be huge. With the movie's success, I'm sure they'll invite you to the Grand Bell Awards this time, the man predicted, a prestigious honor that made Kang Su-hyun respond with a hesitant, right. Huh. Kang Su-hyun pouted, but the award ceremony is still far away. His manager reacted with a comedic gasp, what are you talking about, actor? The man with glasses excitedly chattered, including all the smaller ceremonies, there are 19 award shows this year. Among them, 3 have already sent invitations. You'll need to start preparing outfits now if you want to have enough time, right? The manager prompted, to which a resigned Kang Su-hyun responded, yes. He thought, I haven't even had a proper break since finishing When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus filming. As the car roomed onward, Kang Su-hyun optimistically considered, but, well, it might be fun to go shopping with the family for the first time in a while. However, on the day of the family shopping trip, Kang Su-hyun wailed uncontrollably, his previous optimism shattered. Dad, you're mean, Hyung. Kang Su-hyun sobbed, adding a small, dark chapter to his life. The morning sun illuminated their modern home, marking the beginning of another ordinary day. Kang Su-hyun cleared his throat, a small sound that echoed his growing unease as he studied his reflection. Though his voice seemed normal, Kang Su-hyun's throat felt scratchy, a shiver running through him as a subtle cold manifested. His mother's warm call asked if he was ready, and Kang Su-hyun, eager, confirmed his readiness, wondering aloud about his dad. With a flourish, his father announced his triumphant early arrival straight from work, baby in tow. His mother, however, brought him back to earth with a gentle request to change his clothes first, leaving Kang Su-hyun comically stressed. It was their designated family outing day, and his father declared their arrival at their destination. More specifically, the family outing was to find Kang Su-hyun's award ceremony outfit, though he swallowed, feeling a growing unease. When his mother asked if he was okay, Kang Su-hyun insisted he was fine, blaming a bit of dust in his throat. He vowed that nothing would ruin this rare family outing, determined to endure his discomfort for their sake. His mother gasped in uninhibited awe, captivated by something she saw. She found herself drawn to a cute traditional Korean outfit, exclaiming over its charm. Then another caught her eye, a princely white suit that sparked even more admiration. The father gently reminded her of their actual mission, but his mother, deaf to his words, declared a different outfit absolutely perfect for Kang Su-hyun. A saleswoman, beaming, enthusiastically agreed with his mother, praising her excellent eye for what suited Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun paused, a sudden confusion washing over him at the saleswoman's unexpected reaction. The saleswoman's eyes widened in recognition. Kang Su-hyun, the child actor, was right there in her store. She gushed over his amazing proportions, a professional assessment Kang Su-hyun accepted with a humble thank you. The saleswoman raced through compliments, declaring Kang Su-hyun's proportions unrivaled among children his age, a true celebrity whose golden ratio the screen couldn't even capture, to his mother's modest, "You're too kind." She then declared her personal intention to assist Kang Su-hyun for the day, ensuring his needs would be met with utmost care. A swift swish of fabric signaled the start of the fittings. As Kang Su-hyun posed in a black tuxedo, a collective gasp of "woo" rose from his dazzled audience. The saleswoman proclaimed the suit had found its rightful owner, an extravagant compliment that Kang Su-hyun accepted with a humble "thanks." When his father asked for his opinion, Kang Su-hyun, liking the suit, suggested they settle on it, only for his mother to exclaim, "What do you mean?" His mother, gasping, pointed to a towering stack of outfits she had already picked out, revealing the true scale of her shopping ambition. His father nervously questioned if they had only intended to buy one outfit, but his mother quickly countered, reminding him of Kang Su-hyun's numerous upcoming award ceremonies. The father suggested renting, but his mother, annoyed, firmly stated that rentals had to be returned. She argued passionately that a purchased outfit would forever hold memories, far more meaningful than mere photographs, leaving his father stammering wordlessly with a resigned sigh. With a soft thud, the weight of his mother's choices settled upon Kang Su-hyun, as his father silently apologized for failing to protect him. The camera clicked, capturing Kang Su-hyun striking a confident pose in a sleek gray suit. Another click caught him mid-motion, effortlessly slipping into a vibrant blue suit jacket. With a mischievous smile, Kang Su-hyun posed in a classic black suit as the camera clicked repeatedly. The saleswoman's joyous scream blended with the rapid clicks of his mother's camera, both utterly enthralled by Kang Su-hyun's every outfit. Kang Su-hyun acknowledged his mother's genuine excitement in dressing him up, yet swallowed a growing discomfort. Despite his gratitude, the exhaustion was palpable, and Kang Su-hyun felt his fever had noticeably worsened since earlier. Knowing his father was subtly trying to minimize the number of outfits, Kang Su-hyun, with a rustle of the curtain, resolved to endure just a little longer. Kang Su-hyun looked around, a sudden confusion overwhelming him as he realized his father had vanished. His mother calmly explained that his father had stepped out for a moment, sensing that his baby brother Yoo-hyun felt a bit suffocated. A crack of internal thunder erupted in Kang Su-hyun's mind. His father had escaped, leaving him alone, just as the saleswoman cheerfully presented yet another outfit to try on. Meanwhile, the baby Yoo-hyun whined and squeaked, clearly distressed by the confined environment. His father, sympathetic to the baby's cries, gently suggested they go outside for some fresh air, his voice a soft hiss of comfort. That quick, fresh air break felt as though it had stretched into an entire hour, intensifying Kang Su-hyun's simmering frustration. His father, startled and visibly stunned, stammered a question about resting, while Kang Su-hyun seethed with the thought that only his dad seemed to escape. Explaining that Yoo-hyun kept crying, his father then truly noticed Kang Su-hyun's flushed face, asking if he was okay as the boy swallowed hard. Kang Su-hyun reflected that he had become nothing more than a fitting model, receiving endless compliments on every outfit change. This was meant to be a fun family outing, yet Kang Su-hyun felt increasingly tired, putting on a show alone, and when he needed him most, his dad was. A wave of angry frustration surged within Kang Su-hyun as he thought, Dad is really. Kang Su-hyun thought, before his father nervously called out his name, sensing the sudden shift. Tears streaming down his face, Kang Su-hyun burst out, accusing his father of abandoning him all alone. He sobbed violently, calling his father mean, amidst gasps and coughs, as his panicked father pleaded, Kang Su-hyun. Dad, sorry, okay? His mother returned, shocked by his cries and demanding to know what had happened, while his flustered father blamed himself for not staying by his side. His mother, feeling his forehead, gasped that he must be sick and insisted they take him to the hospital, as Kang Su-hyun continued his loud sobs. Kang Su-hyun cried out, his small hand grabbing at the air in distress as he was held firmly. Overwhelmed and feeling sick, Kang Su-hyun ended up sobbing loudly, bringing their award ceremony outfit shopping trip to an abrupt end right there in the middle of the street, leaving behind what felt like a small amount of embarrassment. He reflected that the embarrassment wasn't small at all, especially considering the crowd that arrived just a little too late to miss his public meltdown. Kang Su-hyun's dramatic public crying in Dong Demon became a widely shared story online, where users affectionately labeled him an insanely adorable and still such a little kid. Beneath the covers, Kang Su-hyun trembled with overwhelming embarrassment, the memory of his public outburst burning like a secret shame. He peered out from his blanket, frustrated that his adult mind was betrayed by a child's body, especially after being so drained from the drama shoot. Kang Su-hyun resolved to prioritize his well-being from now on, just as his phone began vibrating sharply on the nightstand. Kang Su-hyun, surprised by the call, answered his phone and recognized Sang Il-hyung's voice. The man with glasses immediately began laughing heartily, teasing if he was speaking to the now famous Kang Su-hyun, actor who shouted, "Dad is really mean," at Dong Demon. As Kang Su-hyun's hand trembled with frustration, poised to end the call, Sang Il-hyung quickly urged him not to hang up. With a slight pout, Kang Su-hyun asked what was happening. Sang Il-hyung congratulated Kang Su-hyun on When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, achieving a 30.1% national viewership, the highest ratings in 6 years, leaving NBC thrilled. Kang Su-hyun expressed his satisfaction that the challenging filming process was worth it in the end, as Sang Il-hyung praised his elevated status to rival adult actors. Kang Su-hyun playfully accused Sang Il-hyung of flattery after being called truly amazing. But Sang Il-hyung couldn't resist mentioning Kang Su-hyun's recent public tears, causing him to gasp in annoyance and demand a decision between compliments or teasing. Kang Su-hyun reflected on his successful start as a child actor, feeling he just needed to conclude his main storyline. As he looked at the script for When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, a wave of uncertainty washed over him, wondering if everything would truly be okay. A woman in traditional attire reacted with profound shock, unable to believe the news of an early termination. She wondered why such a sudden decision was made, especially given the drama's successful adaptation and solid novel fanbase, suspecting the PD would be contacting everyone soon. A man in a traditional green robe explained that ratings had continuously dropped since the child actor segments ended, barely reaching 12% nationwide amidst constant issues. He sighed, admitting that the decline in morale on set had significantly impacted the ratings, contributing to their downfall. He confessed to countless desires to quit, constantly distracted and unable to focus on his acting while navigating Cha Jin-seol's volatile moods. Another woman mused that despite Cha Jin-seol's usual respect for seniors and care for juniors, her behavior had been exceptionally strange throughout this shoot. She walked away, reflecting that acting out a romance with an ex-lover every day would indeed feel like living in hell. Cha Jin-seol's teeth clenched, outraged that they seemed to forget the drama's initial attention was thanks to her, yet now they dared to badmouth her. Just as Cha Jin-seol considered making a single call to assert her power, her phone suddenly rang, startling her. The screen of her phone glowed, displaying an incoming call from director. Cha Jin-seol connected the call, only to be immediately confronted by the director asking if she was still giving the younger cast members a hard time on set. As Cha Jin-seol tried to deny it, the director curtly informed her that Lee Seo-han himself had called directly to complain about her excessively harsh mentoring. Cha Jin-seol's eye widened in stunned disbelief, struggling to process that Lee Seo-han had actually called. The director explained that even the usually indifferent Lee Seo-han had reached out, and while he initially shrugged it off, recent rumors had begun to deeply concern him. The director reminded her of their theater days, recalling how he had covered for her numerous troubles, causing Cha Jin-seol to clench her hands in discomfort. He sternly warned her to stop causing trouble for their theater troupe, as her actions were leading people to question her affiliation with the respected Jiren Theater. Cha Jin-seol agreed to be more careful, and the director ended the call, hoping to see genuine improvement. Her hand released the phone, letting it drop heavily. The man in the green robe walked past Cha Jin-seol, whose head remained bowed in defeat. He leaned in, taunting her that taking her anger out on an innocent child actor was the inevitable result of her true rage being directed at him. Cha Jin-seol remained silent, her face clouded by shame or profound frustration. As they walked, the man questioned her unsettling silence. He continued to mock her, reminding her that yelling and losing her temper were what she did best. Finally, Cha Jin-seol conceded, admitting it was her mistake, just like always. With a pained expression, she blamed herself for getting tangled in his manipulative habit of provoking people until they snapped, which had tainted her work and created this mess. The man smirked triumphantly, mockingly agreeing he had acted like trash, then suggested she actually enjoyed seeing him play right into her hands. Cha Jin-seol's eye narrowed with fierce resolve, asserting that she was nothing like him. She angrily accused him of his disastrous performance and questioned how long he would continue following her, provoking her every time she lost her composure. Her fury mounting, she demanded to know his true motive, suggesting that making her look unstable was merely an attempt to lessen the embarrassment of her having dumped him. The man's face flared with rage as he shouted back, vehemently denying that she was the one who ended things. Cha Jin-seol sternly told him to face reality, asserting that he had carelessly thrown away both his career and his work while he was busy playing with her. With resolute determination, Cha Jin-seol declared she would keep moving forward, leaving him to stay exactly where he was. Her footsteps were decisive as she walked away, leaving him rooted in place. The man stood, his form rigid and unmoving. Online, others looked back on When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, emotionally praising how the child actors, especially Kang Su-hyun, had paved the way for the young main lead. In a quiet room, a boy with dark hair and piercing red eyes mused, noting that Kang Su-hyun was doing well. His red eye widened in sudden surprise. His blue smartphone chimed, displaying an incoming call from MOM. With a deliberate movement, the boy snapped his smartphone shut. A staff member called out for applicant Hyun-do, number 25, marking the next turn in a busy, expectant hallway. The boy with dark hair and red eyes responded with a resolute yes, stepping forward with anticipation. He walked directly towards the dazzling light emanating from the double doors, stepping into a hopeful new beginning. The once acclaimed drama, When the Sun Sleeps Under the Lotus, had seen its ratings plummet, drawing widespread criticism for its uninspired acting and viewers' waning interest after the child actor's initial success. Kang Su-hyun couldn't believe the drama had ultimately fallen apart, even as his manager noted the flood of new offers he was receiving since its run. The manager explained that many offers were for historical roles, especially as a crown prince, realizing the show had left a remarkably strong impression on people. Kang Su-hyun groaned internally, thinking he had quite enough of crown prince roles for now. The manager conceded that Kang Su-hyun had been through a lot for just one role, to which Kang Su-hyun emphatically declared his desire to move beyond child acting and finally become a lead. He recalled the painful truth of always being overlooked as a child actor, never receiving support when a lead made his life difficult. His manager agreed to look for lead roles, and with a bright internal spark, Kang Su-hyun thanked him profusely. A moment later, Kang Su-hyun looked down at his phone in surprise. A text from Nam Hyun-do asked if they could meet sometime that week. Their meeting place was the familiar Mama Touch restaurant. Kang Su-hyun greeted his mother, who immediately noted how much taller Nam Hyun-do had grown since she last saw him. She continued to compliment Nam Hyun-do on his good looks, to which he blushingly offered his thanks. Nam Hyun-do then smoothly complimented her glowing skin, making her laugh delightedly, though Kang Su-hyun privately wondered how he could utter such cheesy things so effortlessly. His mother then departed with baby Yoo-hyun, reminding Kang Su-hyun to call if anything came up, and he promised he would check in later. A waitress greeted them and took their order, with Nam Hyun-do quickly requesting a shrimp burger set. The waitress confirmed their order of 1 shrimp and 1 squid burger set, and Nam Hyun-do offered to handle the payment. Nam Hyun-do smirked, pulling out his card with a flourish, internally asserting that the older person should always be the one to pay. He presented his card with such determined conviction that Kang Su-hyun comically recoiled, letting out a surprised yelp. Nam Hyun-do's smirk only widened, reminding Kang Su-hyun in thought that he was indeed older, leaving Kang Su-hyun feeling bewildered by the audacity. As they ate, Nam Hyun-do asked what was going on, to which Kang Su-hyun offered only a non-committal hum. Kang Su-hyun leaned in, declaring with a slight internal cringe that he felt compelled to share something with his closest friend and rival, prompting a surprised, "Oh, what's up?" from Nam Hyun-do. Then, with resolute seriousness, Kang Su-hyun revealed his plan to quit acting. Nam Hyun-do was utterly shocked, demanding to know why, and Kang Su-hyun began to explain that something had happened at the acting academy. The instructor addressed the children in the acting class, telling them to take turns reading a line and bring out the emotions based on their character analysis. A child actress then delivered the line, "The moment you doubt you can fly, you'll never be able to fly again," with a bright smile. Another child actor energetically repeated the line, prompting praise from the instructor who then called on Nam Hyun-do for his turn. With raw intensity, Nam Hyun-do delivered the same line, gripping his chest as if the words themselves were a physical pain. The instructor, taken aback, questioned Nam Hyun-do as to why he chose such an intense emotion for the line. Nam Hyun-do explained his interpretation, reasoning that Peter Pan, as the sole human among flying fairies, must have experienced pain and struggle while learning to fly. He continued passionately, arguing that Peter Pan would also worry if his friends needed to fly, and given he was being chased, he would certainly feel a sense of urgency, as other students began to whisper amongst themselves. The instructor, slightly exasperated, tried to explain to Nam Hyun-do that while he might want to stand out, there were appropriate ways to do so. She told him his interpretation simply did not fit, and Nam Hyun-do retorted, shocked, that he wasn't trying to stand out but had merely analyzed the character seriously. The instructor insisted that even if it seemed fine to him, it appeared odd to others, leaving a dejected Nam Hyun-do pondering that word while feeling profoundly isolated amongst his peers. Back at home, his mother, the woman with the brown ponytail, sternly asked Nam Hyun-do how acting class was going and if he was listening to his teacher. Nam Hyun-do quietly confirmed that he was, but then hesitated, struggling to articulate his feelings. He expressed his frustration that, despite putting immense effort into his scene analysis, he had been told he stood out in a strange way. His mother, serious, explained that such was the reality of society, reminding him that he would soon be a middle schooler. She further advised him to learn to fit in with his friends, and Nam Hyun-do responded only with silence, solemnly setting down his chopsticks. He was consumed by inner conflict, wishing to be noticed yet not wanting to hide his true self to fit in, especially after working hard on his analysis only to be scolded for standing out. Kang Su-hyun murmured his understanding, realizing why he hadn't seen Nam Hyun-do acting much lately. Nam Hyun-do then confessed in a low whisper that he had secretly attended a trainee audition without his mother's knowledge, immediately surprising Kang Su-hyun, who asked what audition. With a confident smile, Nam Hyun-do revealed it was for KYW Entertainment, explaining that while he preferred CL, KYW's audition had simply come sooner. Kang Su-hyun immediately recognized KYW as the very agency where Jino from Black Star had been before, an exciting revelation. Kang Su-hyun reflected that some things truly never changed, then offered his genuine support, hoping Nam Hyun-do would get into the good company. Nam Hyun-do then extended his fist, suggesting they seal their shared ambition. He declared their mutual ambition, for Kang Su-hyun to reach the top in acting, and for himself to dominate the idol world, sealing their fates with a true man's promise. Kang Su-hyun reacted with exaggerated shock, questioning if they really had to formalize it with a fist bump. Nam Hyun-do, slightly flustered, affirmed that yes, they should, and the two friends awkwardly tapped fists across the table. As winter arrived, bringing with it a quiet promise shared between best friends, the highly anticipated awards season officially began. With the film The Doll of Salt receiving massive critical acclaim, Kang Su-hyun found himself inundated with invitations to numerous ceremonies, each flashing photo marking a new moment of recognition. Kang Su-hyun stood amidst shelves overflowing with glowing trophies, a testament to his overwhelming success, musing that there was barely any room left for another. At last, the most prestigious film award ceremony approached, with The Doll of Salt nominated for the Taejong Awards Best Picture and Kang Su-hyun himself up for the New Actor Award. The vibrant, celebratory lights of the 50th Taejong Film Awards venue sparkled against the night sky, drawing all eyes to its grand exterior. As flashing cameras clicked incessantly, a woman and a man strode confidently down the red carpet, navigating the bustling excitement of the awards event. Two onlookers, swept up in the intense anticipation, cried out with fervent excitement as they spotted Kang Su-hyun making his entrance. Su-hyun graced the brightly lit red carpet, offering gentle waves to the grand and ecstatic crowd as cheers and camera flashes erupted around him. During a festive red carpet interview, Su-hyun candidly expressed his profound desire to win the Youngest New Actor Award, acknowledging the public's watchful eyes. Even amidst the celebratory chaos, cameras continued to flash as Su-hyun thoughtfully considered questions about his potential rivals and his plans for future projects. Inside the formal hall, a palpable sense of anticipation filled the air as the seated audience murmured in hushed tones, awaiting the ceremony's start. A wave of introspective exhaustion washed over Su-hyun as he reflected on the seemingly endless string of interviews he had endured. Do-hee Nuna greeted Su-hyun with cheerful surprise, noting his presence and remarking on how much taller he had grown. A friendly conversation ensued as Do-hee Nuna inquired about his exhausting interviews, to which Su-hyun simply nodded in agreement. With warm support, Do-hee Nuna informed Su-hyun that the public's focus wasn't on the major awards, but almost entirely on whether he would secure the New Actor Award. Su-hyun chuckled softly, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events, having once believed he would never have any connection to the prestigious Taejong Awards. A melancholic memory surfaced, recalling how his performance in Shadow Path had earned a nomination but ultimately no victory. Another nostalgic thought drifted through his mind, remembering The Monster, a project whose director hadn't even bothered to submit it for an award. Despite Kang Su-hyun's internal hesitation about winning, Do-hee Nuna's chibi form confidently reassured him that he certainly could, having done a great job. A sudden announcement from the host startled both Su-hyun and Do-hee Nuna, marking the tense beginning of the award ceremony. The male and female hosts, exuding formal grandeur, jointly extended a warm welcome to the audience at the Taejong Film Awards, the pride of Korean cinema. As the screen flashed, the intense image of Kim Jae-jin from Crime and Criminology was displayed, announcing him as a nominee for the New Actor Award. Then, with a visual of a younger, joyful Kang Su-hyun, the screen declared his nomination for the new actor award from The Doll of Salt, prompting an unconscious murmur of "Mom" from him. Chibi fans erupted in a flurry of excited screams, joyously celebrating Kang Su-hyun's nomination for the new actor award. A wave of nervousness, marked by a slight flush and an anxious intake of breath, washed over Soo-hyun as he realized the new actor award was being announced so early. The hosts continued the ceremony with infectious energy, building suspense as they promised to swiftly reveal the night's eagerly awaited winner. The screen exploded with sparkling light, building to a climactic reveal for the Taejong Film Award for the new actor. With a resounding thump, someone slammed their fists onto a surface, a visceral expression of frustration or anger. The frustrated woman yelled, her fists still clenched on the table, demanding to know if the award results even made sense. Animated and indignant, the frustrated woman passionately argued that if the Taejong Awards were going to deliver such a result, Kang Su-hyun should never have been nominated, given everyone's certainty of his win. The standing woman, sharing the disbelief, added that even her parents had found Soo-hyun's loss baffling. As someone offered comfort, the frustrated woman sighed, burying her face in her hands, bewildered by the possibility that Kang Su-hyun's age might have unfairly cost him the award despite his undeniable skill. While acknowledging Kim Jae-jin's performance in Crime and Criminology as decent, the woman adamantly asserted that Kang Su-hyun's depth in The Doll of Salt was on an entirely different level. She continued her defense of Kang Su-hyun, pointing out that The Doll of Salt had also been a massive international success. Her outrage intensified as she contrasted the international hit with Crime and Criminology, which had barely broken even, questioning the fairness of giving the new actor award to Kim Jae-jin. In a chibi huddle, the women nodded vigorously in unanimous agreement, convinced that Kang Su-hyun's talent deserved a Best Actor nomination, not merely a new actor award. The standing woman sighed deeply, a lingering sense of frustration hanging in the air as she contemplated the baffling award results. Crown Entertainment's modern office building stood tall under a clear blue sky, a professional landmark in the industry. Soo-hyun's manager proposed that Kang Su-hyun begin eating rice cake soup daily, humorously explaining that the traditional New Year's dish could help him grow older faster. Chibi Soo-hyun questioned the unusual suggestion, only for his chibi manager to enthusiastically insist that it was the surest way to grow up quickly. But in a whimsical turn, the manager comically retracted his advice, declaring that Kang Su-hyun was too cute to grow up, much to Chibi Soo-hyun's evident frustration. Still flustered, the manager comically wavered again, suggesting Kang Su-hyun should grow up quickly, before immediately contradicting himself with a surprised sound. The bespectacled manager expressed his shared surprise and disappointment over the Taejong Awards results, having genuinely believed Kang Su-hyun had a strong chance at the Best New Actor award. He further clarified that instead, Kang Su-hyun had received a lesser, Young Actor award, which was essentially just a special mention. Undeterred, Chibi Soo-hyun confidently declared that he had already swept every eligible award at the Blue Dragon Awards, lessening the sting of the Taejong's outcome. The bespectacled manager informed Kang Su-hyun that public sentiment was largely in his favor, with many believing judges were biased due to his young age. In a radiant internal vision, Kang Su-hyun gratefully acknowledged that at 8 years old, his established career and unquestioned acting skills were achievements enough. Soo-hyun's manager affirmed Kang Su-hyun's sentiments, highlighting a positive side effect of the Taejong results, a growing public advocacy for better treatment of young actors. With a heartfelt hug, the Chibi manager enthusiastically credited Chibi Soo-hyun with single-handedly ushering in a new era for young actors. Chibi Kang Su-hyun smiled broadly as the Chibi manager marveled at his unexpected and truly amazing impact on the future of young actors. The bespectacled manager then announced his intention to read the latest article about Kang Su-hyun. As the Chibi bespectacled manager enthusiastically read an article proclaiming Kang Su-hyun, the little giant leading the golden era of young actors, a mortified Chibi Soo-hyun screamed in embarrassment, while another Chibi man chuckled merrily. Soo-hyun's manager called out to him, and Chibi Soo-hyun shyly peeked out from behind an unseen object. Soo-hyun's manager presented him with a commercial offer, which Kang Su-hyun cautiously considered, expressing concerns that such campaigns could easily overuse and diminish his public image. With a thoughtful, slightly embarrassed smile, Soo-hyun cheerfully responded that he would consider the commercial offer and revisit it later. Amidst sparkling, ethereal light, Soo-hyun posed serenely for a photo shoot, dressed in an angelic white costume. Following instructions, Soo-hyun smiled on command as he posed cheerfully for a photo shoot, holding a strawberry-topped cake. In a light-hearted blend of reality and imagination, a confused Chibi Soo-hyun questioned his presence at the festive Christmas-themed photo shoot while his real self smiled holding a cake. The man, ever conscious of his public image, carefully declined the commercial offer despite its potential benefits. With a swift, decisive gesture, the manager confirmed their decision to decline the cake commercial. As if summoned by the very mention of it, a curious Chibi Kang Su-hyun softly manifested. His voice, a whisper of intrigue, asked the simple question, what kind of cake was it? The manager paused, then casually revealed it was chocolate cake, a detail that suddenly ignited a thought in his mind. With a radiant, almost unnerving conviction, Kang Su-hyun insisted they at least consider the offer, citing the president's recommendation. His manager, taken aback, pointed out Kang Su-hyun's swift and inexplicable change of heart regarding commercials. A visible weariness weighed upon Kang Su-hyun, a heavy fatigue settling into his small frame. He murmured his discomfort, wondering if the ad's storyline was perhaps too casual, even for the narrative premise. Yet, a deeper desire warred within him, an unspoken longing that overwhelmed his reservations. The chocolate cake, a beacon of festive delight, appeared, shimmering with an almost magical allure. Two playful manifestations of Kang Su-hyun eagerly pondered how many delicious slices awaited them during the shoot, looking this way and that. He arrived ahead of schedule, warmly greeting Do-hee Nuna as she welcomed him. The chibi woman affectionately poked Kang Su-hyun's cheek, remarking how he looked like a cherished old doll compared to his award ceremony appearance. When questioned about his intense focus, Kang Su-hyun smoothly explained he was merely familiarizing himself with the ad's story and the technical aspects of the set. The woman's knowing accusation cut through his facade, correctly guessing his true focus on the chocolate cake, making him flinch in embarrassment. Kang Su-hyun vehemently denied his interest in the chocolate cake, a desperate protest against the lingering dark memories of a past egg tart incident, as the woman chuckled knowingly. With a mischievous glint in her eye, the woman leaned in, about to reveal a secret. The woman then delivered the crushing news: the alluring cake was merely a prop, its chocolate exterior hiding a hollow, inedible model, shocking Kang Su-hyun. A tearful Kang Su-hyun, utterly heartbroken, could only stammer his disbelief that the cake was fake, as the woman playfully questioned his sudden despair. The woman, with a pleased sigh, quickly reassured him that real slices of cake were indeed being prepared for him, sparking a flicker of hopeful disbelief in Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun earnestly claimed a recent sugar deficiency necessitated the cake, prompting the woman to chuckle and tease him about his youthful age. The film crew member's voice cut through the chatter, announcing that shooting was about to commence, urging everyone to prepare. The film crew member then outlined the core concept of the Christmas cake ad, presenting it as a Christmas donation campaign, share one slice. The campaign involved selling a special cake with one slice purposefully missing, he explained. This missing slice represented a donation, with its monetary value collected to support children in need, he concluded. He further elaborated that the ad's storyline would extend the popular Doll of Salt movie, bringing Do-hee and Kang Su-hyun together on screen. The ad would also provide a poignant reunion for Urim and Eugene, a mother and son from the film who couldn't be together, a concept that immediately thrilled the unseen creative team. Kang Su-hyun mused aloud, finding the very phrase, donation event, to be inherently impressive. The manager, feigning amusement, praised the idea of eating cake for charity, then subtly teased Kang Su-hyun about his youth. The manager abruptly launched into a quiz, demanding Kang Su-hyun consider the true, underlying value of a single cake slice, a question that sent a shockwave through him. From the company's cynical perspective, he elaborated, these donation campaigns were simply profitable ventures, capitalizing on consumers' ignorance of the true value. Kang Su-hyun thoughtfully conceded that personal donations were often preferred, but ultimately, the chance to eat cake made the event entirely acceptable. The director's voice boomed, signaling the start of shooting in the cozy, Christmas-themed set. Do-hee's gaze held a depth of emotion, reflecting her absorption in the scene. Her hand gently clutched a locket, a precious relic holding the image of a boy and a dog, as if binding her to the role's poignant narrative. Do-hee's eyes, filled with a subtle melancholy, lingered on the cake, lost in the unspoken emotions of her character. A visible shiver racked Kang Su-hyun's small body as he attempted to warm himself against the unexpected chill of the set. His breath misted as he blew into his cupped hands, a small, shivering figure battling the cold. Do-hee's hand, with a soft, deliberate motion, guided a slice of cake forward. The scene clicked into place, but Kang Su-hyun still felt the lingering chill despite the warmth of the festive set. He raised the fork, bringing the longed-for cake to his lips. A blissful bite of cake melted in his mouth. A profound sense of joy and contentment spread across his face, his eyes shining with delight. Cut. Perfect, the film crew member exclaimed, celebrating the effortless completion of the cake-eating scene in a single take. A wave of relief washed over Do-hee, grateful that the first half of the shoot had concluded sooner than anticipated. A profound shock seized Kang Su-hyun as he realized the cake-eating scene was already over, his hopes of feasting all day dashed after a single bite. A visible dejection settled over Kang Su-hyun as his stomach rumbled a mournful protest, drawing a sympathetic glance from Do-hee. Do-hee politely addressed the film crew member, who immediately responded. Do-hee explained that for the scene where Kang Su-hyun was meant to appear angelic with CGI, he had only managed facial expressions. Do-hee then proposed adding a specific pose to enhance the scene, catching Kang Su-hyun's immediate surprise. The chibi film crew member, filled with enthusiasm, readily agreed to the excellent suggestion. With a decisive, satisfied smile, Do-hee announced the reshoot of the cake-eating scene, now incorporating the additional pose. In a joyous, almost angelic vision, Kang Su-hyun cheered ecstatically as Do-hee Nuna, appearing like a benevolent angel, offered him another precious slice. The director clicked the slate, signaling the next shot as Kang Su-hyun continued to happily eat his cake. He savored each delicious bite, gulping it down with immense satisfaction. Bathed in ethereal light, an angelic Kang Su-hyun smiled serenely, a symbol of pure, innocent wonder. A gentle rustle accompanied the angelic Kang Su-hyun as Do-hee looked on, surprised and moved by the vision before her. The angelic Kang Su-hyun, with an otherworldly tenderness, cupped Do-hee's face, asking if he was now to become a piece of her very heart. With a gentle smile and an aching sincerity, the angelic Kang Su-hyun whispered how much he had missed her, as if she were truly his mother. Do-hee warmly commended Kang Su-hyun on his excellent work, presenting him with a small box as a reward. A delighted Kang Su-hyun, clutching the box, immediately questioned if its contents were indeed cake. Do-hee explained that she had specially requested the extra cake be saved for him. Do-hee expressed her genuine joy at working with Kang Su-hyun again, offering a heartfelt thank you. Kang Su-hyun, his face bright with gratitude, sincerely thanked Do-hee Nuna, affirming his own wonderful experience. Afterward, however, his moment of triumph turned to comical tragedy as his mother, citing concerns about his teeth, confiscated his beloved cake, much to his wailing despair. The meeting room door, bearing a "restricted access authorized personnel only" sign, remained firmly shut, emphasizing the weighty and formal nature of what lay within. With a resonant declaration, the man with glasses formally opened the birthday party planning meeting, setting a focused tone for the strategic discussion. He articulated that the celebration was more than a mere birthday, it was a crucial opportunity to firmly establish Kang Su-hyun's standing in the challenging child actor industry. The man with glasses, adjusting his spectacles, confidently assured everyone of his intimate knowledge of the field, demanding their absolute trust. The scene sparkled with opulent preparations, featuring fine wines and an exquisite array of pastries, highlighting the lavish scale of the impending event. 2 meticulously prepared gift bags, adorned with sparkling bows and "thank you" tags, stood ready for the guests. Kang Su-hyun's eyes widened in surprise and bewilderment, questioning why a child's birthday party required such extravagant favors and even wine for the parents. He couldn't shake the growing concern that this celebration was veering far from a typical child's party, a worry that had lingered since Sang Il-hyung first began the plans. Child actress Nam Ji-yoon, known from the drama Praise's cast, cheerfully wished Kang Su-hyun a happy birthday. Similarly, Go Eun-seo, from the Monster movie cast, enthusiastically extended her birthday greetings to him. Na Hyo-do, a child actor from Promise of a Blue Summer, joined another boy in excitedly wishing Kang Su-hyun a happy birthday. The man with glasses calmly inquired if all the guests had arrived, seeking confirmation from Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun confirmed the presence of all expected guests, recalling Yeso's early wishes and Sora's regretful absence, while a chibi child actress cheered his name from above. When the man with glasses asked about Hyun-do, Kang Su-hyun's gaze softened, acknowledging that his friend likely couldn't make it. Kang Su-hyun sadly revealed that Hyun-do had indeed passed his idol audition, but his mother staunchly refused to sign the contract. In a dramatic flashback, Hyun-do passionately demanded why his mother couldn't understand his soul, while she furiously questioned his decision to abandon acting for an idol career. With a surge of raw emotion, Hyun-do fiercely declared that his heart beat solely for his idol dreams, leaving no room for argument. His mother, in a chibi moment of utter exasperation, could only utter a weary, "Oh my God." Hyun-do, with firm resolve, announced his intention to take drastic measures if his mother continued to forbid his path. The dramatic protest began as Hyun-do fiercely declared a hunger strike to reclaim his future, leaving his mother utterly shocked and trembling. The man with glasses explained that, after significant resistance, Hyun-do's mother had ultimately conceded, though their relationship remained strained. Kang Su-hyun read a message from Nam Hyun-do, filled with dramatic apologies and explanations of his rebellious phase, understanding his friend's plight. One child actor wondered about the relatively sparse attendance, while another suggested it simply made their group feel more exclusive. A child actress clarified that many former peers had left the demanding acting industry, and she herself was now pursuing art. She eloquently described the struggle of securing new projects as an actor, a difficulty that made her profoundly respect and admire Kang Su-hyun's enduring success. In a chibi reflection, the child actor sighed with resignation, admitting they should have been kinder to Kang Su-hyun from the start, never anticipating his eventual triumph. The woman, holding a gift box, cheerfully suggested starting the party now that everyone seemed present, eliciting an excited cheer from a child actor. Kang Su-hyun, wide-eyed, suddenly interrupted the proceedings with an urgent and surprised shout. A young man, making a theatrical entrance with self-conscious movements, paused, looking a bit flustered yet confident, asking, "Huh?" With a breath of surprised recognition, Kang Su-hyun exclaimed, "Hyun-do." Kang Su-hyun, still surprised, asked why Hyun-do had claimed he wasn't coming, as Hyun-do gave a confident smirk. Hyun-do, with a decisive gesture, confidently declared that nothing was more important than Kang Su-hyun's birthday today. Kang Su-hyun offered an awkward, sweating, thanks, while internally noting Hyun-do's seemingly increased self-absorption, much to the surprise of his chibi friends. Two chibi child actors gossiped, one recognizing Nam Hyun-do as Su-hyun's close friend, the other dismissively commenting on his arrogant demeanor. Hyun-do casually inquired if the gift exchange had begun, prompting Kang Su-hyun to curiously ask if he had brought a present. With a confident wink and a secretive exhale, Hyun-do told Kang Su-hyun to wait, instantly sparking an unexpected wave of nervousness within Kang Su-hyun. A beautifully decorated tiered chocolate cake, featuring a playful image of Kang Su-hyun, promised a festive treat. As the woman began to suggest lighting the birthday candles, Hyun-do abruptly called out to her. Hyun-do confidently requested to present his gift before the birthday song, believing it would create a more impactful moment, and the surprised woman readily agreed. The woman wondered aloud about the nature of Hyun-do's gift, while a palpable wave of anxiety washed over Kang Su-hyun, his face etched with distress. Hyun-do dramatically announced that he would dedicate a song to his dear friend, Kang Su-hyun. With an energetic burst, Hyun-do launched into his performance, declaring "Evolution," with a dynamic dance move. He continued his passionate performance, exclaiming, "Revolution," and proclaiming that perfection lay at the end of it all. The three child actors in the audience reacted with a mixture of shock, blushes, and flustered expressions at Hyun-do's performance. Hyun-do, winking flirtatiously, added a new twist to his performance, now declaring, "Convolution." The audience reacted with a mix of awestruck exclamations and chibi confusion, with one child actress asking about "evolution" and a child actor correcting her with "communication." Exhausted but dramatic, Hyun-do concluded his performance with a heartfelt ending fairy declaration, asking Kang Su-hyun to make their friendship last forever. Kang Su-hyun, flustered and speechless, managed a faint thanks. As the performance faded out, while his chibi friends reacted with a mixture of surprise, shock, and disgust. Kang Su-hyun and a child actress contentedly enjoyed their desserts, a warm moment amidst the party's excitement. The panel captured the joyous culmination of the party, with Kang Su-hyun happily receiving gifts and posing cheerfully with his friends, including Hyun-do, in a festive group photo. Against a dark, starry night sky, multiple wrapped gifts gleamed with a soft, ethereal light, awaiting discovery. Kang Su-hyun lay wide-eyed in his bed, unable to sleep, his thoughts keeping him restless beneath the starry window. A gentle click signaled as an unseen hand flipped a light switch. A gleaming collection of golden trophies stood proudly on a shelf, testaments to past achievements and hard-won success. Posters for "Promise of a Blue Summer" and "Praise" highlighted past roles, showcasing the career trajectories of Lee Seo-han and a chibi Kang Su-hyun. Further posters, "The Sound of the Day," featuring a chibi Kang Su-hyun with a violin, and "The Monster," depicting a father and child, reflected more cherished projects. A vibrant collage of photos on the wall captured countless happy moments of Kang Su-hyun with friends and adults, a mosaic of cherished memories. A hand gently lifted a photo frame, revealing more of the wall adorned with Kang Su-hyun's past. The frame held a heartwarming photograph of Kang Su-hyun smiling brightly with his parents, a precious family moment frozen in time. Kang Su-hyun, in his pajamas, gazed tenderly at the framed family photo, a soft smile gracing his lips. His hand instinctively tightened its grip on his patterned blanket, seeking comfort. A baby, Yoo-hyun, suddenly reached out from behind the blanket, calling, "Appa," and surprising Kang Su-hyun. Kang Su-hyun, bending down, expressed surprise at Yoo-hyun's awakening and, after hearing the soft hug, asked if the baby wanted to be held. As he gently embraced Yoo-hyun, Kang Su-hyun reflected that he had been blessed with an abundance of gifts in this new life. Yoo-hyun slept soundly, a peaceful breath escaping him as he lay nestled against the blanket. Kang Su-hyun smiled lovingly, cradling the peacefully sleeping baby amidst a warm, ethereal glow. Against a cosmic backdrop, the universe seemed to pose questions about the unfolding future, what awaited him 1 day from now, 1 year from now, and beyond. As Kang Su-hyun held Yoo-hyun and gazed at the starry night, he profoundly realized that what he once considered the end of his previous life had become the very beginning of this new one.